Chapter 1, Daily Intelligence System. In Star City, Room 201 of Building 3 in the Golden Collar community. Early in the morning, Lin Yang had just risen from his slumber when he began a video call with his parents. "Dad, Mom, I'm doing quite well here. My work is progressing smoothly, and my income is stable. Once my salary arrives, I will transfer some money to you. Son, knowing that you are well brings us peace. You mentioned that you couldn't secure a train ticket home for the new year now that the holiday has passed. When will you return? It has been 2 years since we last saw you, and we miss you dearly. The workload has been overwhelming lately. Once this busy period concludes, I will take my annual leave to visit you." "Very well. We trust your judgment. Young people should prioritize their careers. I heard you have been seeing a girlfriend. It has been nearly a year. Remember to bring her when you come home." "Yes, I will do so when the time is right." After a few more exchanges, the video call ended. As soon as the call concluded, Lin Yang's previously spirited demeanor turned desolate. "Dad, Mom, your son has been disappointing. I have yet to achieve anything significant and have caused you worry." He clenched his fists and struck the bed with a punch. With a creak, the already unstable bed nearly collapsed beneath him. "Lin Yang, how much do you earn a month?" "My son operates a small factory and earns 2 to 300,000 a year." Lin Yang's father: "Isn't your son dating someone? Why hasn't he brought her home? Is it because the family is too poor and fears she might leave?" Lin Yang's mother: "Didn't your son graduate from a prestigious university? Why is he still taking the train home for the new year?" "My son bought a car last year." Every visit to his hometown, he had heard such remarks countless times. His parents' expressions were filled with melancholy and embarrassment upon hearing these words. Though he felt a surge of indignation, they spoke undeniable truths, leaving him without a counterargument. Every household in his hometown boasted newly constructed villas, while his own family resided in a 2-story building erected 30 years prior, with exposed red bricks and unplastered walls. While other families parked their small cars outside their homes, his family had a mud-caked electric bike at their doorstep. Although his parents claimed not to mind, their glances at the neighbors' villas and cars betrayed their envy. From that moment on, Lin Yang vowed never to return home in shame until he had achieved something remarkable. However, without connections or a background, the challenge of making a name for himself in the bustling metropolis was immense. At present, he found himself on the brink of financial ruin. 2 days prior, he had been falsely accused by a superior and subsequently dismissed from his position. Without employment, he had no income, yet expenses loomed large. As the month drew to a close, he needed to send money home and pay rent, totaling 4,000 yuan, but he possessed less than 1,000. If he failed to send money, his father would lack funds for medical care. If he neglected to pay rent, he would have nowhere to live. Even if he resolved these two pressing matters, affording food and sustenance in the near future would become a daunting challenge. Ding, Daily Intelligence System activated successfully, automatically pushing 3 to 10 pieces of intelligence to the host daily, gaining 10 experience points for each piece of intelligence read. Accumulate sufficient experience for the system to upgrade to weekly, monthly, and yearly intelligence. The value of each piece of intelligence varies. The higher the system's level, the greater the worth of the information. Furthermore, the intelligence disseminated is intricately linked to the host's daily life, perceptions, and interactions with people, events, and objects. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated within Lin Yang's mind. A system? Had he acquired the very system that the protagonist of a novel possessed? Initially taken aback, Lin Yang's heart swelled with exhilaration. He had indeed obtained a system capable of guiding the protagonist toward the pinnacle of life. Lacking a background and connections mattered not. He, too, could ascend to greatness. This time, he was determined to carve out a remarkable future and return home in glory, bringing pride to his parents. Ding! Does the host wish to receive today's intelligence? Receive. Lin Yang restrained his excitement and began to experiment with the system. Upon issuing the command, a luminous screen materialized before him, displaying 5 pieces of information. Daily Intelligence 1. The Miracle Gym will cease operations tonight and abscond with funds. Prior to their departure, they will conduct a massive promotional event. Exercise caution to avoid being deceived. Life itself was already a challenge. Where would he find the funds for a gym? Yet, it seemed his roommate, Qin Yuan, frequented this very establishment. He ought to warn him. Daily Intelligence 2. A new fruit supermarket has opened at the community entrance, offering all fruits at half price today. Arrive late, and there will be nothing left. Such intelligence was redundant. Anyone could deduce that. Daily Intelligence 3. The 118 bus collided with an electric bike near the Wanxian city stop, sending the delivery rider flying. Opting for alternate bus routes will help avoid tardiness to work. The 118 route had been the one he took to work previously, but he had since been dismissed. There was no reason to utilize it now. Daily Intelligence 4. Wang Guangxing, the head of the technical department at Huada Machinery Factory, is in a romantic relationship with Lu Feng, the attendance clerk. The two colluded to pressure subordinates into working unpaid overtime, while falsely reporting these hours to the company, pocketing the additional wages. Evidence can be found in the third drawer of Wang Guangxing's iron cabinet. Presenting this evidence to the factory director could reclaim the embezzled overtime pay. Huada Machinery Factory was where he had once worked. The department head, Wang Guangxing, had habitually coerced them into overtime under various pretexts, often without compensation. Lin Yang had confronted him several times and had been targeted as a result. Just days ago. When he requested his overtime pay, he was dismissed under the pretense of false overtime reporting to IT. Was astonishing to discover that the underlying reason for his dismissal was the collusion between the head and the attendance clerk to embezzle overtime wages. It was no wonder he had sensed something amiss between the two. He must seize the opportunity to gather evidence and reclaim the wages they had fraudulently taken. Daily Intelligence 5. A lottery store at the community entrance has a tenfold lucky scratch-off ticket that has yielded a grand prize of 400,000 yuan. Arrive early to purchase all the tenfold lucky tickets and secure the grand prize. Wow, there's even information about winning the lottery. Lin Yang was astounded as he gazed at the 5 pieces of intelligence displayed on the screen. This daily intelligence system was remarkably powerful, not only providing information but also offering solutions. Setting aside the other pieces of intelligence, the 5th alone was worth 400,000 yuan, a revelation that could potentially resolve all of his current predicaments. Lin Yang was well aware of the lottery shop at the entrance of his community, which he passed by each day. IT typically opened its doors at around 8 in the morning. Glancing at his phone, he noted the time was already 8:30. The shop had surely opened, and he feared that the winning ticket might have already been purchased by someone else. That if that were the case, this information would be rendered utterly futile. Chapter 2. The grand prize in hand. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yang arrived at the entrance of the community only to find that the lottery shop had not yet opened. His anxious heart finally settled. For others, 400,000 might not seem substantial, but for him, it represented several years' worth of wages and could alleviate his immediate financial burdens. Missing such an opportunity could mean an indefinite wait for the next chance, especially since he understood that this particular lottery issued millions of tickets, with only one grand prize available. After waiting for a few minutes, a middle-aged man in his 40s approached, unlocking the door to the lottery shop and stepping inside. Lin Yang wasted no time. Following closely behind him, he cast a swift glance at the counter, where scratch-off lottery tickets were neatly arranged, ranging in price from 10 to 50 yuan. Soon, he spotted the lucky 10 times tickets in the midst of the display. Lin Yang eagerly collected all the lucky 10 times tickets, counting a total of 4. "Excuse me, do you have any more of the lucky 10 times tickets?" he inquired. "The 10 yuan tickets are quite popular. We only have those few left on the counter," the shopkeeper replied. "All right," Lin Yang said, pulling out his phone to scan the payment code, completing the transaction for 40 yuan. Prior to this moment, he had felt uncertain, worried that the remaining tickets would exceed his available funds. Fortunately, he managed to purchase them all for just 40 yuan. With tickets in hand, he moved to a nearby table, eager to scratch off the prizes. The rules were simple. If the number revealed in the scratch-off area matched the winning number, he would win the grand prize of 400,000. As he scratched the ticket, the winning number revealed was 21. He quickly scanned the scratch-off area for a matching number. Not here. After verifying the numbers on the ticket and confirming there were no matches, he cast the ticket aside and proceeded to the second one. The winning number for this one was 78, but once again, there were no matching digits found in the scratch-off area. The third ticket yielded the same disappointing result. Only one ticket remained, and its outcome would determine whether he would secure the grand prize. Lin Yang silently prayed for a stroke of luck that he scratched the final ticket, revealing the winning number 16, and began searching the scratch-off area for a matching number. He scoured each row meticulously, but found nothing. Concerned he might have misread, he painstakingly checked each number one by one. But still, 16 eluded him. After 3 or 4 thorough comparisons, he confirmed that the number 16 was absent. Could I have misread the earlier tickets? Lin Yang thought, reviewing the previously scratched tickets once more, but indeed, there were no winning numbers. How could this be? Is there a malfunction in the system? His initial excitement dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of desolation. According to the information provided by the system, the final outcome revealed that he had not won the grand prize. Sighing heavily, the shopkeeper noticed Lin Yang's gloomy demeanor and chuckled gently. Do not be disheartened, young man. The odds of winning with a 10 yuan ticket are inherently low. Perhaps you might consider trying a 20 or 50 yuan ticket, which offer better chances, Lin Yang remarked, shaking his head that he believed that investing in a lottery ticket without a chance of winning was tantamount to throwing money away, and he refused to be lured in by the owner's words. Noticing Lin Yang's reluctance to continue purchasing lottery tickets, the owner ceased his persuasion and leisurely continued to organize the tickets on the counter, replacing the scratched-off varieties with new stock. Suddenly, a green ticket slipped from a stack of red ones and fluttered to the floor. The owner bent down to retrieve it, smiling as he said, "Young man, race a tenfold luck ticket that was inadvertently mixed in with the others. Do you wish to take it? I've already scratched part of the prize area if you don't want it. I'll scratch it myself." "Yes," Lin Yang replied without a moment's hesitation, taking the ticket and swiftly scanning it for payment, anxious that the owner might change his mind before he could scratch it. Assuming the system had not erred, this ticket should indeed be the one that won the grand prize. Lin Yang placed it on the counter and picked up a scratching tool. The first number revealed was 68. He then scoured the scratching area for the number 68, which spanned 10 rows. If any row contained a number matching the winning number, it signified victory and the corresponding prize. The first row revealed number 68. The second row yielded nothing, nor did the third, until he finally found 68 on the 7th row. This is promising. After scratching off the prize associated with 68, a string of zeros indicated the grand prize was secure. As he unveiled the total, a staggering 400,000 appeared before him. It was a moment of unexpected fortune. Initially believing there was no hope left, he was astonished to discover this hidden gem. With this newfound wealth, all his current problems could be resolved. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. "Young man, you seem quite pleased. How much did you win?" The owner inquired. "The grand prize." "What? The grand prize? Your luck is extraordinary. Had I known, I would have scratched the last ticket myself." The owner lamented, nearly pounding his chest in frustration, as the winning ticket had been personally handed to Lin Yang. He had intended to sell an extra ticket, only to discover it contained a jackpot. Lin Yang, witnessing the owner's dismay, chuckled softly and then asked, "Owner, where do I go to claim my prize? What documents should I prepare? Bring your ID, bank card, and the winning ticket to the lottery center. If you trust me, I can exchange it for you directly, but I would need to charge a 2% service fee. After taxes, the 400,000 would amount to 320,000, and with a service fee of 6,400, it equated to over a month's salary. With no job at present, he had ample time and deemed it unnecessary to waste money for convenience. Owner, please provide me with the address of the lottery center. I will claim it myself." 580 Furlong Road, the owner replied, armed with the address. Lin Yang hurriedly exited, hailing a cab to make his way there. As soon as he departed, a bald man, roughly the same age as the lottery shop owner, entered the store. "Oldly, why didn't you scratch the last few tickets of the lucky 10 times yesterday?" "Old Zhang, you know as well as I do that there are only those prizes in a book. I've already revealed the grand prize. The remaining tickets surely hold no winnings. There's no need to squander another few dozen yuan," the owner replied with a frown. "I must tell you, just a moment ago, a grand prize was won from the lucky 10 times, specifically from that very book of tickets you left behind." "What?" Upon hearing this, Oldly abruptly rose to his feet, disbelief etched on his face. "Old Zhang, you must be joking. I even took a picture if you don't believe me. Take a look," said the shop owner, pulling out his phone to show Oldly the photograph. Oldly stared at the image on the phone, examining the numbers on the ticket. He gasped, clutching his chest, a look of anguish spreading across his features. "Damn it, I stand guard in the shop every day, only to have someone else reap the rewards. Why did I save those few dozen yuan and leave the last tickets unscratched?" Chapter 3. Revenge. At last, an hour later, at the Star City Welfare Lottery Center, the morning hall lay desolate, with only a cleaning lady diligently tidying up and several service windows devoid of patrons. At that moment, Lin Yang entered, surveying his surroundings before selecting a service window and taking a seat. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" inquired the courteous female staff member at the window. "I am here to claim my prize," Lin Yang replied, producing the lottery ticket worth 400,000 from his pocket and handing it over the counter. "Please hold on," the staff member said as she verified the ticket and subsequently handed him a form. "Sir, kindly present your identification card along with the corresponding bank account number. The first prize amount is 400,000, for which a 20% personal income tax will be deducted, totaling 320,000. The prize will be credited within 7 working days. If all is in order, please sign the claim form." Lin Yang reviewed the claim form, confirming it contained the information provided by the staff member. Once satisfied, he affixed his signature and returned it to the window. "Your claim is complete. Thank you for your contribution to the welfare cause, and best of luck to you," the staff member said as Lin Yang stood to leave. Buzz. As he stepped out of the lottery center, a message arrived on his phone. "Star City Bank. Your Union Pay card ending in 4806 has received a deposit of 320,000 yuan on March 15th at 11:26. The current balance is 320,968.70 yuan. 320,000 in hand." At that moment, Lin Yang felt as if he were in a dream. Just yesterday, he had been troubled by financial woes, and today, the issue had been resolved. He promptly transferred 3,000 yuan to his mother via WeChat. Lin Yang hesitated to send more, knowing she would likely refuse it and worry about him. He resolved to earn more money before returning home, hoping to reveal to his family that their son had achieved financial stability. Just after sending the money, his phone chimed again. "Son, why did you transfer 3,000 to me? I can return it. Please teach me how to do it." "Mom, that is for Dad's medication next month. What will happen if you return it?" "Son, I understand you're facing difficulties. The money you use to send each month, I save it all for you. If you need help, just let me know and I will send it to you." Lin Yang's heart sank. Though unspoken, his mother had discerned the underlying issue due to his failure to send money on time. Additionally, their income barely sufficed for their expenses, meaning if he did not send money, his father would struggle to afford his medication. Had his father really gone without medication all these years, with the money he had sent them saved away? "Mom, what about Dad's health if you've saved all the money?" "Do not worry. Your father and I have both found work, and our earnings are sufficient. The money you send is reserved for you to marry. Don't overexert yourself. If it makes you unhappy, don't do it." "Understood. I'm just idling at home, doing a bit of work for exercise." After a few more exchanges, Lin Yang reminded his mother to take care of her health and urged them to spend the money wisely before ending the call. He hailed a taxi outside the lottery center. "Where to?" the driver asked. "To Jining Community." "Oh no, to Huada Machinery Factory." Lin Yang initially intended to return to his rented apartment, but suddenly changed his mind. One of the pieces of intelligence from the system concerned the misconduct of his former superior, Wang Guangxing, who had dismissed him. If he could obtain the evidence and report it online, he could reclaim his overtime pay accrued over the past 2 years. Although he currently had money, every penny that belonged to him was essential. Furthermore, he sought to make Minister Wang Guangxing pay for his actions. He opened the panel to review the intelligence. Daily Intelligence 4. Wang Guangxing, the head of the technical department at Huada Machinery Factory, is in a romantic relationship with attendance officer Lu Fang. They collude to coerce subordinates into working unpaid overtime while falsely reporting these hours to the company, pocketing the overtime wages for themselves. The evidence is located in the 3rd drawer of Wang Guangxing's metal cabinet. Present the evidence to the factory director to reclaim the embezzled overtime pay. Huada Machinery Factory is a small establishment with lax management, disbursing salaries in cash. In this era, a factory that still pays in cash is well understood by those in the know. Thus, even after his dismissal, gaining entry would not prove difficult, especially considering his familiarity with the premises. Half an hour later, the taxi halted at the factory's entrance. Lin Yang alighted and proceeded directly toward the main gate. As he passed by, he glanced into the guardroom, noticing the security guard engrossed in his mobile phone, completely oblivious to anyone entering the factory. Once inside, he made his way to the side of the factory and slipped into the office building through the back door. "Brother-in-law, the new product development is progressing smoothly. It is expected to succeed in another half-month. Upon reaching the third floor and nearing the staircase corner, he heard a familiar voice echoing from the corridor. Lin Yang slowed his pace, treading lightly as he approached, peering around the corner in the direction of the sound. There, at the end of the corridor, stood two middle-aged men engaged in conversation. The one who had just spoken was none other than Wang Guangxing, the technical department head who had falsely accused him, while the other was the factory director. In the factory, you may call me director. Very well, brother-in-law director. Do not rush me. I will give you 2 more days. If the new product is not developed by then, you will no longer hold the position of minister. I assure you, this time we will surely succeed in the development. The director said little else, merely nodded, and departed down the opposite staircase. Hearing their conversation, Lin Yang felt a weight in his heart. He feared that reporting to the director would not be as straightforward as he hoped. Wang Guangxing and the director were relatives, which explained why he, as a minister, dared to operate in such a manner within the factory. It was likely that the director was aware of his embezzlement of subordinates' overtime pay, turning a blind eye to it. After all, the factory incurred little additional expense. It was the subordinates who were exploited. Therefore, even if he presented evidence of Wang Guangxing's misconduct, it was improbable that any punishment would ensue. At that moment, the door to the minister's office swung open from within. Lu Fang poked her head out. "You rascal! I can't wait any longer. Come in quickly." She reached out and pulled Wang Guangxing inside. Before long, indescribable sounds emerged from within. On the entire third floor, only the factory director's office and the head of the technical department's office existed, with the director absent. It was no wonder they felt emboldened to engage in such behavior within the office. Suddenly, Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with realization. The factory director was the brother-in-law of Wang Guangxing, meaning that the director's sister was his wife. If he could present evidence of Wang's infidelity to the director, the latter would undoubtedly ensure that Wang faced dire consequences. It became clear why the intel suggested submitting the evidence to the director to reclaim the embezzled overtime pay. At that moment, Lu Fang's appearance was like a timely gift. Lin Yang glanced around, noting the absence of others, and quietly approached the head of the department's office. As he drew near, silence enveloped the room. Mere seconds elapsed. Lin Yang shook his head, refocusing on the task at hand. He gently pushed the door ajar, peering through the crack. To his astonishment, he saw Wang Guangxing slumped against Lu Fang. Hastily, Lin Yang aimed his phone inside, recording a video to preserve the evidence before retreating to the stairway to monitor the office's activity. Shortly, Wang Guangxing and Lu Fang exited the office one after the other. Watching them distance themselves, Lin Yang swiftly slipped into the office, heading straight for the metal cabinet behind the desk. 1, 2, 3. He yanked open the third drawer, revealing a thick stack of overtime application forms, each stamped and signed by the director. Indeed, the director was aware of Wang Guangxing's embezzlement of overtime pay. Besides the application forms, the drawer contained payroll records. There were 2 versions of these payrolls, one including overtime pay and the other excluding it. A cursory glance revealed that for just their department of 8 individuals, the monthly overtime pay exceeded 20,000, amounting to over 300,000 annually. "Good day, Director Wang," Lin Yang thought as he collected the evidence, preparing to leave when suddenly a voice greeted from outside. To his dismay, Wang Guangxing had returned. His expression changed drastically. He had no idea whether the director was still in the factory. If Wang were to discover him at that moment, facing the multitude of factory personnel alone would be futile, and the evidence could be seized or destroyed, rendering all his efforts in vain. The office, situated on the third floor, lacked windows and, aside from the desk and the cabinet brimming with documents, offered no hiding place whatsoever. Chapter 4. Inciting Public Fury. Good day, Minister. The revised equipment operation procedures have been placed on your desk. Wang Guangxing gazed at the individual before him, finding him somewhat familiar, yet the mask obscured his features, and he could not recall his identity. Nevertheless, as the person was delivering documents, he presumed he must be from the technical department and paid little mind, ushering the individual behind him into his office. Once the door to the minister's office was closed, Lin Yang hastened down the stairs, almost breaking into a run. Earlier, he had obtained crucial evidence in the office, coincidentally just as Wang Guangxing returned. In a moment of panic, he was unsure of how to proceed until he spotted the documents on the desk, which sparked an idea. Fortunately, Wang Guangxing's guard was down. He likely did not suspect that anyone was aware of the existence and location of those documents. Lin Yang dashed directly to the restroom, meticulously backing up all the evidence before reporting Huada Machinery Factory's coercion of overtime work without compensation to the Labor Bureau via a mini-program. Only after accomplishing this did he emerge from the restroom, intent on locating the factory manager. Upon exiting the workshop, he spotted a Mercedes-Benz S400L parked by the roadside within the factory premises. This was indeed the manager's vehicle, and its presence indicated that the manager had not yet departed. Suddenly, the car's exhaust roared to life. Panic surged through Lin Yang. The manager was about to leave. He sprinted forward, positioning himself in front of the vehicle just before it could pull away. "Manager, wait!" The car screeched to a halt. The window of the driver's seat lowered, revealing the manager's head peering out. "Which department are you from? Are you out of your mind?" "Manager, I was with the technical department, but I was dismissed a few days ago." "Ah, it's you. Falsifying overtime to deceive the factory. Clear the way immediately, or I shall summon security." As the manager spoke, he withdrew his head into the car and pulled out his phone, dialing a number. Moments later, Wang Guangxing appeared, rushing towards them in a state of agitation. "Lin Yang, who allowed you entry? You violated factory regulations and have been dismissed. How dare you cause a scene? Best leave at once." Wang Guangxing was simultaneously on the phone, exclaiming, "What are your security personnel doing? Allowing outsiders to wander in freely." As soon as he hung up, a group of security guards came rushing from various corners of the factory, swiftly encircling Lin Yang. Though surrounded, Lin Yang felt no fear. Rather, a sense of anticipation welled within him. The more onlookers, the better. He understood that reclaiming the embezzled overtime pay would not be a simple task. Even with evidence of Wang Guangxing's misconduct, being encircled by security guards, however, might facilitate matters. All he needed was to bring the issue to light, inciting public outrage. The larger the conflict, the more attention it would attract, for the matter of overtime pay concerned everyone's immediate interests. Once the truth was unveiled, it would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar. The commotion outside indeed caught the attention of those within the factory. Many emerged to witness the spectacle. Before long, Lin Yang, the manager, and Wang Guangxing found themselves at the center of a growing crowd. "Isn't that Lin Yang, who was dismissed just a few days ago? I am aware of his situation." A notice was circulated throughout the factory announcing that he was terminated for falsely reporting overtime in a bid to defraud overtime pay. Since joining the factory, no one has received overtime pay. Anyone who dares to request it has been dismissed. If it weren't for the need to support their families, who would willingly endure this job? Indeed, one cannot help but envy such young men who can feed themselves without worrying about their families, free from the clutches of exploitative capitalists. As the crowd gathered around Lin Yang, discussions ensued. The factory director, noticing the increasing number of onlookers, frowned. It was during work hours, and leaving one's post without permission would result in a deduction of half a day's wages. Upon hearing this, the crowd reluctantly prepared to disperse. Lin Yang, sensing that the moment was ripe, realized that if he waited too long, everyone would leave, and he would have no one to support him in pressuring the factory director. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Everyone listen closely. All along, we have been entitled to overtime pay, but it has been embezzled by the head of the technical department, Wang Guangxing. He has deceived both superiors and subordinates, lining his own pockets." The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting in uproar. "What? Embezzling overtime pay? We toil so hard every day, only to find out that he has swallowed our overtime wages? This is outrageous. We demand an explanation." The voices of the crowd rose in a cacophony, with anger spreading like wildfire among them. Seeing the rising fervor, Lin Yang knew the time had come. He strode over to the factory director's vehicle, holding his evidence aloft, and declared, "Director, here lies the irrefutable evidence of Wang Guangxing's embezzlement of overtime pay. It bears his signature and detailed accounts. Every entry is crystal clear." As he presented the evidence to the director, the latter, seated in the vehicle, wore a grim expression that could curdle blood. He glared at Lin Yang with a ferocity that suggested he wished to consume him whole. Yet, Lin Yang stood undeterred, maintaining a steadfast gaze. The director, recognizing the fervent crowd around him, understood that if he did not resolve the matter today, he would face insurmountable consequences. With a resigned sigh, he exited the vehicle. The director took the evidence from Lin Yang's hands and casually flipped through a few pages, his frown deepening with each passing moment as his expression grew increasingly grave. Wang Guangxing, look at the misdeeds you have committed, the director bellowed, throwing the evidence at Wang Guangxing. The latter, now pale and trembling, picked up the papers from the ground, glancing at them only to collapse in shock. Director, this evidence must be forged. How could I ever embezzle overtime pay? I am wholly loyal to the factory. Wang Guangxing protested, casting furtive glances at Lin Yang, his eyes brimming with resentment. Are the stamps and my signature also fake? The director coldly retorted. The weight of realization descended upon Wang Guangxing. He understood that his transgressions could no longer be denied. In a panic, he stammered, This data was properly secured by me. How could it possibly be here? But as soon as the words escaped his lips, he recognized his folly and hastily fell silent. Upon hearing that overtime pay had been embezzled, the crowd was already incensed. Now, with Lin Yang presenting evidence, their fury intensified. They were utterly enraged, converging around Wang Guangxing and the factory director. Return our overtime pay. Return our overtime pay. Wang Guangxing, you insatiable scoundrel. You must give us an explanation. That's right, if the money isn't returned, don't even think about leaving. The deafening roars of the crowd rendered the scene chaotic. Wang Guangxing, sensing the palpable anger and imminent aggression from the crowd, was engulfed by fear. Desperate for a final attempt at salvation, he leaned toward the factory director and pleaded in a hushed tone, Brother-in-law, please save me. They are truly willing to resort to violence. The factory director shot him a fierce glare and muttered, Fool, you've created this mess. You must resolve it yourself. I'm struggling to safeguard my own position. How can I possibly assist you? Upon hearing this, Wang Guangxing fell into a state of utter despair, collapsing to the ground, his eyes vacant, as if his very soul had departed. At that moment, the factory director recognized that the situation could no longer be concealed. Continuing to protect Wang Guangxing would only entangle him in deeper troubles. Thus, he cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. Everyone, please calm down. It is true that Wang Guangxing has acted improperly by embezzling your overtime pay. As the factory director, I bear an inescapable responsibility. I assure you that I will provide a satisfactory resolution and return every cent of your overtime pay. Upon hearing the director's words, the crowd's emotions softened slightly. However, some still persisted, shouting, Is it really that simple? Wang Guangxing must face legal consequences for his embezzlement. Yes, we cannot let him off so easily. We must report this. They echoed in agreement, and some undeterred individuals had already taken out their phones to call the Labor Bureau and report the incident. Chapter 5. It is time to unveil the evidence, everyone. Please remain calm and refrain from making calls to report this matter. If he is apprehended, who will reimburse the money owed to you all? With my presence, I assure you that he will return every penny of the embezzled overtime pay. The factory director exclaimed, seemingly fearful of someone reporting Wang Guangxing. He then instructed his staff to summon the attendance officer, Lu Fong, to calculate the amount of overtime pay each individual had been deprived of while simultaneously urging Wang Guangxing to prepare the funds. Upon hearing the director's demand for repayment, Wang Guangxing's expression morphed into one of sheer despair. However, observing the indignation of those around him left him with no choice but to comply. He understood that should he fail to return the money today, he would undoubtedly face a brutal beating from the workers. Reluctantly, he dialed his wife to request financial assistance. Meanwhile, Wang Guangxing's wife, Zhang Li, was at a beauty salon indulging in a treatment when the phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at her screen, she saw it was her husband calling and promptly hung up. This was her usual behavior. She despised interruptions while engaged in any activity, even from her own spouse. However, as soon as she ended the call, the phone rang again. She swiped her phone and answered the call. Wang Guangxing, what on earth is wrong with you? Don't you know I dislike being disturbed when I'm busy? You'd better have a good reason. Darling, my embezzlement of the subordinates' overtime pay has been discovered. The workers are clamoring for their money. You must hurry and send some funds. What? How dare they? A bunch of lowly individuals. If they dare to cause a ruckus, why not call the police and have them all arrested? Please lower your voice. They have surrounded me. If I do not return the money, I will be beaten to death. Send them money quickly to calm them down. As long as they remain at Huada, they will eventually get their dues back. Fine. Just wait. I will come over once I finish my beauty treatment. As Zhongli prepared to bring the funds, Lu Fang had already calculated the total amount of overtime pay embezzled by Wang Guangxing. Across various departments, a total of 48 individuals have been deprived of 28 million in overtime pay over the last 2 years, averaging 47,500 per person. Lin Yang found his own figure on the list, 52,000, averaging 166 in overtime pay per month, which indicated that he had worked over 50 hours of overtime each month without compensation for 2 consecutive years. Ultimately, he had been dismissed for demanding his overdue pay. Contemplating this, Lin Yang realized the factory was truly unscrupulous. Fortunately, the intelligence system had provided him with the opportunity to reclaim what was rightfully his. However, this was merely the beginning. Had the factory director not turned a blind eye, Wang Guangxing, as a mere head of the technical department, would not have dared to act so brazenly. They must be made to pay for their misdeeds. 2 hours later, a red BMW entered the factory premises, and a well-dressed, middle-aged woman with an air of affluence stepped out of the vehicle. She approached Wang Guangxing and slapped him across the face. "You useless fool! There is no reason to return money that has already been acquired. Whatever you took from me today, you will return in full tomorrow." "Yes, my dear, I will ensure it is repaid." Wang Guangxing covered his face and hurried to the BMW, retrieving a suitcase from the trunk. "Everyone, please line up. We shall now begin distributing the overdue overtime pay." Upon hearing the news of a refund, excitement instantly illuminated the faces of the crowd. I glanced at my records and noted that over the past 2 years, my overtime pay amounted to a total of 52,000 yuan. Receiving it all at once felt akin to him saving money for me. Haha, indeed, with this sum, the coming months promise to be quite comfortable. Shall we indulge in a sumptuous egg fried rice costing 150 yuan per serving on Yulan Road this evening? Let us inquire if Lin Yang would join us. It is only fitting that we treat him, as he is the one who facilitated this for us. Go, go, go. But don't lead Lin Yang astray. He is not like your group of lecherous old men. Lin Yang smiled quietly, saying little as he patiently queued among the throng, awaiting his due overtime pay that had been embezzled over the past 2 years. The distribution of funds proceeded swiftly and within mere minutes. It was his turn to receive 52,000 yuan. Wang Guangxing, distributing the money, shot Lin Yang a fierce glare. "Humph, you better watch yourself, kid. Wang Guangxing, you'd better come clean. The embezzled funds are all here. Why is only half being distributed?" At that moment, Wang Guangxing's wife, assisting with the disbursement, erupted with a roar. Wang Guangxing's face drained of color, and he thought to himself, "How could I have forgotten this? Half of the money is with Lu Fang. And now, unable to produce the funds, my secret is at risk of exposure. My wife will certainly divorce me." Lin Yang observed Wang Guangxing's distress and realized that his wife was oblivious to his affair with Lu Fang. Seeing his evident fear of his wife, Lin Yang understood that once their relationship was exposed, she would not let him off easily. With a slight smile, he took out his phone and played a video he had recorded earlier, presenting it to Mrs. Wang. "Madam Wang, take a look at this. Guangxing, when are you divorcing that old tigress at home? You promised to marry me slap." Before the video could finish, Mrs. Wang struck him across the face. "You dare to fool around behind my back? I suppose that money was spent on her as well." Slap, slap, slap. Mrs. Wang unleashed a barrage of slaps upon his face, rendering it red and swollen. Wang Guangxing covered his face, seething with anger, yet unable to voice it. "Wife, it's fake. The video is surely AI generated. Let us resolve the immediate issue first, and we can discuss everything else later. I don't believe your nonsense. That vixen is indeed her. Mrs. Wang yanked Lu Fang's hair and began to slap her face, embodying the image of a furious woman. Stop, stop. Our money hasn't been distributed yet. Hurry and distribute the funds. Those who had already received their money watched the spectacle with amusement, while those who had not begun to grow anxious. Seeing that shouting was ineffective, they intervened to separate the two quarrelers. Settle your personal matters later. First, we need our money. Mrs. Wang glared at him, fuming. I want a divorce. You've eaten my food, lived in my home, and used my resources, yet you dare to fool around outside. I wonder what you'll have left after our divorce. Wife, please. Trust me. She is the one who seduced me. Get lost. Wang Guangxing's wife, in a fit of anger, kicked him and stormed off to her car, speeding away with a firm press of the accelerator. The factory director, witnessing his sister's intent to divorce, shook his head and pointed at Wang Guangxing, saying, if you go through with this divorce, you might as well relinquish your position as department head. He then turned to Lu Fang, instructing her to return the money, adding, I will not pursue anything further. But you need not come back tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lu Fang's face turned pale. Surrounded by a crowd, she realized that without returning the money, leaving today would be impossible. With the money already secured and the spectacle nearly concluded, Lin Yang prepared to depart. Just then, a vehicle marked with the insignia of the labor inspection team drove into the factory premises. The vehicle halted outside the throng, and several staff members clad in uniforms disembarked. Silence. One called out, were you the ones who reported that Huada enforced overtime without compensation? Chapter 6. What is the matter with the character information? Comrade, which unit are you from? We are from the Labor Bureau. We have received a report with ample evidence. Where's your factory manager? Upon hearing that the Labor Bureau had arrived, the factory manager immediately stepped out from the crowd. Comrades, I'm the factory manager. Overtime pay has always been distributed. It was merely embezzled, resulting in the workers not receiving it. That may be the case, but the violations are evident. The reports we received are comprehensive, and the evidence is both sufficient and valid. According to the law, when production tasks require overtime, it must not exceed 50 hours per month. Your factory's average overtime exceeds this limit. Thus, we impose a fine of 800,000 yuan. Here is the fine notice. Please pay within 7 days. Failure to do so will incur a daily penalty of 0.5. What? This is all his fault. Why should I be penalized? The factory manager protested innocently, but the staff only considered the facts and were unwilling to engage further. They handed the notice to the manager and then turned to the onlookers to explain the legal recourse regarding unpaid overtime. The manager, clutching the fine notice, glotted angrily at Lin Yang. It was all his fault. Had it not been for Lin Yang, he would not have faced this fine. Originally, the overtime pay was to be funneled to Wang Guangxing, who would then pass it on to his sister, keeping the benefits within their circle. Thanks to Lin Yang, all overtime pay would henceforth be dispersed to the workers. Not only the factory manager, but also Wang Guangxing and Lu Fang cast fierce glares at Lin Yang. He felt a chill run down his spine. However, the three of them were surrounded by workers and could only glare at Lin Yang impotently, desiring revenge but lacking the means. Lin Yang smiled. This was the consequence of their unscrupulous actions. His objectives had been achieved, the spectacle concluded, and time was of the essence. He turned and briskly left the factory, hailing a cab back to his rented accommodation. In the cab, Lin Yang reflected on the day's gains. He had won 320,000 yuan from the lottery and was set to reclaim 52,000 yuan in overtime pay, totaling over 370,000 yuan. This sum surpassed all his earnings since graduation. This was merely the advantage from the initial day's intelligence provided by the system. In the future, such insights would be received daily, potentially in greater numbers. After all, the system would dispatch 3 to 10 pieces of intelligence each day. Considering his luck on the first day, having received only 5 pieces of information, it was plausible to estimate earnings of at least 10 million yuan a month, translating to 120 million yuan annually. More critically, as the system accumulated sufficient experience, it could be upgraded. At that point, the value of weekly, monthly, and yearly intelligence would far surpass that of daily insights. With astute utilization of the system, becoming a billionaire would not be an arduous task. By the time he returned to his rented room, it was nearly 8 in the evening. He indulged in a lavish meal at a restaurant near the community entrance, a feast he had previously denied himself. Now that he had money, it was time to enhance his lifestyle. Naturally, his choices in food and essentials could no longer adhere to his former standards. Regarding the vehicle and the residence, there is no need for haste. Although the funds at hand are barely sufficient to purchase a home or a car, they would not afford anything of quality. It would be wiser to wait until I have more capital, allowing for a more substantial investment. Lost in thought, I soon arrived home. Upon exiting the vehicle, I found myself at my doorstep. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing my roommate, Qin Ziyuan, emerging in athletic attire, evidently prepared for a workout. Ziyuan, off to the gym? Indeed, today marks the 5th anniversary of Miracle Gym, with half-price annual memberships and a promotion offering 3 additional years for the price of 1. Would you care to join me? Given the current climate, many gyms have closed unexpectedly, often offering significant discounts before their closure. It would be prudent to exercise caution. Miracle Gym is a reputable brand, endorsed by celebrities. It should be safe, shouldn't it? Regardless, do remain vigilant. Very well, I shall be careful. With a smile, Lin Yang stepped inside. Among the 5 pieces of intelligence he had recently received, one pertained to Miracle Gym, indicating that it would cease operations after today. Out of goodwill towards Qin Ziyuan, whom he shared a rental agreement with for several years, he felt compelled to offer a warning. Whether or not Ziyuan heeded, it was of no concern to him. Such matters are best addressed succinctly to avoid being tedious. The day unfolded with the purchase of a lottery ticket and subsequent claims for overdue overtime pay, leaving him utterly exhausted from the day's errands. After a quick wash-up, he collapsed into bed, only to awaken the following morning. Ding! Daily intelligence has been pushed. Please check. Lin Yang opened the panel to review the intelligence. Today, as fortune appeared slightly brighter than yesterday's, with a total of 10 pieces of intelligence received. Each piece read grants 10 experience points. Accumulating 300 points would allow a transition from daily to weekly intelligence updates. With 50 experience points from yesterday and an additional 100 today, he had amassed a total of 150 points, placing him over halfway to a system upgrade. Should luck favor him, the system could potentially upgrade to weekly intelligence by the day after tomorrow, even in the event of less favorable outcomes. If only 3 pieces of intelligence were pushed each day, he would still reach the upgrade in 5 days. Although the weekly intelligence would be disseminated less frequently, its value would significantly surpass that of the daily updates. Retrieving his focus, Lin Yang began to read the day's intelligence. Daily Intelligence 1. Miracle Gym has collapsed. The owner absconded with funds, leaving hundreds of members without hope for refunds amounting to over $1 million. A professional team has orchestrated the closure, and the funds deposited are unlikely to be returned. This was a continuation of the previous day's intelligence. The blatant nature of the collapse, yet still attracting so many victims, compelled Lin Yang to admire the adage that there are no unsellable products, only unmarketable prices. Daily Intelligence 2. Dayu's City Anniversary Celebration. Spend 688 to enter a draw for an electric vehicle. The winning card is affixed to the upper left corner of the box. Arrive before 9 p.m. to snag the grand prize. He had previously heard whispers of malfeasance in shopping mall lottery events, where the grand prizes were predetermined for select individuals. It seemed that this was indeed the case, though he had not anticipated the mall employing such manipulative tactics to ensure the grand prize fell to their chosen few. Lin Yang took out his phone to search for the Dayueching public account, eager to check the news regarding the lottery. The grand prize was a Hongguang mini electric vehicle, valued at 60,000 yuan. Exchanging 688 yuan for 60,000 was an astute investment. Having obtained this intelligence, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity. Daily Intelligence 3. Beneath the left flower bed of Building 3 in Jinling Community, there lies a forgotten golden bracelet. It is available for retrieval within 1 hour. To receive such information was indeed fortuitous. With the recent surge in gold prices nearing 800 yuan per gram, a gold bracelet weighs at least 30 grams, thus holding a value exceeding 20,000 yuan. Most importantly, this location was directly beneath his rental apartment. Without a moment to lose, Lin Yang slipped on his slippers and hurried downstairs. Any delay could result in another snatching the prize. He made his way directly to the left flower bed and, to his delight, found a sizable golden bracelet nestled beneath the tree. The moment it was in his hands, he felt its substantial weight. Both its size and heft were noticeably greater than the typical gold bracelet, resembling a style often donned by the affluent. He estimated the bracelet to weigh at least 50 grams, implying a value of no less than 40,000 yuan, significantly surpassing his initial expectations. After securing the golden bracelet safely back in his apartment, he proceeded to open the panel and continue reading the intelligence. Daily Intelligence 4. The Huada Machinery Factory's new food vacuum packaging machine research and development has failed, resulting in an inability to fulfill client orders on time, thereby facing substantial penalty fees. The factory director is offering a considerable sum to seek solutions, maintaining the pressure of a new product at 35 megapascals will resolve the issue. Unexpectedly, he received another piece of intelligence from his previous workplace. However, Lin Yang had long discerned the nature of the factory director. Although there were rewards for resolving issues, acquiring them was an entirely different matter, and even if attainable, the process would likely be fraught with difficulties. There is no need to squander time on such matters, and Lin Yang opted to disregard this information. Daily Intelligence 5. Chun Xingqing, age 24, native of Xingqing. Graduated from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics with a major in finance, height 1.68 meters, weight 49 kilograms, blood type B, measurements. Residential address Run Binjiang Bay, phone number 176. Chapter 7. The $1,000,000 Malay Pearl. Upon reading the fifth piece of intelligence, Lin Yang wore a perplexed expression. Why had the system suddenly presented him with information pertaining to a specific individual? Who was this Chun Xingqing, of whom he had no inkling? However, based on the details provided by the system, she appeared to be a stunningly beautiful woman, possessing an alluring and innocent charm. Yet, what could be the purpose of the system in delivering intelligence about a mere beauty? Suddenly, he noticed that the color of this particular piece of intelligence diverged from the others as the font was bolded. Curiosity piqued. He clicked on the information to discover an additional page. Congratulations on receiving character intelligence. Engaging with the individual will trigger a critical hit, guaranteeing the acquisition of high-value intelligence. Goodness, this task seemed exceedingly simple. Merely making contact with the person mentioned would yield invaluable intelligence. Comparatively, the previous information regarding a lottery win of 400,000 had not been designated as high value. This implied that the worth of high-value intelligence must surpass 400,000. However, who was this Chun Xingqing? He remained entirely in the dark. Without even knowing her identity, how could he possibly make contact? Shaking his head, Lin Yang decided to set this matter aside for the time being and continued perusing the remaining 5 pieces of intelligence. Daily Intelligence 6. A scandal has emerged regarding a hot pot restaurant in Binjiang, where urine was discovered in the broth. Customers who dine there will receive a full refund along with tenfold compensation. Simply dining at table 109 will qualify one for this recompense. To knowingly dine at a table where the broth had been tainted with urine, one's mental fortitude must be extraordinary. Moreover, while tenfold compensation seems substantial, the average cost of a hot pot meal is merely 300 to 400. Thus, tenfold would only amount to 3,000 to 4,000. This piece of intelligence made Lin Yang feel quite nauseated. Daily Intelligence 7. At the Binjiang market, a delivery man named Xiao Chong has found a Malay pearl within the last coconut snail in his delivery box. Purchasing this coconut snail will grant one a pearl worth over 1 million. What is a Malay pearl? This was Lin Yang's first encounter with such a term. It appeared to be similar to a pearl formed within a sea snail. Yet, while pearls have become relatively accessible, how could a pearl originating from a sea snail be so exorbitantly priced? He took out his phone to search for information on Malay pearls. Malay pearls are produced within sea snails, with a probability of 1 pearl emerging from every 50,000 snails, rendering them exceedingly rare. Their colors are incredibly diverse, ranging from orange-red, orange-yellow, yellow, yellow-brown, to nearly white, with the vibrant orange hue reminiscent of a ripe papaya being the most precious. Each pearl boasts a unique flame-like pattern, making every one a singular work of art. Presently, there are only around 200 Malay pearls in existence, almost entirely hoarded by the royal family of Nanyue, with very little circulating in the outside world. Prices vary based on completeness, quality, appearance, and size, with well-preserved specimens fetching no less than 20,000 per carat. The online descriptions of Malay pearls were thorough, interspersed with captivating images. They appeared akin to the mythical Dragon Balls, which explain the alternate names they are known by: dragon pearls or flame pearls. The exquisite Malay pearl embodies rarity, artistry, uniqueness, and royal allure, coupled with attributes that cannot be artificially cultivated, which undoubtedly accounts for its exorbitant value. In stark contrast, the price of the coconut snail pales in comparison, scarcely reaching a mere fraction, even less than 1,000th of that of the Malay pearl. While searching for Malay pearls, one encounters an abundance of videos featuring coconut snails. Weighing a few pounds at their smallest and over 10 pounds at their largest, they're typically priced around $30 to $40 per pound, never exceeding $100. Even if we assume a price of $100 per pound, a colossal coconut snail would not exceed 2,000 yuan. The prospect of exchanging 2,000 yuan for 100,000 is an astounding 500-fold profit. The Binjiang market, located near Lin Yang's residence, stands as the largest market in the entire Star City, offering a plethora of goods ranging from food and vegetables to meat, seafood, and everyday essentials. It attracts not only local residents and tenants, but also affluent individuals residing in the luxurious Binjiang Bay, who occasionally peruse its offerings, resulting in a bustling atmosphere daily. High-priced seafood, like the coconut snail, does find its buyers. Should someone else acquire it, the opportunity for 1,000,000 yuan would be lost. With little time to deliberate, Lin Yang cast a brief glance at the last 3 pieces of information, dismissing them as lacking in value. He hastily donned his shoes, rented a shared electric scooter outside his community, and set off for the Binjiang market. His heart raced as he thought of the Malay pearl worth over 100,000 yuan, an amount equivalent to the earnings of many individuals over a decade or two of hard work. The temptation of securing such a treasure for less than 2,000 yuan was too alluring to resist. As he accelerated the scooter to its maximum speed, he fervently hoped that no one else had their eyes set on the coconut snail. Missing this opportunity might mean a lifetime without a similar chance. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the Binjiang market, carelessly parking the scooter without bothering to lock it. Arriving even a second earlier at the shop would decrease the likelihood of the coconut snail being snatched away. He was well aware of the significance of a shared scooter versus the coconut snail. The Binjiang market has gained popularity as a trendy location, bustling with numerous food vendors. Having visited many times, Lin Yang had a reasonable understanding of the market. He headed straight for the seafood section upon entering. "Xiao Chong delivers," he called out repeatedly while searching from stall to stall. However, it was now just past 8 in the morning, the peak hour for the market, making movement exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, he noticed a blue sign at the end of the market, boldly displaying "Xiao Chong delivers," ignoring the grumbling of others. He mustered all his strength to push through the throngs of people. Upon arriving, he found the entrance to Xiao Chong's stall teeming with customers. A cacophony of bargaining filling the air. "Boss, 50 yuan for the shrimp. 3 pounds of clams. 2 crabs. Boss, this coconut snail weighs 18 pounds. Priced at 88 yuan per pound, totaling 1584. Just round it down to 1580 for me." Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd, causing his heart to sink. He stood on tiptoe, gazing in the direction from whence the sound emanated, and beheld a conch shell, half the size of a basin, resting upon the electronic scale. An elderly man, clad in a Zhongshan suit, stood at the cashier's counter, poised to make his payment. He had rushed over upon receiving the intelligence, yet arrived a moment too late. The coveted coconut conch, containing the precious mellow pearl, had already been purchased by another. With the transaction already underway, there was no feasible way to acquire the conch now. To rashly advance and contest, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, rendering any hopes of obtaining the conch and the invaluable pearl within it utterly futile. Lin Yang's mind raced, contemplating various strategies to lay claim to the conch. Yet every thought proved unviable. Was he to merely watch as a fortune of 1 million slipped through his fingers, destined for another's pocket? The frustration was palpable, a deep-seated unwillingness to accept that a mere moment's delay had cost him the opportunity. Had he arrived just 1 minute sooner, that conch, harboring a mellow pearl worth over 1 million, would have been his. Chapter 8. Interrupted by an old man. Wait, don't kill it just yet. The proprietor was poised to dispatch the coconut snail when suddenly the old man called out, "Let me have a whiff." The owner furrowed his brow slightly. "Sir, this snail is perfectly fine, remarkably fresh. Its tentacles are still moving. I can tell by just a sniff," the old man insisted stubbornly. With no other recourse, the owner reluctantly cradled the coconut snail, which was nearly the size of a basin, and presented it to him. The old man leaned in, inhaling deeply twice. "This snail has a scent. It's not fresh. I shall not take it. Refund my money," Lin Yang observed as the old man had completed his payment, and the proprietor was preparing to kill the snail. He had mentally resolved to abandon his intentions of leaving. However, at that moment, the old man suddenly decided against the purchase and demanded a refund. Anticipation stiret within Lin Yang. While he wished for the proprietor to return the money immediately, he refrained from acting impulsively. Premature intervention before the old man and the owner had clarified the ownership of the coconut snail would undoubtedly draw attention from those who might be suspicious. If anyone discerned his intentions, acquiring the coconut snail would become exceedingly difficult. Thus, he opted to remain on the sidelines, waiting to see how the ownership of the snail would be settled. The owner, seeing the old man's resolute demeanor and unwavering certainty, had no choice but to bring the coconut snail to his own nose and inhale deeply. To his dismay, he detected a faint odor. This scent was subtle, imperceptible to those without a keen sense of smell. After years in the seafood business, he understood that the snail had only recently perished, not more than 5 minutes prior. He recalled that the old man had entered the shop the moment it opened, fixating on the last coconut snail. After much deliberation and haggling, he had finally purchased it, only to now seek a refund under the pretense of its lack of freshness. It became evident what the old man was truly after. He was merely biding his time to acquire the snail at a lower price. Such occurrences were not novel. He had encountered them numerous times before. Those who engaged in such tactics often possessed a thick skin, leaving one powerless in the face of their audacity. Usually, there were only two options: sell at a loss or retain the item. However, due to the nature of seafood, once deceased, it would spoil rapidly. Selling it at a reduced price might recoup some funds, but keeping it would result in a total loss. With a resigned sigh, the owner accepted his misfortune. "How about this? I'll give you a 50% discount and throw in a zero, charging you $780. Consuming spoiled seafood could lead to illness. And while the shell was still decent, perhaps he could sell it for 50 yuan. The shell could serve as a decorative piece, and the meat, once cooked, could be fed to a cat." Upon hearing this, the owner's expression immediately soured. He had already been prepared to incur a loss at half price. Yet this old man had the audacity to propose purchasing a coconut snail valued at over 1,000 yuan for a mere 50. However, even in the face of unpleasantness, one cannot dismiss customers hastily. Thus, he spoke with a measured tone. "Old man, that price is simply unacceptable. If you truly desire it, I can concede a bit more and offer it to you for 700. I can only go as high as 50. Sell it if you wish. If not, then so be it." "Very well. Since you insist, I shall issue you a refund." The proprietor promptly processed the return of 1,580 yuan. "How can you conduct business in such a manner, selling dead seafood at such exorbitant prices?" The elderly gentleman, upon receiving the refund, grew increasingly irate and began to cause a ruckus in the store. "You old fool, wasn't it you who deliberately let that conch die? If you cannot afford it, then do not eat it. What sort of nonsense is this? Do you not fear that your misdeeds will bring calamity upon your descendants? How dare you speak to me like that? I will lodge a complaint against you. You insolent wretch, do you think I am easy to bully? Today, I shall end you." The proprietor brandished a kitchen knife, leaping from behind the counter. His fierce gaze sent chills down the spines of those selecting seafood, causing them to scatter in fear of being caught in the fray. The old man stood frozen in terror, unable to move. The plump proprietress, noticing the escalating conflict, also emerged from behind the counter and seized the knife from her husband's grasp. "Darling, calm down. If you kill him, you will end up in prison. Is it worth it to get angry with someone like him? Just wait. I will go home and file a complaint against you." With newfound bravado, the old man, now fearful of being harmed, quickly slipped away and disappeared into the crowd. Goodness, over the years of running this business, I've encountered many odd characters, but this one is truly a first. After the old man fled, the proprietor continued to rant. It took several soothing words from his wife before he gradually calmed down. Lin Yang had been intently observing the conch, and now that its fate had been determined, he approached the counter. "Boss, how much for this conch?" "I shall take it." "Are you certain you want it? That old fool caused its demise, but it hasn't been dead long, and it will taste just as good as a live one. Normally, it would sell for half price, but I can give you a discount. How about 700? "Very well," Lin Yang replied, promptly scanning his phone to make the payment. "Wait a moment, young man. Seeing how decisive you are, I shall gift you this conch. If only everyone were as straightforward as you, we wouldn't have had that earlier debacle. No need, a price is a price." Lin Yang insisted on paying, recognizing the importance of not being tempted by a bargain. Now that he had paid, the conch was rightfully his. Had he accepted it for free and later found a pearl within, the owner could justifiably reclaim it. In such a scenario, he would be left with nothing. His skepticism was not directed at the proprietor, but rather at human nature. When it comes to matters of hundreds or thousands, one might exclaim how fortunate another is. However, when it involves millions, how many can resist such temptation? Thus, settling the monetary exchange, clearly, is the wisest course to avoid future disputes. The youth are refreshingly straightforward. In the future, whenever you purchase seafood from my shop, I shall grant you a 20% discount, the proprietor declared, swiftly turning to the preparation area to attend to the coconut snail. His technique was impressively adept. He cradled the sides of the coconut snail and struck the pointed end against the countertop. With each deliberate motion, the succulent flesh of the snail oozed forth from its shell, reminiscent of toothpaste being squeezed from its tube. Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Although he had indeed purchased the coconut snail, he couldn't shake the concern that the proprietor might harbor ulterior motives should the prized meat inside be revealed. While it may ultimately end up in his possession, the ensuing complications were inevitable. He hurriedly interjected, "Wait, please refrain from preparing it. I shall handle it myself at home." The young man replied, "Oh, it's no trouble at all. Our store includes the preparation of seafood as part of the service. You can simply take it home and manage it there." As he spoke, he placed the coconut snail back on the counter, pressing down on the shell with one hand while forcefully tugging at the exposed flesh with the other. In a swift motion, a whole piece of snail meat was extracted from a shell. Clatter! Simultaneously, a bead the size of a quail egg, glistening in a vibrant orange hue, was dislodged and fell onto the countertop. Chapter 9. I am your classmate, lo and behold. Within this conch lies a pearl, large and perfectly round. Upon noticing the exquisite pearl, the proprietor examined it briefly before rinsing it under the tap and handing it over to Lin Yang. "Young man, you are indeed fortunate. There's a pearl inside." Lin Yang's heart finally settled as he held the pearl in his hand, relieved that the owner did not recognize its true value, mistaking it for merely a more aesthetically pleasing pearl. Had he known, the acquisition might not have been so seamless. The owner turned back to continue processing the conch meat. Chuckling, such a large, round, and lustrous pearl is worth at least 1,000, akin to feasting on a coconut conch and still making a profit. Lin Yang smiled in acknowledgement, wishing only for the proprietor to expedite the preparation so he could depart with his prize. After the troublesome old man exited the shop, numerous customers returned to select seafood, including several new patrons. Many had witnessed the discovery of the pearl within the coconut conch. They collectively expressed their admiration for Lin Yang's fortune, their envy evident in their gazes. Had I known there was a pearl inside that conch, I would have purchased it long ago. I have always wanted to taste coconut conch, but the price was simply too steep. Others remarked on the young man's luck, noting that had it not been for the previous disruption, the pearl would not have found its way into his hands. What is destined to be yours will find a way. What is not meant for you cannot be forced. However, the irate old man had not strayed far from the shop. Upon hearing of the exquisite pearl's revelation, his face flushed with rage. Damn it, after all my trouble, it ended up benefiting him. Lin Yang chuckled at the surrounding chatter, pondering how these individuals would react if they knew that the pearl he had was a mellow pearl rather than an ordinary one. The value of a mellow pearl and a common pearl is world apart. Since the advent of cultivation, the price of pearls has plummeted. In contrast, mellow pearls are exceedingly rare, with those of superior quality commanding significantly higher prices. The one in Lin Yang's possession is worth well over $1 million. The mellow pearl felt smooth in his hand, akin to holding a glass marble, yet the texture was entirely different. The size of a quail egg, it felt substantial and reassuring in his grip. Lin Yang inspected the pearl closely against the light, ensuring there were no imperfections before securely stowing it away. Young man, that pearl you just acquired is quite remarkable. Would you consider selling it to me? A middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, making a purchasing inquiry as he awaited the proprietor's processing of the conch meat. Not at all, Lin Yang replied succinctly, refusing outright. The middle-aged gentleman, clad in a Zhongshan suit with tailored trousers, his hair meticulously combed and spectacles perched on his nose, exuded an air of erudition. Lin Yang surmised that he had likely recognized the mellow pearl, and upon observing Lin Yang's youth and lack of exuberance upon acquiring it, assumed that he, like the proprietor, regarded it merely as a common pearl. Thus, he sought to purchase it at a low price for a substantial gain. Good sir, do not hastily decline. My wife has a penchant for pearls, and ordinarily, such specimens are valued at no more than 1,000 yuan each. I am willing to offer 2,000. What do you say? Not for sale, Lin Yang retorted, unwilling to engage further with such a person. Had he truly been naive, he would have certainly fallen for the trick regarding the melee pearl. Why must you be so ungrateful? If it were not for my wife's fondness, I would not waste my breath on you. Individuals of your lowly station are insatiably greedy. I am offering double the price, yet you remain unsatisfied. Since you claim that pearls of this quality are worth only 1,000, why then do you offer twice that for mine? Is your money simply excessive? You. The middle-aged man was rendered speechless by Lin Yang's retort and glared at him fiercely. By heavens, it is indeed a melee pearl. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd. Following the sound, they beheld a young man in his 20s, eyes wide, transfixed on his phone screen. It turned out that the gem extracted from the conch was not a pearl at all, but a melee pearl, which has a mere 1 in 50,000 chance of occurrence. What extraordinary luck! Goodness! The shopkeeper smacked his forehead. How could I have forgotten? It is undoubtedly a melee pearl. The price disparity between melee pearls and ordinary pearls is tremendous. A single melee pearl may well surpass an entire card of pearls in value. Young man, thank heavens you did not sell it to him for 2,000, or you would have suffered a significant loss. The term melee pearl was unfamiliar to many present. Witnessing the shopkeeper's astonishment, declaring that an entire card of pearls could not equate to a single melee pearl, they quickly retrieved their phones to search the term. My word, there was once one that fetched over 10 million at auction. A carat valued at over $20,000, several times that of diamonds. A treasure once reserved solely for royalty. No wonder it commands such a price. Young man, your luck is extraordinary. Had I known there was a melee pearl inside, I would have purchased that conch shell myself. As the crowd comprehended the value of the melee pearl, they soon grasped the middle-aged man's motive for offering 2,000, directing scornful glances his way. How despicable, attempting to deceive that young lad. At his age, preying upon a child is rather base. Fortunately, the young man had not been fooled. Otherwise, regret would have been futile. The middle-aged man, now the subject of disdainful stares, felt his face burn with shame and hastily retreated into the crowd, disappearing from sight. At this moment, the conch meat had been prepared. Lin Yang, clutching a bag of conch meat, hastened to leave at an even swifter pace than before. As he walked through the market, he realized that within mere minutes, the events at the seafood shop had spread throughout the entire marketplace. Have you seen the messages? Xiao Chong delivered a conch that yielded a melee pearl. They say it's worth at least several 100,000. Of course I know. I was there watching the excitement unfold. At first, everyone thought it was a pearl, and there was even a bid of 2,000. Thankfully, that young man did not sell. If it were me, I would have sold it immediately. If I may express my thoughts, the young man had undoubtedly recognized Milazo earlier, yet he chose to remain discreet and refrain from voicing it. If that were indeed the case, his composure at such a tender age is quite impressive. Each time Lin Yang encountered such remarks, he felt the weight of their gazes upon him, compelling him to quicken his pace. Suddenly, a forceful blow struck his chest, akin to a hammer colliding with his torso. "Hey, are you not watching where you're going? I apologize." Lin Yang momentarily stood in shock before grasping the situation. In his haste, he had failed to notice a girl with long hair and had collided with her, her head meeting his chest. "Ouch," the girl gasped, rubbing her forehead, and with a hint of annoyance remarked, "Never mind, just be more careful next time." "Thank you," Lin Yang replied, feeling remorseful as he sidestepped her and continued on his way. "Lin Yang, is it you?" Upon turning back, he saw the girl he had just bumped into calling out to him. She possessed a delicate visage, with fair and smooth skin, her long black hair cascading down, dressed in a pink sports outfit that radiated youthful vibrance. Lin Yang searched his memory, but could not recall such a beauty. Yet, if he did not recognize her, how could she possibly know his name? "Who are you?" "It's Chen Qingqing, your desk mate from middle school. Don't you remember?" "Chen Qingqing?" "Today." The system had provided information regarding her, indicating that engaging with her could trigger a critical hit, yielding valuable intel. Initially pondering her identity, he was surprised to encounter her now. Although he had little recollection of her, her mention of their middle school connection sparked a memory. As far as he recalled, she had only been his classmate for one semester before transferring, and he had not seen her since. It was astonishing that nearly a decade later, she still remembered him. "So it's you. I didn't realize how beautiful you've become," he exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Ha, you haven't changed much yourself. You're still as handsome as before." Chapter 10. The trigger of critical information. Isn't he the young man who acquired the mellow pearl? As Lin Yang paused to engage in conversation with Chen Qingqing, he was promptly recognized by the surrounding passersby. Upon hearing the mention of the mellow pearl, they cast envious glances in his direction. "Look, he even has conch meat in his hand. It must be him." Indeed, there is no mistaking it. This young man is extraordinarily fortunate. You wouldn't believe it. An elderly gentleman had originally intended to purchase that coconut snail, but found it too pricey and declined. If he only knew that within the shell lay a mellow pearl worth millions, he would surely be beside himself with regret. As more individuals became aware of the mellow pearl, coupled with people's innate curiosity for excitement, Lin Yang soon found himself encircled by a throng. Chen Qingqing surveyed the area and noticed an increasing number of people approaching, prompting her to suggest this is not a suitable place for conversation. "Why don't we go to my home? It's just a Binhai Bay." "Sounds good," Lin Yang replied. The system had dispatched information indicating that engaging with Chen Qingqing could trigger a critical event, yielding high-value intel. However, despite their prolonged interaction, the system had yet to respond. Lin Yang was eager to investigate the reason behind this anomaly. Furthermore, Chen Qingqing's invitation to her residence surely indicated some pressing matter, for it was unlikely that a classmate, with whom he had not been in contact for nearly a decade, would extend such an invitation. Chen Qingqing led Lin Yang to the parking lot, heading directly towards a white Porsche. "Get in. I need to discuss something with you at my place," she stated, slipping into the car. Lin Yang took his seat in the passenger side. "The room." Chen Qingqing accelerated out of the parking lot and glanced towards the riverbank. Binhai Bay represented the pinnacle of luxury in Star City, boasting an enviable location and sprawling riverfront flats, each no less than 500 square meters, with prices starting at a staggering 20 million yuan per unit. Lin Yang could hardly fathom that nestled among his peers from that small county town was a concealed, affluent individual. Binhai Bay was a mere few minutes' drive from the Binhai market. Before long, they arrived at the community and parked. Lin Yang curiously observed the surroundings, taking in the community's ambience. The underground parking lot was bright and airy, in stark contrast to typical dimly lit residential garages. The walls were adorned with large slabs of marble, and astonishingly, the entire parking area featured a suspended ceiling. The opulence of the parking lot's design surpassed that of many homes. Upon exiting the vehicle, they hardly took a few steps before encountering a facial recognition-enabled elevator, which automatically stopped at the corresponding floor of the resident's home. Stepping inside, they were greeted by a spacious layout that exuded a sense of openness. The soaring ceiling complemented by a dazzling crystal chandelier. The expansive living room seamlessly connected to the dining area, its dimensions eclipsing that of an entire average household. Underfoot lay meticulously selected premium natural marble flooring, each piece boasting a unique vein, akin to exquisite artwork gifted by nature. As he stepped further inside, he was captivated by the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that dominated the wall on the riverside, offering a breathtaking view of the river landscape. Instantly, a sense of clarity and refreshment washed over him, as if his horizons had been dramatically broadened. Truly, this was a luxurious abode that exuded comfort. In stark contrast, he recalled his own rental apartment, low-floored, dilapidated, and permeated by a musty, decaying odor. The difference was akin to that between heaven and hell. Lin Yang silently vowed that one day he would reside in such a splendid mansion. "Let us take a moment to relax on the sofa, shall we? Would you like something to drink?" he inquired. "Just water will suffice." Chun Xingqing nodded before turning to fetch a bottle. "Moments latte." She returned and handed him a bottle of mineral water. As Lin Yang accepted it, his fingers inadvertently brushed against hers. At that moment, a system panel materialized before his eyes. Contact with an intelligence operative has triggered a critical hit, rewarding a piece of high-value intelligence. Rewarded intelligence. In 2 weeks, a renovation plan for Jinling Community will be announced. Purchasing property in Jinling Community beforehand will yield tenfold compensation upon demolition. Lin Yang was taken aback. It turned out that contact with intelligence figures could trigger critical hits simply through skin contact. He had previously pondered this for quite some time, only to discover how straightforward it was. Indeed, high-value intelligence was markedly superior, far exceeding the worth of daily intelligence updates. The prospect of multiplying one's assets tenfold was nothing short of extraordinary, and the timeline was merely 2 weeks away. As Lin Yang understood, Jinling Community was colloquially referred to as an old, dilapidated neighborhood, with properties priced relatively low, around 500,000 for a 100 square meter unit. Tenfold compensation implied that one could receive 5 million in demolition fees for a single apartment. If he managed to purchase a property before the demolition announcement, he could secure these substantial funds. Moreover, Xingqing did not impose purchase restrictions. As long as one had the means, an individual could acquire multiple units. Becoming a billionaire through demolition compensation was not an impossibility. However, the pressing issue was that he currently possessed only over 300,000, insufficient even for a single property, let alone multiple units to yield substantial compensation. Although he had a Mailizu worth over 1 million, there were no avenues for sale. Without buyers, it was no different from possessing an ordinary bead. With merely half a month remaining, he needed to not only amass funds but also to purchase properties, sign contracts, and complete procedures, all within an incredibly tight time frame. Once the demolition news was released, the opportunity to purchase homes would vanish. Lin Yang shook his head, regardless of his circumstances. He had to expedite his efforts to acquire funds in the coming days. Opportunities that could multiply wealth tenfold were rare and must not be missed. Once he secured the compensation, he could finally return home for a visit. A fortune in the millions would certainly mark a significant achievement. At that moment, he noticed a change in the panel again, displaying a new message. In-depth contact with an intelligence operative will trigger another critical hit, guaranteeing a piece of high-value intelligence. The prospect that a single intelligence figure could trigger successive critical hits was astonishing. The previous contact required mere skin contact. What, then, constituted in-depth contact? Lin Yang hesitated to entertain the thought, suspecting that such contact would not be so easily activated. A cough from Chun Xingqing snapped him back to reality. "I perceive that you have summoned me for a purpose. I am curious as to what assistance you require. I have heard that when you procured the conch, you acquired a magnificent mellow pearl, and I wish to purchase it as a birthday gift for my grandmother, with the price left to your discretion." "What?" Just as Lin Yang was pondering how to part with the mellow pearl, Chen Qingqing expressed her desire to buy it. It is indeed serendipitous, akin to receiving a pillow when one is drowsy. He retrieved the mellow pearl from his pocket and handed it to Chen Qingqing, stating, "I am not well versed in its value. Please assess its market worth and offer accordingly." Wow, what a sizable mellow pearl. The patterns adorning it are exquisite, and its condition is remarkable. I estimate it to be worth no less than 1.5 million. Then let us agree upon 1.5 million. Lin Yang did not hesitate to accept this price. Initially, he believed the pearl to be valued at most at 1 million, yet Chen Qingqing's offer of 1.5 million far exceeded his expectations. It appears that her desire is genuine, as she would not propose such a lofty sum without intent. With this 1.5 million, he could acquire 3 properties before the impending demolition, subsequently receiving 15 million in compensation. 15 million, an amount beyond the wildest dreams of many. However, for someone with a system like his, this figure is merely the beginning. Chapter 11. The Haunted House Buzz. Star City Bank. Your Union Pay card ending in 4806 received a deposit of 1,500,000 yuan on March 16th at 10:39, with a balance of 1,820,968. 7 yuan. After negotiating the price, Chen Qingqing promptly transferred 1.5 million yuan to Lin Yang. Upon witnessing the balance in his account, Lin Yang felt as though he were in a dream. A single piece of intelligence had enabled him to earn 1.5 million yuan with merely a 700 yuan investment. Such a scenario was previously unimaginable. With his prior earnings from labor, he would never have considered spending hundreds or even thousands on a single conch shell. Even when presented with a coconut shell containing a rare Milozu, it would have remained beyond his reach. It was the daily intelligence system that unveiled boundless possibilities. Regaining his composure, Lin Yang expressed his gratitude to Chen Qingqing. "I owe you my thanks today. Without your assistance, this Milozu would remain invaluable yet unsellable in my possession." "Why thank me? You are unaware of the rarity of the Milozu. There are only about 200 in existence worldwide. I should be the one thanking you for agreeing to sell it to me." "All right, it's getting late. I should be heading back now. The cook will be arriving shortly. Why not stay for lunch before you leave?" "No, I have other matters to attend to. I shall treat you to a meal when I have the time." "Very well, let us keep in touch then." After exchanging polite remarks, Lin Yang eagerly departed from Chen Qingqing's residence, with the announcement of demolition plans for Jinling community to be revealed in half a month. Purchasing property there would yield tenfold compensation. Acquiring a house is a complex process distinctly different from other transactions, requiring considerable time. A mere fortnight was insufficient. Thus, every moment counted. After leaving Binhai Bay community, Lin Yang immediately hailed a cab to return to the community in search of property to purchase. With only 2 weeks left, searching for a property independently would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, and success was not guaranteed. Although real estate agents charge fees, sometimes one must pay for what is necessary. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Lin Yang headed straight to the real estate agency, Lin Yang. The moment he stepped inside, a young woman clad in a sleek black business suit approached him. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you today? I am looking to buy a property in Jinling community. Do you have any available listings?" "Yes, certainly. We have several options. You may call me Shaoli. Please feel free to share your requirements, and I will recommend suitable properties for you." Upon hearing Lin Yang's interest in purchasing a property in Jinling community, Shaoli's smile transformed into one of genuine enthusiasm. Jinling community, an aged neighborhood with a history of 30 years, suffers from outdated planning and disorganized management, compounded by the dilapidated state of its buildings, making it an unappealing choice for buyers. Although numerous listings exist, only a couple of transactions occur annually. Due to its challenging marketability, the commission fees for agents are significantly higher than for more desirable properties, typically 0.5 for well-selling neighborhoods, while Jinling community charges 1.5. With someone actively seeking to buy in Jinling community, her spirits were undoubtedly lifted. "Kindly introduce me to several available properties, and I shall select one that meets my satisfaction." "Of course. Please hold on for a moment." Shaoli moved a chair to allow Lin Yang to be seated. then brought a bottle of water before retrieving the property documents. Lin Yang twisted off the cap and took a sip, immediately wrinkling his brow. Previously, he had not noticed the taste of this brand of water, but after having savored a premium bottled water at Qing's home, priced 30 times that of ordinary bottled water, he instantly recognized the disparity. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Wealthy individuals are not foolish. They spend more for enhanced experiences. If a single bottle of water can exhibit such a difference, one can only imagine the variations in other aspects of life. In the past, Lin Yang's aspirations included purchasing a car and constructing a small villa for his family, wishing to bring them honor. Now, these ambitions seemed easily attainable, and he had set his sights even higher, aspiring to become affluent and live a life of distinction. Sir, I have gathered all the information regarding the properties in Jinling community for you, Xiaoli said, placing a folder in front of Lin Yang and then seating herself beside him. There are a total of 10 properties, with prices ranging from 180,000 to 500,000. Please have a look. Lin Yang opened the folder, which contained detailed information and photographs of the properties. He was not particularly interested in the visual appeal, focusing instead on the area and price. He noticed a 100 square meter unit on the 4th floor of Building 3 priced at only 180,000. Normally, such a property should be valued at around 500,000. His curiosity piqued. He inquired, "Why is this property so inexpensive?" Xiaoli hesitated briefly before explaining, "To be candid, this property is a haunted house. A murder case occurred here over a decade ago, and it became quite notorious. Longtime residents of the community are aware of it. The owner's son has been trying to sell it for 5 or 6 years now. But as soon as people hear it's a haunted house, they shake their heads, leading to a continual decrease in price." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang felt a surge of delight. After all, he had no intention of residing there. He merely aimed to purchase it for compensation upon demolition. Whether it was haunted or not was of no consequence to him. A property valued at 500,000 now available for 180,000 was an exceptional bargain. Furthermore, after the demolition plan was announced in half a month, he could expect tenfold compensation, amounting to 5 million. Lin Yang mentally noted this property, preparing to acquire it. Currently, he possessed over 1.8 million. With the haunted house priced at 180,000, he would have over 1.6 million remaining, allowing him to select 3 additional properties at an average price of 500,000 each. As he perused the documents, he focused solely on the area and price, disregarding the condition, prioritizing affordability. "I am interested in this one, as well as these 2. Is there any possibility for a discount on the prices? If you're sincere in your intentions, we can negotiate with the owner. I can contact them right now," Xiaoli replied, feeling puzzled by Lin Yang's choices. Why did he select the most dilapidated properties when the other, better decorated options were clearly more suitable for living? Was he perhaps considering them for investment? She shook her head. In the urban village area, property rights were complex, and it seemed unlikely that an investor would be interested. Observing his youth and foreign accent, she surmised he might be limited by insufficient funds, thus opting for the cheaper options. Xiaoli took out her phone and began dialing the numbers of the homeowners of the 4 properties that Lin Yang had shown interest in. After approximately 10 minutes, she hung up, her excitement palpable. "Sir, several homeowners, upon hearing that someone is interested in their houses, have decided to come and speak with you in person. Please wait a moment. They will arrive shortly." About 10 minutes later, a woman who appeared to be in her 40s or 50s walked in. "I heard someone is interested in my house. Who is it?" "It's me. I am quite taken with your property, but I am uncertain about the price and whether there is room for negotiation. If the price is right, I can sign a contract immediately." Upon hearing this, the woman replied promptly, "Young man, you must be aware of how low my asking price is. If I go any lower, I would incur significant losses, and then I would have to keep it for myself. Madam, I truly wish to purchase your house, but it is not only in need of renovations. There's also a leak on one side of the balcony. The asking price is still a bit high. If you cannot lower it further, I will have to explore other options." As Lin Yang finished speaking, 2 middle-aged men entered the room. They seemed quite familiar with Xiaoli and approached her immediately. "We heard someone is interested in our old house. Who is it?" Xiaoli quickly introduced them. Uncle Wang, Uncle Lu, it is Mr. Lin Yang who is interested in your properties. He called you here to see if there is any possibility of a better price. The two men nodded and glanced over at Lin Yang. Young man, I won't beat around the bush. If you can pay immediately, I can offer a discount of 50,000. What? 50,000? Old Wang, that's not how you do it. You can negotiate a small concession. But how can you cut your own price so drastically? This will complicate our future sales. Chapter 12. Who benefits uncertainly upon hearing this? Old Wang furrowed his brow, silently reflecting, what does it matter to me whether you can sell or not? Does your situation hold more significance than Yo-Yo's? She has clearly stated that as long as I ensure her victory in the evening's PK against other streamers, she will become my girlfriend. Lin Yang was equally astonished when Old Wang mentioned a 5,000 discount for immediate payment. To be candid, in a dilapidated area like Jinling community, characterized by poor living conditions and a mixed populace, selling properties is indeed a daunting task. Consequently, the prices listed by agents are typically modest. One might even say alarmingly low. A property priced at 500,000, inclusive of agency fees, with an additional 5,000 reduction, would be a tremendous bargain if acquired. However, Lin Yang's ambitions extended beyond just this single property. Following the announcement of Jinling Community's demolition, which would yield a tenfold compensation for the property value, it was evident that acquiring as many units as possible would be beneficial. Regrettably, he currently possessed only a little over 1,800,000. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly purchased all 10 properties on sale. His plan was to maximize his initial investment by acquiring several properties and subsequently procure the remainder after earning more funds in the following days. Such an opportunity to amplify one's assets tenfold in merely a fortnight is exceedingly rare. Noticing Lin Yang's hesitation, Old Wang's frown deepened. If he failed to secure funds today, Yo-Yo would not become his girlfriend after her PK loss. Yet, even at this already low price, further reductions would diminish his profit significantly. Just then, a notification buzzed. Brother Wang, I'm going to PK tonight, and you must ensure my victory, accompanied by a photo of a long-haired beauty pouting and squinting. It was a captivating image. Upon seeing it, Old Wang felt invigorated, his resolve strengthening. He promptly replied, Rest assured, Yo-Yo, I will guarantee your win. Turning to Lin Yang, he declared, If you could transfer the funds immediately, I will lower the price by another 5,000. Lin Yang was taken aback. The price was already exceedingly favorable. Yet Old Wang had further reduced it. This could only imply one thing. He was in dire need of money, as no one would willingly lower their price otherwise. No problem. I will transfer the funds after we sign the contract. Wait a moment. Young man, why not take a look at my property first? The woman, along with Old Lu, who had just entered, noticed Lin Yang's intent to purchase from Old Wang and immediately grew anxious. I see you're genuinely interested, and I can offer you a similar discount as Old Wang. Me too. My property is in a better location, and buying from me is a guaranteed profit. Are you certain? Absolutely. Lin Yang had initially thought he could negotiate a slight reduction, but to his surprise, these individuals were offering substantial discounts. While he recognized Old Wang's urgent need for funds, it appeared that the woman and Old Lu were not in a similar predicament. What compelled them to hasten their sales? Regardless of their reasons for selling at such low prices, the ultimate beneficiary would undoubtedly be himself. Very well. I shall acquire all 3 houses from you. Xiaoli, please prepare the contracts promptly. What? Xiaoli could hardly believe his ears. Houses in Jinling community had languished on the market for years without a single sale. Yet, Lin Yang intended to purchase 3 in one breath. The commission he would earn was indeed substantial, a remarkable stroke of fortune. Brother Lin, please wait a moment. I will prepare the contracts right away. Xiaoli hurriedly exited, returning shortly with fruits, sunflower seeds, and beverages laid out on the table. Brother Lin, preparing the contracts takes some time. Please enjoy some refreshments in the meantime. Lin Yang smiled, noting that while Xiao Li's initial demeanor had been satisfactory, it was now a world apart from the current enthusiasm. After approximately half an hour, Xiao Li returned with 3 copies of the purchase agreements for both parties to sign. Old Wang's house was priced at 400,000, the elder sister's at 380,000, and old Lou's also at 380,000, totaling 160,000 for the three properties. Additionally, the house that had previously been the scene of homicide was priced at 180,000, meaning Lin Yang's total expenditure for 4 homes amounted to only 340,000. This left him with an excess of over 500,000, sufficient to acquire yet another property. Initially planning to spend a maximum of 800,000 for 4 homes, he could now secure 5. When the time for redevelopment came, the compensation could yield several million more. Such a rapid pace of profit was astonishing. Both Old Wang and the elder sister signed the contracts without hesitation, but Old Wang hesitated as he prepared to sign. Xiao Li, puzzled, inquired, "Uncle Lu, why the delay? Is there a problem?" "This is strange. Our community's houses are dilapidated and lack access to quality school districts, rendering them nearly worthless. Why would you purchase so many at once? Surely, you must have insider knowledge about an impending redevelopment." "I am merely an outsider seeking to invest in a guest house," Lin Yang replied, surprised by old Lu's astuteness, as he connected Lin Yang's multiple purchases with the prospect of redevelopment. If the word got out, his chances of acquiring additional properties would vanish. "Old Lu, you know as well as I do, the direction of development in Xingqing is to the south. Our northern area is of no concern. Indeed, I can assure you that our community will not undergo redevelopment for the next 30 years. Old Lu nodded at this, precisely. The community just completed exterior renovations last month. If redevelopment were on the horizon, why would they invest in such improvements? He signed the contract and pressed a seal. At that moment, Lin Yang's anxiety finally subsided. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Old Wang and the elder sister. Had they not persuaded Old Lu, he might not have signed so easily, leading to potential complications. He cast appreciative glances toward them. Meanwhile, Xiao Li breathed a sigh of relief. The contracts being signed meant her commission was imminent. It was rare to sell 3 second-hand homes in a single transaction, prompting her to exhibit considerable enthusiasm. "Brother Lin, once you make the payment, you can proceed with the transfer formalities tomorrow morning, and these 3 houses will truly belong to you." "Absolutely." Lin Yang collected their bank account numbers and promptly transferred the entire purchase amount. After receiving the payment, Old Wang, Old Lu, and the eldest sister left the real estate agency with beaming smiles. At long last, that dilapidated house has been sold. In recent years, property prices have plummeted, and this particular house had been on the market for 4 to 5 years, with its value consistently declining. I had almost resigned myself to holding on to it indefinitely, but unexpectedly, I encountered an unsuspecting buyer today. When we initially purchased it, the price was merely a few hundred per square meter. Selling it at any price would not result in a loss, albeit a modest profit. My nephew works at the Planning Bureau, and he mentioned that there will be no development in our area for the next decade or so. Rather than allowing it to languish in my possession, it is far wiser to sell it at a low price. Converting it into liquid assets brings a sense of security. Indeed, cash is the most tangible asset. Chapter 13. The Secrets of Mall Lotteries. Xiao Li. Please reach out to the owner of that property once more and see if there is any possibility for a price reduction. What? Lin Yang, you're still looking to buy? Xiao Lin could hardly believe it. Lin Yang had already acquired 3 properties and was now contemplating yet another purchase. It was astonishing that someone of similar age, perhaps even younger, could muster over $1,000,000 for real estate. The disparity was truly disheartening. However, the more Lin Yang bought, the greater her commission would be, which brought her immense joy. She promptly followed the request and continued her phone calls. The prices for the 3 properties Lin Yang had purchased were surprisingly lower than anticipated, leaving him with over 700,000 yuan. After settling the payment for the haunted house, there would still be sufficient funds for another property. Although there remained 2 weeks before the announcement of the demolition, one could not dismiss the possibility of someone with insider knowledge getting wind of it beforehand. It was prudent to acquire as many properties as possible with available funds. Let someone else swoop in and seize the opportunity. While waiting, the owner of the haunted house arrived. He was the son of the man involved in the murder case and typically resided elsewhere, which accounted for his tardiness. His offered price was indeed remarkably low, leaving little room for negotiation. Comparable properties in terms of renovation and area were valued at 500,000 yuan, yet he proposed only 180,000. Ultimately, the property was sold for 180,000 yuan. Additionally, another property was transacted for 400,000 yuan. By the end of the afternoon, Lin Yang had successfully acquired 5 dilapidated units, totaling an expenditure of 174 million yuan, leaving his account with a mere 130,000 yuan. His earnings were swift, but his expenditures were even swifter. Nonetheless, in just half a month, the 5 properties he purchased would yield a demolition compensation worth 10 times their current value. This meant that, even without any further action, he would become a millionaire, with assets surpassing 10 million yuan. The Jingling community had 10 second-hand properties available for sale, of which he had secured 5. Although he yearned for the remaining 5, his funds were insufficient. He could only hope that tomorrow's intel would provide him with a lucrative opportunity to acquire the rest. Having completed the purchases and signed the contracts, it was already past 6 in the evening. Lin Yang recalled that at Dayue City, spending 688 yuan could grant him a chance to win an electric vehicle valued at 60,000 yuan. He departed from the real estate agency, intending to hail a cab outside to head to Dayue City. While 60,000 yuan was not an exorbitant sum, every bit counted. While waiting for a taxi, he encountered Qin Ziyuan, who was returning home from work. From a distance, Qin called out, "Lin Yang, thanks to your reminder, I avoided recharging at Miracle Fitness yesterday." You wouldn't believe it. They closed up shop and fled overnight after business hours, leaving many eager customers duped. Lin Yang smiled. "I'm glad you weren't scammed. Let me treat you to dinner tonight as a thank you." "No, I have other commitments today. By the way, I'll be moving in a few days, and then I'll treat you. You must have received a promotion and raise." Qin Ziyuan had been Lin Yang's roommate for several years and was well aware of their financial circumstances, which only allowed them to reside in a modest community like Jingling. Lin Yang's sudden decision to move could only indicate an upgrade to a better living situation due to career advancement. His eyes were filled with envy. "I have long had my fill of this wretched place. The environment is poor, and it is far from my workplace. I hope that one day I too can leave this place behind. With diligent effort, that day will surely arrive." After exchanging a few more words, Lin Yang hailed a taxi to Dayue City. Dayue City is not in the same direction as Jingling community, and the ride took over an hour. Arriving just before 8 o'clock, Lin Yang made his way directly to the 4th floor of a shopping center, where he entered a seafood buffet restaurant named Dayu Haidang. The dinner price was 688 per person, which was just enough to meet the threshold for the lucky draw. This was a trendy restaurant that he had frequently encountered online and had long desired to visit, but had hesitated due to the steep prices. Now that he was financially comfortable and in the vicinity, it was the perfect opportunity to try it out. The establishment nearly occupied the entire floor of the mall, boasting upscale decor and enthusiastic service, with a wide variety of seafood. Additionally, coinciding with an anniversary celebration, the owner personally attended to host the bluefin tuna cutting show. To Lin Yang's surprise, the restaurant's owner was none other than Chen Qingqing. Today, she wore a sleek black professional suit and high-heeled shoes, which accentuated her tall figure. Coupled with her polished makeup, she exuded an air of sophistication. As she took the stage, she captured the attention of the entire audience. "She is the owner? Truly impressive. She is stunning. Just a moment ago, I thought she was a celebrity. To establish such a large-scale restaurant at such a young age, her background must be extraordinary." Lin Yang wholeheartedly agreed with the sentiments expressed by those around him. He pondered the nature of Chen Qingqing's family background. The rent for a storefront in a mall easily exceeds $1 million annually. Leasing an entire floor would likely cost several tens of millions. Moreover, there are operational costs and labor to consider. Lin Yang surmised that charging 688 per person would likely result in a loss. After the bluefin tuna cutting show concluded, patrons enjoyed their meals. Following a brief greeting, Chen Qingqing was enveloped by a group of people as she entered a private room. Lin Yang returned to his thoughts, consumed some food, and departed the restaurant at 8:40, heading to the mall atrium for the lucky draw. Upon his arrival, he was met with a bustling crowd. A circular stage stood at the center, surrounded by eager customers. On the stage were a small electric vehicle and various small appliances, including LCD televisions and ovens as prizes. Additionally, there was a host with a non-transparent box in front of her, containing cards printed with various prizes. Each card could be drawn once for every 688 yuan spent in the mall. A long queue formed behind a draw box, and Lin Yang positioned himself at the end of the line, waiting for his turn. Observing the throngs of people, he silently thanked his foresight in arriving early. Otherwise, with such a crowd, he would have missed the draw before 9 o'clock. Congratulations, commemorative prize, a can of cola. Congratulations. Fifth prize, a 20 yuan discount coupon for spending 500 in the mall. Congratulations, commemorative prize, a can of cola. As the clock approaches 9 o'clock, the lottery event nears its conclusion, with merely half an hour remaining before the draw is officially closed. The grand prize, an electric vehicle, remains unclaimed. Who shall ultimately seize this magnificent reward? Let us all await the outcome with bated breath. On stage, the host adeptly stirs the atmosphere. With a few succinct remarks, she incites even those who had no intention of spending to begin purchasing, while those who had already participated but failed to win continue to invest. Simultaneously, she casts a knowing glance toward the audience. A man in his 30s, understanding her cue, steps forward with his receipt to join the queue for the lottery. Lin Yang, having waited for over 10 minutes, finally ascends the stage, with only 2 individuals remaining ahead of him. The foremost is a plump woman, appearing to be in her 30s, clutching a substantial stack of receipts. The host, noticing this, promptly extends a microphone for an interview. My dear lady, with such an impressive collection of receipts, I am certain that the audience, like myself, is curious about how much you have spent today to acquire such a bounty. Not much, just over 80,000, comprising 110 receipts. Wow, it appears that this young lady is determined to claim our grand prize electric vehicle. As the audience hears of her 110 receipts, a collective gasp of astonishment fills the room. Truly remarkable. Such expenditure surely guarantees her the car. Those behind her need not even wait in line. Their chances are undoubtedly extinguished. At that moment, the man at the end of the queue, who had previously caught the host's eye, lets out a derisive chuckle. What a bunch of fools. You may not see the tickets within the box, but those who place them inside certainly do. Even if you were to draw 1,000 times or 10,000 times today, you will never win a grand prize. Chapter 14. A day of earning over $1 million. The commemorative prize Cola Hall. The commemorative prize Cola Hall. The commemorative prize Cola Hall. Oh my. The third prize, a little bear oven. The young lady's fortune seems to be on the rise. It appears that the grand prize, the electric car, is drawing ever closer. The stout woman extracted ticket after ticket from the box, the vast majority of which were commemorative prizes, Cola Hall vouchers, interspersed with occasional better rewards, such as discount coupons and small appliances. As the consumer receipts dwindled in her hand, her impatience escalated. Initially, she participated in the draw with a light-hearted demeanor, engaging with the host's interviews. Gradually, her expression soured. How could this happen? I had calculated it all. The tickets in the box were limited, and logically, with so many receipts, I should have been able to draw them all and win the electric car. Why, after exhausting my receipts, have I still not drawn the car? Soon, only one receipt remained in her possession, granting her one last chance to participate. Would the young lady manage to win the car? Of course. If she couldn't, her luck would be abysmal. After drawing over 100 tickets, surely it was her turn. The audience eagerly played along with the host, convinced that the grand prize was destined for the plump woman. Handing her ticket to the host, the stout woman closed her eyes in fervent prayer. I must win. I must win. I must win. She then reached into the box to draw a ticket. After feeling several and changing her choice multiple times, she finally persuaded herself to draw one, glancing at it and immediately exclaiming in excitement, "Wow, I won. I won. I won the electric car." The audience was taken aback, their expressions reflecting a sense of inevitability. Over 100 tickets, she had earned this. Drawing the prize on the last attempt was truly dramatic. Lin Yang, having heard that the grand prize was claimed, glanced at the time. There were still 5 minutes until 9 o'clock. Ordinarily, The system's intelligence would not falter. The information indicated that the grand prize could be claimed before 9. Why had this stout woman won? The host, witnessing the announcement of the grand prize, suddenly wore a forced smile, yet with so many spectators present, she couldn't afford to show her true feelings. She had to feign astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, the young lady is incredibly lucky. Please hand me the ticket so I can verify it." Taking the ticket from the stout woman's hand, she mused silently. "I wonder who hid the tickets. They are not securely attached, and after a long day of effort, someone else has snatched the prize." Just as she prepared to announce the winner of the grand prize, she noticed the words Yachty emblazoned on the front of the electric vehicle. The host let out a sigh of relief. The prize drawn was, in fact, a first prize Yachty electric bike, not the grand prize electric car. "Oh, I sincerely apologize. Dear lady, you have drawn the Yachty electric bike. Although it is not the grand prize electric car, your luck is still quite commendable." Upon hearing that the grand prize had not yet been won, the crowd, initially poised to depart, chose to remain in anticipation. Expressions of disbelief adorned their faces. Could it be? Over 100 draws, and still no winner? That young lady must have been extraordinarily unlucky. She is inadvertently clearing the path for the subsequent participants, making it far easier for them to secure the electric vehicle. A plump woman, her countenance darkened, pouted as she received no solace from the host despite their numerous attempts at consolation. After repeatedly confirming that the ticket was indeed for a Yadea electric scooter, she reluctantly descended from the stage. Following her departure, it was Lin Yang's turn to draw. He held a single ticket, granting him but one opportunity. The host accepted the ticket and proceeded to interview him. "Young man, do you believe you can win our grand prize?" Lin Yang flashed a smile, one that held profound meaning. The host, upon witnessing his grin, felt an unbidden chill run down her spine, a foreboding sensation brewing within her. Only the draw would reveal the outcome. Lin Yang reached into the box, guided by the information from the system, and directed his hand toward the upper left corner. Indeed, he felt a ticket there and, with determination, extracted it. The ticket prominently displayed a pink electric car. The system's information proved accurate. It had foretold that a last-minute snag was indeed possible before the clock struck 9. Just like that, a vehicle valued at 60,000 was now in his possession. The host was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the ticket in Lin Yang's hand. She cast a glance at the individual behind him, signaling her disbelief. How could this happen? We were fully prepared, and the next draw was meant to be ours. How could it have been snatched away? The person behind Lin Yang, looking innocently perplexed, communicated with the host through their gaze. How was I to know? We have employed this method for years. Who could have anticipated this year's twist? While the situation was disheartening, the multitude of spectators prevented any overt display of dissatisfaction. The host, donning a forced smile, feigned surprise. "Wow, young man, your luck is astounding. A perfect strike. Now, let us take a moment to hear how you feel." She brought the microphone closer to Lin Yang. "Young man, what is your sentiment upon winning the car?" Naturally, he expressed joy at his good fortune. "I hope your luck can extend to everyone present," he added. With the grand prize claimed, the host, lacking the desire to linger on the matter, hastily concluded the interview with a perfunctory question. Subsequently, Lin Yang was escorted by staff to receive his prize. With the grand prize gone, the rest of the attendees swiftly lost interest and began to disperse. At that moment, Lin Yang observed that the woman who had drawn over 100 times had not departed. She approached him directly. "Handsome, would you be willing to sell me that car?" "Of course, if the price is right," he replied. "That's wonderful. Thank you for accommodating me." She beamed in response. Lin Yang felt puzzled. After all, it was merely an ordinary electric vehicle, readily available elsewhere. What could possibly fuel her obsession with this particular car? The woman seemed to perceive Lin Yang's confusion and smiled. "This car is a collaboration with Zhu Xia, and only the ones from the Daiyueching anniversary celebration are authentic." Lin Yang nodded. "I see now. How much do you think it's worth? If it seems fair, I'll transfer it to you." The official promotional materials indicated a value of 60,000. "What do you think about me transferring it for that amount?" "Sound good." Lin Yang had initially thought he would need to offer a discount to sell it, but now there was someone willing to pay the full 60,000, sparing him the hassle of paperwork. He promptly transferred the winning qualification to the woman, thereby earning a profit while also saving time. Once he received the 60,000 from her, he exited the mall and hailed a cab to return home. Throughout the day, he had first spent 700 yuan to acquire a coconut snail, which yielded a profit of 1.5 million. Subsequently, he invested all his earnings in 5 properties within Jinling community, anticipating a tenfold compensation upon demolition in half a month. Later that evening, he won a car at the mall's anniversary celebration, netting another 60,000. Thus, his total earnings for the day, excluding the profits from the properties, amounted to 1.56 million, far surpassing his initial expectation of merely tens of thousands. After more than an hour, he alighted from the taxi at the community's entrance, coincidentally encountering his roommate, Qin Yuan, returning from outside. They decided to enjoy some barbecue together at the entrance of the community, and after a brief tidying up in their rental apartment, it was already midnight. At that moment, a notification chimed in Lin Yang's mind. Ding, today's information has been dispatched. Please check promptly. Chapter 15. Intelligence on a 500,000 bounty and $1 million luxury car. Before perusing the latest intelligence, Lin Yang took a moment to check his system level. Daily Intelligence System, 15300. Having bound the system for 2 days, he had received 15 intelligence notifications, which granted him 150 experience points upon reading them. He realized that by reading just 15 more notifications, the system could elevate to a weekly intelligence system. At that point, the value of each piece of intelligence would increase, and the time frame of the information would extend to the upcoming week. Subsequently, he opened the notifications received today. Fortune smiled upon him, as he had received a total of 7 intelligence alerts. Daily Intelligence 1. A torrential downpour is expected at 4:30 p.m. Water accumulation in low-lying areas of the community will exceed 1 meter in depth. It is advised to avoid these areas in advance. Lin Yang checked the weather forecast, which indicated that the following day would be brilliantly sunny. However, he had found that weather forecasts were rarely accurate, and he placed greater faith in the intelligence he received. Daily Intelligence 2. A level wanted criminal Deng Weimin has entered Star City, hiding in the public restroom of Jinling Park. A reward of 500,000 is offered for information leading to his capture. Lin Yang was taken aback upon reading this notification. It is well known that any wanted criminal with a bounty is typically extraordinarily dangerous, and a bounty of 500,000 only heightened the gravity of the situation. Deng Weimin was infamous for his heinous acts, including ambushing sentinels, stealing firearms, and committing armed robberies that resulted in fatalities, creating a series of shocking gun violence incidents across the nation. His methods were random yet ruthless, often executing victims with a bullet to the head, leaving no witnesses alive. Whenever he appeared, terror gripped the hearts of the populace, instilling widespread panic. Moreover, he possessed formidable counter-surveillance capabilities, consistently managing to evade capture before law enforcement could locate him. Thousands of police officers from various regions, including Jinling, Bashu, Zhujiang, and Shansheng, had been deployed in a relentless manhunt, exhausting countless resources over the span of 18 months with no progress to show. Consequently, his bounty had skyrocketed from 10,000 to 500,000. His last known sighting had been on the 18th of last month in Shansheng, after which there had been no further news of him. It was unfathomable to think that, without the use of any transportation and while evading surveillance, he had somehow relocated to Star City. Even more astonishing was that he was hiding within the public restroom of Jinling Park. Jinling Park was merely a small hill within the Jinling community, no more than several dozen meters high, with a perimeter of just a few hundred meters. Surrounding this hill were basic fitness facilities for the community. Lin Yang often strolled around it after dinner for exercise. The thought of such a dangerous individual lurking there was akin to a ticking time bomb. Encountering Deng Weimin would result in catastrophe. Such a criminal had to be eliminated. Unable to wait for dawn, Lin Yang immediately took out his phone and dialed 110. After a brief wait, the call connected. Before the operator could utter a word, Lin Yang interjected. "Hello, I would like to report crime. There is a stranger in the public restroom of Jinling Park, and he bears a resemblance to the wanted Deng Weimin." "Thank you." We have received your information and will forward it to the relevant authorities for verification. Is there anything else we can assist you with? Remember to verify promptly to prevent him from escaping. Lin Yang hung up the phone, took a few deep breaths to calm himself, and continued reading the remaining intelligence reports. Daily Intelligence 3. Due to the incident involving unsanitary conditions at Jiangdi Lao, customer traffic has significantly declined. The official response is a 34 discount, which is even more generous than the 30 discount offered to university students. To think that yet another report concerned Jiangdi Lao. Frankly, every time I hear this news, it not only puts me off Jiangdi Lao, but also makes me lose my appetite for any hot pot. Daily Intelligence 4. Wu Di is selling a 3YC Seagull. Purchasing this vehicle grants entry into the 3YC's 30th anniversary raffle for the chance to win one of 60 vehicles, with the vehicle's chassis number being the key to participation for a lifetime usage right of the Yangwang U8. What an incredible opportunity. Although I do not own a car, the Yangwang U8 is renowned. It boasts a remarkable ability to maintain stability at speeds of 100 kilometers per hour on 3 wheels, featuring a water wading mode and an onboard drone platform. Its announcement caused quite a stir, and the price tag soared above $1 million, with the final cost exceeding $140,000. In contrast, the Seagull is merely a small electric vehicle priced around $60,000 to $70,000. Exchanging $60,000 to $70,000 for a vehicle worth over $1 million seems like an astute bargain. Moreover, it appears that Wu Di was a former colleague at Huada Machinery Factory. I believe I still have his WeChat. Lin Yang opened WeChat, browsed through his contacts, and indeed found Wu Di. Upon clicking on his profile picture, he found a post in his moments about the car sale. 3YC Seagull, just 1 month old, with a mileage of 1,089 kilometers, is for sale as it is uncomfortable for the seller due to his size. The asking price is $59,800, and he is open to negotiation. Beneath this post were several comments from mutual friends at Huada Machinery Factory. A new model was released just a few days ago at the same price, which includes smart driving features. Your price is quite high. If you lower it by $10,000, I will take it. Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the comments. If only they knew that the chassis number could lead to winning the $1 million Yangwang U8, what would their reactions be? Having purchased 5 properties and possessing over 100,000, acquiring this vehicle wouldn't pose a challenge. Additionally, he had contemplated buying a car, but intended to invest in something of higher quality. Winning the Yangwang U8 would be splendid, allowing for extended enjoyment. Although this vehicle is a domestic brand, it is not inexpensive and is replete with technological sophistication. Online reviews suggest that owning a Yangwang U8 signifies wealth, distinguishing its owners from mere luxury vehicle enthusiasts. Those who can afford a $1 million Yangwang U8 likely have even more impressive vehicles at home. Purchasing other luxury cars may be a matter of status, while spending over $100,000 on a Yangwang U8 is not driven by such superficiality. To think that now, for less than $60,000, one could acquire such a luxurious vehicle and drive it home for free. This opportunity is simply too good to miss. Without regard for the late hour, Lin Yang promptly sent Wu Di a message. I want your car. Please provide me with your best price. After sending the message, I prepared to browse the remaining intelligence, only to be surprised by a prompt reply from Wu Di. As you know, I had only purchased the vehicle a month ago. It is practically brand new. We were colleagues in the past, and to speak candidly, my bottom line is $54,800. Are you truly asking me to reduce it to $54,000? Very well. Tomorrow we shall finalize the paperwork at the Vehicle Administration Office. No problem. Provide me with your address, and I shall come and pick you up in the morning. Lin Yang did not anticipate such a smooth car buying experience, and he promptly sent the address. As soon as dawn broke, he could proceed to the Vehicle Administration Office to complete the formalities. After setting the time, he continued to browse the remaining intelligence. Daily Intelligence 5. The procurement manager at Dayu Haidang has embezzled funds, substituting inferior seafood and using stale ingredients, resulting in food poisoning among customers. Replacing all the tiger crabs in advance could prevent such incidents. The owner of Dayu Haidang is Chun Qingqing, who previously spent $5 million to acquire the Mailizu she held, which was somewhat beneficial to her. Moreover, engaging with her more deeply could trigger critical insights, yielding high-value intelligence. The previous critical insight revealed that the Jinling community was slated for demolition. If all 10 available units were purchased, the cost would be under 5 million, potentially garnering nearly 50 million in compensation. After deducting costs, there would be a profit of at least 40 million. One piece of high-value intelligence is worth at least 40 million. Now, by triggering critical insights, one could undoubtedly obtain information valued at over 40 million, which is an opportunity not to be missed. The food poisoning incident at Dayu Haidang stemmed from the use of stale ingredients. If I were to inform Chun Qingqing in advance about the freshness of the restaurant's ingredients to avert such accidents, she would likely express her gratitude, making future engagements easier. Whether she chooses to believe me is beyond my control. Lin Yang sent a message to Chun Qingqing. I didn't realize you were the owner of Dayu Haidang. When I dined there yesterday, I noticed some ingredients were not particularly fresh, especially the tiger crabs. Please take heed. After sending the message, he did not receive an immediate reply. It was late, and Chun Qingqing had likely gone to bed. He continued scrolling down to peruse the next piece of information. Chapter 16. Car Lottery Daily Intelligence 6. The new foldable Chihuahua smartphone is available for pre-sale. A glitch on the Tiango platform allows users to unlock a 1 yuan purchase qualification by entering the verification code, NSSB 2025, limited to 1 unit per customer. Lin Yang glanced at his cracked phone screen and quietly opened the Tiango shopping app, locating the pre-sale link for the Chihuahua PureX foldable smartphone. Upon entering the verification code NSSB 2025, the final payment amount astonishingly transformed to just 1 yuan. A device valued at nearly 8,000 yuan could indeed be acquired for merely 1 yuan. Regrettably, the purchase was limited to 1 unit. Otherwise, he could have bought several and profited handsomely from reselling them. Daily Intelligence 7. A popular milk tea shop, 2 points, has been reported for using expired creamer. Customers who have purchased from the store can receive 10-fold compensation. A cup of milk tea costs little, and even with a 10-fold compensation, the amount would be negligible. Furthermore, should one make a bulk purchase, the store would undoubtedly opt for legal recourse, making it far from simple to obtain compensation. In essence, this was not a lucrative venture. On the third day, Lin Yang received a total of 7 system notifications. After thoroughly reading them, he gained 70 points of system experience. To upgrade from a daily system to a weekly system required only 80 points. With a stroke of luck, he might achieve this in a day. While the weekly notifications would consist of only 3 to 10 pieces of information, their corresponding value would significantly increase. This was akin to curating a selection of weekly intelligence before dissemination. Fewer pieces of information, yet greater value, effectively meant achieving more with less effort. Since acquiring the system, although he had received countless notifications daily, this had consumed an immense amount of time, leaving him little opportunity to relish life. In just a few days, following the system upgrade, he would have ample time to enjoy life without the daily hustle. Once the system evolved into monthly and yearly intelligence, the leisure time available would expand even further, paving the way for a truly liberated life of wealth. After reviewing all the intelligence, half an hour had elapsed. Lin Yang, feeling exceedingly fatigued, closed the panel and succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Lin Yang was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Glancing at the screen, he noted it was not yet 8 o'clock. It was Wu Di calling, and it was evident he was eager to discuss the car sale. Hello, Wu Di. Wait for me at the entrance of the community. I'll be right there. Okay, I'm at the large stone at the main gate of your community. Wu Di replied. Lin Yang hung up, hastily prepared, and grabbed his identification before heading out. As he stepped outside the community gate, he immediately spotted a sleek black 3YC Seagull parked at the entrance. Lin Yang, over here, Wu Di called out before he even approached. Lin Yang walked over, opened the car door, and settled into the seat. Despite its compact size, the interior space was quite accommodating. Even at 183 centimeters tall, he did not feel cramped. Buckle up, I'm setting off, Wu Di announced, pressing the accelerator, and the small car surged forward with a sudden jolt. Isn't this car impressive? Electric vehicles and gasoline cars belong to entirely different eras. A few tens of thousands for an electric car can outpace vehicles worth hundreds of thousands in acceleration. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Indeed, the official 3YC lottery event is set to conclude at 10 a.m. today. Once you finalize the paperwork, you must promptly participate in the lottery via the official mini program, lest you miss the opportunity. Why not complete the lottery before selling this vehicle? Lin Yang was taken aback by Wu Di's reminder regarding the lottery. With over 10 million vehicle owners on 3YC, the chance of winning one of the 60 cars seemed slim. Participating appeared to be a futile endeavor. However, since you have purchased this vehicle, I feel compelled to remind you, whether you win or not is beyond my control. Lin Yang nodded, surprised by Wu Di's integrity. Their previous interactions had solely been professional, yet he found him to be quite amiable. Had it not been for Wu Di's nudge, he might have indeed missed the lottery deadline, wasting tens of thousands on this car. He pondered how he would feel if he later discovered that participating in the lottery with this vehicle had earned him a luxury car worth $1 million. Would he still remain as composed? The intelligence system had indicated that using this vehicle's chassis number in the lottery could potentially yield a coveted Wanxiang U8. Although it was merely a lifetime usage right and not transferable, he was already planning to return to his hometown. It would be quite fitting to drive this car back. He wondered what the neighbors would have to say then. Appreciating Wu Di's character, Lin Yang promptly transferred the purchase amount of 54,800 yuan to him. Upon arriving at the vehicle management office, they took photographs and signed contracts to complete the transfer. Wu Di then assisted Lin Yang in participating in the lottery. He accessed the 3YC official mini program, located the entry for the 30th anniversary lottery, entered the chassis number and owner information, and confirmed his participation. Lin Yang noted that the lottery would close at 10 a.m., with the draw scheduled for 8 p.m. that same evening. Afterward, Wu Di departed alone by taxi. Once inside the vehicle, Lin Yang familiarized himself with the car before preparing to leave, when suddenly his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was the police station. He swiped to answer the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yang?" "Yes, how may I assist you?" "Thank you for the information you provided, which has led to the successful apprehension of the A-level wanted criminal, Deng Weiman. Would you be available during business hours to come to our station to register your information? After reporting, we will transfer the reward to your account." "All right." Lin Yang was astonished by the police station's efficiency. He had reported the incident in the early hours of the previous day, and by morning, they had already made an arrest and contacted him for registration. Frankly, he had anticipated numerous obstacles in claiming the reward. With the vehicle purchase and lottery participation now concluded, he awaited the live draw that evening. Having no other commitments, Lin Yang drove directly to the police station to register his information. As soon as he entered the lobby, he sensed something was amiss. He had visited this place before to handle his temporary residence permit, and the staff had typically exhibited a blank demeanor, mechanically repeating their tasks. However, today, each employee wore a radiant smile, as if a momentous celebration were unfolding. Lin Yang, following the guidance provided over the phone, arrived at the registered office and knocked on the door. "Please come in." "Hello, I am here to register my information and collect the reward." "You must be Lin Yang. Please have a seat." "Thanks to you, we have solved a major case that had stumped numerous agencies and experts across the nation. Your valuable lead has brought us this success, and our department is fortunate to share in the glory." The person welcoming Lin Yang explained with a beaming smile, while handing him a form to fill out. At that moment, Lin Yang comprehended why the officers seemed as jubilant as if it were a festive occasion. The resolution of such a significant case undoubtedly meant accolades for them, and naturally, the rewards would follow. All of this was made possible by his single call to report, and thus, the courtesy extended towards him became entirely understandable. Chapter 17. Securing all 10 properties. Having completed the necessary paperwork, Lin Yang departed from the police station. Over the past 3 days, he had amassed nearly 2 million through the intelligence provided by the system. He had purchased 5 properties in the Jinling community, which were slated for demolition, acquired a vehicle, and still retained approximately 140,000. Clearly, this sum would be insufficient to acquire all the available properties in the community before the impending demolition. The reward for providing information on the wanted criminal had yet to be dispersed, and the luxurious car won in the lottery could not be converted into cash. With a resigned shake of his head, he resolved to await new intelligence the following day, hoping for additional avenues to generate income. Although there were a total of 10 properties for sale in Jinling community, and he had already secured 5, The prospect of receiving tenfold compensation for the demolition left him feeling unsatisfied with anything less than total acquisition. As he stepped out in the morning, having hastily consumed an apple, he now found himself ravenous. Lin Yang sought a nearby restaurant for a meal, ordering dishes he adored but seldom indulged in. Now that he had the means, he was determined not to deprive himself. Have you heard? The wanted criminal Deng Weimin was apprehended in the public restroom of our community park. One patron exclaimed, "I was right there. I even encountered him before the police arrived. He may be unattractive, but I would never have guessed he was a fugitive. I had seen in the restroom too, but he looked nothing like the wanted poster. If only I had known he was a criminal, that 500,000 would have been mine." Another lamented, "The bounty isn't as easily claimed as one might think. They'll likely come up with all sorts of excuses to delay payment." A voice chimed in, "Not a chance. When a major case is cracked, the chief receives a promotion, and everyone involved is elated. I believe this reward will be distributed promptly," another asserted. As Lin Yang dined, he noticed the patrons engrossed in discussions surrounding Deng Weimin's capture, with most fixating on the bounty. They all envied those who provided tips, aware that it would take years of labor to earn such a sum. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a notification. Glancing at the screen, he saw Star City Bank. Your Union Pay card ending in 4806 received a deposit of 500,000 at 11:26 on March 15th. Balance, 500,000. Without a doubt, it was the reward. How had the process become so efficient? Less than an hour after registering, the funds were already in his account. Lin Yang smiled, speculating that, as others had suggested, those involved in the case were eager to see it resolved quickly, thus enhancing their operational efficiency. With the bounty now in hand and over 600,000 in his account, he had sufficient funds to acquire a property in Jinling community. After hastily finishing a few bites of his meal, he eagerly made his way to the real estate agency where he had previously purchased his properties. As the announcement of the demolition loomed closer, he knew that savvy individuals might soon flock to Jinling community to secure their investments. In the Jinling community, there are a total of 10 properties available for sale. Having purchased 5 of the least expensive units, only 5 remain. Missing out on even one unit could mean a loss of several million yuan, an amount that most individuals would find difficult to earn in a lifetime. Now, with just a few 100,000 yuan, one could wait a mere fortnight to reap substantial rewards. How could one not feel anxious about this? "Brother Lin, you've arrived. How may I assist you?" As Lin Yang reached the entrance, someone approached to greet him. "Where is Xiaoli? I need to speak with her. Xiaoli has taken a client to view properties. If you'd like, I can assist you in the meantime. You may call me Xiao Huang." "Thank you, but I do prefer to wait for Xiaoli." Lin Yang held a favorable impression of Xiaoli. She was honest, dependable, and efficient in her work. He preferred not to switch to a new agent, fearing that untrustworthy intentions could lead to complications. Seeing Lin Yang decline his assistance, Xiao Huang's expression soured. Previously, when Lin Yang had purchased 5 properties, Xiaoli had earned nearly 20,000 yuan in commission. Unfortunately, he had been the one to assist her. Suddenly, she gazed at Lin Yang, clenching her fist. Securing such a significant client would surely yield future opportunities if she provided excellent service. She immediately donned a warm smile and cheerfully said, "Brother Lin, please have a seat and relax. I'll give Xiaoli a call." "All right, thank you." Lin Yang settled into the agency's lounge, and within the time it took to sip a cup of tea, Xiaoli returned. "Brother Lin, I apologize for the wait. I was showing properties to a client. To make it up to you, I'd like to treat you to dinner tonight." "No need for dinner. How many properties are left in the Jinling community?" "There are still 5 available, the same ones you viewed previously." "How many are you looking to purchase this time?" Xiaoli had earned a commendable commission from the last 5 properties sold, far surpassing that of many colleagues over several months, which had left others envious. With Lin Yang returning, it was crucial to seize the opportunity. "To be honest, I'd like to buy them all. However, I currently have enough cash for only 1 unit. Let us proceed with that one. Please expedite the paperwork." "Brother Lin, while your cash on hand may be limited, you do have 5 properties. You could leverage those to secure a loan and purchase the remaining units." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang experienced a moment of clarity, slapping his thigh in realization. His previous thinking had been too narrow. As an outsider without employment, Securing a loan was indeed challenging. However, with 5 properties in his possession, he could typically borrow up to 90 of the collateral's value. Coupled with his available funds of over 600,000 yuan, acquiring the remaining properties was far from impossible. That's an excellent suggestion, Xiaoli. Please assist me with this. I will ensure you receive a reward for your efforts. Once the loan is approved, I intend to purchase the remaining 5 properties. It would be my honor to assist you, Brother Lin. No reward is necessary. Xiaoli smilad, graciosely rafuving. Having earned nearly 20,000 yuan in commission from the last 5 sales, this time, the properties were priced even higher, promising a greater commission. Therefore, why concern herself with a small reward that might tarnish Lin Yang's impression of her, leading to a substantial loss? As a real estate agent, Xiaoli was well-versed in the intricacies of securing loans. Without lingering, Lin Yang returned home to retrieve the property certificate and other documents before driving his newly purchased seagull to the bank with Xiaoli to secure a loan. Brother Lin, how can you afford such wealth, yet drive a seagull? Xiaoli expressed his astonishment upon seeing Lin Yang in the modest vehicle. It's merely temporary. I'll switch to the new car once it arrives, Lin Yang replied truthfully. He planned to exchange it for 1,000,000 yuan yawning U8 after tonight's lottery, subsequently selling both seagulls. Currently, he felt at ease and elated. Having long aspired to acquire all the properties available in Jinling community, today he could finally fulfill that ambition. Once he procured these homes, he would patiently await the demolition in a few weeks, anticipating a 10-fold compensation, which would elevate his wealth to that of a millionaire. With the daily intelligence system at his disposal, his finances would snowball, rapidly increasing from tens of millions to potentially over 100 million. Chapter 18. Allow me to introduce a job to you at the entrance of Xingqing Bank. Lin Yang parked the car and walked towards the bank alongside Xiaoli. Just then, the sound of a phone buzzing resonated in the air. Xiaoli glanced at her phone and apologized. Brother Lin, I have an urgent call. Please go in first. I will join you shortly after I finish. All right, Lin Yang replied, proceeding into the bank alone. Lin Yang, is that really you? As Lin Yang stepped inside, a man clad in a tailored black suit, his hair meticulously styled, approached him. Xiang Yun? Indeed, it's me. What brings you to the bank today? Lin Yang was taken aback to encounter an old classmate at the bank. Zhang Jun was a fellow university student. Their relationship was cordial, but not particularly close, merely exchanging pleasantries when they met. Despite both residing in Xingqing post-graduation, they had not kept in touch. Lin Yang glanced at the name tag on Zhang Jun's chest, identifying him as the lobby manager. They had studied mechanical engineering together, a field seemingly unrelated to banking. Zhang Jun's employment at such a prestigious institution was quite unexpected. You're doing well, working at a bank, Lin Yang remarked with a smile. It's merely luck. Zhang Jun responded nonchalantly, though pride gleamed on his face. He surveyed the surroundings and, noticing no one else around, leaned closer to Lin Yang and whispered, My aunt holds a leadership position here. She helped me get this job. You were always at the top of our class. I assume you were doing well too? Lin Yang chuckled. I lost my job a few days ago. I'm currently just an unemployed wanderer, far worse off than you. How about this? I can speak to my aunt and see if she can assist you in finding a position as a bank call center operator. Although it's outsourced, the benefits are only slightly inferior to those of regular employees. No, thank you, Lin Yang replied. He knew well that while they both worked at the bank, there was a vast chasm between outsourced staff and regular employees. Outsourced workers bore the brunt of all the undesirable tasks, and their salaries were often a fraction of those of their regular counterparts, even disregarding the current daily intelligence system that allowed for substantial earnings. He wouldn't have considered such a position in the past. A light-hearted jest about being an unemployed wanderer seemed to strike a chord with Zhang Jun Xiaoli. Why are you so late? Manager Wang has been waiting in the VIP room for quite some time. At that moment, Xiaoli entered the bank after finishing her call. Zhang Jun greeted her warmly. Where's the boss you mentioned on the phone, the one who needs to mortgage 5 properties for a loan? Brother Lin is right here. Brother Lin? Shang Yun looked as Xiaoli perplexed. Yes, the one needing to mortgage his properties for a loan is Brother Lin. You mean Lin Yang? Indeed. Brother Lin is interested in mortgaging 5 properties as his cash isn't sufficient to proceed with the purchase. Upon confirming that the Brother Lin Xiaoli referred to was indeed Lin Yang, Zhang Jun's face turned as red as a monkey's backside. The mere thought of having felt a sense of superiority earlier, while intending to introduce Lin Yang to an outsourced telemarketing position, now fills Zhang Jun with an overwhelming embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into a hole. Although the properties in Xingqing are relatively affordable, each unit still costs several $100,000. It is quite remarkable to possess 5 properties just a few years after graduation. Such individuals would hardly require assistance in job hunting. As Lin Yang's classmate and a local resident, Zhang Jun has the advantage of being in the same circle. Yet he is still diligently working to save for a down payment on a house. In contrast, Lin Yang not only owns 5 properties, but also intends to acquire more. There is simply no basis for comparison between the two. The fleeting sense of superiority that Zhang Jun had just experienced dissipated entirely upon learning about Lin Yang's circumstances. Taking a deep breath to quell his embarrassment, he smiled and said, "Old classmate, it turns out you are the one who is truly thriving. Cool, mate. Allow me to escort you to the VIP room." Zhang Jun bowed slightly in a gesture of invitation, leading Lin Yang and Xiao Li to the VIP room. The bank's main hall featured stainless steel seating, while the VIP room boasted luxurious leather sofas. In front of the sofas, a coffee table was adorned with floral tea, fruits, and exquisite pastries. A middle-aged man occupied one of the sofas. "Manager Wang, I have brought my old classmate. He is here to apply for a mortgage." "Xiao Zhang, you have quite the impressive acquaintance among your classmates," Manager Wang remarked, his approval evident. Shang Yun, seated opposite Manager Wang, clapped his hands together and said with a warm smile, "Old classmate, please take a seat here." Lin Yang nodded, and as soon as he sat down, Zhang Jun poured a cup of floral tea and offered it to him, saying, "The weather is warm. Enjoy a refreshing drink." "All right, Xiao Zhang, you may return to your duties. I will attend to Boss Lin." "Understood, Manager Wang. Please call me if you require anything." Zhang Jun acknowledged and swiftly exited, gently closing the door behind him. Lin Yang smiled, realizing that money certainly holds its charm. Zhang Jun had only known about the 5 properties, and the contrast was indeed striking. At the Xingqing Planning Bureau office, Shirtsong gazed thoughtfully at the urban renewal plan in his hands. This demolition would undoubtedly lead to the enrichment of many, yet he lamented that he was not among them. As an employee at the Planning Bureau, he had the privilege of being privy to upcoming urban developments, knowing where demolitions would occur and where old cities would be transformed. However, as a mere junior staff member, he dared not disclose this information lightly, for the consequences of being discovered would extend far beyond job loss. Moreover, having only recently entered the workforce with limited savings, he felt powerless to act on such knowledge. Buzz. At that moment, a notification chimed on his phone. Glancing at it, he saw a message from his good friend Zhang Jun. "Do you remember Lin Yang from our class?" Of course, his family background seemed rather modest, lacking connections or influence. Despite excelling academically, he struggled to secure a good job after graduation, eventually taking a position as a technician at a small factory. "Indeed, that's him. He just came to our bank to apply for a loan." "What is the scoop?" "He's not in debt from online loans. Rather, he's seeking a mortgage." To my astonishment, he possesses 5 properties in the Jinling community. As a fellow classmate, I have only one apartment, for which my family provided the down payment, and I am currently repaying the loan each month. How is it possible that he has accumulated 5 properties? What did you say the community was called? Shirtsong only caught the mention of Jinling community. The rest of the words eluded him. Although Jinling is an older community, each unit is valued at around 500,000. How could he manage to purchase 5 at once? Upon confirming that it was indeed Jinling community, the shock within Shirtsong was known only to him. He held in his possession an upcoming demolition announcement, indicating that Jinling community was slated for redevelopment. Despite the current value of the 5 properties being only 2 to 3 million, the compensation after the demolition would be no less than 10 million. Wait, you mentioned Lin Yang is securing a mortgage. Is he looking to buy in that community? Jinling community, you say? Shirtsong ceased his replies, suddenly realizing a critical point. If Lin Yang is affluent, why would he choose to buy in an old, dilapidated area instead of a new development? The only plausible explanation is that he must have received advance notice of the impending demolition. Those who receive such information are not ordinary. Could he have hidden connections? If I could cultivate a good relationship with him, perhaps Lin Yang could assist me in achieving a promotion in the future. He promptly accessed the university class group, located Lin Yang's WeChat, and prepared to add him as a friend. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained and instead posted a message in the group. Everyone, it has been several years since graduation. Are there any classmates still in Xingchen? Let us gather together when we have the chance. Chapter 19 Weekly Intelligence System. Lin Yang successfully completed the mortgage process, with the bank valuing his 5 properties at $2.5 million, granting him a loan of $2 million. Coupled with the over $600,000 he had on hand, he was nearly able to purchase all the available listings in the Jinlin community. After the transaction, Manager Wang beamed as he escorted Lin Yang out of the bank. With the current economic climate making it difficult to lend money, and even harder to recover it, Lin Yang's request for a substantial loan was particularly fortuitous. The mortgage meant that he had collateral, alleviating concerns about potential defaults. Completing his targets with ease while securing the loan was certainly a source of delight for Manager Wang. As Lin Yang exited the VIP room, he was immediately approached by Zhang Jun, an old classmate. Have you seen the messages in the group? The class monitor wants to organize a reunion, and you must attend. A reunion? Lin Yang was entirely unaware of such plans. After graduation, there had been a few gatherings organized, yet he had never participated. These post-graduation reunions typically revolved around showcasing who had fared better in life, an opportunity for networking and forging connections. It seemed the class monitor had heard of someone's success and sought to capitalize on it. The class monitor just posted in the group. I'll inform you once the venue is confirmed, Zhang Jun continued. Lin Yang glanced at his phone and indeed saw the message from the monitor sent just minutes prior. While he held little interest in such gatherings, directly declining Zhang Jun's invitation felt impolite. He therefore replied, I'm planning to return to my hometown soon, but if I'm still in Star City at that time, I'll attend. All right then, I'll send you a friend request on WeChat. Please accept it. Zhang Jun said. Lin Yang nodded and accepted the request. Zhang Jun, still smiling, saw him off before promptly messaging Shirt Song. Lin Yang has agreed. Hurry and organize it, as he'll be heading back to his hometown soon. After leaving the bank, Lin Yang accompanied Xiao Li to the real estate agency, where he purchased all the available listings in the Jinlin community. The remaining properties, which were relatively well furnished, came to a total of $2.48 million. Upon signing the purchase agreement, Lin Yang finally felt a sense of relief. With a total of 10 properties, he anticipated receiving tenfold compensation after the demolition, potentially netting around $50 million. In just over 10 days, he expected to profit by at least $40 million. Once he received the compensation, he intended to return to his hometown, enabling his parents to enjoy a life of enviable comfort. By the time the paperwork at the real estate agency was completed, it was already late. Xiao Li invited Lin Yang to dine at a nearby restaurant. After their meal, Lin Yang returned to his rented accommodation. Noticing it was still early, he began to pack his belongings, aware that he would soon be leaving this place behind. Once the demolition was finalized and the compensation received, he would finally own his own home, with no more than half a month left to stay here. In the midst of packing, he lost track of time. When he remembered the 3YC car lottery event, it was already past the draw time. He quickly opened the official live stream, only to find that the lottery had concluded. Despite the draw being over, the live stream was still bustling with activity. Those fortunate individuals who have won truly possess remarkable luck, with odds of winning at a staggering 1 in several hundred thousand, especially those who secured the coveted Yuan U8, of which there are only 10 in total. Envy and resentment swirl within me. Why was it not I who won? The comments stream rapidly across the screen, filled with admiration for the winners. Lin Yang immediately scans the large display for his information. Lin Yang, 430. 001X. Upon spotting this detail, he exhales in relief. No surprises here. The small vehicle chassis number he purchased for over 50,000 indeed won him a luxury car worth $1 million. With a car in hand, a house will soon follow. When he returns home, who will dare to speak against him? Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the phone rings. The caller ID reveals an official call from 3YC. Hello, Mr. Lin Yang. Congratulations on participating in our 3YC 30-year anniversary lottery. and winning a lifetime usage right to a Yangwang U8. You will collect your prize in 2 days at the venue in Deep City. We will provide round-trip tickets and accommodation. A link will be sent to you shortly. Please fill in your information and await further instructions. All right, understood. Before the call ends, the message arrives. Lin Yang hangs up, fills out the information, and begins to await the grand prize. In just 2 days, he will have a luxury car. Previously, every time he returned home, he envied others, each household parking their vehicles. His own family was the only one without a car, leaving them unable to hold their heads high in the village. Now, he finally owns a car, and a luxury one at that. Imagining their astonished faces upon seeing it brings him immense satisfaction. The next morning, the first thing Lin Yang does upon waking is to access the daily intelligence system to receive the latest updates. Today, the system has pushed out 8 pieces of information, indicating that reading them all will earn him 80 experience points. With these points, he can upgrade the system to a weekly intelligence platform. Daily Intelligence 1. A chimpanzee at the Star City Zoo has gone viral after defecating on a visitor. Those who capture the moment will gain significant online traffic. Another rather distasteful piece of information. Lin Yang chooses to ignore it and moves on to the next update. Daily Intelligence 2. At table 109 in the Westgate Stone Pot Bibimbap of Jinling community, a customer found a cigarette but in their dish. Visit before 7 p.m. to receive a compensation of 1,000 yuan for the inconvenience. Yet another worthless tidbit. Lin Yang deems it unacceptable to endure such an experience for a mere 1,000 yuan. Daily Intelligence 3. Top Toy has released a new blind box that has become a sensation. Queuing for it could earn you 140 yuan per day. This information leaves Lin Yang speechless. Out of the 7 updates today, the first 3 bear little to no value. Daily Intelligence 4. In Building 7. Apartment 601 of Jinling community. There are hidden gold bars weighing 100 grams each, totaling 20 bars. The owner of these bars has been deceased for many years, rendering them unclaimed and unknown. They could be retrieved effortlessly. Building 7, Apartment 601, in Jinling community? Lin Yang can hardly believe his extraordinary luck. The house, concealed with gold bars, is the very property he had previously purchased for 180,000, a residence marked by a tragic homicide. Now that the house is rightfully his, retrieving the gold bars poses no challenge. Furthermore, intelligence suggests that these bars are unclaimed treasures, known solely to him. Given this circumstance, it is imperative to reclaim them. With the current gold price hovering around 800 to 900 per gram, the buyback value is unlikely to fall below 700 per gram. A single 100-gram gold bar would yield 70,000, while 20 bars would amount to 4 million. Initially, he invested merely 180,000 in the property, and the gold bars alone are worth 4 million, rendering the house a free acquisition and securing a profit exceeding 2 million. The mere thought of this is exhilarating. Fortunately, this intelligence was received prior to the impending demolition. Had he received it during the demolition, those treasures would have belonged to another. Lin Yang glanced at his system level, Daily Intelligence, 26300. He only requires an additional 40 experience points to upgrade the system. Coincidentally, there are still 4 pieces of intelligence left to review. Upon completion, the system will advance to weekly intelligence. At that point, the information will pertain to the upcoming week, significantly enhancing its value. Lin Yang refocused his thoughts and continued to peruse the remaining 4 pieces of intelligence. Chapter 20. The Blue Payment Software Bug. All discounts at 20 Daily Intelligence 5. A bouquet of roses was discovered in the trash bin at the entrance of Binhai Bay community, accompanied by 520 yuan in cash beneath the flowers. One could collect it before the sanitation workers arrive to clear the trash. Binhai Bay is an upscale residential area, not accessible to just anyone. Although Chun Xingxing also resides in this community and could facilitate entry, it seems rather unreasonable to seek her assistance for a mere 520 yuan. Daily Intelligence 6. Lu Tianxian's film festival red carpet photos have been unveiled, and Ultraman hairpins are trending. Stockpiling Ultraman hairpins in advance could yield substantial profits. What exactly is an Ultraman hairpin? Lin Yang searched on his phone and discovered it is a hairpin shaped like Ultraman, priced at 19 yuan, made of faux diamonds and adorned in vibrant colors, appearing quite distinctive. Such trends are often fleeting, and once the hype subsides, they become overlooked. With a selling price of 19 yuan, the profit margins are unlikely to be particularly high. Therefore, the strategy must be high volume with low margins. This necessitates amassing a large inventory. If the trend fades and the stock remains unsold, one risks incurring losses that could negate previous profits. Moreover, with less than a day to procure and sell, managing this alone is utterly unfeasible. Lin Yang shook his head. Perhaps it would be wiser to let others reap the benefits. Daily Intelligence 7. A self-service vending machine within the community contains remaining iced tea bottles, with a cap that, when scanned, offers a chance to win a family vacation worth 9,999 yuan to an island. Purchasing all the iced tea allows one to scan the cap for a chance to win. He was aware of this promotion, having occasionally bought a bottle of iced tea in hopes of winning the grand prize to take his parents on a vacation. However, he had never been fortunate enough to win. With a trip back to his hometown approaching, winning a family island vacation would be perfectly timed, allowing them to explore sites they had never encountered. Daily Intelligence 8. The procurement manager of the Dayu Haitang Buffet restaurant has been exposed for substituting inferior products and embezzling funds, and have been handed over to the police. The restaurant preemptively replaced spoiled tiger crabs to prevent customer food poisoning. After reading all 8 pieces of intelligence, Lin Yang's system experience reached 300. At that moment, the system interface underwent a transformation. Congratulations, host! The Daily Intelligence system has successfully upgraded to the Weekly Intelligence system. Weekly Intelligence will now provide the host with 3 to 10 pieces of intelligence each week, closely related to the host. Weekly Intelligence has a chance to include high-value information. Each piece of Weekly Intelligence read grants 100 experience points. Following the upgrade, the quantity of intelligence provided in one go remained unchanged, yet the frequency shifted from daily to weekly. The most notable difference is the potential for high-value intelligence to appear in the weekly updates, a feature absent in daily intelligence. Thus far, he had only encountered high-value intelligence once, derived from interactions with Chun Qingqing, which was worth tens of millions and vastly exceeded the typical intelligence value. This clearly illustrated the disparity between weekly and daily intelligence, with the former resembling a curated selection of the latter. Lin Yang examined the system. Weekly Intelligence 0-3000. A weekly intelligence report yields an impressive 100 experience points, implying that 30 such reports would elevate the system to a monthly intelligence system. With a stroke of luck, it is conceivable to upgrade the system again within 3 weeks. Even in less favorable circumstances, the process would take no longer than 10 weeks. The weekly intelligence has been dispatched. Please take note of its arrival. Henceforth, we will send weekly reports at the same time each week. To Lin Yang's surprise, just as the system upgraded, the weekly intelligence commenced its dispatch. Upon receiving and reviewing the first report, Lin Yang discovered there were 4 pieces of intelligence in this initial release. Weekly Intelligence 1. Yushui Technology has unveiled its groundbreaking robot, N1, achieving world-leading status, resulting in a skyrocketing stock price that has hit its daily limit for an entire week. Early investors can anticipate a staggering 488-fold return. This marks the first report concerning the stock market. Yushui Technology's stock can increase by a maximum of 20 daily, culminating in an overall rise of 148. 8 over 5 consecutive days. It must be acknowledged that the value of the weekly intelligence is indeed incomparable to that of the daily reports. The potential for profit from this intelligence is limitless. The actual earnings depend solely on the amount of capital invested. The more capital one invests, the greater the returns. Lin Yang calculated that he currently possessed just over 100,000, yet selling the gold bars not yet received could yield around 5 million. Multiplying 5 million by 488 results in approximately 23 million. Achieving nearly a 5-fold profit in a mere 5 days is undeniably exhilarating. Regrettably, all of his funds have been allocated to property purchases. Otherwise, his profits could have been even greater. However, there is no need for lamentation, as such intelligence will be received weekly. Once the compensation for the property demolition is secured, he will recoup his earnings. Weekly intelligence 2. The temperature in the South China Sea Islands is 10 degrees lower than in previous years, leading to a reduced yield of millet peppers. Prices are expected to double in the coming week, and early stockpiling could yield double the profits. This is yet another report that necessitates capital investment, with greater funds translating to higher profits. Unfortunately, the current capital is insufficient. Otherwise, a substantial profit would be inevitable. Although Lin Yang has only perused 2 weekly reports, he has already discerned a significant disparity in value compared to the daily reports. Weekly intelligence 3. This week, Naja 2 has shattered national box office records, placing it among the top 5 globally. The prices of various merchandise are surging, and early stockpiling could yield 5-fold profits. Once more, this report underscores the principle that greater investment results in greater returns. Having reviewed 3 weekly reports, each has proven to be of exceptional value. Unlike the daily reports that often contain irrelevant information. Weekly Intelligence 4. This report is of high value between 2:35 p.m. and 2:40 p.m. this Friday. A bug appeared in the Blue Payment software, applying a 20% discount on all transactions, including shopping, personal transfers, credit card repayments, and rent payments. The official announcement states that no compensation will be sought. Prudent exploitation of this bug could yield substantial returns. Lin Yang could not contain his astonishment upon reading this report. The very first dispatch of the Weekly Intelligence featured a piece of high-value information. By exploiting a flaw in this payment application, one can enjoy a 20% discount on any transaction. Thus, if one were to create 2 small accounts and transfer funds between them, each transaction would yield a 20% profit. This implies that within a mere 5 minutes, one could potentially multiply their existing wealth several times over, or even exponentially. For instance, if one were to transfer 1 million, they would only need to send 800,000. Yet the receiving account would reflect the full 1 million. With 2 mobile devices prepared in advance, logging into the payment application and setting up fingerprint authentication, each transfer would require just 5 seconds. This allows for up to 12 transactions in a single minute, culminating in 60 transfers over 5 minutes. Each successful transaction could generate an additional 200,000, resulting in a staggering 12 million after 60 transfers. Should the amount be increased to 10 million, the profit would soar to an astonishing 120 million. Chapter 21. The arrival of the $1 million luxury car. After perusing all the information, Lin Yang set his sights on a target. Following his morning ablutions, he descended to the ground floor and enjoyed breakfast at the entrance of his community. Subsequently, he sought out the vending machine indicated by the intel. At present, it contained 5 bottles of iced black tea, priced at 3 yuan each. Lin Yang promptly scanned the QR code for payment, causing the machine to dispense the tea bottles one by one. He bent down to retrieve all the iced tea from the collection slot, unscrewed the caps, and scanned them individually with his phone. Upon scanning, he was redirected to the official mini-program for a lottery draw. The prizes included a thank you note, a 68 yuan red envelope, a chance to win another bottle, an 888 yuan cash red envelope, and a family island vacation valued at 999 yuan. After scanning the first cap, the cursor danced among the prizes before ultimately landing on the thank you note. The second and third caps yielded similar results. It was not until the 4th cap that he won the family island vacation. After entering his personal information, he successfully claimed his prize, which could be redeemed any time within 6 months with a week's prior reservation. Having secured the grand prize, Lin Yang did not overlook the last cap. Upon clicking for the draw, the cursor once again flitted across the prizes. Congratulations, you have won the second prize, an 888 yuan cash red envelope. To his astonishment, while 888 yuan may not seem substantial, winning it from an iced tea bottle cap was indeed a delightful surprise. It is worth noting that only 5-second prizes were available nationwide. The vending machine not only dispensed the sole first prize, but also a second prize, an occurrence that seemed almost unbelievable. With the island vacation in hand, Lin Yang made his way to Building 7, Apartment 601, the very haunted property he had purchased for 180,000 yuan. Initially, he had bought it solely to acquire demolition compensation, but he was unexpectedly rewarded with 20 gold bars hidden within. The exterior of the house was cloaked in a thick layer of dust, indicating an absence of habitation for an extended period. The notorious murder case had created such a scandal that it remained unsold and unrented, lying vacant until Lin Yang's acquisition, which had been many years in the making. Inserting the key into the lock, he turned it to the right, and with a click, the door swung open. As he pushed the door, a cloud of dust was released into the air. Lin Yang hastily covered his mouth and waited for the dust to settle before stepping inside. The interior, long devoid of human presence, was in a state of disrepair. Coupled with the history of the murder, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. Surveying the surroundings, Lin Yang sought out the bathroom. Upon entering, he discovered that the entire ceiling had collapsed onto the floor. Above the fallen ceiling lay a black plastic bag, seemingly containing something. As he reached out to touch it, the bag disintegrated, revealing a glimmer of gold. Goodness, it's all gold. The intel had proven accurate. Indeed, gold was concealed within the ceiling, which had succumbed to the weight after so many years. Had it not been for the system's intel alert, Lin Yang would never have ventured into this house. Who knows to whom these treasures might have eventually gone? Lin Yang carefully peeled apart the aged, fragmented remnants of a black plastic bag, revealing a cache of gold within. Each piece, roughly the size of a playing card and approximately half a centimeter thick, weighed heavily in his hands. There were a total of 20 gold bars, each weighing 100 grams, culminating in a substantial total of 2,000 grams. After securing the gold bars in his bag, he departed. He retrieved his phone, opened the map application, and searched for a gold exchange store, promptly hailing a taxi to his destination. These establishments were modest in size and limited in capital. Thus, Lin Yang sold 3 to 4 bars at each store. Ultimately, he visited 6 different shops to liquidate his entire stock. Despite the varied storefronts, the buyback price remained consistent at 700 yuan per gram, resulting in a total sale of 1.4 million yuan for the 2,000 grams of gold. Coupled with the funds remaining from his house purchase, he now possessed over 1.5 million yuan. This fortune was entirely allocated to the stock market, specifically investing in Yushu technology. For an entire week, he enjoyed a daily return of 20, accruing significant profits over 5 days. However, before proceeding, he needed to open a trading account. Lin Yang began by downloading the appropriate securities firm's application, registering an account, binding his bank card, and completing facial recognition authentication, thus enabling him to transfer funds for purchasing desired stocks. Unfortunately, as it was Sunday, the market was closed, and he would have to wait until Monday at 9:15 a.m. for trading to commence. At present, the daily intelligence system had evolved into a weekly update system, providing insights once a week. With most matters now settled, it was time to indulge in a more leisurely lifestyle. He envisioned waking naturally each morning, shopping based solely on preference without regard for price. Just a few more days of patience would bring this dream to fruition. In 11 days, an announcement regarding the demolition of the Jinling community would be made, promising tenfold compensation. With an estimated total of around 50 million yuan, after repaying a bank loan of 2 million, he would retain 48 million. His stock investment of 1.5 million, yielding a return of approximately 1.488 times, would net around 2.23 million, summing up to 3.73 million. On Friday, a bug in the BluePay software provided a 20% discount on any transaction. Exploiting this flaw, he executed transfers between his various accounts, netting roughly 750,000 yuan per transaction, leading to a cumulative profit of approximately 45 million yuan over 60 transactions. Thus, it was reasonable to anticipate that within a fortnight, his personal assets would exceed 100 million yuan. A transformation from nothing to a fortune of such magnitude in merely 2 weeks was a feat few could rival. Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification, a reminder that his flight was scheduled to depart the following morning at 10:30 a.m. After winning a prize in the 30th anniversary 3YC lottery the previous night, he had submitted his personal information, with the organizers providing airfare and accommodation for the award ceremony. He would soon claim AU8 valued at 1 million yuan, perfectly suited for his return journey home. As he prepared to stow his phone, It vibrated once more with another message. It was from Chun Qingqing. Lin Yang, thank you for your timely warning that helped avert a serious incident at my restaurant. The consequences could have been dire. To express my gratitude, how about dinner tomorrow? Lin Yang replied, I'm heading to Shenzhen tomorrow. Let us discuss it when I return. All right, I'll reach out to you in a few days. The following morning dawned. The first thing Lin Yang did upon waking was to transfer 1.5 million into his securities account, leaving himself with merely a few thousand for daily expenses. Once the market opened, he invested the entirety in yuan technology, and after enjoying breakfast, he took a taxi to the airport bound for Deep City. That evening, he successfully acquired a million yuan Yangwang U8 in Deep City. This luxury brand under 3YC boasts over 200 horsepower, accelerates from 0 to 100 in a mere 3.7 seconds, and weighs 4 tons, resembling a formidable tank in both size and presence. What makes this vehicle particularly extraordinary are its capabilities to execute a complete turn in place and afloat on water for half an hour. Previously, Lin Yang had spent just 54,800 yuan on a second-hand vehicle to participate in a lottery, which he could resell for nearly the original price. Essentially, he had acquired a luxury car worth 1 million yuan without any cost. A truly remarkable feat. With such an extraordinary vehicle, Lin Yang felt completely satisfied. He didn't even stay overnight in Deep City, eagerly driving back to Star City that very night. Covering over 1,000 kilometers, he journeyed through the night and arrived just past 8 the following morning. At this time, the streets were bustling with commuters, parents dropping off their children at school, and people shopping for groceries. As he approached the entrance of his residential complex, several individuals stood in the way, preventing his car from entering. Lin Yang had no choice but to sound the horn to alert them. Upon hearing the honk, they quickly dispersed to either side, creating a passage in the center. At that moment, a rugged vehicle, reminiscent of a tank, maneuvered through the crowd. Its lines were both sharp and fluid, and the unique mech-inspired design exuded a powerful sense of technology and dominance. Sunlight glinted off its metallic surface, captivating the attention of passers-by. Chapter 22. Class Reunion. What vehicle just entered the neighborhood? I've never seen that emblem before, inquired a curious elderly lady, returning home from grocery shopping, as she addressed a nearby young man. I'm not sure. I've never encountered the lightning emblem. However, that car looks rather formidable and must be quite expensive, replied the young man, pulling out his phone to search for the brand associated with the lightning emblem. In no time, the answer appeared on his screen. Wow, that car is the Yangwang U8, a domestic luxury vehicle worth 1 million. Whoever drives, that must be incredibly wealthy. The elderly lady's eyes sparkled with envy upon hearing about the $1 million luxury car. With 1 million, one could purchase 2 apartments in our neighborhood. I wonder which affluent relative is fortunate enough to own such a splendid vehicle. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan, having overslept and realizing he was about to be late for work, hurriedly rushed out without tidying up. As he stepped outside, he spotted a formidable off-road vehicle, reminiscent of a tank, gracefully coming to a stop below. Instantly captivated, he recognized it as his dream car, the Yangwang U8. He quickly snapped several photos of the vehicle and posted on his social media, expressing his admiration. This morning, I saw a Yangwang U8. Truly, it is my dream car, more stunning and imposing in person than in pictures. There is barely enough space in the parking lot for it. As soon as the post was shared, likes and comments began flooding in. Wow, the owner of this car must be incredibly wealthy, someone remarked. As they say online, owning a Mercedes G-Class doesn't necessarily mean one is wealthy, but driving a Yangwang U8 certainly does. Indeed, a G-Class may catch my eye momentarily, yet I feel compelled to approach the Yangwang U8's owner for a conversation to explore the high-end intelligent features firsthand. I've heard its water-wading mode is exceptional, allowing it to traverse water like a boat. And doesn't it have a drone on the roof? When under the influence, the drone can scout ahead for traffic police and make a swift turn. Qin Yuan reveled in the growing likes and comments on his post, feeling as if the car belonged to him. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, realizing he was late for work. He hurriedly stashed his phone and sprinted toward the bus stop at the neighborhood entrance. Lin Yang, having just parked, noticed Qin Yuan snapping photos of his car. By the time he parked and stepped out, Qin Yuan had already dashed away. Lin Yang chuckled and returned to his apartment to catch up on some much-needed sleep after a night of driving. Time passed, and he awoke famished. Checking his phone, he saw several missed calls from Zhang Jun, who had previously invited him to a class reunion. Given the numerous calls, it was likely a follow-up regarding the gathering. Lin Yang, uninterested in such reunions, had made a clear excuse to decline the invitation. Yet Zhang Jun persisted in reaching out. Zhang Jun served as the lobby manager at Xingqing Bank, where Lin Yang had taken out a loan. Inevitably, he would have to make contact. Given the numerous calls he had received, it would be impolite to feign ignorance. He ought to respond, lest future encounters become awkward. Upon dialing Zhang Jun's number, Lin Yang's anticipation was confirmed. It was indeed a gathering of classmates. Zhang Jun mentioned that not everyone would attend this reunion. Only 7 or 8 classmates remaining in Star City would come together. Lin Yang, seeing no alternative, acquiesced, reasoning that it would be beneficial to engage with different individuals, as it might yield fresh insights by next week. After noting the specific address, he ended the call. He rose, tidied himself, and donned a neat, clean outfit before heading downstairs to prepare his car for the university reunion. The venue was the private dining room of the Dayu Haitang buffet restaurant, and Lin Yang found it quite a coincidence. As far as he knew, the buffet's main hall charged $688 per person, while the private room was set at $998, accommodating a minimum of 10. The group chat indicated that class leader Shirt Song was treating, suggesting he was making a considerable investment. It left Lin Yang pondering whom he sought to befriend. Could it be Chen Xingqing? He was aware they had been classmates in middle school. As Lin Yang descended the stairs, he was met with a gaggle of children surrounding his car, chattering animatedly. Upon approaching, one young boy inquired, "Uncle, is this your car?" "Indeed," Lin Yang replied. The boy continued, "They say my dad can't afford such a beautiful car. Will you be my dad?" With innocent candor, the child's words provoked a hearty laugh from Lin Yang. Once the children parted, he opened the car door, settled inside, and slowly pulled out of the parking space, heading towards Dayu Haidang. At the entrance of the buffet restaurant, Shirt Song, a local of Star City, was said to have influential connections. Immediately after graduation, he secured a position at the Star City Planning Bureau with a promising future ahead. Cultivating a rapport with someone like him could prove advantageous down the line. Thus, when Shirt Song initiated the gathering, everyone present in Star City promptly requested half a day off from their superiors, arriving early to wait at the hotel entrance. "Look, that Audi A4 must be Shirt Song's new purchase," someone exclaimed. 565 Mauritanian Uguias. Indeed, I recall he shared a photo in the group. That's the license plate. As Shirt Song's car approached, those waiting at the hotel entrance stood and made their way to the front door. With a screech, the Audi came to a halt at the entrance. Before the restaurant's doorman could react, someone rushed forward to open the car door, one hand grasping the door and the other resting against the frame. "Director Sure, everyone has arrived. We were just waiting for you." "Haha, come now, we are all classmates." "No need for such formality," Shirt Song replied, beaming as he stepped out of the vehicle. Though he feigned modesty with his words, his expression revealed an undeniable pleasure. Even though he was no longer the department head, he chose not to disclose this fact. "Director Sure, is this Audi A for a new purchase?" "Indeed, it was a birthday gift from my dear mother." I resisted, but she insisted, claiming that in this day and age, one cannot attract a girlfriend without a car. The few around him who had yet to acquire their own vehicles displayed no signs of discontent. Rather, they gazed enviously at the car. "Wow, this is the top configuration. Worth over 300,000. The locals are indeed different. While we struggle for survival, Director Sure is already driving an Audi. Some are born into privilege, while others are destined for toil. Haha, only someone as kind-hearted as Director Sure would not forget his old classmates even after achieving success." The compliments from his peers were quite gratifying for Sure Khan. Once he deemed it sufficient, he tossed the car keys to the doorman and sauntered into the hotel. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he suddenly realized something amiss. He had not spotted Lin Yang among the crowd. Working at the planning bureau, he was privy to the news that the Jinling community was soon to be demolished. It was inconceivable that Lin Yang, who had purchased all the available properties in the Jinling community, was unaware of the inside information. Anyone bold enough to divulge such news must possess a remarkable background. Lin Yang was acquainted with such individuals and shared a close relationship with them. Establishing a good rapport with Lin Yang would undoubtedly facilitate promotions and salary increases. This was the very reason he had organized the gathering. Yet, without the guest of honor, the reunion lost its significance. Shi Tsung halted and inquired, "Where is Lin Yang? Why hasn't he arrived?" The crowd, puzzled, noted that while Lin Yang had excelled academically, his post-graduation life had not been as prosperous. He had taken a position as a technician in a small private factory, lacking any notable success compared to the others. Among them were entrepreneurs, employees of large corporations, and public servants like Shi Tsung, all enjoying superior status and income compared to Lin Yang. They had held numerous gatherings in the past, and Lin Yang had never attended. His absence rendered him seemingly insignificant to the event, so why would Shi Tsung suddenly inquire about him? Just then, a deep and powerful engine roared in the distance, instantly capturing everyone's attention. A massive SUV slowly approached the hotel, its robust lines and commanding presence resembling a formidable beast, starkly contrasting with the surrounding vehicles. All eyes were riveted on this extraordinary vehicle, with whispers speculating on the identity of its owner. "What kind of car is this? It's incredibly imposing," someone exclaimed. "It appears to be a Yangwang U8, a domestic luxury vehicle worth $1 million. An automotive enthusiast in the group excitedly remarked. As the vehicle came to a gradual halt, everyone collectively held their breath, their gazes fixed on the door. When the door swung open and Lin Yang emerged, an abrupt silence enveloped the crowd, swiftly followed by a chorus of astonished gasps. Chapter 23. How could Lin Yang be the most successful among everyone? How could it possibly be Lin Yang? A mere rural boy. How could he afford such an extravagant vehicle? Indeed, wasn't he previously employed as a technician in a small factory? The transformation is astonishing. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their faces reflecting disbelief. Shi Tsung's eyes widened, and the smugness on his face evaporated in an instant. He could hardly fathom that the once inconspicuous Lin Yang was now arriving in a luxury car worth several times more than his Audi A4. A wave of disappointment washed over Shi Tsung. He had prided himself on his post-graduation success, believing he held a prominent status among his classmates. Yet, Lin Yang's unexpected arrival shattered his sense of superiority. However, a flicker of excitement soon gleamed in Shi Tsung's eyes. Working at the planning bureau, he was acutely aware of the significance of connections and background. Lin Yang's ability to acquire such a magnificent vehicle in a mere few years must be backed by substantial relationships. This only reinforced Shi Tsung's previous suspicions. Lin Yang's purchase of all available properties in Jinling community was surely due to insider information regarding an impending demolition. The person privy to such confidential news, and daring enough to disclose it, was undoubtedly of a status far beyond his own. If he could cultivate a good relationship with Lin Yang, perhaps his own career advancements would become smoother. With this thought, a smile returned to Shi Tsung's face as he hastily approached Lin Yang. His expression radiated warmth as he extended both hands to clasp Lin Yang's firmly. Exclaiming enthusiastically, "Lin Yang, long time no see. You have truly impressed us all. Your arrival in this luxury car has elevated the atmosphere immensely." Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback, evidently not anticipating such warmth from Shi Tsung. Nevertheless, he responded with a polite smile, "Class monitor, it's been a while. Since this is a reunion, I didn't want to appear too shabby." Shi Tsung laughed heartily, patting Lin Yang on the shoulder as if they were lifelong friends. "What you say is untrue. With your capabilities, driving such a car must be effortless for you." With that, he stepped aside and gestured invitingly, "Please do come in. Everyone has been waiting for you." Nodding, Lin Yang followed Shi Tsung into the dining hall. The surrounding classmates were astonished to witness Shi Tsung's uncharacteristic courtesy towards Lin Yang, their mouths agape in surprise. They whispered among themselves, their faces etched with confusion. What had come over Shi Tsung? Was he typically quite proud? Why was he being so amiable towards Lin Yang? Shang Yun, equally perplexed, was aware that Lin Yang had recently acquired 10 properties and possessed some wealth. However, he felt that such financial standing was insufficient to warrant Shi Tsung's overt flattery. Coming from a privileged background and working at the planning bureau, Shirt Song had always held high standards. There must be some undisclosed secret about Lin Yang that warranted such attention. Lin Yang, I recognize the vehicle you are driving. It is the off-road version of the Yangwang U8, valued at nearly 1.7 million yuan. Surely, you did not rent it merely for a class reunion? One classmate inquired jestingly. In his eyes, Lin Yang had previously been a poor lad, and even if he had achieved some success, it seemed implausible that he could afford such a luxury car just a few years after graduation. Let's not look down on him. After all these years, do we not know Lin Yang's character? He would never stoop to flaunting wealth by renting a taxi. Another classmate remarked with a chuckle. Lin Yang, I heard you were recently dismissed from that company. Could it be that you've taken a job as a driver, using your boss's vehicle? These skeptical remarks struck Lin Yang like sharp daggers. Yet, he remained composed, standing silently with no hint of anger or embarrassment, as though the commentary were irrelevant to him. His gaze was calm and resolute, exuding an air of confidence and tranquility, seemingly conveying to everyone that their opinions held no sway over him. If he were truly renting or driving his employer's car, he might have been rattled by such words. However, this vehicle belonged to him, and no amount of speculation could alter that fact. This was his source of confidence, rendering him indifferent to the judgments of others. To respond would only reveal vulnerability, leaving his peers puzzled by his unwavering demeanor. Could it be that this car truly belonged to Lin Yang? When had he achieved such success? Were the insights they had shared during their school days mere illusions? Shirt Song, overhearing the murmurs of doubt, felt a twinge of displeasure. He found his classmates to be short-sighted, fixated solely on superficial appearances, oblivious to the immense potential that might lie beneath Lin Yang's surface. In his estimation, Lin Yang's ability to drive such a luxury vehicle must be supported by a hidden background, and it would be wise to cultivate a relationship with him before that background was revealed, for it could yield significant benefits in the future. Clearing his throat twice, Shirt Song endeavored to restore order. Let us refrain from baseless speculation. There must be a reason for Lin Yang's acquisition of such a car. As classmates, we should celebrate his achievements rather than indulge in idle conjecture. I have faith that Lin Yang, having succeeded, will not hesitate to offer assistance to anyone in need. Though Shirt Song outwardly defended Lin Yang, inwardly he was also grappling with questions about how Lin Yang had achieved this success and what connections he might possess. With a broad smile, Shirt Song enthusiastically guided Lin Yang toward the private room, engaging in pleasantries as if Lin Yang were a long-lost brother. Upon reaching the room, Shirt Song hastily pulled out the chair at the head of the table. Just as everyone expected him to sit, he respectfully gestured for Lin Yang to take the seat instead, declaring, Lin Yang, you must sit here today. You are now the star among us classmates. And this seat is rightfully yours. The astonished expressions on their faces were almost comical, as if their jaws might drop in disbelief. Initially, one would have presumed that Shirt Song would naturally occupy the seat of honor, basking in the accolades of his peers, given his employment at the planning bureau and his privileged family background. Historically, he had always dominated previous gatherings. Yet today, he exhibited an unprecedented humility towards Lin Yang, a stark deviation from his usual demeanor. What could possibly account for this behavior? Typically haughty, why was he now so deferential to Lin Yang? A classmate whispered to another, eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, Lin Yang had never shared any significant rapport with Shirt Song during their school days. It was perplexing that Shirt Song, upon arrival, would inquire about Lin Yang and subsequently invite him to take the principal's seat. Could it be that today's gathering was orchestrated in honor of Lin Yang? Another peer concurred, their face a canvas of confusion. The atmosphere was thick with uncertainty. Everyone was acutely aware of Shirt Song's influential family and extensive connections in Xingqing. It was clear that Lin Yang must possess some deeper, undisclosed relationship that warranted such reverence from Shirt Song. Speculations began to swirl. What connections had Lin Yang forged to earn Shirt Song's esteem? As the guests settled in, their thoughts were far from the table's offerings, instead fixated on the interactions between Lin Yang and Shirt Song, seeking subtle hints in their exchanges. The ambience within the private room grew increasingly tense, with everyone anticipating a reasonable explanation from Shirt Song or a revelation from Lin Yang himself. However, Lin Yang remained composed. wearing a faint smile that rendered his thoughts inscrutable. Meanwhile, Shirtsong busied himself with pouring tea and serving dishes to Lin Yang, his demeanor one of excessive attentiveness, seemingly oblivious to the collective curiosity surrounding them. This only heightened the intrigue among the attendees, transforming what was meant to be a simple reunion into a suspenseful enigma waiting to be unraveled. Chapter 24. The car is a prize. After successfully adding Lin Yang on WeChat, Shirtsong wore a broad smile. He understood the importance of not neglecting the other attendees, for it would render his intentions too conspicuous. Thus, he began to raise his glass frequently, inviting his classmates to join him, showcasing the warmth of a gracious host. Everyone indulged in the feast, determined to relish this meal to the fullest. Let us all toast to our enduring friendship over the years. Though his classmates harbored some doubts, they chose to set them aside for the moment. They all lifted their glasses, clinking them together before downing their drinks. Lin Yang raised his glass, joining the others in the toast, allowing the red wine to flow into his mouth. Now that he was here, he didn't mind putting on a show. At that moment, the door to the private room was gently pushed open, and two waitstaff entered, pushing a food cart. On the cart, a magnificent Australian lobster stood out, its vibrant red shell glistening under the light, surrounded by exquisite garnishes that made one's mouth water. Simultaneously, a bottle of red wine was carefully placed on the dining table, the label hinting at understated luxury. Upon seeing these two dishes, Shirtsong's face flickered with confusion. He distinctly remembered ordering a buffet. The lobster and wine were clearly not part of it. A whisper of doubt crept into his mind. Had the waitstaff made a mistake? Yet, upon noticing the envious gazes of his classmates, he hesitated. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to reveal the truth now? With this thought, Shirtsong gritted his teeth and decided to feign that these were indeed his orders. Haha, come, everyone, let us taste this Australian lobster. It's incredibly fresh. And this bottle of red wine, with its rich flavor, pairs perfectly with the lobster. Shirtsong spoke nonchalantly, a smile plastered across his face. Instantly, his classmates' attention was captivated, and they gasped in awe. Wow, this lobster is enormous. This wine looks extraordinary. It must be quite expensive. Their eyes flitted back and forth between the lobster and the wine, filled with anticipation. I've seen on the Yu Haitang public account that the lobster is their signature dish, available only for individual orders, priced at $888. And that wine is their own brew, costing $888 a bottle. Wow, today we've truly broadened our horizons. Long live our class president. One student exclaimed with excitement. Class president, you've truly outdone yourself. This lobster and wine are so extravagant. We're really benefiting from your generosity today. Another chimed in, gratitude evident in their tone. Calculating in his mind, one student estimated the buffet for 10 to be nearly 10,000, the lobster at $888, and the wine at $888, totaling almost 40,000, equivalent to many people's income for half a year. The disparity between Shirtsong's carefree spending on a meal and his own situation was stark. Deep down, he silently vowed to cling tightly to this benefactor. As Shirtsong listened to his classmates' praises, he felt a mix of pride and unease. With a smile, he gestured modestly, saying, "We're all classmates, why the fuss? Today is meant for everyone to enjoy a delightful meal and have a great time." Yet, despite his words, his gaze frequently drifted towards Lin Yang, attempting to glean some insight from his expression. Amid the eager anticipation of his peers, the waiter skillfully disassembled the lobsters, placing portions onto each plate. The classmates eagerly picked up their utensils and began to savor the delicacies. Ah, the lobster is so tender and springy. It's absolutely delicious. One exclaimed, "Indeed, this is my first taste of such authentic Australian lobster. Thank you so much, class monitor. Without you, we wouldn't have a chance to enjoy such exquisite food." As they feasted, their compliments for Shirtsong grew increasingly effusive. Many students took out their phones to capture the moment, posting to their social media and sharing short videos. The instant the posts went live, they garnered numerous likes and comments. Wow, they actually ordered Australian lobster and homemade red wine from Dayu Haidang. Have we struck gold? These two items are worth half my salary. A student remarked, eager to discover whether the taste justified the hefty price, while reveling in the admiration of his classmates. Shirtsong was also intent on extracting more information from Lin Yang. He harbored doubts about someone who could foresee government relocation news without possessing connections or a background. He lifted his glass and approached Lin Yang, smiling as he said, "Lin Yang, let us share a toast. Your presence here truly honors me." With a smile, Lin Yang rose to clink glasses with Shirtsong, taking a delicate sip of the red wine and nodding in approval. "This wine is indeed exceptional, surpassing any I have tasted before." Observing Lin Yang's reaction, Shirtsong felt a sense of satisfaction, convinced he had made the right move. He set down his glass, gave Lin Yang a friendly pat on the shoulder, and remarked, "Lin Yang, it's been a few years since we last met, and you've changed remarkably. The factory that dismissed you clearly lacked vision. What have you been up to lately?" Lin Yang chuckled modestly, replying, "Class monitor, please, no teasing. I've just been fortunate, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. That car outside is merely a prize from the 3YC 30th anniversary lottery." Shirtsong smiled knowingly, unconvinced by Lin Yang's words. He was aware of the lottery, which had drawn from millions across the country to award only 30 cars. Moreover, the Yangwang U8 was among the finest of the prizes, making it exceedingly rare to win. The more Lin Yang downplayed it, the more Shirtsong sensed he was concealing something significant. However, it was evident that Lin Yang was reluctant to elaborate, and Shirtsong deemed it unwise to press further. He remained steadfast in his belief that even the slightest possibility of flattery could yield fruitful results. Meanwhile, the other classmates, unaware of Lin Yang's real estate dealings, interpreted his mention of winning the car as further confirmation of his good fortune. In their eyes, aside from the possibility of winning a lottery, they could scarcely conceive of any rationale that would enable a poor lad to acquire a $1 million luxury vehicle in such a short span of time. Goodness! It turns out it was indeed a lottery win. "Which car did you win?" one inquired. "I purchased a Leopard 5, worth over 200,000, but I didn't win," came the reply. "Ah, indeed. What vehicle did you use to enter the draw?" Lin Yang chuckled and candidly responded, "A second-hand Seagull, which I bought for over 50,000. My heavens, your luck is astonishing. To think you participated in the lottery with the cheapest car and yet secured the grand prize." Upon learning that Lin Yang's vehicle was won through a lottery, the crowd could only marvel at his fortuitousness, subsequently redirecting their attentions towards flattering Shirtsong. Ever the gracious host responded with a smile, ensuring that no one present felt neglected. After a sumptuous feast, Shirtsong patted his belly in satisfaction and called out, "Waiter, the bill, please." The lively atmosphere in the private room fell into a hushed silence as all eyes turned towards Shirtsong moments later. A smiling waiter entered the room, holding the bill in hand. She first offered a polite bow to the guests before stating, "Esteemed guests, the total for today's meal, including service charge, is 38,888 yuan. However, our boss has instructed that Mr. Lin, being our distinguished guest, dines with us complimentary." "What?" Si Gong et Gelim, nearly losing his balance, his wine glass teetering in his grasp. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Did you say Mr. Lin dines for free?" Chapter 25. The bug in the payment software. The classmates were utterly astonished, exchanging bewildered glances, their mouths agape, their faces etched with shock and embarrassment. They had initially believed that this extravagant feast was the result of Shirtsong's generosity, only to discover it was, in fact, due to Lin Yang's influence. How could this be? It turned out that the lobster and fine wine were available solely because of Lin Yang. Whispers of astonishment began to circulate among the students, their eyes wide with disbelief. Shirtsong's complexion shifted from pale to flushed. He had never anticipated such an outcome. He had always thought he was the center of attention among his peers, only to find himself the subject of ridicule. Stealing a glance at Lin Yang, he noticed the latter wore a faint smile, as if this entire situation had no bearing on him at all. A wave of frustration washed over Shirtsong. He realized that he had been swept away by the flattery of his classmates. Had he admitted earlier that he was not the one who placed the order, this embarrassing scene could have been avoided. However, this was not entirely a misfortune. The establishment, Big Fish and Sea Turtles, could be regarded as the most upscale seafood buffet in Star City. a place beyond the means of the average individual. Lin Yang's association with such a person confirmed Shirtsong's earlier suspicions. Moreover, to have reached such a position, one's fortitude must be extraordinary. Regaining his composure, Shirtsong chuckled, Today we all benefit from Lin Yang's generosity. At that moment, a classmate suddenly came to a realization, hurriedly rising to approach Lin Yang with a beaming smile, exclaiming, Lin Yang, so, you know the owner here? How impressive. We owe you for this splendid feast. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had such exquisite lobster and wine. As he spoke, he eagerly poured Lin Yang a glass of red wine, as if courting a person of great stature. Seeing this, other classmates soon gathered around, each vying to flatter Lin Yang with their words. Lin Yang, you are truly a hidden gem. Do look out for us in the future. Indeed, Lin Yang, if you come across any lucrative opportunities, do not forget your old classmates. Their attitudes shifted dramatically, having previously lavished praise on Shirtsong, now redirecting their attention entirely to Lin Yang. Observing this scene, Lin Yang felt a twinge of helplessness. He had not anticipated that a single action from Chun Qingqing would create such a ripple effect. He graciously acknowledged their compliments, maintaining a constant smile. Please extend my gratitude to your boss, he remarked to the waiter when he felt it was time to depart. Then, amidst the throng of admirers, he stood up, preparing to leave. After exchanging brief farewells with his classmates, he made his way toward the door of the private room. The classmates followed closely behind him, like a group of devoted acolytes, continually expressing their thanks. Standing to the side, Shirtsong watched Lin Yang's retreating figure, surrounded by admiration, feeling a pang of disappointment. He had expected to be the one basking in such attention, but Lin Yang's presence had usurped that position. Nonetheless, he bore no resentment. Lin Yang's success ultimately benefited him. This gathering had been convened with the intent of fostering goodwill toward Lin Yang. What does it matter to lose face in front of classmates? If one can align themselves with those associated with Lin Yang, their status will undoubtedly rise, and they need not worry about lacking admirers in the future. Upon exiting the restaurant, the doorman had already brought Lin Yang's car around. He approached the vehicle, opened the door, and settled inside. Outside, his classmates continued to shower him with flattering remarks, eager to leave a favorable impression on him. Lin Yang waved to them, started the engine, and gradually departed from the restaurant. Even after the car had traveled a considerable distance, he could still see those classmates waving in the direction of his vehicle. A smile crept onto Lin Yang's face. From their conversations, it was evident that gatherings like this were not a novel occurrence for them, although he had never attended before. Those individuals were aware of his presence in Star City, yet had not reached out to him. However, today, upon learning of his acquaintance with the owner of the renowned Big Fish and Sea Cabbage, their demeanor transformed dramatically as they realized dining with him could be complimentary. They not only resorted to flattery, but were also eager to add him as a friend on WeChat. He did not harbor disdain for these classmates. After all, their actions were motivated by self-interest. They sought to curry favor only because they perceived potential benefits from him. Just a few days prior, he had no opportunities to engage with his peers at such gatherings. In the span of a few days, he had become the object of their admiration. This transformation was largely thanks to the intelligence system, which provided him with crucial information and opened doors for changes in his life. The daily intelligence system had now upgraded to a weekly one, with each piece of information holding far greater value than before and the potential to receive high-value intel. Each high-value tip could be worth tens of millions. As Lin Yang sped through the night, the scenery outside flickered by like a slideshow. Over an hour later, he returned to the Jinling community, parked the car, and ascended to his apartment. After freshening up, he lay on his bed and checked the stock market on his phone. He had invested a total of $1.5 million entirely in Raintree technology, in alignment with the system's information, which was unrestricted by region. The stock had risen by 20 each day for 2 consecutive days, yielding over 40 profit in just 2 days. His securities account had already exceeded $1 million. Seeing that the stock was performing as expected, Lin Yang tossed his phone aside and drifted off to sleep. 3 days swiftly passed. On that morning, Lin Yang awoke and immediately opened the securities app. The intel revealed that Raintree technology had reached its ceiling for 5 consecutive days, with today being the final day. Once the market opened, he promptly sold all the stocks he held. Over 5 days, with a daily increase of 20, his account balance had surged from 1.5 million to over 3.73 million, netting him a profit exceeding 2.23 million. To be honest, the earnings over those 5 days were not particularly substantial, even less than what he had garnered from daily intel. However, this was primarily due to his initial investment being only 1.5 million. Had the principal been 15 million, the profits would have multiplied tenfold. This illustrates the disparity between the two scenarios. More importantly, just as the system upgraded to weekly intel, he received a high-value tip. Between 2:35 p.m. and 2:40 p.m. today, the Blue Payment app would experience a bug, offering a 20% discount on all transactions. A few days ago, Lin Yang had prepared 2 mobile phones, each logged into his respective accounts. Additionally, he possessed a bank card with a daily transfer limit that was nearly unrestricted, eagerly awaiting the opportune moment to exploit a glitch for monetary gain. The anticipation felt interminable. To ensure he did not miss the timing, Lin Yang even set several alarms. By 2:30 p.m. on Friday, he was seated at his desk, having cleared his phone's memory, ready to open the Blue application for transferring funds as soon as the clock struck. As the countdown approached 2:35 p.m., with just 1 second remaining, Lin Yang promptly chose to transfer 3.73 million to his secondary account, which represented all the funds he possessed. As anticipated, upon clicking the transfer button, promotional information appeared at the bottom of the application. A 20 subsidy amounting to 746,000, resulting in an actual payment of 2,984,000. With a swift tap of his finger on the screen, the transaction was successfully completed. Simultaneously, his secondary account received a notification confirming the deposit of 3.73 million. Without hesitation, he quickly switched to the mobile device linked to his secondary account and initiated a transfer of 3.73 million to his primary account. The promotional information reappeared, indicating that for the transfer of 3.73 million, he would only need to expend 2,984,000, while the recipient would still receive the full 3.73 million. The back-and-forth transactions between his two accounts consumed no more than 10 seconds, resulting in an additional 746,000 in each account. This sum of 746,000 represented the benefits derived from the Blue Payment application's official promotions. Chapter 26. Preemptive Bug Fix. Originally, the account held 3.73 million. After a series of transfers, one account reflected 476 million, while another displayed 746,000, yielding a staggering profit of 492 million within a mere 10 seconds. Lin Yang, acutely aware that time equates to wealth, dared not linger. Once this bug is rectified, such an opportunity would vanish forever. Seizing the moment, he promptly transferred the entire sum of 476 million to his secondary account. In a similar manner, the transaction displayed promotional information beneath the transfer amount, highlighted in bold red. A discount of 20 equated to a reduction of 895,200, resulting in an actual payment of 5,808 million. In the blink of an eye, the secondary account received the 476 million, and with the prior earnings of 746,000, the total in that account now soared to 5,222 million. Without hesitation, he transferred the funds back to his primary account. The transaction of 5,222 million required a payment of 1,776 million, culminating in a pure profit of 1,0444 million. In this second round of transactions, he garnered over 2 million. Remarkably, only 20 seconds had elapsed. Intelligence indicated that the Blue Payment software's bug would persist for 5 minutes. Lin Yang continued his relentless back-and-forth transactions, unwilling to squander even a second. As the number of transfers increased, the promotional discounts grew disproportionately larger, escalating from the initial 746,000 to 1,044 million. Lin Yang engaged in a flurry of transfers between his accounts when, after slightly over 2 minutes, a sudden notification of transfer failure appeared. Transaction error, transfer failed. Confounded, Lin Yang recalled that the intelligence had clearly stated the bug would endure for 5 minutes. How could there be an issue after merely 2 minutes? He attempted again, only to receive the same notification each time. It wasn't until 2:40 that the promotional information ceased to appear, prompting Lin Yang to abandon his attempts at further transactions. The absence of promotional information signified that the bug had indeed been rectified. Opening the Xingqing Bank mobile app, Lin Yang checked his account balance. When he beheld the 8-digit figure beginning with a 9, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Prior to the bug's emergence, he had merely held 73 million, earning only 20 with each transaction, amounting to mere hundreds of thousands. How had his bank account ballooned to nearly 100 million in just over 2 minutes? However, clarity soon dawned upon him. With each transfer, the account's balance increased by 20, effectively multiplying the original sum by 1. 2. After 60 transfers, the equation became 73 million multiplied by 1. 2 raised to the power of 60. The resultant figure was terrifyingly immense, exceeding hundreds of billions. The notification of transfer failure was likely due to the excessive amounts he was attempting to transfer in later transactions, which drew the attention of the authorities. In a context where no one was privy to the bug in advance, its discovery would yield minimal profits. After all, the bug's window of opportunity lasted only 5 minutes. Yet, Lin Yang, forewarned by intelligence, had meticulously prepared to exploit this bug for financial gain, resulting in an astronomical amount that was bound to attract scrutiny. A wave of unease surged within Lin Yang. Originally, others unintentionally obtained a 20 discount. However, following the discovery of a bug, the authorities issued an announcement stating that they would not pursue recovery of the funds, leaving individuals to bear their own losses. Yet, it was evident to the discerning that some had deliberately exploited the bug to amass wealth, with the total amount nearing 100 million. Surely, the authorities would not seek to reclaim such a staggering sum from individuals, would they? If they did, all efforts would have been in vain. Just then, a notification chimed on his phone. It was a WeChat message from his roommate, Qin Ziyuan. Lin Yang opened the message to find a news link: Z payment bug incident. 1435 to 1440. All orders with a 20 discount? Below the link was a note from Qin. Lin Yang, have you heard? There's a bug in Z payment granting a 20 subsidy on all orders. Did you manage to cash in? If I had known about the bug, I would have transferred money to myself incessantly during that time. Gazing at the WeChat message, Lin Yang chuckled. He surmised that many, like Qin Ziyuan, were regretting not having discovered the bug earlier. He opened his moments to find dozens of new posts within mere minutes. Z payment bug grants a 20 discount. Too bad I only bought a phone screen protector and saved just 2 yuan. I paid at 1434.59. Why didn't I take a second longer to enter my password? Wow, I heard someone made over 20,000 yuan by transferring money back and forth due to the Z payment bug. What luck you all have. Why do I always receive news only after events transpire? As Lin Yang perused these posts, he noted that the vast majority expressed regret for not seizing the opportunity to benefit from the bug. Meanwhile, those fortunate enough to capitalize on the situation felt extraordinarily lucky. Lin Yang smiled. While hundreds or thousands might seem trivial, he found it challenging to articulate the nearly 100 million he had acquired. His account balance of 2 million had, in mere moments, swelled to almost 100 million. Yet, he wondered if such a colossal amount would ultimately be reclaimed by the authorities, although reports suggested they would not seek recovery. This was, after all, close to 100 million, not a mere few hundred or thousand. He pondered how others would feel upon learning that he had profited nearly 100 million through the bug. Closing WeChat, Lin Yang opened his browser to explore the latest news. Despite the near 100 million in his account, he felt a profound uncertainty. Thus, he persistently searched for news regarding the Z payment bug. Reports of any order receiving a 20 discount due to the bug were rampant. Yet the authorities had yet to issue any statement. Around 3 in the afternoon, he finally stumbled upon the official announcement. It addressed the previously issued marketing subsidies. Since this is our fault, the costs and responsibilities must be borne by us. We will not seek repayment for the marketing subsidies already issued. Please rest assured. Upon reading this announcement, Lin Yang finally exhaled in relief. In other words, From this moment forth, the funds in the account truly belonged to him. Nearly 100 million, an amount that the vast majority of individuals could scarcely hope to earn over a lifetime, let alone across generations. Yet, he had acquired it in a mere span of just over 2 minutes. More importantly, with this wealth, he now possessed capital. By next week, upon receiving the new intelligence pushed by the system, he could leverage it to generate even greater profits. Concurrently, a video interview regarding a bug in ZPay had gone viral online. In the footage, a reporter questioned the official spokesperson of ZPay. What was the extent of the losses incurred from this incident? In the range of 10 billion. With one individual user having exploited marketing discounts through repeated transactions to the tune of nearly 100 million. To extract such a sum in a short period clearly indicates intent. Why Haven TU sought recovery? It was precisely this significant fluctuation in the user's funds that caught the officials' attention, thus preventing even greater losses. Which is why we decided not to reclaim the marketing discounts. Within mere minutes of the video being posted, it garnered over 1 million likes and 300,000 to 400,000 comments. Lin Yang smiled knowingly, indeed, as he had surmised. The large-scale movement of funds had alerted the authorities, allowing them to identify the bug ahead of time. He clicked to view the comments beneath the video. I usually use ZPay, but didn't today. 55555. I filled up with 500 yuan worth of gas, and I wondered why there was a discount of 100. I didn't realize it at the time, otherwise I would have taken full advantage. Didn't you notice the person who extracted nearly 100 million? Who is it that could possibly manage such a feat? Do they have insider information and prepare in advance? A one-time extraction of 20 to take 100 million. That's no small principle. Even with prior knowledge, one couldn't simply extract 100 million. Chapter 27. 100 million secured the news of a significant glitch in ZPay, which allowed all orders to receive a 20 discount, rapidly spread across the internet. Those fortunate enough to have encountered this glitch while making a payment felt a sense of relief, while those who missed the opportunity lamented their misfortune. Among all the news reports, a particular interview with the officials gained the most traction. According to their disclosure, a user had managed to exploit this glitch to the tune of nearly 100 million, and astonishingly, it appeared that this amount would not be reclaimed. The sheer luck of earning such a fortune in a matter of minutes seemed almost surreal. As the news gained momentum, divergent opinions began to emerge online. Many expressed skepticism, suggesting that this was merely a fabrication. After all, the officials would never reveal the identity of someone who audaciously claimed such an enormous sum. Surely, the narrative could have been contrived by them. Indeed, it was likely to be a false report, while a few hundred or thousand might go unchallenged. How could they possibly forfeit nearly 100 million? Unless the identity of the beneficiary were disclosed, the story could not be taken seriously. The original intention behind ZPay's release of the interview was to convey a sense of accountability, portraying themselves as an organization willing to bear the consequences of their errors and to cultivate a positive public image. In recent years, they had found themselves at a disadvantage in competition with green software, and with the rise of Tiango shopping, they were no longer the uncontested leaders in the market. Thus, they painfully relinquished the pursuit of nearly 1 billion in losses, specifically highlighting that one individual had exploited the glitch for nearly 100 million, hoping to maximize the impact of their image rehabilitation. However, this strategy backfired. Users were incredulous that anyone could have profited so extravagantly from the glitch incident. Some even began to analyze the situation online, arriving at the conclusion through meticulous calculations that, without prior preparation, it was impossible to amass 100 million within a mere 2 minutes. Consequently, ZPay found itself in a quandary. Revealing the user's identity was out of the question. Such an action would imply a blatant disregard for user privacy. Yet, failing to disclose this information would lead to public suspicion of fabricated reporting, designed solely to bolster their image. In essence, whatever course of action they chose would likely lead to an unfavorable outcome. All they could do was watch as the news continued to circulate online. Lin Yang observed the unfolding events and the ensuing debates among netizens with a bemused smile. Had he himself been the one to seize the 100 million, he might have found himself embroiled in the discussions. Closing the news, he opened his online banking to gaze at his account balance of 98, 542, 428, deep in contemplation. Allowing such a sum to languish idly in his account seemed wasteful. It must be put to good use. Investing in the stock market appeared to be a prudent choice. Although it is often said that 9 out of 10 investors incur losses, with the remaining 1 merely breaking even, Lin Yang believed himself to be an exception. He possessed a weekly intelligence system that would alert him to stocks experiencing consecutive surges and substantial market value increases. Armed with this information, he saw no reason to suffer losses. For instance, this week, based on the intelligence received, he had invested in Raintree Technology, which had enjoyed 5 consecutive days of price increases, yielding an impressive 148 return. The sole inconvenience lies in the fact that substantial influxes and outflows of capital can precipitate significant fluctuations in stock prices within a short time frame. This diminishes the potential for maximizing the utility of intelligence information. However, this predicament is not devoid of solutions. One can opt for incremental purchases and sales in smaller quantities. Yet, this approach inevitably leads to a myriad of complications. The most prudent resolution would be to engage a stock advisor, allowing them to manage the operations while one merely issues directives. With this thought in mind, Lin Yang sent a message to Zhang Jun. Do you know any reliable stock advisors? Zhang Jun, being employed at a bank, is acquainted with the financial sector and is likely to know individuals involved in this line of work. Although Lin Yang was initially reluctant to attend the class reunion, he acquiesced for the sake of Zhang Jun, understanding the significance of networking. While his classmates may not possess wealth comparable to his, there might arise occasions when their assistance is invaluable. For instance, in seeking a stock advisor, Lin Yang found himself at a loss, having no prior exposure to this field. He was utterly unaware of whom to trust, akin to the uncertainty of opening a blind box. If fortune were to forsake him, and he were to encounter a feckless advisor, the potential losses could be staggering. However, having made an appearance at the reunion, thereby granting Zhang Jun a favor and showcasing a modicum of his capabilities, Lin Yang was confident that Zhang Jun would take his request seriously. Within a minute of sending his inquiry, Zhang Jun responded, I know a remarkable senior who has been with Xinqing Securities since graduation. Within just 2 years, she has ascended to the position of general manager. None of her clients have ever incurred losses, and I recently spoke with her. Rumor has it she is on the verge of another promotion. As anticipated, Zhang Jun was indeed connected to someone in the industry. A stock advisor who not only endures but excels in this competitive realm must possess substantial connections and relationships. Otherwise, no one would seek their counsel or expertise. To thrive and rapidly garner promotions is a testament to her exceptional capabilities and extensive network. Enlisting such a person to manage one's investments would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. Could you assist me in contacting her? I would like her to handle my trading. That is feasible, but Zhang Jun hesitated, implying something unsaid. Lin Yang promptly replied, Please feel free to speak candidly. There is no need for reservations among classmates. Well, her prowess and insight are indeed remarkable, which is why many seek her as an advisor. However, she only entertains substantial transactions. If one does not possess at least 10 million, she does not consider it. Lin Yang chuckled softly, amused by the revelation that there was a threshold to engaging her services, at least 10 million. He responded with an affirmative gesture. No problem. Please arrange for us to meet and discuss further. What? Zhang Jun could hardly believe his eyes, fully aware of the implications of Lin Yang's message. It signified that Lin Yang possessed over 10 million in liquid assets. Otherwise, he would not have requested a meeting after learning of the advisor's stipulations. Since graduating from university just over 2 years ago, he has astonishingly amassed a fortune in the millions. Moreover, he possesses 10 properties, collectively valued at several million. It seems that even the class's previously acknowledged top performer, Shirtsong, cannot compete with Lin Yang's success. Zhang Jun finally comprehended why Shirtsong initiated the class reunion and insisted on inviting Lin Yang. Although Lin Yang maintains a low profile, he is undoubtedly the most accomplished among their peers. Zhang Jun nodded to himself, realizing how fortunate he was that Lin Yang had come to their bank for a loan, granting him the opportunity to interact with such influential individuals. Now that Lin Yang has sought his assistance, it signifies a friendship compelling him to ensure everything is executed flawlessly. If all goes well, Lin Yang might deposit several million in their bank, opening the door to potential promotions and salary increases for Zhang Jun. With this thought in mind, he promptly retrieved the number of a senior from his contact list and placed a call. Chapter 28. The school bell and the academic prodigy. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, the grand conference room of Xingqing Securities was filled to capacity. A large screen on one wall displayed the performance curve for March. A well-dressed man in his 50s, with impeccably styled hair, stood addressing the crowd. Despite the adverse conditions, our performance has not faltered compared to previous years. In fact, we have achieved a remarkable 30% increase from last month. I extend my gratitude to everyone present for their unwavering efforts, he stated, pausing momentarily as his gaze fell upon Hu Qian. Manager Hu, he continued, acknowledging her presence. Instantly sitting up straight upon hearing her name, Hu Qian felt a rush of attention. The man nodded and added, Congratulations, Manager Hu, for once again securing the top performance this month, with a significant increase to boot. Your bonus of 500,000 will be transferred to your account before the end of the day. A roar of applause erupted throughout the conference room as colleagues cast envious glances at Hu Qian. Since her arrival at the company, she had consistently topped the monthly performance charts, leaving others to vie for a distant second place. The unfairness of it all stung. Why should someone so beautiful also possess such remarkable talent? Hu Qian smiled subtly at the murmurs of admiration surrounding her. She joined in the applause while graciously thanking her colleagues who congratulated her. Thank you. Thank you. As the meeting concluded and the clock inched towards the end of the workday, Hu Qian began to gather her belongings. Just then, her phone rang. Upon seeing that it was Zhang Jun, she answered the call. Junior, are you calling me at this hour to invite me to dinner? Senior, you jest. A college classmate of mine has requested a recommendation for a stock advisor, and naturally, I thought of you. Hu Qian furrowed her brow at his words. Having known Zhang Jun since childhood as neighbors, she was quite familiar with his background. To her knowledge, the most successful among his college peers worked at the planning bureau, and aside from that, no one else had achieved notable success. Given that they had only graduated a little over 2 years ago, their financial resources were likely modest at best. Having a few $100,000 to their name would be quite commendable. Such clients no longer met her threshold. More critically, the potential earnings from such clients would be minimal. If they suffered losses, it would tarnish her reputation. Zhang Yun, you know the minimum threshold for clients I manage is 10 million. However, for your sake, if your classmate can present 5 million, I would consider assisting. But I have one stipulation. Everything must adhere to my directives. Working at a bank, Zhang Jun was accustomed to dealing with numerous individuals and quickly grasped the implications of Hu Qian's words. Senior, you misunderstand. I wouldn't introduce him if he didn't meet your threshold. Rest assured, I have confirmed that he possesses 10 million. Hu Qian was taken aback. How could someone just 2 or 3 years post-graduation have such capital to invest in stocks? Curiosity piqued within her. Was he a wealthy heir or a business prodigy? Senior? As such, let us convene tomorrow at 10 a.m. at my office for a detailed discussion. Very well, Senior's sister. I shall accompany him to meet you tomorrow. Upon receiving Hu Qian's agreement to meet, Zhang Jun immediately felt a wave of relief. Meanwhile, Hu Qian was tidying up her belongings in preparation for the end of the workday. She was quite curious about the nature of Zhang Jun's classmate. It was not merely about the sum of 10 million. It was the fact that someone so young could procure such an amount. While she had no shortage of clients capable of presenting 10 million, they were invariably older, middle-aged individuals. She had yet to encounter a client in their 20s capable of engaging in stock trading with such substantial capital. The following day, at 9:30 a.m., outside the Xingqing Binjiang Financial Building, Zhang Jun escorted Lin Yang to this location. Shortly after Lin Yang had sent a message to Zhang Jun, he received a prompt response indicating that they were to meet directly at the company today. To Lin Yang's surprise, Zhang Jun appeared at his doorstep early in the morning, insisting on personally accompanying him. Reluctantly, Lin Yang acquiesced to his insistence. Throughout their journey, Zhang Jun was exceedingly courteous and took the initiative in their dealings. To an outsider, it would seem as though Lin Yang were the employer and Zhang Jun merely his assistant. Before them stood a towering edifice of 66 stories. This building, located in Xinjiang, serves as the financial nucleus of the city. Banks, insurance firms, and securities companies from across the province are concentrated here. The real estate is invaluable, with daily rental fees exceeding 50 yuan per square meter. Thus, only large corporations can afford to lease office space in this area, as small enterprises cannot bear the exorbitant costs. Xinjiang Securities is situated on the 49th floor of this very building. Ding! The elevator announced their arrival at the 49th floor as the doors opened. Zhang Jun held the elevator door open, bowing slightly in a gesture of invitation. Lin Yang, we have arrived at Xinjiang Securities. Very well, Lin Yang responded as he stepped out of the elevator and was greeted by a large sign emblazoned with the name Xinjiang Securities. Good day, gentlemen. Do you have an appointment? Inquired a receptionist as they approached the company's entrance. We have an appointment. We are here to see manager Hu Qian. Ah, you must be Mr. Lin and Mr. Zhang. Manager Hu is already here. Allow me to escort you to her office, the receptionist replied, promptly stepping out from behind the front desk to lead the way. Lin Yang and Zhang Jun followed her through several office spaces and along a corridor before stopping in front of a room marked with a sign indicating it was the manager's office. Mr. Lin, Mr. Zhang, this is Manager Hu's office. Please enter, the receptionist said, pushing the door open. Upon entering, Lin Yang beheld a young woman in her 20s, dressed in a professional suit, seated at her desk, intently typing on her computer. Manager Hu, Mr. Lin, and Mr. Zhang have arrived, the receptionist announced. Upon hearing the report, the young woman paused her work, rose from her seat, and approached Lin Yang, extending her right hand. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Hu Qian. After releasing his hand, Hu Qian unabashedly scrutinized Lin Yang from head to toe. Yesterday, I was curious about the character of Lin Yang, and today, I finally had the opportunity to meet him. He is youthful and handsome, exuding an alluring confidence. Greetings. As Hu Qian observed Lin Yang, he too was taking note of her presence. Dressed impeccably, she emanated the aura of a formidable woman. Enough of the pleasantries. We are all acquaintances, so let us take a seat and converse. Zhang Jun moved to the lounge area, adjusted the cushions on the sofa, and invited Lin Yang and Hu Qian to sit down. Senior, you're doing quite well. Having an entire office to yourself, he remarked. Just fortunate, really. I'm grateful for everyone's trust in me to manage their idle funds, she replied modestly. Do not be so humble. You were the star of our school back then, consistently ranking first in the simulated stock trading competitions. Upon hearing about her consistent victories in the simulated trading contests, Lin Yang began to recall who Hu Qian truly was. Zhang Jun's words rang true. She was indeed a figure of prominence during their school days. Her peers often remarked that while she could easily rely on her looks, she chose instead to leverage her remarkable abilities. With her stunning appearance and enviable figure, she was routinely crowned the belle of the school during the annual forum. Moreover, her capabilities surpassed even her physical allure. Serving as the president of the student council and leading multiple clubs, she was a frequent contender in various competitions, where her participation left others vying for second place. Despite all this, her academic performance remained unrivaled, securing the top position in her entire department. She was the epitome of the campus belle and a scholarly prodigy. It is no wonder that upon first sight, one would feel an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if they had encountered her before. Chapter 29. What is the problem with 100 million? As Lin Yang entered the office, Hu Qian's gaze remained fixated upon him, greeting each other in the process. Once they settled on the sofa, Hu Qian remarked, Junior, your classmate is quite successful. Zhang Jun nodded in agreement, replying, Indeed. Lin Yang has achieved remarkable success at such a young age. Not only does he possess numerous properties, but he also has a considerable amount of cash. He surpasses us by far. However, I am curious, how did you discern this, senior? With a subtle smile, Hu Qian responded, It is rather evident. As someone who frequently interacts with others, the distinction between a successful individual and an ordinary person is immediately apparent. Their demeanor and aura differ significantly. Reflect on your own reaction when encountering a high-ranking leader at work. Zhang Jun recalled his own response to such authority figures, his eyes averted, voice subdued, and movements hesitant, as if an invisible pressure weighed upon him. Not only did he feel this way in front of senior executives, but even with someone as accomplished as Hu Qian, there remained an air of reticence, despite their familiarity. This reaction stemmed from an acute awareness of the disparity between their statuses, the natural response of a subordinate in the presence of a superior. In contrast, Lin Yang approached the interaction with confidence and equanimity, engaging on equal footing. This ability stemmed not only from his character, but also from the assurance that his success afforded him in such exchanges. Beside them, Lin Yang nodded in admiration. It was no wonder that Hu Qian had achieved success. Her keen ability to assess others made it almost impossible for her not to thrive. Hu Qian continued now. To the matter at hand. Mr. Lin, I am willing to manage your investments. However, I must emphasize that trading in the stock market carries significant risks. Your 10 million could potentially double to 20 million within a month, or it could diminish to a mere 100,000, or even less. There exists a possibility of total loss. High risk indeed accompanies high reward, Lin Yang replied with a smile. It is precisely due to the stock market's inherent risks that I sought out an expert like you. Hu Qian nodded, smiling in return. Since you're already aware of the risks involved, we can proceed with our discussion. Please allow me a moment to retrieve the contract for your authorization. Rising, Hu Qian located a contract from her desk and approached Lin Yang, presenting it to him. Please review this. Should you find it satisfactory, we can proceed with your signature. Lin Yang accepted the contract for examination. It was a document designed to safeguard the rights of both parties, outlining the operational methods and profit-sharing proportions. There were two options for operation. The first entailed transferring funds to a designated account, with Hu Qian assuming full responsibility for the management. Profits would be divided with an 80-20 split. And in the event of losses, a fixed fee of 50,000 would be charged. Lin Yang marveled at the lucrative nature of stock advising, whether one earned or lost. The advisor always profited. The second option involved semi-management, where the investor specified which stocks to purchase and at what price, with a fee of 3% on profits and the same 50,000 charge for losses. Clearly, the second option aligned more closely with Lin Yang's preferences, though he perceived the 3% fee as somewhat excessive. A 3 service charge may seem reasonable to others, yet for him, is excessively high. Regardless of how much others research or the probability of making a profit, there always exists the potential for loss. Lin Yang, however, stands apart. He possesses an intelligence system that provides information with absolute accuracy. By following its guidance for buying and selling, he is guaranteed to make a profit without any risk of loss. His reason for seeking Hu Qian's assistance stems from the substantial amount of capital involved. Managing it himself would inevitably cause short-term fluctuations in stock prices, leading to a portion of his profits being forfeited. Furthermore, if he were to manage it himself, all his focus would be consumed by this endeavor, leaving no time for other pursuits. Thus, enlisting someone else to manage the operations is the most prudent choice. Lin Yang understands that to make the horse run, one must feed it hay, and he is willing to relinquish a portion of his profits. However, a 3 fee is indeed excessive. Manager Hu, I have no objections to other matters, but could we possibly revise the service charge? Hu Qian furrowed her brow. Typically, other clients are charged either a 30-70 split or a 4 fee on profits. She only offered Lin Yang the low-fee contract reserved for VIP clients investing over 50 million due to her respect for Zhang Jun. In her view, no matter how successful Lin Yang is, it is implausible for someone in their 20s to invest 50 million in the stock market. What does Mr. Lin mean by this? Personally, I lean towards the second proposal. I will take responsibility for determining which stocks to buy and sell, but the service charge must be adjusted to 1.5. Of course, I will ensure you do not incur losses. Other charges can also be modified, but the service fee will apply at 1.5 regardless of profit or loss. Upon hearing the proposal to have the service charge, Hu Qian considered outright rejecting Lin Yang as a client. Fortunately, Lin Yang spoke without hesitation, allowing her to quickly calculate in her mind and analyze the advantages and disadvantages of his proposal. While Lin Yang's plan would reduce the service charge on profits by half, losses would still incur fees at the same percentage. In this balance, her earnings from the service charge would not diminish. In fact, she might even earn more, making this proposal not entirely unacceptable. Very well, Let us proceed with your proposal and sign the contract. Please hold on while I prepare the documents. Absolutely. Hu Qian rose to prepare the contract. At that moment, Zhang Jun quietly remarked, Lin Yang, why are you altering the service charge structure? There are no guaranteed profits in the stock market. By changing it, aren't you putting yourself at a disadvantage? Lin Yang smiled responding. A loss may indeed be a blessing. While he articulated this sentiment, he was acutely aware that, unlike others who venture into the stock market without guarantees, he is certain of profit. Based on a projected profit of 10 million, he could save 150,000 in service charges in a single transaction, and with more trades, this figure would only increase. Before long, Hu Qian returned with the amended contract printed and ready. Lin Yang meticulously reviewed the terms and found no issues, preparing to sign. How should I fill in the capital section? He inquired, pointing to a section in the contract. Here, simply indicate the amount you intend to invest for my management. Write down the exact figure. Then, if I wish to invest additional funds later, would that necessitate a new contract? Hu Qian nodded, acknowledging, indeed, the greater the capital, the lower the fee ratio, thus it is necessary to renegotiate the contract. With a smile, Lin Yang entered the figure of 1 followed by 8 zeros in the capital section. Hu Qian's eyes immediately fixated on the multitude of zeros. She silently counted in her mind, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. Goodness, is this 100 million? Her first reaction was disbelief. She recounted twice and confirmed that it was indeed 100 million. Previously, she had only heard Zhang Jun briefly mention Lin Yang, noting that he had no background and was not a wealthy second generation, given that he had only graduated a few years prior. Managing to present 10 million was already quite remarkable. The notion of producing 100 million seemed utterly fantastical. Having verified the amount, she wondered if perhaps there had been an inadvertent error. Mr. Lin, are you intending to invest 100 million in the stock market rather than just 10 million? Yes. Is there a problem? Chapter 30. He is my boyfriend. Is it truly 100 million? Mr. Lin, how could you possess such an immense fortune? The moment Hu Qian uttered these words, she instantly recognized her transgression. It was improper to pry into a guest's private affairs. Nevertheless, the notion that Lin Yang could produce 100 million for stock trading was simply beyond belief. In her view, it was already remarkable that someone his age could muster 10 million for such endeavors, as very few, aside from the offspring of the affluent, could achieve that feat. Yet here was Lin Yang, claiming he was prepared to invest a staggering 100 million. Not only those of his age, but even many established middle-aged professionals might struggle to allocate such a sum for the stock market. Lin Yang's revelation left her utterly astounded, prompting her inadvertent slip of the tongue. My apologies, Mr. Lin. I should not have inquired about the source of your funds. Please disregard my question, she said, her demeanor shifting from that of a strong woman to one tinged with a hint of vulnerability, seeking forgiveness. That's quite all right. As long as you help me manage the investments well and generate profits, that is all that matters, Lin Yang replied, deftly redirecting the conversation. However, these funds will not be available for transfer until a week from now. That should not pose an issue, correct? With Lin Yang's nonchalance, Hu Qian regained her assertive composure and responded, there is an issue. What issue? I just mentioned that the greater the investment, the lower the commission rate. We also need to revise the contract. Hu Qian rose to amend the contract and presented it to Lin Yang. Investing 100 million qualifies one as our company's most prestigious SVIP client, with the commission charged at the minimum rate, yet with the finest services, including 24/7 priority access. As Lin Yang listened to Hu Qian's elaborate explanation, it became clear that SVP clients enjoyed preferential treatment in all dealings with their firm. While he did not memorize every detail, he did retain the information regarding the reduced commission rates. Upon reviewing the contract, he noted that aside from the adjustments related to fees, all other terms remained unchanged. The commission rate was modified to a flat one, regardless of gains or losses, 0.5 lower than before. Thus, for a transaction involving 10 million, he would save 50,000 each time. With frequent trades, those savings would accumulate significantly. Satisfied with the contract, he signed it. At this moment, Zhang Jun remained in a state of shock, still processing the revelation. He rifled through his memories of Lin Yang. Honestly, he had always found Lin Yang to be quite remarkable during their 4 years at university. Despite his exceptional academic performance, Lin Yang came from a humble background, often working part-time while others indulged in leisure. Could it be that Lin Yang was a concealed heir to a fortune? If he were indeed a wealthy heir, he had concealed it remarkably well, Zhang Jun mused quietly. However, based on Lin Yang's past demeanor, he did not strike Zhang Jun as someone from a privileged background. After all, how many wealthy heirs would choose to toil in a small factory after graduation? Yet aside from the possibility of being an heir, no other explanation could account for Lin Yang's ability to invest 100 million in the stock market. After all, how could someone who had only graduated 2 to 3 years prior possess such wealth? If Lin Yang is indeed a scion of wealth, why does he feel the need to conceal it? Is it possible that, akin to the scenario depicted in the short drama, his parents fear he may become a wastrel and thus chose to hide his identity, only revealing the truth when he reaches a certain age? Zhang Yun, upon delving deeper into their interactions, finds Lin Yang increasingly enigmatic. In their university days, he perceived Lin Yang as a man of modest means, only to later witness him secure a bank loan for 5 properties. Now, mere days later, he has invested 100 million in stocks. Zhang Yun silently rejoices, relieved that during their initial encounter at the bank, he merely exuded a sense of superiority without any hint of disdain. He has since assisted Lin Yang in finding a reliable stock advisor, knowing that this favor will surely yield benefits in the future, provided he continues to cultivate their relationship. Junior, what are you murmuring about? Lin Yang, having completed the contract with Hu Qian, was preparing to leave when Zhang Jun remained in a daze. It was only when Hu Qian called out to him that he snapped back to reality. And nothing. Are you ready to head back? No. I intend to invite Mr. Lin to dinner at Shihu Tower, and you're welcome to join. I'll pass. I just received a message that the bank has an urgent task for me. Shihu Tower is a prestigious restaurant in Star City, renowned for its ancient architectural style and grand scale, reminiscent of the Forbidden City. Such an upscale environment naturally comes with exorbitant prices, with an average cost of 4,000 to 5,000 per person for food and drinks. Zhang Jun thought it inappropriate to join without contributing, so he graciously declined. Junior, your bank is closed today. Why are you being so courteous? Hu Qian smiled slightly. You introduced me to such a quality client in Lin Yang. It is only fitting that I treat you to a meal. Zhang Yun chuckled. Having been addressed in such a manner, to refuse would be ungrateful. All right, thank you, senior. The trio of Lin Yang, Hu Qian, and Zhang Jun descended to the underground parking garage in the elevator. As the doors opened, a massive, rugged SUV came into view. Wow, isn't that the recently released Yangwang U8, the off-road player version? It costs over 160,000. Hu Qian exclaimed upon seeing the vehicle. While the price of 160,000 may seem steep to the average person, it is relatively modest compared to other luxury cars. Hu Qian's astonishment was curious to Lin Yang, who remarked, "Manager who seems quite knowledgeable about cars. Yet, in your line of work, you must encounter luxury vehicles frequently." Hu Qian nodded in agreement. Indeed, I've seen many luxury cars, which is precisely why the sight of the Yangwang U8 is so astonishing. Her statement piqued Lin Yang's curiosity further, prompting him to inquire, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Those who could spend 1 million on a domestic car priced over 1 million are the true wealthy individuals. They disregard the other attributes that brands offer, such as social status. They buy simply for their own enjoyment. It takes a certain audacity to overlook the social implications of owning a luxury car, making those who drive such vehicles the genuine affluent. Nearby, Zhang Jun nodded in agreement at Hu Qian's explanation. Indeed, Lin Yang is the epitome of true wealth. What? Are you saying that this vehicle belongs to Mr. Lin? As Hu Qian reflected on her recent comments regarding the car in front of the owner, she felt a sense of awkwardness akin to showing off in front of an expert. Lin Yang approached the car door, placed his phone on the rearview mirror, and tapped it, causing the car door to unlock automatically. He opened the door and took a seat, then leaned out to call, "Manager Hu, are you driving yourself? Or I'll take your car. I haven't had the pleasure of riding in a Yangwang U8 yet." Upon hearing the invitation, Hu Qian quickly walked a few steps to the passenger seat, opened the door, and settled in. Zhang Jun followed closely behind and also entered the vehicle. Once everyone was inside, Lin Yang directly set the navigation to Shihu Tower. At the entrance of Shihu Tower, a man in a suit knelt on one knee, holding a bouquet of red roses, proposing to a beautiful woman with long hair. Chen Qingqing, will you marry me? Wang Bin, I have already told you that I do not like you, and I have a boyfriend. Wang Bin grinned, exuding a confidence that suggested he was certain of his success with Chen Qingqing. You claim you have a boyfriend. Who is he? Bring him here. As long as you can summon him, I will believe that you have one. Chen Qingqing's brows furrowed deeper at his words. Wang Bin was a classmate from university, and after their last reunion, he had become persistent in his affections. She knew that if she didn't dissuade him soon, he would continue to pursue her indefinitely. However, she currently had no boyfriend, and all the male friends she knew were familiar to Wang Bin. It would be too late to hire an actor. Just as she felt overwhelmed, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure approaching. He is my boyfriend. Chapter 31. An intimate encounter accompanied by Hu Qian and Zhang Jun. Lin Yang entered the Westlake Tower. This renowned restaurant in Star City resembled a majestic palace, exuding an air of opulence. Its ancient architectural style was distinctive, with flying eaves and intricate brackets, and every detail reflected a profound history and rich cultural essence, transporting one instantly back to a flourishing era of antiquity. Upon entering the Grand Hall, splendid palace lanterns hung high, casting a gentle yet bright light that illuminated every corner. The floor was paved with polished marble, reflecting the silhouettes of the patrons, emanating a cool sheen. Surrounding the hall were exquisite pieces of classical Chinese furniture, their wooden grains delicate and clear, releasing a subtle fragrance that harmonized beautifully with the ambience. On the walls hung masterful calligraphy and paintings, some depicting landscapes in a freehand style, others portraying birds and flowers with meticulous detail, enriching the artistic atmosphere of the space. The restaurant buzzed with a lively crowd, with uniformed waitstaff weaving through the throngs, smiling warmly as they provided attentive service to every guest. Amidst the bustle, Lin Yang keenly spotted a familiar figure, his gaze drawn irresistibly towards her. There stood Chen Qingqing, surrounded by a throng, her expression one of helplessness, while a man knelt before her, offering a bouquet of red roses. Today, Chen Qingqing's appearance was markedly different. While she usually donned a professional suit for work, she now sported a casual ensemble, a cropped floral t-shirt paired with light blue distressed jeans, exuding a playful vibrancy. Suddenly, she pointed in Lin Yang's direction and briskly navigated through the crowd toward him. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Lin Yang's, resting her head affectionately on his shoulder. Then, with a bold declaration, she announced, "He is my boyfriend." This unexpected gesture left Lin Yang wide-eyed, his face a canvas of astonishment and disbelief. Instinctively, his body tensed, caught off guard by the absurdity of the unfolding drama. What is happening? Chen Qingqing subtly urged him with her eyes. It's nothing. Just play along and help me shoo away a pesky fly. At that moment, Lin Yang noticed the man with the roses rising to pursue them, and piecing together Chen Qingqing's reaction, he began to grasp the situation. Upon hearing her words, Wang Bin's smile froze instantly, a flicker of confusion and resentment crossing his eyes. He scrutinized Lin Yang from head to toe, a wave of jealousy surging within him. Lin Yang was tall and handsome, radiating a unique charm that Wang Bin could not deny. However, having known Chen Qingqing for some time, Wang Bin was somewhat familiar with her personality and romantic history. To his recollection, Chen Qingqing had never mentioned having a boyfriend, and he noted that the interaction between Lin Yang and her lacked the natural intimacy typical of a couple. This filled him with doubt. He furrowed his brow, his tone laced with skepticism and dissatisfaction as he exclaimed, "You could just pick any man and claim he is your boyfriend. How can you prove it?" Wang Bin's questioning heightened the tension in the atmosphere, drawing curious glances from those around them who began to murmur and whisper amongst themselves. Chen Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly. She bit her lip, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She understood that if she could not convince Wang Bin, this charade would come to an abrupt end. At that moment, as all eyes were fixated on them, Chun Qingqing suddenly executed an even more astonishing maneuver. She delicately rose onto her toes, her hands gently resting on Lin Yang's shoulders, and then leaned in closer to his face. Before Lin Yang could process what was happening, her lips softly pressed against his. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and the world around them fell silent, save for the synchronized rhythm of their heartbeats echoing in the air. Lin Yang's mind went blank, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. Yet, he was not one to panic easily. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady himself, his mind racing to devise a strategy. He realized that displaying any signs of alarm or rejection would not only embarrass Chun Qingqing, but also thrust him into the spotlight, inviting unnecessary complications. Gradually, Lin Yang's gaze grew resolute. He decided to play along with Chun Qingqing's performance. He gently wrapped his arms around her waist, a confident and composed smile gracing his features, as if they were indeed a couple deeply in love. This gesture caught the attention of those nearby, who regarded them with envious admiration. Chun Qingqing sensed Lin Yang's cooperation and felt a wave of relief wash over her. She tilted her head to gaze at his handsome face, gratitude shimmering in her eyes. She knew that she had encountered a savior in this moment. Wang Bin, witnessing the intimate display between Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing, felt the flames of jealousy ignite within him even more fiercely. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, and his expression twisted with resentment. He could not accept Chun Qingqing's rejection so easily, nor could he bear the thought that she might indeed have a boyfriend. Even if you act affectionate now, it doesn't prove that you're truly a couple, he scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. Perhaps this is merely a fade to deceive me. Lin Yang smiled faintly, a hint of disdain evident in his expression. He regarded Wang Bin with a calm demeanor and replied, "If you choose not to believe, then there's little I can do. However, the bond between Qingqing and me is not something you can dismiss with a few skeptical words." His voice was steady and assured, brimming with confidence, as his unwavering gaze met Wang Bin's, as if to assert his claim. Chun Qingqing chimed in, "Wang Bin, I've already stated my feelings. I do not like you, and I hope you will cease your pursuit." Her tone was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. It turns out that the beautiful woman already has a boyfriend, and he is quite handsome. The striking couple is indeed a perfect match. Handsome fellow, since she is already taken, it would be wise for you to step back. Indeed, to intervene at this moment would only label you as a disruptor. The onlooking crowd, upon witnessing Chun Qingqing with her charming partner, began to cast blame upon Wang Bin. Instantly, Wang Bin's face flushed crimson, wishing he could vanish into the ground. This was the first time he had experienced such humiliation. "You wait, I'll remember this," he muttered through gritted teeth before storming away from Shihu Building. Just then, a notification chimed in Lin Yang's mind. Ding! Engaging deeply with an informant has triggered a critical hit, resulting in valuable intelligence. It has been dispatched. Please check. Is this what they meant by deep engagement? Lin Yang had initially assumed it was a literal interpretation, only to discover that a mere kiss sufficed. He opened the panel to examine the high-value information he had just received. Chapter 32. An eightfold return in 1 month. Reward information. On Monday, Foodie Battery will announce groundbreaking news regarding the mass production of solid-state batteries, leading to a surge in stock prices and consecutive trading halts. Entering at the right moment could yield an eightfold return within a month. Upon receiving this information, Lin Yang could not suppress a smile. The intelligence concerning the stock market was precisely what he desperately needed. It was likely a result of his morning endeavors to seek stock advisors, coupled with the profound interaction he had just shared with Chun Qingqing, that triggered this remarkable tip about the stock market. An astonishing eightfold return within a month. Such an extraordinary yield would seem unbelievable if spoken aloud. Currently, Lin Yang had nearly 100 million in his account. And with the announcement of the demolition of properties in Jinling community next week, he would also receive 50 million in compensation. By calculation, he would possess 150 million in principal. If the information proved true and he realized an eightfold profit within a month, that would amount to 12 billion. Given the enormity of such a financial operation, he was fortunate to have enlisted the expertise of Hu Qian, a professional stock advisor, to manage it. Otherwise, not only would he expend a great deal of his energy, but he could also suffer losses due to unforeseen circumstances. After all, stock advisors like Hu Qian collaborate with a professional team to accomplish their tasks, whereas managing it alone could lead to overwhelming chaos and missed opportunities. Lin Yang was acutely aware that professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. While Lin Yang reveled in the excitement and contemplation brought forth by this intelligence, Zhang Jun suddenly called out, "Sister-in-law," jolting him back to reality. Upon hearing this address, Chen Qingqing seemed electrified, instantly releasing her hold on Lin Yang's arm. A blush crept onto her face as she apologetically said to him, "I truly apologize for dragging you into this without your consent. Do not worry, I will handle the subsequent matters." Lin Yang smiled and shook his head, responding, "It's quite all right. We are old classmates, and it is only natural to help one another." Upon hearing the phrase "old classmates," a wave of inexplicable disappointment washed over Chen Qingqing. She could not comprehend what was happening to her. However, following the earlier incident, she was already in a lackluster mood. After expressing her apologies once more, she turned and departed. Observing Chen Qingqing's retreating figure, Zhang Jun leaned in curiously beside Lin Yang and inquired, "Brother Yang, what exactly is your relationship with that beautiful woman? She truly isn't to your girlfriend?" Lin Yang chuckled helplessly and clarified, "No, not at all. I merely assisted her in a predicament." Zhang Jun sighed in lament, pursing his lips as he remarked, "Such a beauty. It's a pity she isn't your sister-in-law." "All right, let us go," Hu Qian urged from the side. Consequently, Lin Yang, Hu Qian, and Zhang Jun continued to follow the server towards the private room. Upon entering, Hu Qian adeptly inquired if Lin Yang had any dietary restrictions, then confidently ordered several signature dishes. After placing the order, she handed the menu to Lin Yang, enthusiastically saying, "Take a look and see if there's anything else you fancy. Feel free to order. Today, I am treating." Lin Yang, not one to be modest, accepted the menu and began to examine it closely. He had long heard of the exorbitant prices at West Lake Pavilion, yet when he actually opened the menu, he was taken aback by the figures displayed. Bean sprouts, which cost merely 2 yuan per kilogram outside, were priced an astonishing 28.88 for a serving here, adorned with the poetic name Fire Tree Silverflower. This was merely the most commonplace of ingredients. Those that were already considered precious on the market were even more exorbitantly priced at West Lake Pavilion. The few dishes that Hu Qian had casually ordered totaled no less than 10,000 yuan. Lin Yang silently marveled. The reputation of West Lake Pavilion was indeed well-deserved, with prices that were simply outrageous. Having seen that the dishes were nearly ready, Lin Yang casually ordered a pot of the cheapest green tea, priced at 888. Before long, the tea and dishes began to arrive at their table. Each dish was presented with such exquisite artistry that they resembled works of art, captivating the eye and making one reluctant to disturb their beauty with chopsticks. To Lin Yang's surprise, one of the dishes was indeed the expensive Fire Tree Silverflower. The waiter paused momentarily before presenting this dish, beaming with a professional smile as he began to elaborate on its origins. "Esteemed guests, the Fire Tree Silverflower is our restaurant's signature dish. Crafted from organic bean sprouts, they're hollowed out and stuffed with black pork, meticulously prepared by our top chefs. This dish not only demanded careful selection of ingredients, but also involved a complex and intricate cooking process, requiring chefs to possess exceptional skills and extensive experience to harmoniously blend the tenderness of the bean sprouts with the richness of the black pork, thus creating this unique delicacy." As Lin Yang gazed at the seemingly ordinary, yet remarkably valued bean sprouts before him, he couldn't help but reflect that the luxury of West Lake Pavilion was not solely evident in the prices of the dishes, but also in the meticulous craftsmanship and unique creativity behind each offering. While listening to the waiter's introduction, Lin Yang thoughtfully savored the exquisite flavors. The moment the ingredients touched his palate, he felt it was worth every penny. He was certain he had never tasted such delightful bean sprouts before. The meat filling and the sprouts melded perfectly. The crispness of the texture combined with the savory essence of the meat created an extraordinarily marvelous experience. Indeed, there was wisdom behind the high prices. The fact that such an expensive restaurant could thrive was no mere coincidence. After all, wealthy patrons are not foolish. If the taste did not match the steep prices, they would not return. Seeing Lin Yang's expression of enjoyment, Hu Qian nodded in satisfaction. As long as Mr. Lin is pleased with his meal, that is what matters. Lin Yang smiled and replied, I must thank Manager Hu for treating me to such delectable fare. Suddenly, he recalled the matter concerning stocks. Initially, he intended to wait until the demolition compensation was credited before transferring the funds to Hu Qian's account. However, now that he had received some intelligence, he feared that further delay would result in missing an opportunity. Thus, he pulled out his phone and transferred 90 million to that account, leaving himself with a few million for emergencies. Manager Hu, I have just transferred 90 million to the account, and the remaining 10 million will be sent next week. Hu Qian was perplexed as to why Lin Yang chose this moment to initiate the transfer. Initially, they had agreed to transfer a total of 100 million together next week. Yet now, a sudden transfer of 90 million had occurred. Could it be that there is some urgent matter at hand? As she pondered this, her phone buzzed with a notification. Client Lin Yang's account. 7512 received a transfer of 90 million from Xingqing Bank. Current balance 90 million. Hu Qian was left in a daze upon seeing this amount. Good heavens! It truly is 90 million. My word, 90 million. How effortlessly it was transferred. The expression on Hu Qian's face shifted, filled with astonishment. A person in their 20s, without the background of a wealthy heir, is genuinely prepared to invest 100 million in the stock market. Mr. Lin, is there an urgent matter prompting this swift transfer of funds? Lin Yang nodded. Indeed, I already have my sights set on a target. Chapter 33. If you cannot carry me, allow me to carry you, Manager Hu. As soon as the stock market opens on Monday, please assist me in investing all the funds in my account into the stock of Foodie Battery, Lin Yang instructed. Hearing this, Hu Qian nearly dropped her cup, her eyes widening in astonishment and disbelief. Her voice involuntarily rose a few notches. Mr. Lin, you must exercise caution. Although we have signed a semi-managed agreement, and I am merely responsible for the operations, as a friend, I must sincerely urge you to reconsider. With a furrowed brow, Hu Qian expressed her concerns. I have kept an eye on Foodie Battery. Their production equipment is outdated, and their technological advancements lag far behind industry developments. Moreover, they have been in a state of continuous loss for several years, and their reputation and prospects in the market are rather bleak. After the release of last year's financial report, their stock has hit the limit down for an entire week. If it continues to fall, it will become worthless. Investing in their stock at this moment is akin to throwing money into a bottomless pit with a 9 out of 10 chance of no return. Lin Yang listened quietly to Hu Qian's analysis, secretly amused. He was well aware that her observations were indeed factual, from publicly available market information. Foodie Battery appeared to be a lackluster company with a dim future. However, unlike Hu Qian, he possessed crucial intelligence that others were unaware of. On Monday, Foodie Battery was set to announce groundbreaking news regarding the mass production of solid-state batteries. Once this news was released, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous stir in the market, causing the stock price to soar and hit the limit up. In Lin Yang's eyes, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to profit, while Hu Qian, constrained by limited information, failed to perceive its potential. With this thought in mind, Lin Yang smiled at Hu Qian and said, Manager Hu, I appreciate your concerns and the diligence with which you analyze my situation. However, everyone has their own judgments and perspectives regarding the market. I have my considerations and rationale. Please proceed as per my request, and I assure you that the results will soon be evident. His expression radiated confidence, as if victory were already beckoning him. Seeing that Lin Yang remained unmoved, Hu Qian could only sigh in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further. In her heart, she silently prayed that Lin Yang would merely be fortunate this time and not suffer significant losses due to this investment. After all, in her years of experience, she had never witnessed a company with such dismal fundamentals experience a substantial short-term rise in stock price. After enjoying their meal, Hu Qian raised her hand to summon the waiter for the bill. Including service charges, the total amounted to 14,888 yuan, nearly 5,000 yuan per person. Upon hearing this figure, Lin Yang felt a jolt within, reflecting on how not long ago he diligently worked to earn a mere 5,000 yuan in a month. Now, he was spending that same amount on a single meal, a disparity that was truly staggering. After settling the bill, Hu Qian inquired, "It's still early. I plan to stroll through the mall to pick out a birthday gift for my mother. Would you care to join me?" Lin Yang was about to decline, but suddenly recalled his impending return to his hometown. This presented a perfect opportunity to select gifts for his parents. It had been several years since he last visited home, and this time he was determined to return in grand style, restoring the dignity his parents had lost over the years. With this thought, Lin Yang nodded in agreement, saying, "Sure, I'll join you." Zhang Jun shook his head, responding, "I have other matters to attend to. You two can go ahead to the mall. I will take a taxi later." Thus, the three departed from the restaurant and went their separate ways. Lin Yang and Hu Qian drove to the mall, while Zhang Jun took a taxi. Upon entering the mall, warm yellow lights cascaded down, illuminating the entire space with a cozy and bright ambience. The mall was bustling with activity, teeming with people, and various shops were artfully arranged, their neon signs flickering and dancing, painting a picture of vibrant commerce. The air was infused with a subtle scent of perfume, mingled with the sweet aroma wafting from the bakery, creating an enticing shopping atmosphere. Standing in the center of the mall, Lin Yang's gaze wandered among the myriad of products, momentarily leaving him feeling somewhat lost amidst the dazzling array. The images of his parents continuously flashed in his mind, yet he was at a loss as to what gift would genuinely convey his sentiments. After a brief hesitation, he turned to Hu Qian beside him, his eyes filled with earnest inquiry. "I plan to return to my hometown next week and wish to bring some gifts for my parents. What do you think I should buy?" Hu Qian paused, tilting her head in contemplation, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she thoughtfully suggested, "Consider purchasing gold or jade jewelry for your mother. It's both valuable and sure to bring her joy. For your father, a belt, a massage chair, or clothing would be practical and heartfelt gifts." As Lin Yang listened to Hu Qian's recommendations, memories of his mother's envious gaze when she saw others adorned with jewelry flooded his mind, alongside the discomfort etched on his father's face during bouts of back pain. At that moment, he felt reassured that he had sought Hu Qian's advice. Pleased with her suggestions, Lin Yang decided to first visit a jewelry store, followed by selecting a quality massage chair. They made their way to the largest jewelry store in the mall, which was alive with excitement. A stage had been set up at the entrance, where several couples warmed up for a performance. As Lin Yang and Hu Qian approached, a staff member warmly greeted them. "Good day, sir and madam. Today marks our 10-year anniversary celebration, and we have a couple's hugging event. If you win, you will receive a 12% discount on all purchases today. Would you like to participate?" "Hugging event?" Hu Qian inquired with curiosity. "How does one participate, and what are the rules of the competition?" The staff member explained. "It's quite simple. The boyfriend must lift the girlfriend, and she must not touch the ground. The couple that maintains the hole for the longest time wins and secures the discount." Lin Yang chuckled softly, realizing that this was merely his first encounter with Hu Qian. They were hardly a couple. The awkwardness of two unfamiliar individuals embracing was palpable. Just as he was about to decline, Hu Qian unexpectedly grasped his hand, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she inquired, "Are you joining?" Lin Yang found himself momentarily taken aback by her sudden gesture. We're not," he stammered. However, Hu Qian appeared to disregard his words entirely. She held onto his hand firmly and whispered in his ear, "I happen to be planning to buy my mother a large gold bracelet. With a discount of 12, I could save quite a bit. A simple hug is such an easy thing. Do you think I'm too heavy to embrace? If that's the case, I could hug you instead." Chapter 34. Inner Turmoil, Whom Do You Look Down Upon? Lin Yang was not one to be shy. Seeing Hu Qian eager to participate in the event for a chance at discounts, he readily consented. Soon, Hu Qian grasped Lin Yang's hand and led him onto the stage. Alongside them were a dozen other couples. After a brief wait, the staff brought up several more pairs, and upon gathering 20 couples, the host, beaming with delight, began to explain the rules of the hugging contest. All right, we now have our 20 couples. The rules are as follows. Once the contest begins, boyfriends may lift their girlfriends in any manner, but the girlfriend's feet must never touch the ground. Should they do so, the contest ends, and the couple that endures the longest will emerge victorious, claiming the grand prize, a discount of 12 on all store purchases. Now, contestants, please prepare yourselves. Boyfriends, lift your girlfriends. Lin Yang took a deep breath, slowly extending his hands. One hand carefully cradled Hu Qian's knee, while the other gently wrapped around her back. His movements were stiff and awkward, his arms trembling slightly, as if he feared hurting Hu Qian, yet desperately trying to suppress his own anxiety. Hu Qian's cheeks flushed slightly. She turned her head away, unable to meet Lin Yang's gaze, her hands instinctively clutching his shoulders, her fingers curling nervously. An air of awkwardness enveloped them, as if the very atmosphere had thickened with their unfamiliarity. The host, noticing everyone was ready, called out loudly, "Contestants, prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1, begin." With that command, the arena fell into a hush, the only sounds being the contestants' heavy breaths. Within a minute of the competition's commencement, a couple faltered. The young man's face turned crimson, his arms quaking violently. He lost his grip, and the girl's feet touched the ground. Her expression fell immediately as she complained, "How could you be so useless? You couldn't even last a minute. It's because you're too heavy. Look at how slender the other girls are. Then go find yourself a slender girlfriend," he retorted. As time progressed, more couples succumbed, leaving fewer pairs on stage. Lin Yang's endurance could be attributed to his experience as a technician in a factory, where he frequently lifted parts, developing considerable strength and stamina. Coupled with Hu Qian's petite frame, Lin Yang found that while it was not entirely effortless to carry her, he could manage quite well. Thus, they persevered until only 3 couples remained. Hu Qian gazed at Lin Yang, who was drenched in sweat, and asked, "Can you hold on? If not, we might as well give up." Lin Yang shook his head. "We've come this far. To give up now would be to squander our efforts." Hu Qian nodded slightly, her heart racing at the sight of Lin Yang's focused and resolute expression. After a while longer, another couple could no longer sustain their hold. The young man's stamina appeared to have reached its peak. His legs began to tremble, and his arms, which had been holding the young woman, gradually descended until her feet finally touched the ground. Now, only Lin Yang, Hu Qian, and another couple remained on stage. This couple also exhibited remarkable synergy. Although the young man's face was etched with fatigue, his eyes radiated determination. The young woman clung tightly to his neck, her feet intertwined around his waist, providing him with some relief. Hu Qian glanced at them, aware that if she did not act soon, she might lose the chance to secure this coveted spot. At that moment, beads of sweat rolled down Lin Yang's forehead, and his hands quivered slightly, signaling that he was nearing his limit. Biting her lower lip, Hu Qian silently resolved to take action. She tilted her head back slightly, her hands gradually encircling Lin Yang's neck, her fingers delicately resting upon his shoulders. This gesture brought them remarkably close, their faces almost touching, noses nearly brushing against one another. Lin Yang's breath gently caressed Hu Qian's cheek, imbued with a hint of warmth. The unexpected intimacy left Hu Qian momentarily flustered, her body tensing instinctively. She tightened her embrace around Lin Yang, fearful of losing her balance. At that instant, the world around them seemed to fall into silence. The once bustling mall faded away, leaving only the sound of their hurried breaths and racing heartbeats echoing in their ears. The warm yellow light enveloped them softly, as if adorning them with a veil of dreamy golden edges. The cheers and shouts from the audience became indistinct, as though the entire universe had shrunk to just the two of them. Hu Qian's face flushed a deep crimson, the warmth creeping from her ears down to her neck. Her heartbeat thundered, as if it might leap from her throat. She averted her gaze, unable to meet Lin Yang's eyes directly. Yet his face, so close to hers, left her nowhere to turn. Lin Yang's cheeks were equally flushed, reminiscent of a ripe apple. His eyes sparkled with a mix of shyness and anxiety, yet there was a trace of gentle tenderness within them. The two remained locked in this close embrace, their body heat exchanging in a dance of unspoken emotions, the air thick with an inexplicable tension. In this charged atmosphere, time seemed to stretch infinitely. At last, the other couple could no longer endure. The young man's legs shook violently, veins bulging on his forehead, his face a canvas of exhaustion and reluctance. As the young woman's feet touched the ground, a wave of disappointed sighs swept through the audience. With only Lin Yang and Hu Qian remaining on stage, the host approached them with excitement, announcing, "The competition is over. Congratulations to the two winners. Wow, we did it. Lin Yang, you were incredible," Hu Qian exclaimed, hugging Lin Yang's head, so elated she nearly leaned in for a kiss. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, celebrating their perseverance and synergy. Only then did Lin Yang gently lower Hu Qian, yet her arms remained securely around his neck, as if still lost in the tension of the recent contest. "Can I let go now?" she inquired, only to quickly retract her hands, exclaiming, "I was so excited. I momentarily forgot." Lin Yang smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Once Zhang Hao and the others had finished, the host stepped forward, presenting the victory coupon to Lin Yang and Hu Qian, beaming as they said, "Congratulations. It is evident that the rapport and trust you share are truly admirable. This 12 discount is well-deserved." Lin Yang accepted the coupon graciously, thanking the host, while Hu Qian stood beside him, her face radiant with joy. The female audience members below began to murmur among themselves. "Wow, that guy's so handsome. Who would have thought he not only possesses striking looks, but also such impressive stamina? His girlfriend is incredibly fortunate. Indeed, I just watch him hold his girlfriend for so long. It's so reassuring." These words of admiration floated into Hu Qian's ears, stirring within her a unique sensation. She stole a glance at Lin Yang beside her, noticing a slight sheen of sweat on his handsome face, the light accentuating his muscular form. Her heart raced a little faster, prompting her to take a few deep breaths to mask her inner turmoil. Chapter 35: The Province. The blossoms as Lin Yang observed the bashful demeanor of Hu Qian. A subtle smile graced his lips, and a hint of tenderness flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this formidable woman, renowned for her decisiveness in the corporate realm, could possess such a shy disposition. Having secured the discount, he suggested, "Let us now venture inside to select a gift." His voice was gentle yet steady, effectively dispelling the brief silence. The two of them entered the jewelry store, where the resplendent lights illuminated the space, casting a golden hue throughout. A neatly attired saleswoman approached with a professional smile, greeting them warmly. "Welcome to our store. Our collection of gold jewelry is the finest in Star City, with an array of styles for you to peruse." Lin Yang nodded sleekly, allowing his gaze to wander across the display cases. The counters were brimming with an assortment of exquisite gold ornaments, necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and rings, each piece a testament to masterful craftsmanship, radiating an alluring luster. Additionally, several cases showcased jade jewelry, where the smooth stones glimmered softly under the lights, carved into intricate designs of flora and fauna, or polished into rounded pendants, offering a delightful variety that could easily overwhelm the senses. "Sir, are you purchasing a gift for your girlfriend?" The saleswoman inquired with a perfectly timed smile, her curiosity piqued by Lin Yang's company with Hu Qian. Lin Yang quickly waved his hand, clarifying, "You misunderstand. I wish to buy some gold and jade pieces for my mother. Do you have any recommendations?" "Certainly, right this way." The saleswoman responded enthusiastically, guiding Lin Yang to a corner of the counter where a selection of elegantly designed gold bangles was neatly arranged. As she pointed out the displayed bracelets, she elaborated, "These styles are quite sophisticated and suitable for gifting to elders." Lin Yang's eyes scanned the gold bangles as he meticulously examined the price tags, noticing that the prices varied primarily with size, smaller ones starting at over 10,000, while larger pieces range from 40 to 50,000. "Sir, please let me know which one you prefer, and I will retrieve it for you." The saleswoman's voice brimmed with anticipation, her eyes glinting with a desire to finalize a transaction. "Wrap them all up," Lin Yang replied decisively, without the slightest hesitation. He mused to himself that these gold ornaments, despite their handcrafted costs, were a sound investment compared to gold bars, essentially serving as a form of financial management. Faced with such an overwhelming selection, he resolved to simply acquire them all. The saleswoman's eyes widened instantaneously, disbelief etched across her once bright features. As if Lin Yang's words had detonated like a bomb in her mind. Her breath caught abruptly, rendering her momentarily frozen, as if under a spell. The tray she held to display the bangles nearly slipping from her grasp. Instinctively, she tightened her grip, her knuckles blanching from the effort. "Yes, sir. Are you saying you wish to wrap all of these gold bangles?" The waiter stuttered in disbelief, her voice trembling with shock as she could hardly fathom that the seemingly ordinary young man before her could be so extravagantly generous. Purchasing a dozen gold bracelets in one go, a sum of no small significance. In her previous work experiences, such lavish customers had been a rarity. The other waitstaff cast envious glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. Among them, a young female server sparkled with starry-eyed dreams, secretly wishing, "If only he were my boyfriend, so handsome and affluent, casually spending hundreds of thousands. Being with him would surely mean a life of luxury, and I could be cherished like a princess." Her cheeks flushed slightly, as if lost in this delightful fantasy, nearly misplacing the jewelry she was arranging. Another slightly older server sighed softly, reflecting, "This young man is impressively accomplished at such a tender age. It truly commands respect. Just look at him, and then at my ordinary boyfriend. What an immense disparity." Shaking her head, she couldn't resist casting another admiring glance at Lin Yang, her eyes brimming with appreciation and a hint of regret. A few other servers huddled together, whispering, "He must be the owner of a major company. How else could he be so generous, purchasing so many bracelets in one breath? Perhaps he is a wealthy second-generation heir, coming from affluence and unconcerned about such trivial expenses." Their conversation was laced with speculation about Lin Yang's status and astonishment at his wealth, intertwined with a tinge of envy. These envious glances and hushed discussions spread like an invisible breeze throughout the jewelry store, subtly altering the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lin Yang seemed oblivious to the attention, engrossed in a conversation with Hu Qian about which gifts to select next. Suddenly, Hu Qian inquired, "Can these pieces be discounted together?" The waiter promptly nodded, her face alight with a smile, eagerly responding, "Of course. Rest assured, as long as you make your purchase today, you will enjoy a 12 discount with no limit. You two are the champions of today's hugging contest, and this is a special benefit we offer." As she spoke, the waiter carefully placed the selected gold bracelets into an exquisite gift box, her movements graceful and practiced. Hu Qian nodded in satisfaction, smiling, then "Wait a moment. I'll choose one more." With that, she glided elegantly to the display case, her eyes flitting through the dazzling array of jewelry as she meticulously selected her next piece. Observing Hu Qian's focused deliberation, Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. "Manager Hu, with such a high income, why do you still care about this discount?" Hu Qian turned her head, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yang, and replied, "It's essential to spend wisely and save where we can. Our money doesn't come from the wind." Lin Yang, upon hearing this, felt a surge of admiration for Hu Qian, nodding earnestly in agreement. "You are absolutely right. Having money does not equate to being a fool." As the server presented Lin Yang with a splendid gold bracelet, a shrewd woman promptly set aside her tasks, emerging from behind the counter with 2 bottles of mineral water, which she graciously offered to Lin Yang and Hu Qian. "Sir, madam, please take a sip of water. Jade and gemstones also make splendid gifts for elders. Would you care to take a look?" It appeared that the store's gold and jade displays were distinctly separated, with the woman attending to the jade selections. "Sir, may I inquire about your mother's age? What do you think of this exquisite piece of mutton fat jade?" The attentive server enthusiastically recommended, "This mutton fat jade is indeed the crown jewel of our establishment." Lin Yang cast a glance at the price, astonished to discover that a diminutive jade Buddha was priced at a staggering 880,000. Remarkably, the total of the several gold bracelets he had just purchased was nearly equivalent to this amount. It seemed the server had noted his earlier indifference to the price of the gold bracelets, which prompted her to present the store's prized possession right away. Chapter 36. The ex-girlfriend Lin Yang did not possess a profound knowledge of jade, yet the piece before him radiated a luster that echoed the attendant's description, evoking a sense of tranquility from afar. As for its worth, he was uncertain. Turning to Hu Qian, he inquired, "What do you think of this jade?" "This is a fine piece of mutton-fat white jade, flawless throughout. It is indeed a remarkable item," Hu Qian remarked, her expertise in jade allowing her to discern its exceptional quality at a glance. Lin Yang grasped her implication. This jade was valued at 880,000, and with today's promotional discount of 12, it would be available for just under 800,000. Considering his mother's frail health, acquiring a jade piece to aid in her recuperation seemed prudent. With this thought, Lin Yang resolved, addressing the attendant, "All right, please wrap it up." Upon hearing Lin Yang's decision, the attendant's joy radiated even more. She promptly began to package the item, her excitement causing her hands to tremble slightly, yet her movements remained deft. She resembled a child on the verge of exuberance, silently grateful to have encountered such a generous customer. After Lin Yang's selection, Hu Qian chose an emerald bracelet as a birthday gift for her mother, which she added to Lin Yang's purchase for checkout. The total, after discounts, amounted to 1,720,000, encompassing several gold bracelets alongside the mutton-fat white jade and the emerald bracelet. As Lin Yang completed the transaction and prepared to leave, the store manager and 6 staff members gathered at the entrance to bid farewell. "Take care, and we welcome your next visit," they said in unison, bowing neatly, their faces adorned with warm smiles, their voices resonant with respect. Only after Lin Yang and Hu Qian had walked a considerable distance, disappearing from sight, did they return inside. "Everyone, gather around," the store manager called upon entering, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he prepared to address the staff. The employees quickly assembled, their earlier excitement from attending to esteemed guests now subdued. They stood at attention, awaiting the manager's words. "You all witnessed the customer we just served," the manager stated, his gaze sweeping across each employee. He was dressed quite ordinarily, not appearing as a wealthy individual, yet he spent over $1 million without batting an eye. If you like some staff in other shops, were to disdain customers or show indifference, they would simply walk away. He continued, "Today, I shall impart an important lesson. Do not assess a customer's wealth based solely on their attire, but rather through their demeanor and gaze." When that customer entered, he surveyed all the counters without any flicker of emotion in his eyes, indicating that these items held little significance for him. This was further confirmed when he remained composed upon seeing the 880,000 jade. Such individuals are beyond estimation. The staff listened intently, some nodding in contemplation, while others displayed expressions of sudden realization. "Today, I wish to particularly commend Sister Huang," the manager said, fixing his gaze on the astute woman among them. "You demonstrated keen insight, recognizing the customer's potential and needs, and promptly recommended our prized treasure. Your bonus for this month shall be doubled." Sister Huang was utterly elated after selling her store's prized possession, and upon hearing that her bonus had doubled, her joy soared even higher. Her smile stretching from ear to ear, she promptly expressed her gratitude, attributing her success to the excellent guidance of the store manager. The manager nodded in satisfaction, allowing the staff to return to their respective duties. As the employees dispersed, each one reflected on the day's events. Fortunately, the manager had always instilled in them the importance of treating every customer with respect, regardless of their appearance. Anyone who entered the store was to be warmly welcomed. As they ascended to the second floor, Hu Qian led Lin Yang into a clothing store, intending to choose a gift for her father. Lin Yang glanced up to see a large logo emblazoned with Amani at the entrance of this luxury boutique. In the past, he had kept a respectful distance from such opulent establishments, feeling uneasy each time he passed by. Yet now, he strode confidently into the store, devoid of any anxiety or trepidation. This newfound assurance stemmed from his financial success. What once seemed an unattainable aspiration had transformed into a tangible reality. The store's decor was elegantly minimalist, with soft lighting casting a gentle glow on the exquisite merchandise, as if shrouding them in an air of mystique. Fashion posters adorned the walls, showcasing the latest seasonal trends, with models exuding confidence and grace, captivating all who beheld them. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, a distinctive scent synonymous with luxury boutiques, whispering tales of the brand's heritage and cultural depth. Following Hu Qian, Lin Yang strolled leisurely through the store, his eyes scanning the displayed items. Impeccably tailored suits, uniquely designed shoes, and innovative ties and belts. Each piece, whether in terms of material or craftsmanship, was of the highest caliber, with every detail meticulously attended to. In the bustling shopping mall on the weekend, throngs of people mingled, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Li Xiaojia and her best friend were leisurely perusing the shops, relishing this rare moment of relaxation. They wove through various stores, pausing intermittently to admire the goods showcased in the windows, offering critiques of the beautiful clothing and exquisite accessories. Suddenly, her friend seized Li Xiaojia's arm, her eyes wide with astonishment as she excitedly pointed ahead. "Look, isn't that your impoverished ex-boyfriend Lin Yang?" Li Xiaojia instinctively followed her friend's gaze and indeed spotted Lin Yang's figure entering the Amani store with Hu Qian. A jolt of surprise coursed through her. Yet she feigned composure and quickly retorted, "That's my ex-boyfriend. We broke up over 6 months ago." Her friend scoffed, dismissively saying, Right, your ex-boyfriend. Thank goodness you ended things early. I heard he was fired from his job recently. He probably can't even afford a meal now. Yet he dares to enter a luxury store. What a ridiculous display of false bravado." Li Xiaojia slightly furrowed her brows, remaining silent as her gaze lingered on Lin Yang, a tumult of emotions stirring within her. How could he, after our breakup, come to know such a stunning beauty? Her close friend, seemingly oblivious to Li Xiaojia's unease, continued to chatter incessantly. "My boyfriend is Lin Yang's colleague, and he doesn't earn much either. Once I find someone wealthier, I'll certainly cast him aside." As she spoke, her friend tugged Li Xiaojia toward the Amani store, exclaiming, "Let us go see. I want to witness the awkwardness of him being turned away by the staff for being unable to afford anything." Upon reaching the entrance of Amani, they peered through the window, catching sight of Lin Yang and Hu Qian selecting items within the store. Lin Yang exuded an air of composure and confidence, his demeanor elegant, as though he seamlessly blended into the opulent surroundings. Meanwhile, Hu Qian offered suggestions, their laughter resonating, revealing a closeness that was undeniable. Observing the scene, Li Xiaojia's friend exclaimed in disbelief. How dare he enter a luxury store when he is so poor? What a charade. We must go in and expose him. Li Xiaojia bit her lip, her heart a cacophony of conflicting emotions, feeling a sense of missed opportunity. She realized that Lin Yang now appeared markedly different from before. His confidence and generosity within the store belied any notion of financial inadequacy. Had she truly misjudged him? Was it possible that he was, in fact, affluent? Li Xiaojia's friend as boyfriend was a colleague of Lin Yang's, and upon meeting him while accompanying her friend to see her boyfriend, he was immediately captivated by Lin Yang's handsome exterior. Initially, it was she who pursued Lin Yang, and after much effort, he reluctantly acquiesced to a relationship. However, it soon became apparent that Lin Yang was quite poor and unable to provide her with what she desired, leading to an abrupt breakup. Little did she expect to encounter him again today, and in the company of a beautiful woman, no less, entering a luxury store. Chapter 37. Attire makes the man. Saddle makes the horse. Xiaojia, why are you still standing there? Let us go. Xiaojia's close friend tugged at her, urging her to enter the store. A profound sense of reluctance washed over Xiaojia, causing her steps to involuntarily retreat, her body trembling slightly, and a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. She attempted to free herself from her friend's grasp, murmuring, "Perhaps we should not go in. It feels rather uncomfortable." Yet her friend dismissed her concerns, insisting, "What are you afraid of? Let's just take a look. They wouldn't kick us out, would they?" Reluctantly, Xiaojia acquiesced and stepped inside. The moment she crossed the threshold, the atmosphere around her felt extraordinarily thin. Her gaze darted away, unable to confront the exquisite merchandise and the opulent decor within, while her hands unconsciously clutched at the hem of her clothing, wrinkling it further. She felt akin to a Cinderella who had stumbled into a castle, utterly out of place among this grandeur. The store staff merely cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Jia and her friend as they entered, then resumed their tasks without any inclination to welcome them. A novice employee, eager to assist, was restrained by an older staff member who whispered, "Don't bother. They clearly cannot afford anything. It's obvious they aren't our target clientele. Don't waste your time." The new employee, puzzled, responded softly, "But their bags are worth thousands, and they appear genuine. How could they not afford our items?" The seasoned employee scoffed, explaining, "True affluence is unpretentious. A wealthy individual could wear a mere rag and exude confidence, indifferent to the opinions of others, unlike that gentleman and lady who just entered. Although these two wear designer labels, their wandering gazes betray their insecurity. They are not worth our attention." The new employee nodded thoughtfully. "Thank you, Lu Jie. I understand now." As Lin Yang and Hu Qian stepped through the entrance, a meticulously groomed attendant in a black uniform approached with brisk enthusiasm, a radiant smile illuminating her face, as if to dispel the winter gloom. "Welcome. How may I assist you today? I wish to select a few belts for my father. Are there any suitable styles available?" "Certainly, certainly." Upon learning Lin Yang was seeking gifts for his father, excitement flickered in the attendant's eyes. She promptly turned and delicately presented 3 impeccably crafted belts from the display, placing them on the counter with the care one would reserve for rare treasures. "These belts are among our best sellers, crafted from the finest materials and exquisite workmanship, perfect for gifting to elders." As she spoke, her fingers caressed the belts with admiration. Hu Qian leaned in slightly, scrutinizing the 3 belts with keen interest. She occasionally traced her fingers over the supple leather, savoring its exquisite texture, and lifted the belts to the light for a closer inspection of their details. Her gaze reflected professionalism and focus, as if she were conducting a rigorous evaluation. "These 3 belts are quite exquisite, embodying a minimalist design that does not compromise on elegance, and crafted from superior materials. However, I wonder what my uncle's usual attire is like. It remains uncertain which of these he would prefer." Lin Yang smiled gently and said, "Let's take them all. Since I cannot decide, I shall acquire them all. 3 belts will not cost a fortune. My father has toiled throughout his life. It is only fitting that I purchase something fine for him." The server's originally warm smile blossomed into a more radiant expression, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she envisioned a generous commission beckoning her. "Wonderful. You are truly generous. I will wrap them up for you right away, ensuring they are impeccably packaged." As she spoke, she deftly gathered the wrapping paper and gift box, showcasing her skillful hands as they flitted about like butterflies. In no time, the 3 belts were elegantly wrapped and placed in a sophisticated tote bag. During the packaging process, the server frequently glanced up, her face beaming as she offered compliments to Lin Yang and Hu Qian. "You two clearly possess exquisite taste. Your father will surely adore these belts. Your filial piety is commendable. It is rare to encounter someone as magnanimous as you." As she lavished praise, she mused internally. Despite this person's seemingly ordinary attire, their ease within the store revealed them to be a person of hidden wealth. "Today is indeed my fortunate day, encountering such a generous customer." She silently calculated that this commission would suffice to purchase a long-desired piece of clothing, and with this thought, her smile broadened, her service becoming even more attentive and enthusiastic. At that moment, Hu Qian's gaze was captured by a suit hanging on the display rack. It was a deep gray suit, understated yet elegant, its fabric shimmering subtly under the lights, clearly of high quality. "Lin Yang, look at this suit. I believe it would look particularly splendid on you," Hu Qian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she tugged at Lin Yang's arm. The server, noticing their interest, swiftly approached with her ever-present beaming smile. "You have an excellent eye. This suit is a limited edition from our store. It is crafted from top-tier Italian imported wool, a fabric that is not only soft and comfortable, but also boasts remarkable breathability and a luxurious drape, enhancing the wearer's stature." As she spoke, she gently caressed the fabric of the suit to showcase its quality. "Moreover, observe the craftsmanship. Each stitch is meticulously crafted, hand-sewn by our finest tailors. The design is timeless, suitable for business occasions as well as significant social events, ensuring it will never go out of style." The server elaborated with pride, her eyes sparkling with admiration for the suit. Lin Yang contemplated the suit, recognizing that with his newfound wealth, attending formal events in the future would necessitate acquiring several formal outfits. He nodded and said, "All right, I shall give a try." The attendant immediately displayed a joyful smile, swiftly removing the suit and delicately cradling it in his hands, guiding Lin Yang towards the fitting room. "This way, please. The fitting room is over here. Feel free to try it on, and call me if you have any questions." The attendant's voice brimmed with enthusiasm and concern. As Lin Yang stepped into the fitting room, he gently closed the door behind him. He shed his casual attire and took up the suit, slowly donning it. When he fastened the last button and adjusted the collar and cuffs, he lifted his gaze to the mirror, and even he could not help but be momentarily astonished. The reflection before him appeared transformed. The already handsome figure was now accentuated by the suit, exuding an air of maturity, composure, and elegance. The tailored fit perfectly embraced his physique, outlining his stately posture, while the deep gray hue added an aura of mystery and depth. Truly, one's appearance is significantly influenced by attire, Lin Yang mused. He admired his reflection a couple more times before pushing the door open and stepping out of the fitting room. Hu Qian, who had been conversing with the attendant, instinctively turned her head upon hearing the commotion. In that fleeting moment, her eyes widened dramatically, her smile freezing in place, as if she were mesmerized, staring at Lin Yang. Her heart raced, an unfamiliar sensation surging within her, and her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Filled with awe and a fluttering heart, Hu Qian's lips parted slightly, yearning to articulate something. Yet words eluded her. Her gaze remained locked on Lin Yang, as if ensnared by an invisible force, unable to look away. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Everything around them blurred into obscurity, leaving only Lin Yang's striking figure in her sight. To her, he radiated a unique brilliance that stirred her heart, yet she remained blissfully unaware of the effect he had on her. Just then, Lin Yang inadvertently turned his head, his eyes sweeping towards the entrance, where they coincidentally met Li Xiaojia's gaze. Chapter 38. Perhaps you should reconcile with him in the elegant confines of a suit store. Lin Yang was joyfully selecting garments with Hu Qian, their laughter resonating in the warm atmosphere. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon two figures entering the shop, one of whom was unexpectedly his ex-girlfriend, Li Xiaojia. Instantly, a frown creased Lin Yang's brow, a fleeting shadow of displeasure flickering across his face. He never anticipated encountering someone he had once found irksome on this seemingly ordinary afternoon. Li Xiaojia's presence was akin to an untimely gust of cold wind, disrupting the previously warm ambience. An instinctive wariness surged within Lin Yang as memories of the days he had been entangled with resurfaced, the frustration of those times flooding back. He couldn't help but think, surely she hasn't discovered my newfound wealth and seeks to entangle herself again? This concern was not unfounded, as Li Xiaojia's previous materialistic tendencies had left Lin Yang acutely aware of her character. Hu Qian, perceptively sensing Lin Yang's discomfort, followed his gaze and noticed the two unfamiliar women entering the store. Curiously, she inquired, "Lin Yang, do you know them?" Lin Yang quickly denied, "I don't know them." At that moment, he sought to distance himself from Li Xiaojia, wishing to shield his current life from the shadows of an unpleasant past. In an effort to alleviate the sudden awkwardness, Hu Qian half-jokingly remarked, "This suit suits you splendidly. I was completely captivated by it just now. Did you not notice?" Grateful for Hu Qian's timely intervention, Lin Yang redirected his attention to the garments, resolved to purchase the suit that had so enchanted her. He addressed the attendant, saying, "I'll take this suit, and please recommend some shirts, ties, and shoes that would complement it." The attendant beamed with delight, enthusiastically guiding them to the waiting area, where they were soon served coffee and pastries. "Please take a moment to relax. I will fetch the matching items for you shortly." In the waiting area, Lin Yang and Hu Qian leisurely savored their coffee and pastries, engaging in light conversation as they awaited the attendant's return with coordinating attire. Meanwhile, Li Xiaojia and her friends stood aside, ignored, as the store staff busily catered to Lin Yang and Hu Qian, rendering them almost invisible. Frustration bubbled within Li Xiaojia's friend, who could not help but murmur, Why does he receive such treatment while we walk in without a single person to attend to us? Li Xiaojia leaned closer to her friend and whispered, "Don't be like that. We are not here to shop." As Lin Yang and Hu Qian enjoyed their coffee and sweets, their conversation meandered to promising stocks and market trends. They discovered numerous shared interests, leading to an increasing flow of topics and laughter that echoed throughout the waiting area. This effortless and congenial exchange further narrowed the distance between them, transforming their surroundings into a more delightful realm. Save for the two somewhat conspicuous figures of Li Xiaojia and her friend standing a short distance away. After a while, once the coffee was finished, the waiter gracefully appeared beside Lin Yang and Hu Qian, holding a selection of shirts, ties, and leather shoes, as if he had been waiting for them to complete their meal and drink. "Sir, how do you find these selections?" the waiter enthusiastically inquired, a smile illuminating his face. Lin Yang accepted the shirt, tie, and shoes, trying each on in turn. The fabric of the shirt was soft and comfortable, fitting his body as if it had been tailored just for him. The style of his shoes was simple yet elegant, enhancing his stature and charm. However, when he picked up the tie, he found himself at a loss. After much fiddling, he could not manage to tie a proper knot. Lin Yang's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of embarrassment, and his movements became somewhat clumsy. Observing Lin Yang's predicament, Hu Qian could not suppress a laugh. Her laughter was crisp and melodious, echoing like silver bells in the lounge, dispelling the previously tense atmosphere. "All right, let me help you with that," she said, rising and moving to Lin Yang's side. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback, but he nodded and handed the tie to Hu Qian. Having never worn such formal attire before, he indeed lacked the skill to tie a tie. Hu Qian's fingers deftly navigated the fabric of the tie. Lin Yang slightly lowered his head to facilitate her task. The seriousness on Hu Qian's face was captivating, drawing Lin Yang's gaze to her. At that moment, a faint blush adorned Hu Qian's cheeks, her long eyelashes fluttering like tiny fans with her movements. Her lips were softly pursed, forming an appealing curve that made one want to kiss them. Lin Yang's heart raced, the sound of his heartbeat echoing loudly in his ears. In this intimate ambience, their breaths intertwined, creating a rhythm of unspoken affection. Hu Qian inadvertently looked up, their eyes locking once more, now infused with an inexplicable emotion. Her hands trembled slightly, nearly disrupting the knot she was tying. "I'm sorry," she said apologetically, beginning the process anew. At last, she fashioned the tie into a perfect knot. She lifted her head, satisfaction shining in her eyes as she admired her handiwork. Smiling at Lin Yang, all done. Lin Yang gazed at Hu Qian, his eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. "Thank you. You tied it beautifully." "You're welcome." Meanwhile, Li Xiaojia and her friend watched this scene unfold, their hearts ablaze with jealousy. Yet, their presence seemed completely overshadowed, unable to pierce the enchanting atmosphere enveloping Lin Yang and Hu Qian. Lin Yang approached the mirror, observing his reflection, which appeared transformed from the initial image. His handsome features looked even more striking in this ensemble. "Hu Qian, thank you so much for today." "You're welcome. I'm happy to help. And I must thank you for accompanying me to shop for my mother's birthday gift." Lin Yang expressed his satisfaction with the items selected by the attendant and nodded, saying, "Please wrap these up." "Certainly, sir," replied the attendant. Lin Yang returned to the fitting room, changed back into his original attire, and handed over the clothes and shoes he had just tried on. The total amounted to 218,000 yuan for 3 belts, a suit, a pair of shoes, and 2 shirts, along with a complimentary pair of socks valued at 688 yuan. "How would you like to pay? WeChat or Alipay?" the attendant inquired. Without hesitation, Lin Yang opened his WeChat payment code and presented it. The attendant scanned the code with the machine, and with a beep, the transaction was completed successfully. Upon witnessing Lin Yang's seamless payment, Li Xiaojia and her friend's expressions soured instantly. How could it be that a seemingly impoverished individual like him could afford such lavish clothing? Li Xiaojia's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yang, her mind swirling with confusion, akin to tumultuous waves crashing within her. She could not fathom how Lin Yang, who once meticulously counted every penny to save a few yuan, could now display such extravagance and generosity. Just 6 months prior, Lin Yang's life was marked by financial strain. He would meticulously add and remove items from his shopping cart to utilize a discount coupon, exhausting himself just to save a few yuan. At the market, he would linger at various stalls, carefully comparing prices and quality before selecting the most cost-effective option. His attire had always been simple and modest, featuring outdated styles and colors that clearly indicated prolonged wear. Yet now, he purchased clothing worth hundreds of thousands with nary a blink, exuding confidence and ease, as if transformed into a different person. His friend, standing beside Li Xiaojia, wore an expression of sheer astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. Initially, she was convinced Lin Yang was merely posturing to impress them, anticipating the moment he would embarrass himself at the checkout. However, reality delivered a harsh blow to her assumptions. She never expected that the once derided impoverished boy could now effortlessly spend over 200,000 yuan on clothing. Her friend nudged Li Xiaojia, suggesting he must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity or engaged in a lucrative venture that led to his sudden wealth. Xiaojia, why not consider rekindling your relationship with him? As his girlfriend, you could have any handbag you desire. Chapter 39. Now he is my boyfriend. Li Xiaojia's heart began to waver, her friend's words igniting a fervent desire within her. She gazed at Lin Yang, her eyes reflecting both astonishment and a flicker of affection. The poverty she had once scorned now paled in comparison to Lin Yang's affluence. She envisioned a life as his girlfriend, adorned with designer handbags and exquisite clothing. Luxuries that had once seemed unattainable now appeared within reach. Yet, the sight of Hu Qian beside Lin Yang stirred a twinge of insecurity within her. Hu Qian's beauty and poise rendered Li Xiaojia feeling inadequate. Comparing herself to Hu Qian, whether in appearance, physique, attire, or overall elegance, she found herself wanting in every aspect. Perhaps it would be best to let it go. After all, he already had a girlfriend. A note of resignation and disappointment tinged Li Xiaojia's voice. Her friend, however, wore an expression of frustration. Xiaojia, even married couples can divorce. What does it matter if he has a girlfriend? Just think of how he paid without flinching, spending hundreds of thousands on clothes. He is not only wealthy, but also handsome. Such a man is a rare find. Her friend's words pierced Li Xiaojia's heart like a sharp blade, severing her last remnants of hesitation. Yes, indeed. Suddenly, Li Xiaojia resolved to act. She strode towards Lin Yang, her face adorned with an overly eager smile, her eyes crescent-shaped, and her lips stretched almost to her ears, the grin evidently contrived. Lin Yang, it's truly you. It's been ages. Her voice was sweetly flirtatious, laced with a rising inflection, each word seemingly squeezed from between her teeth, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. I never expected to run into you here. How have you been lately? As she spoke, she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, taking a small step forward, her body leaning slightly towards him in an attempt to bridge the distance. Do you remember that little eatery we used to visit? Those days were simple, yet truly wonderful. Li Xiaojia blinked innocently, her eyes shimmering with a hint of vulnerability, striving to evoke Lin Yang's memories of their past. I often find myself reminiscing about our time together. Those memories are incredibly precious to me. While she spoke, she covertly scrutinized Lin Yang's expression, hoping to discern a glimmer of affection. Lin Yang, I have never truly forgotten you. Li Xiaojia bit her lip, her voice quivering slightly, a blush creeping across her cheeks as she feigned shyness. Do you think we could start anew? Lin Yang's brow furrowed tightly, distaste etched across his face. His gaze as frigid as ice. He recoiled as if confronted by a specter, taking a significant step back, wary of any contact with Li Xiaojia. Do not approach me like this. What we had is over, and there is no possibility of a fresh beginning. Lin Yang's voice was deep and resolute, devoid of any hesitation, each word seemingly extracted from between clenched teeth, exuding an undeniable conviction. Initially, Li Xiaojia had accompanied her friend to the factory to wait for her friend's boyfriend. As fate would have it, she collided with Lin Yang at the factory entrance just as he was leaving work. Captivated by Lin Yang's good looks, Li Xiaojia made her intentions clear. However, during their interactions, All she spoke of was money, her words laced with the implication of wanting this and that. If such was the dynamic before they even became a couple, one could only imagine how it would escalate once they were officially dating. Aware that Li Xiaojia was not a suitable match for him, Lin Yang firmly rejected her. To his dismay, she persisted relentlessly, bombarding him with incessant WeChat messages and phone calls. Even after blocking her, she resorted to waiting for him at the factory gate, causing him considerable annoyance. With no other choice, Lin Yang devised a plan to resolve the situation. He figured that if he feigned acceptance of her advances, she would eventually realize he had no extra funds to indulge her whims and would likely initiate a breakup. Thus, he pretended to entertain her pursuit. Half a month later, having gained nothing from Lin Yang, Li Xiaojia took the initiative to propose a breakup. Overjoyed, Lin Yang readily agreed. To celebrate, he treated himself to a lavish dinner that evening. After that, he never encountered Li Xiaojia again, until today, when they unexpectedly crossed paths once more. To his dismay, she audaciously suggested rekindling their relationship. Lin Yang felt a wave of dizziness. The troublesome specter he had finally evaded had returned. It is said that while the king of hell is easy to summon, the pesky little ghosts are hard to shake off. Lin Yang's mind roted, contemplating how to extricate himself from this predicament. Fortunately, having resigned from the factory, he was soon to relocate from his current residence, which was slated for demolition. After that, she would have no means of locating him. "Excuse me, miss, do we know each other?" Hu Qian had been observant of Lin Yang's reaction and, upon noticing his expression of revulsion, understood the situation. Without hesitation, she strode confidently to Lin Yang's side, naturally linking her arm with his. Her face adorned with a radiant smile reminiscent of blossoms in spring, vibrant and enchanting. With a slight lift of her chin, a glimmer of pride in her gaze proclaimed her claim. "This gentleman is my boyfriend now. I kindly ask that you cease to disturb us." A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes, regarding Li Xiaojia as if she were a mere jester. The latter's actions appeared utterly ludicrous and presumptuous in her view. Li Xiaojia's complexion instantaneously shifted to one of deep embarrassment, alternating between crimson and pallor, akin to having received a series of sharp slaps. Her lips quivered, attempting to articulate a response, yet Hu Qian's commanding presence silenced her, rendering her voice trapped in her throat. She stood awkwardly, her hands unconsciously gripping the hem of her clothing, her fingers turning pale from the strain, her eyes brimming with frustration and humiliation. Observing this, Li Xiaojia's friend stepped forward, eager to defend her. "Who do you think you are to speak to Xiaojia like that?" Perhaps Lin Yang still harbors feelings for her. My confidante stood with her hands on her hips, tilting her head back, a trace of arrogance gracing her features, attempting to mask the insecurity that lay beneath. Hu Qian cast a disdainful glance at her friend, a slight smirk curving her lips, revealing a hint of mockery. "What I am is of little consequence. What matters is that Lin Yang loves me." Hu Qian's voice, though not loud, was articulate and piercing, each word slicing through her confidante's facade like a sharp blade. "As for you, tend to your own affairs and refrain from embarrassing yourself here." Struck speechless by the retort, her friend felt a flush of heat wash over her face. She opened her mouth but found no words to counter. Her fists clenched tightly, her body trembling slightly with rage, yet she dared not speak again, standing there instead, casting a glare filled with resentment at Hu Qian. Chapter 40. New intelligence beneath the glaring yet blinding lights of the luxury store. Li Xiaojia felt as if she were ensconced under a vast spotlight, every gaze piercing through her like the harsh illumination on a stage. Her eyes flickered uncertainly, darting from Lin Yang's indifferent countenance to Hu Qian's expression of disdain. Each fleeting glance felt akin to a needle prick, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze. Her lips quivered slightly, yearning to utter something to salvage the awkward situation, yet her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. She attempted to muster a smile, but as soon as the corners of her mouth lifted, embarrassment seized her heart, transforming it into a grimace more pitiable than tears. "Let us go." She gritted through clenched teeth, her voice hoarse with anger and shame, tinged with a barely perceptible quaver. As she turned, her steps faltered, nearly causing her to stumble. Reminiscent of a drunken soul, her body betraying her control, she dared not meet the eyes of those around her. as if each gaze were a multitude of sharp needles piercing her back. All she wished for was to flee this mortifying place, akin to a wounded beast seeking a dark corner to lick its wounds. Outside the mall, dusk descended. Heavy clouds loomed like a colossal leaden sheet, oppressively pressing down upon the city, inducing an inexplicable sense of suffocation. Li Xiaojia and her friend stood by the roadside, waiting idly for a vehicle. Li Xiaojia occasionally glanced at her phone, her brow furrowed, muttering, "Why is this car taking so long? It's infuriating." Her friend, restless, tapped her foot incessantly, her eyes darting about, brimming with irritation and impatience. Suddenly, a colossal SUV surged towards them like a wild beast unleashed. Its speed so rapid that it left them no time to react. The tires splashed through a puddle, producing a deafening sound, as if an invisible hand had violently upturned the water, creating a towering wall that surged toward the pedestrians at the roadside. Li Xiaojia and her friend had no time to brace themselves before being struck by the unexpected deluge. For a moment, they stood frozen, eyes wide, faces etched with terror and disbelief, as though time itself had come to a standstill. Then, Li Xiaojia let out a piercing scream. Ah! Instinctively, she leapt, her hands flailing in the air, desperately attempting to fend off the icy, stinging mud. Her friend, equally indignant, jumped up and down, shouting, "What kind of terrible driver is this? Can't they drive properly?" In that moment, they appeared utterly disheveled. Li Xiaojia's hair was drenched in muddy water, strands clinging to her face, while a few wisps stuck to the corners of her mouth, rendering her particularly disarrayed. Her once meticulous makeup had become a smudged mess. Mascara had run, forming dark circles around her eyes, resembling a battered panda. Her clothing was speckled with mud of varying sizes, as if a multitude of dirt pellets had been shot at her by a slingshot. Particularly, the areas around her chest and hem were saturated, forming a large, dark stain. The fabric clung tightly to her form, outlining her somewhat awkward curves. Her best friend was in a similarly disheveled state, completely soaked in mud. Li Xiaojia was filled with rage, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug deep into her palms, her mind incessantly cursing the driver. How could one be so inconsiderate? Is wealth an excuse to disregard others? She felt as though her day had taken a turn for the worse. First, she had been humiliated at the luxury store by Lin Yang and Hu Qian, and now this detestable driver had splattered her with mud. All her grievances and frustrations surged forth in that moment, causing her eyes to involuntarily redden. Her friend, equally incensed, gasped for breath, her chest heaving with indignation, filled with condemnation for the driver. This person is utterly intentional. It's infuriating. Why is today so unlucky? Clearly, the antique consulted the almanac before stepping out. Simultaneously, she felt a profound sense of helplessness. The vehicle had already driven far away, and they could not chase after it, leaving them to stew in frustration. This feeling of powerlessness only deepened her agitation. Meanwhile, within the SUV, Lin Yang held the steering wheel with ease, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he engaged in light conversation with Hu Qian, who sat in the passenger seat. His gaze was both focused and gentle. Occasionally, when the traffic lights turned red, he would reach out to adjust the air conditioning, attentively inquiring if Hu Qian felt comfortable. Hu Qian leaned back in her seat, her face illuminated with a cheerful smile, her bright eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she animatedly gestured while speaking. A small joke Lin Yang shared had her doubled over in laughter, her melodious giggles resonating within the confined space of the vehicle. As the car moved steadily forward, Lin Yang suddenly furrowed his brow, slowing the vehicle as he curiously asked, "Hu Qian, did you hear any strange noises? I think I heard someone cursing at me." His gaze swept through the window, scanning the surrounding streets in search of the sound's origin. Hu Qian perked up her ears, listening intently before shaking her head with a smile, replying, "No, I only heard a dog barking by the roadside earlier. Perhaps you misheard." Lin Yang nodded sleepily, still harboring some doubt, but chose not to pursue the matter further. He pressed the accelerator once more, and the car resumed its smooth journey. Unbeknownst to them, just moments earlier, as their vehicle had passed a puddle, an incident had occurred that left Li Xiaojia and her friend in utter disarray. At this moment, they remained engrossed in their conversation, savoring the light-hearted atmosphere as they advanced toward their destination, blissfully unaware of the turmoil outside. Lin Yang first dropped to Qian off at her company before returning to park beneath the nail salon. After turning off the engine, he did not exit the vehicle immediately. Leaning against the seat, he gazed through the car window at the somewhat dim night sky, his thoughts swirling like a rising tide. The date of the demolition of the Jinling community drew ever closer, signifying his impending departure from a place he had called home for over 2 years. In due course, he would receive a substantial sum in relocation compensation, amounting to tens of millions. This windfall was courtesy of intelligence provided by the system, which had alerted him in advance about the impending demolition, allowing him to strategically acquire 10 properties. He contemplated in silence, resolved to carve out time the following day to inspect the houses. With a vast expanse of Star City before him, he was certain there existed a haven where he could settle in peace. With his current assets exceeding 100 million, he was fully capable of purchasing a residence in any desirable neighborhood within Star City, crafting a warm and comfortable home for himself. The next day, Sunday, Lin Yang rose early. He intended to visit several neighborhoods of interest to scout for suitable properties, ready to make a deposit if he found the right one. At that moment, a notification chimed within his mind. Ding! Weekly intelligence has been dispatched. Please check. The last upgrade from daily to weekly intelligence had occurred the previous Sunday, marking the first receipt of weekly updates. 1 week later, the information arrived punctually. Lin Yang opened the panel to access this week's intelligence, eager to peruse the details. Chapter 41 New System Features, Weekly Intelligence 1. The demolition plan for Jinling community will be announced on Friday. Old Wang, incited by the streamer Yu, intends to demand compensation. The effectiveness of legal measures against scoundrels is limited. One must employ magic to vanquish them. Old Wang. Lin Yang held a vivid impression of this individual. Upon receiving news of the impending demolition of Jinling community, he hastened to a real estate agency to purchase properties, one of which belonged to Old Wang. At that time, Lin Yang intended to negotiate a lower price, but before he could utter a word, Old Wang cut the price himself. This enabled Lin Yang to acquire several properties below market value. Later, he heard that Old Wang was eager to flirt with a favored female streamer. It was rumored that if he could secure her victory in the evening's PK, she would agree to be his girlfriend. More than a week had passed, and it remained uncertain whether his wishes had been fulfilled. During their last encounter, Lin Yang perceived him as somewhat naive, devoid of any particularly irksome traits. After all, the money was his. How he chose to spend it was his prerogative. However, it was unexpected to discover that he was indeed a scoundrel. The house had been sold, the money received, and the contract signed in black and white. The demolished property had long ceased to be his concern. At this juncture, his envy and regret for selling the house before the demolition were understandable. Yet, to confront others in such a manner was utterly reprehensible. As for that female streamer, not only had she caused trouble, but she also dared to set her sights on him. Lin Yang began to plot in his mind, determined to ensure that both of them would regret provoking him. Weekly Intelligence 2. The last imported Maybach S580 at the Zhongnan Automobile World dealership is advertised with 20-inch rims. Yet actual delivery features 19-inch rims. Collecting the vehicle's customs declaration, shipping records, and inspection reports will form a complete evidence chain, allowing for a refund and triple compensation. Lin Yang was aware that Maybach was a luxury car brand, though he was not familiar with specific models. Nevertheless, even at a discount, it would still cost over $1 million. The notion of a refund and triple compensation implied that if one spent $1 million on this vehicle, not only would the original amount be refunded, but the dealership would also owe an additional $3 million. Such an opportunity to receive money effortlessly was not to be missed. He would visit the dealership shortly. It must be noted that this weekly intelligence far surpassed the daily updates, as each piece of information held significant value. There would be no more trivial notifications about discounts at various shops. Weekly Intelligence 3. Nanhai Island is experiencing persistently low temperatures, leading to a reduction in the supply of Xiaomi peppers, with wholesale prices reaching record highs. Stockpiling in advance could yield substantial profits. Previously, Lin Yang had received intelligence about the price increase of Xiaomi peppers, which had already escalated significantly over the past week. coupled with the unpredictable weather. The risk of entering the market at this juncture was considerable. A single misstep could lead to financial ruin. Lin Yang shook his head and continued to peruse the remaining intelligence. Weekly Intelligence 4. On Wednesday at 3 p.m., Chun Jinghua collapsed from a heart attack while jogging at Binjiang Financial Park. Timely assistance may garner goodwill from him. Chun Jinghua? An unfamiliar name. In theory, the information disseminated by the system should be intricately connected to one's own circumstances. Thus, it would stand to reason that Chun Jinghua must have a direct or indirect association with Lin Yang. However, Lin Yang was certain that he had never heard this name before. He took out his phone and searched for Chun Jinghua online. Name: Chun Jinghua. Gender: male. Age: 68. Chairman of Run International Group, developer of the most luxurious residential complex, Binjiang Bay, owner of numerous shopping malls, with assets exceeding 10 billion. It turned out he was a prominent tycoon, which further indicated that there was likely no connection to Lin Yang. Yet, he still appeared in the system's notifications. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yang concluded that the only conceivable link could be their mutual association with stock advisor Hu Qian. A billionaire group leader would undoubtedly appreciate his favor. By leveraging this act of salvation, Lin Yang could foresee countless conveniences and benefits in the future. He committed this information to memory and continued to peruse the final 2 pieces of intelligence. Daily Intelligence 5. Severe rain is expected in Star City this weekend, with water accumulation in many areas exceeding 2 meters. Please take precautions to avoid risks. The thought of 2 meters of floodwater would submerge an ordinary vehicle, putting the occupants in grave peril. While this piece of information may seem trivial, the ability to avoid such risks is invaluable. Daily Intelligence 6. Hu Qian. Age: 26. Origin: Star City. Graduated from Nanjing University with a degree in finance. Height: 1.68 meters. Weight: 49 kilograms. Blood type and measurements. Residential address: Yenda Plaza. Telephone number: 135. Another character profile had emerged. This week, the intelligence system had dispatched a total of 6 pieces of information pertinent to the upcoming week. Each piece of intelligence garnered 100 experience points. Accumulating 3,000 experience points would elevate the system to a monthly intelligence system. In the first week, Lin Yang received 4 pieces of intelligence, and this week 6, totaling 10 pieces and earning him 1,000 experience points. This meant that with an additional 2,000 experience points, the system could upgrade. The system sends out between 3 to 10 pieces of intelligence weekly, suggesting that under optimal circumstances, an upgrade could occur in 2 weeks. Even in less favorable conditions, the system would upgrade after 7 weeks. At that point, the value of each piece of intelligence would significantly increase. Prior to the upgrade, each piece of intelligence was worth up to 1 million. Post-upgrade, the value would soar to several million, with a chance of receiving high-value intelligence, each worth tens of millions. Lin Yang noticed that the last character profile, like the previous one regarding Chun Qingqing, exhibited a different font color from the others. This was not the first time he had received character intelligence. With a swift motion, he tapped on the information with his finger. Indeed, just as before, there was an inner page. Could it be that, similar to before, engaging with the individuals related to the intelligence would trigger a critical hit, yielding high-value information? Upon opening the inner page, a new message appeared on the panel. Congratulations, you have received character intelligence. Dining with the associated character will trigger a critical hit, guaranteed to unlock a new random system feature. Lin Yang was astounded. He had never anticipated that the system, in addition to upgrades and intelligence enhancements, could also unlock new functionalities. The intelligence system was already formidable. The prospect of unlocking additional features was indeed exhilarating. However, he was left pondering what these new functionalities might entail and their potential effects. Moreover, Lin Yang observed that while both pertained to character intelligence, the information within the inner pages varied. Previously, he had not seen Chun Qingqing for many years, and his memories had become hazy. The information on the inner page indicated that merely making contact could trigger a critical hit. In contrast with Hu Qian, although they had only known each other for 2 days, they had already shared meals and shopped together. The criteria for triggering a critical hit were different. requiring a date and shared dining experience. It appeared that the conditions for triggering critical hits in character intelligence would indeed evolve based on the depth of the relationship with the individual in question. Fortunately, due to previous financial constraints, his relationships with the women around him had remained shallow. Otherwise, the conditions for triggering critical hits would have been quite daunting. Lin Yang shook his head, realizing how his thoughts had strayed. In the past, he had solely focused on frugality and never entertained such notions. Truly a well-fed mind. But enough of that. It was imperative to unlock the new system functionality first. Lin Yang picked up his phone, ready to send a message to Hu Qian, inviting her on a date. Chapter 42. It's Hu Qian found herself enveloped in the serene elegance of her minimalist, spacious luxury apartment, where understated opulence reigned supreme. The pale gray marble flooring glimmered softly, harmonizing beautifully with the pristine white walls, devoid of excessive ornamentation. Save for a few abstract art pieces that artfully infused the space with a touch of sophistication. Above, streamlined linear lighting cast a warm, gentle glow, rendering the entire area both expansive and luminous. In front of the window stood a treadmill, quietly awaiting its purpose. Dressed in form-fitting athletic attire that accentuated her alluring silhouette, Hu Qian activated the treadmill and began to run, her pace quick and frantic. However, after a brief spell, she abruptly halted, frustration mounting as she silenced the machine. Her chest heaving, beads of perspiration trickling down her flushed cheeks. She then made her way to the kitchen, retrieving a bottle of chilled water from the refrigerator. Gulping it down fervently, she sought to quell the inexplicable agitation within her. Yet, even after quenching her thirst, her unease lingered, her brow furrowing deeply as she murmured to herself, "Why is this happening?" Ever since their last dinner together and their excursion to the mall, her heart felt as though it had been disrupted by an invisible hand. The image of Lin Yang constantly invaded her thoughts, refusing to be banished. She endeavored to focus on other matters, yet her mind repeatedly drifted back to him. Grasping her phone, she gently swiped the screen, preparing to send Lin Yang a message. However, after typing a few words, she hesitated, chiding herself for being so forward after merely one day of acquaintance. After a moment's contemplation, she opted for another contact and dialed Zhang Jun's number. "Junior, the weather is splendid today. Shall we go camping and have a barbecue this afternoon?" Hu Qian endeavored to keep her voice light and natural, though her grip on the phone tightened, her knuckles paling. "Sure, but a picnic is more enjoyable with a larger group. Why not invite a couple more people?" Zhang Jun's voice radiated youthful exuberance through the receiver. A spark of joy ignited within Hu Qian. This was precisely the response she had hoped for. Her lips involuntarily curved into a smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she promptly replied, "I have enough camping gear for 4. How about you invite your classmate Lin Yang, and I'll bring along another friend." "Sounds good. I'll gather the ingredients. Just let me know when you're ready to head out," Zhang Jun replied enthusiastically. After hanging up, Hu Qian reclined against the sofa, a sweet smile gracing her features. The image of Lin Yang filled her mind, and the thought of spending time together during their upcoming outing made her heart swell with joy. Rising to the window, she gazed at the azure sky and drifting clouds, envisioning the laughter and merriment they would share in the great outdoors. At that moment, her earlier agitation began to dissipate. Meanwhile, Lin Yang pondered how he might invite Hu Qian out when his phone rang. The caller ID revealing Zhang Jun previously, there was little connection between them. However, since their last meeting at the bank where Zhang Jun worked to secure a loan, their communication had increased significantly. Lin Yang found Zhang Jun to be quite agreeable, and the assistance he provided in finding a stock advisor had proven invaluable. Their relationship had become notably closer compared to before. Upon hearing the news of a camping trip with Hu Qian and others, Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not the perfect opportunity that had arrived just when he needed it? He was keen to fulfill his dinner date with Hu Qian, which would trigger a critical breakthrough and unlock new system features. However, he had prior commitments in the morning and instructed Zhang Jun to proceed without him, reminding him to send the location once they arrived before ending the call. Before embarking on the camping trip, Lin Yang had one important task to accomplish: purchasing the luxurious Maybach S580 at the 4S dealership, which came with an enticing offer of a refund and compensation. He had no reason to turn down such easy money. After finishing breakfast at the community entrance, he drove directly to the Maybach 4S dealership at Zhongnan Auto World. At the dealership, the sales staff were diligently attending to their duties when suddenly, an imposing off-road vehicle, reminiscent of a tank, slowly came to a halt at the entrance. The salespeople, being experts in their field, immediately recognized it as the Yangwang U8, aware of its substantial price tag. They understood that the owners of such vehicles were either wealthy or affluent individuals, constituting a true high-net-worth demographic. These individuals were open to novel experiences, possessed substantial purchasing power, and placed great importance on brand innovation. Their acquisition of the Yangwang U8 was often driven by a quest for unique experiences rather than necessity. In simple terms, someone willing to spend over $1 million on such a vehicle as a mere toy would undoubtedly also be capable of purchasing a Maybach from their showroom. Thus, the sales staff's eyes gleamed with anticipation as they hastened to the entrance, forming two neat lines and bowing in unison, enthusiastically exclaiming, "Welcome to Maybach." Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had just parked and had yet to alight from his vehicle, yet the staff displayed such fervent enthusiasm. Is there a distinguished guest arriving? Stepping down from the Yangwang U8 with poise, he surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that it was still early, and besides him, there were no other customers in the showroom or outside. Could it be that this grand welcome was intended for him? Soon, the actions of the sales staff confirmed his suspicions. They were indeed rolling out the red carpet for him. A tall and attractive female sales consultant swiftly approached him, her face adorned with a warm smile that showcased her perfect teeth, exuding both enthusiasm and professionalism. With a melodious voice, she greeted, "Good day, sir. We warmly welcome you to our Maybach 4S dealership. My name is Lu Dan, your sales consultant. How may I assist you today?" As she spoke, she slightly bowed and gestured invitingly, her movements elegant and natural. Another male sales consultant, eager to join in, quickly followed suit, introducing, "Sir, we currently have a variety of Maybach models available, each with its unique features and exceptional performance, ensuring an unparalleled experience for both business travel and everyday driving." As he spoke, his gaze was fixed intently on Lin Yang, not missing a single subtle change in his facial expressions, attempting to glean valuable information from his reactions. Several salespeople encircled Lin Yang, meticulously maintaining a respectful distance, ensuring he did not feel overwhelmed while remaining readily available for assistance. Occasionally, they interjected with brief remarks, earnestly presenting the store's promotional offers and after-sales services, their tone sincere yet eager. Lin Yang understood that they were all striving to impress him, for in their eyes, purchasing a Yangwang U8 as a mere plaything or acquiring a Maybach would be a trivial endeavor. The commission from selling a Maybach was substantial. Such enthusiastic service was hardly surprising. Lin Yang mused about how these individuals would react if they knew he was primarily interested in a refund policy. At that moment, he noticed the warmth from all the salespeople, each hoping to be designated as his sales consultant. However, one female salesperson in her 30s stood out as an exception. Upon recognizing his face, her previously beaming smile faded, replaced by an expression of disdain in her eyes. Lin Yang chuckled softly and pointed at the female salesperson, saying, "You, come show me the cars." Everyone present was taken aback. Despite their fervent attempts to please him, and with Li Yu's glum demeanor, why would this gentleman choose her? Chapter 43. Selected because you're the most unpleasant to me, Li Yu stood her ground, her gaze laden with disdain, as her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to a year prior. At that time, her cousin Li Xiaojia had eagerly presented her with a photograph of Lin Yang, whose striking features rendered him almost unreal. The glimmer of infatuation in Li Xiaojia's eyes was unmistakable as she chattered on about her endeavors to win Lin Yang's affection. After a painstaking 6 months, she finally succeeded, yet the relationship proved fleeting. Lin Yang's financial constraints prevented him from affording even a modest gift, prompting her to end things decisively. In merely 6 months, it was implausible for a poor man to transform into a wealthy one. The least expensive vehicles at the dealership were priced in the millions. To purchase a car worth over $1 million, one would need assets of at least $10 million. Thus, Li concluded that Lin Yang could not possibly afford a car from the dealership, rendering any further engagement with him a waste of time. When she first spotted Lin Yang descending from a luxurious U8, her initial reaction was shock. Reconciling this affluent individual with the memory of the miserly poor boy was utterly confounding. However, she quickly resolved that he must have rented the vehicle or secured a benefactor, merely putting on a facade to impress onlookers. This preconceived notion only deepened her disdain for Lin Yang. When he requested her assistance in viewing the cars, her contempt intensified, and she inwardly muttered a disparaging remark, reluctantly accepting the task. "Sir, perhaps you might consider having someone else assist you?" Liyu's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of impatience crossing her eyes, her tone laced with evident reluctance. She was loath to squander time on someone she had categorized as a destitute fool, contemplating that it would be far more prudent to attend to genuine buyers, potentially leading to a profitable transaction and a commendable commission. "No, it will be you," Lin Yang insisted, his demeanor unwavering, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He understood that the more unwilling Liu appeared, the more amusing her reaction would be when the time came for returns and refunds. His choice of Liu was simply a selection of the most detestable person available. After all, should a return be necessary, the salesperson responsible for the sale would likely share the burden. Seeing Lin Yang's steadfastness, Liu felt a swell of irritation. Yet in the professional setting, she could not openly rebel. Gritting her teeth, she silently grumbled, forcing an expression onto her face that was more painful than tears. Reluctantly accepting the assignment, she thought to herself, "After all, you cannot afford it, so this is merely a formality. Let's see how long you can maintain the pretense." Thus, she ambled toward the display area, leading Lin Yang with a languid stride. "Sir, might you consider this S180? It is the most affordable vehicle in our inventory, with a total price of around 1 million. Lin Yang smiled, realizing that her reluctance stemmed from her perception of his poverty, leading her to only present the least expensive option. If he were genuinely in the market for a vehicle, he would have turned and walked away long ago. However, today, he had a clear purpose in mind, a return with triple compensation. The exterior of this car was unappealing. That other one over there, however, was quite attractive. Lin Yang gestured towards the S580 in the center of the showroom. Liu pouted, reluctantly leading Lin Yang over to the car. Standing beside it, she began her scripted introduction, her voice flat and devoid of enthusiasm, as if she were merely fulfilling an obligatory task. "This is the S580, an imported sedan, a favored choice among many successful individuals." Lin Yang ambled around the vehicle, occasionally reaching out to gently touch its surface, scrutinizing every detail with an air of feigned interest. His gaze settled on the wheels, mentally calculating the size, undoubtedly 19 inches. Observing Lin Yang's actions, Liu couldn't help but scoff inwardly, a hint of derision flickering across her face. "How could a pauper like you even consider the S580, which costs nearly 3.5 million? Can you truly afford it?" Though she refrained from voicing her thoughts aloud, her mocking tone and disdainful glare betrayed her inner sentiments. Then, intentionally raising her voice as if to emphasize a point, she stated the S580 is an original imported sedan, quite expensive, over 3 million. Her tone seemed to convey that this vehicle was beyond his financial reach. Urging him not to squander time here, Lin Yang discerned the underlying mockery in her words, recognizing her attempt to belittle his purchasing power. Yet he remained unfazed, merely smiling slightly, internally calculating how to turn the tables when he proposed a return for triple compensation. He replied leisurely, "No matter how expensive a car is, if one loves it, then it is worth it." According to the intelligence he had gathered, to successfully execute a return for triple compensation, he needed to prepare 3 key pieces of evidence: the customs declaration, shipping records, and in-store inspection records. With these, he could claim that the product did not match its description, thus entitling him to substantial compensation. Lin Yang was acutely aware that each subsequent step was crucial. He must tread carefully and reveal no hint of vulnerability. He raised his gaze, fixing Liu with a steady look, and casually inquired, "I have heard that many 4S dealerships replace parts in imported cars without authorization. You wouldn't have done the same, would you?" This question, seemingly casual, was laden with implications. Liu's expression shifted slightly at his inquiry, a surge of anger swelling within her as she perceived Lin Yang's words as an intentional provocation. She retorted sharply, "We are not some roadside shop. All the Maybach 4S dealerships in the province belong to our owner. We have all the necessary customs declarations, shipping records, and inspection records to guarantee that everything is 100% original and imported. You need not worry about it." "Very well, then this is the car for me," Lin Yang declared without a moment's hesitation. This proclamation struck Liu like a thunderbolt, sending ripples of shock through her. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her face a canvas of astonishment and confusion, her mouth agape as she stood frozen for a moment before stammering. What? Are you certain you truly want this car?" Her voice unconsciously rose several decibels, her eyes brimming with disbelief. To her, Lin Yang was merely a pauper. How could he possibly afford this luxury vehicle valued at over 3 million? She even questioned whether she had misheard. Observing Liu's astonished expression, Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. With a nod of affirmation, he replied, "Indeed, I shall purchase this one." Chapter 44. You misjudged at this moment. Liu remained engulfed in shock, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. She could not fathom why Lin Yang had so decisively purchased the vehicle. However, since Lin Yang expressed his intent to buy, she felt it inappropriate to voice her concerns, suppressing her bewilderment as she proceeded to retrieve the contract. Her steps were somewhat frantic, nearly causing her to trip over a nearby display stand, a clear reflection of her inner turmoil. While fetching the contract, Liu's thoughts continued to race. She pondered whether Lin Yang was deliberately toying with her, or if he simply lacked the means to pay, merely seeking to display a faade before others. Surely, when it came time to sign, he would conjure various excuses to evade the transaction. With such thoughts, her heart found a modicum of balance. She resolved to accompany Lin Yang through this process, keen to see what trick he would unveil next. Hastily returning to Lin Yang's side with the contract, she placed it upon the table, her tone laced with skepticism. "Please take a look at the contract. The S580 Collector's Edition is priced at $2.84 million, and with optional accessories and value-added tax, the total amounts to $3.489 million. If there are no issues, you may proceed to sign." Lin Yang accepted the contract, leisurely scrutinizing it, paying particular attention to each clause, especially the specifics regarding the vehicle's configuration. These stipulations were crucial to his potential claim for a refund and compensation, and he needed to be attentive. After all, should any issues arise, it would unjustly benefit Liu, allowing her to reap a substantial commission. Observing Lin Yang's demeanor, Liu felt a twinge of impatience. She awaited the moment when he would be embarrassed by his inability to pay. In her mind, she urged him to sign quickly, eager to see how he would navigate the impending situation. Minutes later, having thoroughly reviewed the contract, Lin Yang picked up a pen and, without hesitation, inscribed his name. After signing, he looked up at Liu, a subtle smile gracing his lips. All done. Liu's heart raced. She had not anticipated that Lin Yang would actually sign. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered within her, convincing her that perhaps he was merely signing without the means to complete the payment. Thus, she retrieved the POS machine, feigning composure as she inquired, "Sir, what is your method of payment?" Lin Yang produced a Star City bank card from his pocket, handing it to Liu with an air of nonchalance. "Charge it." Accepting the card, her hands trembled slightly as she carefully inserted it into the POS machine, entered the amount, and pressed the confirmation button. Seconds later, the machine emitted a sound indicating a successful transaction. In that instant, Liu felt her vision blur, nearly losing her balance. She could scarcely believe that Lin Yang genuinely had the funds to purchase the vehicle. Her previous assessments had been utterly misguided. Only upon the completion of the payment did Liu fully accept that Lin Yang possessed the means to acquire the car. It seemed he had concealed his true identity from Xiaojia. He was, in fact, a wealthy heir. How could Xiaojia have misjudged him so gravely? With the revelation of Lin Yang's affluence, Liu's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Her face was adorned with a beaming smile, a warmth surpassing even that with which she welcomed esteemed clients. Her eyes narrowed to slits, her lips curled upwards, revealing a set of pearly whites, transforming her demeanor entirely. "Mr. Lin, you truly possess remarkable discernment. This S580 is indeed an exquisite match for you. Li Yu's voice took on a particularly melodious tone, laced with an undercurrent of flattery. Rest assured, I shall meticulously handle all subsequent formalities for you. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to reach out to me. As she spoke, she continuously handed Lin Yang an array of documents, occasionally adjusting her hair in an attempt to leave a favorable impression on him. Observing iwas transformation. Lin Yang felt a surge of irony within. He mused inwardly about the harsh realities of the world, where wealth dictates one's worth, while those without it are often looked down upon. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed by Li Yu's demeanor. His objective was to execute a return and triple compensation. Ultimately, he aimed not only to return the vehicle, but to secure a reimbursement thrice the purchase price. At a price of $2.84 million, threefold would amount to $8.52 million. Once this matter was resolved, he would relish the sight of Li Yu's smile fading. Mr. Lin, our store has but one last S580 limited edition in stock. Will you be taking it today? Today, indeed. Very well. Li Yu replied with a bright smile, gathering the necessary paperwork and leading Lin Yang to inspect the vehicle. Her steps were light, and she incessantly detailed the car's various features and precautions, treating Lin Yang as if he were an old friend. The showroom's vehicle was the very last one available. Li Rue guided Lin Yang directly to the S580 limited edition, while Li Yu maintained a beaming smile, albeit with a hint of apprehension in her eyes. Lin Yang chuckled softly, initiating a meticulous inspection process that transcended mere checks. It was pivotal to the success of his return and compensation strategy. Throughout the inspection, he focused intently on gathering evidence to substantiate any discrepancies regarding the vehicle. He took the documents from Li Yu to cross-reference. Customs declarations, shipping records, and the 4 dealership's inspection certificates were all present. After thoroughly reviewing each item, Lin Yang felt a surge of confidence. He lifted his gaze to Li Yu, offering a slight smile. Everything seems in order. Let us proceed with the signing. Upon hearing these words, a significant weight lifted from Li Yu's shoulders. She quickly handed him a pen, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, you are exceptionally meticulous. You are the most detail-oriented client I have ever encountered." Lin Yang accepted the pen and inscribed his name on the inspection document. With the contract duly signed and all formalities completed, all that remained was to obtain the vehicle registration certificate, and this luxury automobile would unequivocally belong to Lin Yang. His eyes sparkled with anticipation and determination as he envisioned the successful culmination of his plan for return and compensation. At that moment, Li Yu, wearing a faintly apologetic smile, softly addressed Mr. Lin. "I sincerely apologize, but the vehicle registration certificate is currently at the bank. Rest assured, I will retrieve it within 3 days and personally deliver it to your doorstep." Lin Yang nodded slightly, his gaze calm and composed. "Very well. I shall leave the vehicle here for the time being until I acquire the registration certificate." After confirming the arrangement, Lin Yang turned and departed with measured steps. As soon as he left, Li Yu seemed to transform, eagerly pulling out her phone and swiftly tapping on the screen to send a WeChat message to her cousin. "Li Xiaojia, remember that boyfriend, Lin Yang, whom you once deemed too poor? He just purchased a multi-million-dollar Maybach without a hint of hesitation. You misjudged him." After sending the message, she leaned back in her chair, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Selling a luxury car so effortlessly would surely guarantee a generous bonus this month. The reason Lin Yang chose to leave the car at the dealership was to prepare for potential claims. If he were to drive it away now, he could later argue about discrepancies in the wheel size, but the dealership could easily claim that he had altered it post-collection, accusing him of deceit. By leaving it there, they would be devoid of such excuses. It was only fitting that this fraudulent establishment, which deceives customers with subpar products, should face repercussions. Additionally, it would serve as a lesson for salespeople like Li Rue, who looked down upon others. Though a few days remained, Lin Yang was already eager to witness their expressions when he demanded triple compensation. "Xiao Di, navigate to a Feng Yuan farm." Once inside the vehicle, Lin Yang set the GPS directly to the camping site. Hu Qian had already arrived, and simply meeting her for dinner would trigger a critical event, unlocking new features within the system. At this moment, he could hardly contain his anticipation to discover what this new function would entail. With a firm press on the accelerator, the off-road vehicle surged forward, racing ahead at full throttle. Chapter 45. A solution to the dispute over a child's surname. In Star City, there exists a captivating camping paradise known as Wolfenjuan Farm. The Jingjiang River flows languidly before the farm, its wide banks adorned with lush green grass, resembling a natural emerald velvet carpet. On the opposite shore, towering mountains rise majestically, standing as silent guardians of the earth, watchfully observing the river's gentle passage from the hills below. The harmonious intertwining of mountains and waters crafts a picturesque scene reminiscent of a poem. Every weekend, this place transforms into a joyous ocean, drawing countless visitors eager to embark on their camping adventures. On this occasion, Hu Qian, Zhang Jun, and Hu Qian's childhood friend Lin Shi have gathered here. The trio shares a vehicle, their laughter and light-hearted banter accompanying them as they arrive at the farm's entrance. Upon their arrival, they find dozens of cars already lined up along the riverbank. The riverside is abuzz with activity. Numerous canopies and tents are arranged in an orderly fashion, resembling a temporary village. Hundreds of men and women, young and old, either relax beneath the canopies savoring fresh fruits or lounge in their tents basking in the warm sunlight. A group of children playfully chase each other along the riverbank, relishing the delightful moments bestowed by nature. I'll set up the canopy, folding table, chairs, and barbecue grill by the riverbank. You two can unload the food from the trunk, Zhang Jun suggests, hoisting a backpack taller than himself and making his way down a narrow path to the riverbank. Navigating through the throng of canopies and tents, he searches for a suitable spot to erect the canopy. Just then, a rugged SUV speeds past him, the roar of its engine instantly capturing his attention. The hefty off-road vehicle navigates the uneven, pothole-ridden riverbank with apparent ease. How impressive! Zhang Jun exclaims, marveling at the sight. There seems to be an irresistible allure that men possess for off-road vehicles, particularly when he realizes that it is a Land Rover. A glimmer of envy flickering in his eyes. That vehicle is his dream car. He has browsed its specifications countless times online, memorizing every detail. Alas, the price is exorbitant. Nearly $1 million. Yet the allure is fleeting. Suddenly, the Land Rover becomes ensnared in the muddy banks of the river, its wheels spinning wildly in the mire, splattering black mud everywhere, yet remains trapped. The driver appears flustered, repeatedly shifting gears in a futile attempt to escape, only to find the vehicle sinking deeper into its predicament. After Zhang Jun departs, only Hu Qian and Lin Shi remain by the shore. Standing beside the vehicle, they bask in the sunlight, which outlines their graceful figures. Hu Qian exudes a confident and sophisticated aura, her eyes radiating self-assurance and nonchalance, each movement showcasing the allure of a mature woman. In contrast, Lin Shi possesses a gentle charm reminiscent of a delicate rabbit, her smile curving her eyes, imparting a sense of sweetness. As anyone navigates through a crowd, they inevitably become the center of attention. Today, two stunning beauties standing side by side create a picturesque scene, instantly captivating the gaze of every passerby. They open the trunk of their car and begin to unload their belongings, one item at a time. At that moment, with a soft creak, a white Porsche gracefully comes to a halt beside them. The driver's window lowers gradually, revealing a handsome young man in his 20s who leans out. Clad in fashionable casual attire, he wears a confident smile, and his eyes glimmer with admiration. Dear ladies, it seems quite strenuous to carry all your belongings. Would you like my assistance? And perhaps we could camp together? The youth's voice carries a hint of enthusiasm and hope, his gaze flitting between Hu Qian and Lin Shi. Hu Qian lifts her head and glances at the young man, offering a polite smile, yet her tone remains resolute. No, thank you. My boyfriend will be here shortly. A flower with an owner. How unfortunate, he replies, a fleeting expression of disappointment crossing his face before he quickly regains his smile. He withdraws his head, presses the accelerator, and the Porsche emits a low rumble as it slowly drives away. Watching the vehicle disappear in the distance, Lin Shi takes Hu Qian's hand, her face alight with curiosity. Qian, when did you get a boyfriend? I had no idea. She tilts her head, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Hu Qian gently pats Lin Shi's hand and chuckles helplessly. I don't have a boyfriend. I merely wanted to send that fellow on his way. Lin Shi pouts, her expression one of confusion. He was bad-looking and drove a Porsche. Why would you give him a chance? She simply cannot fathom Hu Qian's aversion to such an admirable young man. At that moment, Hu Qian's mind drifts to Lin Yang. His charm, confidence, and unique aura have left an indelible mark on her heart. Reflecting on the young man from earlier, her tone grows somewhat disdainful. That kind of person is hardly worthy of being my boyfriend. A hint of scorn flickers in her gaze, for in her eyes, the earlier youth pales in comparison to Lin Yang. Lin Shi, perplexed, contemplates the previous young man, who seemed quite commendable, both in appearance and circumstances, wondering why Hu Qian finds him so unappealing and repulsive. Just as she prepares to inquire further, her attention is suddenly captured by an oncoming SUV. Look, the Yangwan U8, Off-Road Player Edition, she exclaims. No sooner has she spoken than the vehicle glides to a stop before them. The door swings open, revealing a strikingly handsome face. Lin Shi is momentarily entranced. It has been years since she has encountered someone so striking. His features are exquisitely chiseled, his gaze profound and expressive, and a subtle smile graces his lips, exuding charm. Shi, this is my other friend, Lin Yang, whom I mentioned to you. Hu Qian gazed at Lin Shi's dazed expression and couldn't help but chuckle. She approached Lin Shi and introduced herself. At that moment, Lin Shi's face flushed slightly, and she shyly smiled. We all share the surname Lin, so there will be no disputes over whose name the children will bear in the future. As soon as her words left her lips, both Hu Qian and Lin Yang were momentarily taken aback. What did you just say? Shi, you are quite audacious, aren't you? Chapter 46. Rescue. Upon hearing the startled exclamations of Lin Yang and Hu Qian, Lin Shi finally regained her composure and chuckled awkwardly to alleviate the tension. Hu Qian introduced. Lin Yang, this is my childhood friend Lin Shi, a dance instructor. Lin Yang greeted her warmly. Hello. Lin Shi, feeling embarrassed, repeatedly stammered hello in response. Mortified by her earlier remarks about wanting to have children with a man she had just met, she wished she could vanish into the ground. Noticing that Lin Yang had no intention of leaving, she lowered her head, retrieved a bag of fruit from the trunk, and hurried towards the riverbank. Hu Qian, smiling, reassured Lin Yang, don't mind her, that's just how she is. Lin Yang chuckled and shook his head. It's fine, she's rather charming. He then inquired, by the way, the roadside is filled with parked cars. Is there anywhere to park nearby? After a moment's thought, Hu Qian replied, if you drive a bit further, there's a fork in a road leading down to the riverbank where you can park. Sounds good, Lin Yang responded, returning to his car and accelerating away. Lin Shi, who had been watching him, felt it was safe to return only after he had driven off. Grabbing Hu Qian's hand, she exclaimed, Qian, tell me honestly, are you interested in Lin Yang? Not at all. I only met him a day earlier than you. Hu Qian retorted defensively. Lin Shi, unconvinced, pressed on, no way. Your gaze towards him is entirely different. You can't hide that from me. Hu Qian's cheeks flushed crimson, prompting her to hastily change the subject. And you were just talking about wanting to have children with him. That's different. That was merely an appreciation for a handsome man. As Hu Qian and Lin Shi bantered, they began unloading items from the trunk to carry to the riverbank. However, upon reaching the riverbank, they found no sign of Zhang Jun, nor did they see their canopy. Scanning the area, they spotted Zhang Jun in the distance, directing efforts to free a four-wheel drive vehicle that had become stuck in the mud. As they approached, they learned that due to the surrounding muck, most vehicles were hesitant to attempt a rescue, and the tow ropes were insufficiently long, leaving the driver to rely on his own ingenuity. Zhang Jun, conveniently nearby, enthusiastically took on the role of director. The engine roared to life as the wheels spun wildly, splattering dark mud everywhere, yet the vehicle remained stubbornly immobile. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Isn't the Land Rover supposed to be impressive? How can it be stuck in such shallow mud? A middle-aged man, seemingly knowledgeable about cars and sporting a beer belly, arrogantly declared, "This is a Land Rover Range Rover autobiography, worth nearly $3 million. With a 4T engine and over 600 horsepower, it's equivalent to half a tank. It's not something those domestic junk cars can compare to." Nearby, a young man, clearly irked by the comment, interjected without hesitation. So you're bragging about foreign cars while belittling domestic ones? Aren't you still made in this country? Half a tank's worth of horsepower. And yet it can't even free a single wheel. The middle-aged man was instantly infuriated, his face turning a vivid shade of crimson, reminiscent of a ripe tomato. Stammering, he exclaimed, "How dare you speak like that? Such deep mire. Even a tank would struggle to extricate itself, and surely this driver must be a novice, unfamiliar with the controls." As he spoke, he animatedly gestured with his hands. Just as his words lingered in the air, a bald head emerged from the Land Rover, adorned with a hefty gold chain, appearing significantly older than the middle-aged man. He pointed at the latter and bellowed, "Who are you calling a novice? When I was driving, you were still playing in the mud." The car owner's retort left the middle-aged man feeling utterly humiliated, silencing him instantly. "Look, isn't that a yuan you ate?" At that moment, someone exclaimed, pointing into the distance. The crowd's attention shifted, and they beheld an off-road vehicle larger than the Land Rover making its way from the riverbank onto the floodplain. The vehicle, imposing in size with bold lines, exuded a distinctive aura of dominance under the sun, akin to a fearless warrior. Its metallic paint gleamed with a cold luster, and its robust tires firmly gripped the ground, seemingly proclaiming its formidable power. Noticing that the Land Rover remained ensnared in the mire, others hesitated to assist and began offering suggestions to the driver. "The yuan you ate boasts over 1,000 horsepower. It's practically a tank. It should have no trouble pulling it out. Perhaps you should seek its assistance." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in the driver's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he exited the vehicle, retrieved a cigarette from the trunk, and strode purposefully towards the yuan you ate. Meanwhile, murmurs arose from the onlookers. "Can the yuan you ate truly extract the Land Rover?" A bespectacled young man queried, his face etched with doubt. "It's hard to say. The mire is exceedingly deep, and the Land Rover is firmly stuck. Even with its power, the U8 might struggle." A nearby man in athletic shook his head uncertainly. Others, however, expressed unwavering faith in the yuan you ate. "I believe it can definitely manage. The U8 is no ordinary vehicle. It excels in all performance metrics. I've even heard it can float in emergencies. Pulling a Land Rover should be a cinch." As the crowd exchanged opinions, their gazes fixated on the yuan you ate and the deeply entrenched Land Rover, each person brimming with anticipation for what would unfold next. Observing from the sidelines, the earlier middle-aged man scoffed. Domestic vehicles often exaggerate their specifications. Just because it claims to have 1,000 horsepower doesn't mean it actually does. If it attempts to assist, it will merely become another vehicle stuck in a mire. Lin Yang navigated the winding road, gradually approaching the floodplain. Upon finding a clear space and stabilizing his vehicle, a man adorned with a large gold chain and a thick gold ring on his finger approached with a broad smile. His ostentatious attire was particularly striking. "Young man, could you lend me a hand? My car is stuck in the mud and won't budge." The middle-aged man, with a courteous demeanor, offered a cigarette to Lin Yang, his face brimming with anticipation. Lin Yang instinctively accepted the cigarette and, upon closer inspection, realized it was a fine brand, valued at no less than 2,000 yuan. A sense of surprise washed over him, yet he believed in the adage that one should never refuse a friendly gesture. Furthermore, his own vehicle was equipped with rescue capabilities, providing a perfect opportunity for a test. He readily replied, "All right, sir, I shall give it a try, though I cannot guarantee success." "Not to worry. Just give it a shot," the man responded. Thus, Lin Yang settled into his car and ignited the engine. The man took the lead, guiding him closer to the scene of the incident. As they approached, the condition of the ground deteriorated. The once firm earth was increasingly supplanted by unstable mud, causing anyone standing upon it to feel as if they might plunge into its depths at any moment, let alone a vehicle weighing several tons. Lin Yang navigated his vehicle with utmost caution, inching closer to the Land Rover ensnared in the mire. He observed that the left front wheel of the Land Rover was largely submerged in the mud. The surrounding muck churned into a murky chaos by the tire, and the vehicle tilted precariously, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. At the instant Lin Yang's vehicle made contact with the mud, A rumble echoed as the wheels began to sink. A sense of foreboding gripped him. He had underestimated the mud's tenacity. As soon as his car became ensnared, a commotion erupted among the onlookers. The previously condescending middle-aged man, now wearing a smirk, crossed his arms and, with a mocking tone, proclaimed, "See, I told you domestic cars are inferior. They're indeed stuck." Chapter 47. Returning home, Lin Yang remained unperturbed by the surrounding skepticism, quickly regaining his composure as he meticulously examined the vehicle's dashboard and the array of buttons on the central console. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a button marked Escape Mode, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Resolutely, he pressed the button, activating the escape mode. At that moment, the vehicle's electronic system responded swiftly, intelligently adjusting the power output and torque distribution. Lin Yang pressed the accelerator once more, and the engine roared to life with a deep, powerful growl, akin to a fierce beast awakening from slumber. In an instant, the tires seemed to be imbued with newfound strength, spinning rapidly as they surged forth from the mire, splattering mud in all directions. The onlookers were left in astonishment. The previously mocking voice of the middle-aged man abruptly ceased, replaced by a chorus of admiration. "Isn't this simply remarkable?" Lin Yang cautiously maneuvered his vehicle closer to the Land Rover, and when he was within 4 or 5 meters, the length of the tow rope was just sufficient. The older man hastily secured the tow rope to Lin Yang's hitch, while Zhang Jun, standing nearby, directed Lin Yang in the rescue efforts, returning to his own vehicle. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, his eyes filled with tension and anticipation, Lin Yang shifted into reverse and gently pressed the accelerator. The vehicle moved steadily backward, the tow rope taut. Under the gaze of the crowd, the Land Rover swayed slightly before being gradually pulled from the muck. As it successfully extricated itself, the onlookers erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause. Such prowess from the Yangwang U8. Indeed, I have never seen a vehicle so unafraid of getting stuck in the mud. The crowd unanimously praised the formidable performance of the Yangwang U8. Among them, a young man leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "This power is astounding, over 1,000 horsepower. Truly akin to a tank." His eyes sparkled with exhilaration, his face brimming with admiration for the Yangwang U8. Nearby, an older man nodded appreciatively, reflecting, "To witness such performance from a domestic car is truly eye-opening. We must not underestimate them in the future." At that moment, someone recalled the earlier disdainful middle-aged man, glancing around only to find that he had long since slinked away, likely feeling embarrassed by his previous remarks. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun, who had been directing the rescue, stared mesmerized at Lin Yang's Yangwang U8, his eyes filled with envy and yearning. Following this incident, his dream car had shifted from the Land Rover to the Yangwang U8, silently vowing to work hard to acquire one in the future. Once the rescue concluded, the older man approached Lin Yang, overflowing with gratitude as he grasped his hand firmly, saying, "Young man, I owe you my thanks today, otherwise I would have been at a loss. My brother, who has some standing in Star City. So should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." With that, he eagerly requested to add Lin Yang on WeChat. Aware that an additional friend could open new avenues, Lin Yang readily agreed. As brother who departed, the surrounding crowd began to murmur animatedly. "Oh my, that person just now was brother who. He can be regarded as the king of the underground in our Hushi region. Had I known it was brother who, I would have risked my entire vehicle sinking into the mud to assist him. Who could argue otherwise? With brother who looking out for me, I can surely walk with confidence in the future." Listening to the chatter around him, Lin Yang chuckled to himself, surprised that he had inadvertently rescued such a significant figure. Having this favor, he might avoid considerable troubles in Star City in the future. After the rescue, Lin Yang parked the car back in its original spot. Before he could even exit the vehicle, a throng of people swiftly surrounded him, encircling his Yangwang U8. Among the crowd, several young girls had sparkling eyes filled with envy. One girl with a ponytail excitedly exclaimed, "Handsome, your car is so cool. The design, the lines, it's simply magnificent." As she spoke, she gently touched the car as surface, her gaze brimming with admiration. Indeed, he had only seen the Yangwang U8 online before. Witnessing its imposing presence in reality was astonishing. A bespectacled young man echoed her sentiments, gripping his phone tightly as he snapped photos from various angles, continuously adjusting the settings to capture every detail of the yuan you ate perfectly. Nearby, a middle-aged man expressed his awe, saying, "To achieve this level with domestic vehicles is truly remarkable. This is not merely a car. It symbolizes the rise of our nation's automotive industry." His words were filled with pride, and he gazed at the yuan you ate for a long time, as if admiring a precious work of art. The crowd buzzed with conversation, each voice filled with admiration and envy for the yuan you ate. Many pulled out their phones to capture the car, the flashes going off in a flurry, with exclamations of wonder echoing amidst the excitement. Lin Yang locked the car doors and navigated through the crowd, soon spotting Hu Qian and other friends, quickening his pace towards them. "Hey, I'm here," Lin Yang called out, waving his hand. Upon hearing his voice, Hu Qian and the others turned to him, responding warmly. "You finally arrived. We were waiting for you." After exchanging greetings, they began to collaborate on setting up the canopy. Once the canopy was ready, they proceeded to arrange tables and chairs. With everything prepared, they awaited the moment to ignite the grill for a barbecue feast. Lin Yang picked up a lighter and ignited the charcoal, which soon crackled to life, emitting a thick plume of smoke. The group gathered around, their faces radiating excitement and anticipation as a joyful barbecue celebration was about to commence. Just as they were preparing to indulge in the pleasures of grilling, a clear ringtone pierced through the lively atmosphere. Lin Yang retrieved his phone from his pocket, seeing Mom displayed on the screen, a warm smile gracing his face. He gestured to his friends and stepped aside to answer the call. "Hello, Mom, what is up?" On the other end of the line, the familiar voice of his mother resonated. Yang, didn't you mention that you would return home in a few days? It has already been over 10 days. When will you be back?" Lin Yang tilted his head slightly, gazing into the distant sky, lost in contemplation. In just a few days, the demolition notice for Jinling community would be announced. Once he signed the papers, he could return home and await the disbursement of the demolition funds. If he went back now, he would still have to return to Xingxing for the signatures, which would be quite troublesome. He estimated that he could return to his hometown by next week. "Mom, just a few more days at the earliest next week. I have some matters to attend to, but I've nearly arranged everything, so you needn't worry." His mother then inquired, "Will you be coming back alone or with someone? What about your girlfriend? Why not bring her home for me to meet?" Upon hearing his mother mention a girlfriend, Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle, explaining, "What girlfriend, Mom? Please don't think too much. The previous one was a false pretense. She pursued me for half a year, and I only pretended to agree to appease her." After Lin Yang clarified, his mother said nothing more, only urging him to find a girlfriend soon, as he was no longer young. Lin Yang readily assured her, reminding her to take care of her health and to spend money as needed without worrying about saving for him before ending the call. In the past, when he struggled, he feared returning home and being judged, worried that his lack of success would bring shame to his parents. Now that he had gained wealth and accomplishment, he was determined to restore their dignity upon his return. After hanging up, Lin Yang returned to sit beside Zhang Jun, with Hu Qian directly across from him. The sunlight cascaded upon Hu Qian, accentuating her graceful figure, while a gentle breeze stirred her hair, playfully brushing a few strands across her cheek, adding an enchanting charm to her presence. "Lin Yang, I heard your hometown is in Xiangxi, right?" Lin Yang nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Yes. Why do you ask all of a sudden?" Hu Qian clapped her hands in excitement, her face beaming with uncontainable joy. "I've always wanted to travel to Xiangxi. I've heard the scenery is breathtaking and the local culture is unique. The Qingming holiday is approaching. Why don't we all go together? It would be a great way to relax, and you could be our local guide." Lin Yang, perceiving Hu Qian's words as mere conversation, responded in agreement, "Sure. Although I am from Xiangxi, I haven't really traveled much outside my hometown. It would be a perfect opportunity for us all to experience the allure of Xiangxi together." Hu Qian, delighted by Lin Yang's affirmation, radiated even more joy, her smile blooming like a sunflower. "That's wonderful. It's settled then. I'll start planning as soon as I get back. Just thinking about it excites me." Chapter 48. New features of the random system after the barbecue. Lin Yang, Hu Qian, Lin Shi, and Zhang Jun were filled with enthusiasm as they engaged in games, their laughter resonating around them. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away quietly, and soon it was past 4 in the afternoon. Suddenly, the originally azure sky appeared to be draped by a colossal gray curtain as darkness swiftly fell. Following this, a fierce wind arose, causing the tents on the riverbank to sway precariously. With ominous rain on the horizon, all campers began to hurriedly gather their belongings, eager to depart before the storm hit. Lin Yang's expression shifted slightly. According to their original plan, they were supposed to dine here before heading back. This arrangement would also allow Lin Yang to fulfill his desire to dine with Hu Qian, thereby triggering a system-critical hit to unlock new features. However, the impending downpour disrupted their plans. Observing the looming rain, Lin Yang felt a pang of frustration, pondering how the rain had chosen this moment to arrive. While assisting in the packing, he contemplated ways to still have dinner with Hu Qian. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled a newly opened hot pot restaurant in Hedong, seemingly named Jiu Se Yun. It was reputed that their Yunnan mushroom hot pot was exquisite, though pricey and notoriously difficult to secure a table. Yet at this moment, Lin Yang dismissed these concerns. As long as he could dine with Hu Qian and trigger the critical hit to unlock new system features, that was all that mattered. Thus, he proposed, "Dinner time is approaching. I invite everyone for hot pot." The newly opened Jiu Se Yun seems quite promising. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he exclaimed, "Jiu Se Yun? ISNT, that the Yunnan mushroom hot pot? I've heard it's both expensive and hard to get a table. I wanted to try it for ages." Lin, she nodded in agreement. "I've heard good things about it too. It's said to be worth the price. Since you're treating, I won't hold back." Hu Qian smiled slightly. "If everyone agrees, I have no objections." Lin Yang was pleasantly surprised by the smooth consensus and nodded in satisfaction. Soon, Hu Qian and Lin, she took one car, while Lin Yang and Zhang Jun drove in another, heading towards the hot pot restaurant. The vehicle sped down the road and quickly arrived at the shopping mall housing the restaurant. At that moment, the underground parking lot was already filled to capacity. After some effort, Lin Yang finally secured a parking spot, and they regrouped with Hu Qian and Lin, she to take the elevator upstairs. Upon reaching the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, they were met with a throng of people. A long queue snaking outside. Lin Yang's heart tightened at the sight, and he said to the group, "I didn't expect such an early line. I'll go in first and check the situation." With that, he strode confidently into the establishment. He approached a waiter and inquired, "For 4 people. How many tables are ahead of us?" The waiter glanced at the device in his hand and replied, "There are still 64 tables. The wait time exceeds 4 hours. I recommend you come back another day." Lin Yang furrowed his brow, taken aback by the restaurant's overwhelming popularity. However, it matters not, for his sole intention was to dine with Hu Qian, to ignite a spark, rendering the choice of cuisine inconsequential. Having arrived at the hot pot restaurant, he was prepared to explore alternatives should it prove unsatisfactory. As he turned to depart, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Lin Yang." He halted, glancing back to find none other than Chen Qingqing. Astonished, he inquired, "Chen Qingqing, have you come to enjoy hot pot as well?" She shook her head, a hint of pride illuminating her expression. "This establishment is also mine. What do you think? Quite splendid, isn't it?" Lin Yang was taken aback. Chen Qingqing had established a high-end seafood buffet and now opened a premium hot pot venue. It appeared her family's circumstances were far more prosperous than he had imagined. For such upscale restaurants require substantial capital to initiate. Although they had yet to sample the food, the bustling business suggested that it must indeed be exceptional. Chen Qingqing beamed at Lin Yang's praise, responding, "Thank you." She then glanced at Lin Yang's hands, noticing he had not taken a number, and asked, "Why did you not obtain a number?" Lin Yang nodded in explanation. "Well, the wait is 4 to 5 hours, so I was considering another place." "Are you alone? Or did you come with friends?" "Invite them in. We have private rooms," Chen Qingqing offered warmly. "Thank you. I am fortunate to bask in your generosity today." "No need for such formality. We are classmates," she replied. Lin Yang had previously heard that upscale restaurants often reserve private rooms for important guests, and he never expected to experience such privilege himself. Exiting the hot pot restaurant, Lin Yang gestured for Hu Qian and the others to join him. Aren't we supposed to be in line? How are we able to dine so swiftly? Zhang Jun observed, noticing the others waiting while Lin Yang beckoned them inside. Curiosity piqued. This establishment is run by a classmate of mine. She mentioned there are private rooms available, Lin Yang explained. Zhang Jun immediately gave Lin Yang a thumbs up. Impressive. We are all fortunate to be in your company today. You see, high-end restaurants typically reserve private rooms to accommodate important guests, which makes this my first encounter with such treatment in many years. With that, Zhang Jun pulled out his phone to take pictures and promptly shared a post on social media. Thanks to a friend, we can enjoy hot pot at Juician during peak hours without waiting, and we have a private room. The moment his post was uploaded, it garnered numerous likes and comments. Wow, Zhang Jun, you have such an impressive friend. I seek to be in your good graces. Juician is a high-end hot pot venue with an average cost exceeding 2,000. Securing a reserved room is no trivial matter. Zhang Jun reveled in the flurry of comments, feeling immense pride in having a friend like Lin Yang, which lent him considerable prestige in the eyes of others. Shirt Song, idly scrolling through social media, spotted the post and immediately liked it. He was now more convinced than ever of Lin Yang's remarkable background. What puzzled him was that the last time he had deliberately organized a gathering for his classmates was to cultivate a closer relationship with Lin Yang. Yet, in the end, it seemed that Zhang Jun had grown even closer to Lin Yang. When Hu Qian, Lin Shi, and Zhang Jun all arrived, Chen Qingqing led them to a private room. This is the finest room in our hot pot restaurant. Please take a look at the menu and order whatever you desire. If you need anything, feel free to call for Shaoli. As Chen Qingqing observed Hu Qian and Lin Shi beside Lin Yang, a surge of complex emotions stirred within her. Ever since she had kissed Lin Yang to fend off her suitor, the memory of that moment frequently replayed in her mind, and her feelings for Lin Yang had deepened. After exchanging a few casual words, she excused herself under the pretense of having something to attend to and left the room. Once outside the private room, she did not immediately depart, but leaned against the corridor wall, taking a deep breath to calm the tumultuous emotions that surged within her. A hint of disappointment and helplessness flickered in her gaze, as visions of Lin Yang laughing and conversing with Hu Qian and Lin Shi flooded her mind. Each scene felt like a sharp dagger, piercing her heart with undeniable pain. She pondered, what is happening to me? Have I truly developed feelings for Lin Yang? Meanwhile, inside the room, after Lin Yang and the others had placed their orders, the dishes began to arrive shortly thereafter. They engaged in lively conversation while eating. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Yang's mind. Ding, conditions met for a date with an information character. Dining together has triggered a critical hit. The system will unlock a new random function. Chapter 49. Is ignorance accompanied by wealth? Ding. The random system functionality has been successfully extracted. A reset feature has been added. Reset. Before reading the received information, one may opt to reset, resulting in a random change in both the value and number of the information provided. After every 3 cumulative uses, one is guaranteed to receive a piece of high-value information. This feature is limited to once per week, following the changes in system level. Once weekly, monthly, annually, etc. The system's explanation was quite comprehensive, and Lin Yang immediately grasped the essence of the reset feature. This means that upon receiving information, one can choose to refresh it. For instance, if one had the misfortune of receiving 3 pieces of weekly information, refreshing could potentially increase that number to 10, or it may fall below 3. After all, the system did not guarantee a minimum. Furthermore, the reset not only alters the quantity of information, but also its value. It could transform a batch of worthless information into several high-value pieces, or, conversely, downgrade previously valuable information into mere rubbish. Ultimately, it all hinges on luck. However, there is a distinct advantage. After 3 cumulative uses of the reset, one is assured of receiving at least one high-value piece of information. Lin Yang deemed this feature quite advantageous. Even with the worst of luck, one would not suffer greatly, since there remains a guarantee of one high-value piece of information. After all, it is not certain that the system would push a high-value piece of information every week. Lin Yang, what's wrong? Hu Qian noticed Lin Yang had not touched his chopsticks for quite some time and inquired gently. Her her concern evident. Lin Yang snapped back from his reverie and smiled, replying, "Nothing, let us all eat." He meticulously observed the ingredients in the restaurant and could not help but acknowledge that the quality here was indeed starkly different from those cheap hot pot establishments outside. Each item appeared so fresh, as if kissed by the morning dew. The taste was nothing short of astonishing. Top-tier ingredients were truly exceptional. Coupled with the elegant and sophisticated ambience, the high price was undoubtedly justified. It was no wonder that a hot pot costing over $2,000 per person attracted so many patrons. It seems that wealthy individuals are not foolish. They ensure their expenditures are worthwhile. Lin Yang recalled how he often heard others remark on certain individuals as being foolishly rich, spending exorbitant amounts on items that could be found for a mere dollar elsewhere, choosing to pay $100 at a high-end supermarket. At the time, he agreed with such assessments, perceiving those individuals as merely foolish. Yet, only through personal experience does one come to understand that the produce available for $1 at the local market simply cannot compare with that priced at $100 in an upscale establishment. Just like the hot pot he was enjoying now, averaging over $2,000 per person, which could afford him numerous meals at a standard hot pot restaurant. Yet, if given the choice, he would undoubtedly select the one averaging over $2,000. The quality of ingredients, the flavors, and the ambience were not even in the same league. Most importantly, he can now easily afford it. Since he could indulge, why should he deprive himself? Lin Yang, Hu Qian, Lin Shi, and Zhang Jun were all relishing the exquisite meal. Laughter and joy resonating within the private dining room. This hot pot meal had cost nearly $10,000. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, a few individuals engaged in leisurely conversation before rising to depart. Lin Yang had intended to seek out Chun Qingqing to personally convey his gratitude. However, the waiter informed him that she had already left. A tinge of regret lingered in Lin Yang's heart, as he could only hope for another opportunity to sincerely thank her for bestowing upon him the treatment of a most esteemed guest. As they exited the hot pot restaurant, the entrance remained bustling with activity, teeming with patrons, many anxiously queuing for their turn. Among them, an observant plump girl quickly recognized Lin Yang. She scrunched her lips and remarked to her companion, "Did you see that guy? He arrived later than us, yet he has already finished and is coming out." Her friend, puzzled, speculated, "Perhaps he made a reservation?" The plump girl confidently retorted, "No, this establishment does not accept reservations, and I saw him inquire about the wait time." Curiosity piqued. Her friend pressed, "Then how did he get in? Did he jump the line, or did he buy his place in line?" The plump girl proudly raised her chin and explained, "Neither. He was invited in by the owner. You see, high-end restaurants like this reserve private rooms for important guests. I once enjoyed such treatment when dining out with my uncle." Her friend's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Your uncle is the chairman of the Dejia Group. Could that young man be the chairman of some corporation?" She mused. He might even be a wealthy second-generation heir. Gazing at Lin Yang as he walked away, her friend's eyes sparkled. Wow. Regardless of his identity, he would make the perfect boyfriend. Not only is he handsome with a great physique, but he also possesses status, background, and wealth. How is it fair that the heavens have not only opened a window for him, but also a door? Later, Lin Yang and his three companions took the elevator back to the parking garage. Subsequently, Lin Yang and Hu Qian each drove away, while Lin Shi and Zhang Jun rode in Hu Qian's car, as the three resided in the same neighborhood. Upon returning home, Lin Yang washed up briefly and then lay on his bed, contemplating the tasks he needed to undertake in the coming week. Firstly, he anticipated an 8-fold return on his investment in the stock of Foodie Battery over the next month, a matter he had entrusted to his stock advisor, Hu Qian, relieving himself of concern. Secondly, he planned to visit Binjiang Park that Wednesday afternoon, where billionaire Chen Zhenghua would unexpectedly suffer a heart attack. Offering assistance could earn Lin Yang his favor, which would certainly be advantageous. Thirdly, he needed to address the matter of returning the Maybach purchase from the dealership, which would involve a compensation of 3 times the purchase price once he received the Green Book. Fourthly, the demolition plan for Jinling Community would be announced on Friday, and Old Wang would likely come looking for trouble. He needed to prepare for that eventuality. Lastly, heavy rain was forecasted for the weekend, leading to potential flooding. necessitating preemptive measures. With his plans clearly delineated, Lin Yang succumbed to sleep. On Monday morning at 9 o'clock, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting its warm glow upon the desk in the office of the manager at Xingqing Securities Company. Hu Qian sat gracefully at her desk, gently swirling the coffee cup in her hands. The steaming brew released a tantalizing aroma that enveloped the entire office. Her gaze was calm and focused as she awaited the stock market's opening at 9:15. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks shattered the tranquility of the office. Hu Qian furrowed her brow slightly and softly said, "Come in." Her assistant, Xiao Lu, rushed through the door, anxiety etched across his face, his breath coming in quick bursts. "Manager Hu, something's gone awry." His voice trembled with urgency. "News has broken that Foodie Battery concealed the truth about a laboratory fire. It's likely to impact the stock imminently." "How could this happen?" Hu Qian's coffee cup trembled violently in her hand, splattering a few drops onto the desk. Yet she remained oblivious as an ominous premonition surged within her. "Fortunately, you received the news in advance, and the market hasn't opened yet, giving us a chance to reconsider," Xiao Lu said, a hint of relief in his tone. Hu Qian was acutely aware of the dire situation surrounding Foodie Battery. It was an outdated factory in dismal operational condition, struggling for survival amidst market currents, devoid of any competitive edge. Yet, Lin Yang had resolutely instructed her to invest heavily in this stock. The sum Lin Yang had transferred into the account was a staggering 90 million, no trifling amount. A loss here could translate into millions squandered. Filled with concern and uncertainty, Hu Qian swiftly picked up the phone and dialed Lin Yang's number. His voice soon greeted her on the other end. "Lin Yang, Foodie Battery is facing a crisis. The repercussions will soon reflect in the stock price. Do you still wish to proceed with the purchase?" "Proceed with the full investment as planned," Lin Yang replied without hesitation. Hu Qian clenched the phone, her palms slick with perspiration, her eyes clouded with confusion and dread. She found it incomprehensible that Lin Yang would make such a decision. To her, the fallout from Foodie Battery was an inevitable reality, and investing now would be akin to throwing substantial funds into a pit of fire. "Lin Yang, plaise reconsider. This is not a trifling sum. The consequences of a loss could be dire." She hoped to sway him. "I have made my decision. Let us execute the plan as intended." "Trust the process," he insisted. But Hu Qian wanted to argue further. Yet Lin Yang had already ended the call. She reluctantly set the phone down, anxiety gnawing at her. She understood Lin Yang's tendency to adhere steadfastly to his convictions, making it difficult to sway his decisions once made. However, this investment was excessively perilous, and she genuinely feared for Lin Yang's financial fate. Taking a deep breath, Hu Qian endeavored to regain her composure. She meticulously analyzed Foodie Battery's situation, examining everything from financial statements to market share, from industry competition to technological innovation, considering every conceivable factor. Yet, no matter the angle she approached, Foodie Battery presented no redeeming qualities for investment, and the prospects post-crisis appeared bleak. Before long, the clock ticked towards 9:15. After the stock market opened, Hu Qian focused all her attention on Foodie Battery. The stock hit its daily limit down, plummeting by 20 compared to the previous trading day. Chapter 50. A 40 surge in asset value in just 1 second. The opening plunge of Foodie Battery stock, which had already reached its limit down, was entirely anticipated by Hu Qian. She found no surprise in it. What perplexed her was Lin Yang's insistence on purchasing this particular stock. As she gazed at the sea of green on the screen, her hand hesitated to make the investment. The image of Lin Yang's resolute face and his unwavering voice echoed in her mind. According to the original plan, invest all in. Filled with doubt and concern, she endeavored to persuade Lin Yang to reconsider, yet he remained steadfast. This sum of 90 million was no trifling matter. A misstep in investment could lead to dire consequences. In this pivotal moment that could determine their fate, Hu Qian found herself ensnared in a tumult of inner conflict. Rationality dictated that purchasing Foodie Battery at this juncture was akin to moths drawn to a flame, plunging substantial funds into grave risk. However, Lin Yang's unwavering decision compelled her to comply. "Lin Yang, what are you truly thinking?" Hu Qian murmured, her gaze betraying a flicker of confusion. Drawing a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself, her fingers trembling slightly above the keyboard. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth, as if arriving at a momentous resolution. Since Lin Yang was so resolute, she would execute his instructions, even if the path ahead led to an abyss. Hu Qian lifted her head, a glimmer of determination rekindling in her eyes, and addressed her assistant, Xiao Lu. Prepare to invest fully in Futi Battery. Act swiftly. Xiao Lu paused momentarily, yet upon witnessing Hu Qian's unwavering gaze, he nodded and promptly commenced the operation. In the office, the only sound was the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard, the atmosphere thickening with tension. At that moment, they resembled sailors navigating through a tempest, uncertain of what awaited them ahead, yet compelled to forge onward. Meanwhile, in the bustling Shanghai market, atop the financial tower, a meticulously orchestrated secret plan was quietly unfolding at the headquarters of Xinqing Investment Company. Zhang Jigua, the investment director, sat poised in his spacious and luminous office, his gaze fixed intently on the fluctuating stock data on the computer screen, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Xinqing Investment had earned a formidable reputation in the national financial investment arena, boasting substantial capital and a premier investment team. With a track record of success in the competitive market, it stood as a benchmark in the eyes of numerous investors. At this moment, Zhang Jigua held in his hands a confidential piece of information capable of sending shockwaves through the entire financial market. Futi Battery had successfully developed solid-state batteries and was poised for mass production. Solid-state batteries, a groundbreaking new battery technology, sparkled like a brilliant star, igniting boundless imagination and anticipation within the realm of renewable energy. Compared to traditional liquid batteries, they possessed numerous remarkable advantages. Their emergence would undoubtedly revolutionize the existing battery landscape, ushering in an unprecedented transformation for sectors such as electric vehicles and energy storage. Zhang Jigua understood, well, that once this news was officially unveiled, Futi Battery would experience explosive growth, rapidly ascending to become the world's foremost power battery company, with revenue soaring by thousands or even tens of thousands of times with ease. The immense investment potential embedded within this situation left him salivating. To seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he meticulously orchestrated a scheme. Zhang Jigua's team deliberately leaked information, alleging that Futi Battery had concealed the truth about a laboratory fire, hoping to incite panic that would drive Futi Battery's stock price to plummet. His calculations were astute, as the stock price nosedived and investors frantically liquidated their shares in fear. He would seize the chance to acquire them at a bargain, amassing every available share in the market. Once the truth was unveiled and the stock price surged, he would reap a substantial profit. Everything unfolded according to his plan. Futi Battery opened at a limit down, and the market was engulfed in panic, with shares being sold off in droves. Zhang Jigua watched the incessant stream of sell orders on the screen, privately reveling in his cunning, as if he could already see vast wealth beckoning him. However, he could never have anticipated that at this critical juncture, a mysterious influx of capital would completely disrupt his plans. Leaning back in his comfortable executive chair, a triumphant smile graced his face as he fixated on the screen, eagerly awaiting further panic-driven sell-offs to scoop up those undervalued stocks. His fingers rhythmically tapped on the desk, producing a crisp sound akin to a victorious melody. Soon, all these stocks would be his, he murmured to himself, his gaze betraying greed and exhilaration. He envisioned himself triumphantly emerging from this capital contest, with immense wealth continuously flowing into his pockets. Yet, while he was lost in this delightful reverie, the stock data on the screen suddenly exhibited anomalous fluctuations. A wave of enigmatic capital surged into the market like a ferocious beast, unexpectedly sweeping up Futi Battery shares. The stocks that had been heavily sold were instantly consumed by this mysterious force, leading to a dramatic increase in trading volume and subtle shifts in stock prices. Zhang Jigua's smile froze on his face, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared fixedly at the screen, struggling to comprehend the unfolding reality. How could this be possible? He gasped, his voice laced with shock and confusion. His elaborate scheme had been in the making for over 6 months, with every detail meticulously planned and arranged. How could such an unforeseen turn of events arise at this crucial moment? His mind raced to ascertain the origins and intentions of this mysterious capital. However, everything transpired too abruptly for him to react. As he watched the stocks being purchased in real time, a surge of intense anger and frustration welled up within him. He felt akin to a hunter whose prey had been snatched away at the last moment, the fury and despondency nearly overwhelming his rationality. Investigate. Find out whose capital this is. Zhang Zhigua erupted, springing from his seat and bellowing at his assistant. Startled by his sudden outburst, the assistant quickly nodded and turned to begin a frantic investigation. The atmosphere in the office grew tense and oppressive, as everyone sensed Zhang Zhigua's mounting anger and anxiety. At this moment, the pace of the mysterious funds purchases accelerated as if engaged in a race against time. The shares of 40 Battery were rapidly acquired, and the stock price began to rise gently from its limit down. Zhang Zhigua watched the continuously climbing stock price on the screen, his inner fury intensifying. He understood that if he did not act swiftly, his plans would be irrevocably thwarted. They must not succeed. Gritting his teeth, a fierce glint sparkled in his eyes. He made a swift decision and commanded his assistant loudly. Immediately purchase all circulating shares of 40 Battery at the fastest possible speed, regardless of the cost. The assistant hesitated for a moment, cautioning Mr. Zhang, "This approach will be exceedingly costly, and there are only a few circulating shares left. The prudent course of action would be to continue selling, instigate panic, and seize the opportunity for a low-price acquisition. Enough with the excuses, do as I say." Zhang Zhigua interrupted decisively. He could no longer afford to consider the ramifications. His sole focus was to prevent this enigmatic capital from snatching away his hard-won victory. Furthermore, if news of 40 Battery's successful development of solid-state batteries were to circulate, his prospects would be utterly extinguished. With Zhang Zhigua's orders disseminated, the investment team sprang into action. A torrent of capital flooded the market, fervently purchasing shares of 40 Battery. The stocks, which had previously hit the limit down, surged upward in an instant under the duel of these two formidable forces, sealing the limit up in merely a second. No matter how many shares were sold in the market, they were swiftly consumed, and the stock price soared like a rocket. In the office of the Xinqing securities manager at the Xinqing Financial Tower, Hu Qian gazed at her computer screen, astonished by the fluctuations in 40 Battery stock. In just 1 second, it rose from a limit down of 20 to a limit up of 20, marking a remarkable 40 swing. Lin Yang's investment of 90 million had all been made at the limit down, meaning that his initial sum had now transformed into 126 million. "Lin Yang, who exactly are you?" Hu Qian murmured softly, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity and inquiry. Considering Lin Yang's unwavering insistence that she invest in 40 Battery, she absolutely refused to believe that he was unaware of any pertinent information beforehand. Chapter 51. An opportunity to become a billionaire in the developmental saga of 40 Battery. An unexpected conflagration marked a pivotal turning point in its destiny. 6 months prior, a fire erupted in the 40 Battery laboratory, inadvertently catalyzing the successful research and development of solid-state batteries. This breakthrough undoubtedly heralded a seismic transformation for 40 Battery. Upon mass production, the company is poised to ascend rapidly to the pinnacle of the global power battery industry, with revenues potentially increasing by thousands or even tens of thousands of times, ultimately resulting in a company valued at over $1 trillion. Lu Guojun, the deputy factory director at 40 Battery's headquarters, although holding a mere 2% stake in the factory, harbored ambitions that extended far beyond this. In his eyes, the successful development of the solid-state battery was merely the opening fanfare of a grand banquet of wealth, and he yearned to claim the largest portion of the feast. He was acutely aware that once the solid-state battery reached mass production, 40 Battery's market value would soar like a rocket, creating at least $1 trillion enterprise. This immense allure of wealth caused Lu Guojun's greed to flourish uncontrollably, akin to wild grass. Merely relying on his existing shares, he felt, was insufficient to satiate his insatiable thirst for riches. After much contemplation, a bold and avaricious scheme quietly took shape in his mind. He turned his gaze toward the stock market, resolving to capitalize on the impending announcement of Fuji Battery's solid-state battery production to acquire as many circulating shares as possible. Thus, when the news broke and stock prices surged, he would reap unimaginable profits. To realize this ambition, he enlisted the help of his classmate Zhang Jigua, who served as a director at an investment firm. The two quickly found common ground, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water, and embarked on meticulous planning. Their strategy was ingeniously devised. Firstly, they disseminated news of a laboratory fire, attempting to create a climate of panic that would cause Fuji Battery's stock to plummet. This revelation struck the stock market like a thunderous explosion, inciting fear and anxiety among investors. Subsequently, they began to divest a portion of their own shares, further depressing the stock price. Observing the rapid decline, market participants fell into a frenzy, hastily selling their stocks in a panic. Meanwhile, Lu Guojun and Zhang Jigua reveled in their clandestine triumph, biding their time for the opportune moment to swoop in like vultures and acquire the shares being forsaken in fear. They believed that as long as the news of the successful development of Fuji Battery's solid-state battery remained undisclosed, their plan would unfold seamlessly, an impeccable scheme. After all, Fuji Battery was merely a small battery manufacturer on the brink of collapse, largely overlooked by major players. They were immersed in their own avaricious plot, envisioning vast fortunes flowing into their pockets, fantasizing about their imminent ascendance to the apex of the wealth pyramid. Just as Lu Guojun and Zhang Jigua believed their plan was on the verge of fruition, a tempest swept through the stock market. A mysterious influx of capital surged forth, akin to a rampaging beast, intruding into this capital-hunting game without warning. In the beginning, Lu Guojun was unaware of the threat posed by this enigmatic force. Observing the subtle fluctuations in stock prices, he mistakenly believed that Zhang Jigua was clandestinely manipulating the market according to their plan. However, when Zhang's phone call arrived, the urgency and despair in his voice struck Lu like a heavy hammer, shattering his composure. The plan had failed. Zhang's voice trembled, as though all his strength had been drained away. Lu was instantly plunged into a state of shock, his mind blank. Gripping the phone tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulged with exertion, and his lips quivered as he finally managed to utter, "How is this possible? What on earth happened?" It turned out that this mysterious capital had, in a remarkably short time, swept through the market like a tempest, feverishly acquiring 95 of the 29 circulating shares of Fuji Battery, amounting to 27.55. This frenzied action disrupted the already fragile ecosystem of the stock market. The stocks that were being heavily sold off were devoured at an astonishing pace by this mysterious entity, leading to a dramatic increase in trading volume and subtle fluctuations in stock prices. The meticulously planned low-price acquisition strategy by Lu Guojun and Zhang Jigua evaporated in an instant. Instead of acquiring the entire 29 at a bargain, they ended up with less than one, beyond the 27.55 purchased by the mysterious capital. Their meager portion was left scattered among a few retail investors, though the 27.55 stake was currently valued at around 100 million. It was anticipated that Fuji Battery would soon ascend to become a trillion-dollar enterprise. Consequently, that share would approach a staggering 300 billion in worth. The vision of becoming a billionaire, which had seemed within reach, was now snatched away just as success was imminent. Lu Guojun slumped in his chair, staring vacantly at the ceiling as an overwhelming tide of anger and regret surged within him. He could not fathom who was orchestrating these events from the shadows, so precisely disrupting their plans. Images of wealth figures, once within grasp but now vanished, flickered through his mind, each numeral slicing through his heart like a sharp blade. In that moment, the air in the office felt as though it had solidified, oppressive and suffocating. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet its rays could not penetrate the darkness enveloping Lu Guojun's heart. Clenching his fists, his knuckles turned pale with strain. He muttered curses under his breath. Damn it! What is going on? How could such a force suddenly emerge? This mysterious capital was like an elusive specter, appearing and disappearing without a trace. completely shattering his avaricious dreams and leaving behind a landscape of shattered illusions and endless anguish. As news broke of Fuji Battery's successful development of solid-state batteries and its impending mass production, it detonated in the financial market like a bomb, stirring tumultuous waves. This revelation ignited a fervent desire for wealth, inciting a frenzied chase for capital. Within the grand halls of various stock exchanges, the price of Fuji batteries soared like a rocket, reaching its peak almost instantaneously. The vibrant crimson figures appeared as if they were tongues of fire, piercing the eyes of countless investors with their intensity. In the trading floor, expressions of shock, regret, and discontent were etched across the faces of the crowd. Those who had previously dismissed Fuji batteries now beat their chests in despair, lamenting their failure to recognize this promising stock sooner. Their gazes were filled with a blend of loss and hopelessness, repeatedly murmuring, "If only I had purchased even a small amount, the returns could have multiplied 1,000-fold. Or even more, in the near future. I have missed the chance to become a billionaire and attain financial freedom." In every corner of the city, innumerable investors remained glued to their computers or smartphones, watching the locked limit-up board as waves of regret surged within them. They reminisced about their past indifference towards Fuji batteries. Some furiously pounded their desks, vociferously cursing their own folly. Others sat in a daze, their eyes vacant, as if their souls had fled. And still others paced restlessly around their rooms, murmuring to themselves in search of solace. In a small chat group for investors, messages flowed like snowflakes as participants expressed their remorse, each line imbued with resignation and sighs. How could I have been so foolish? I had the opportunity to invest, yet I let it slip away. Now, I can only watch others profit while I am left anxious and empty-handed. I once thought this stock held no promise, and now I am filled with regret. This is fate, it seems. I am destined to be estranged from this fortune. At this moment, Lin Yang sat on his balcony, sipping tea and basking in the sun's warmth. He perused various news outlets' reports on Fuji batteries through his phone. The comments below were uniformly filled with expressions of regret for not having purchased Fuji battery stock sooner. Akin to the missed opportunity of acquiring Bitcoin at 5 cents years ago, once again missing the chance to become a billionaire and achieve financial freedom. Lin Yang smiled to himself, realizing that had it not been for his weekly intelligence reports, he might have found himself among those lamenting in the comments. Chapter 52. Establishing one's own company in the heart of Star City, within the confines of the financial tower. The atmosphere in the Star City Securities office was tinged with an unmistakable gravity. What could be the cause of such tension? Hu Qian murmured softly, her eyes betraying a mix of bewilderment and anxiety. As a seasoned manager at Star City Securities, she had navigated the financial market for many years, witnessing countless fluctuations in stock prices. Yet today, she found herself utterly perplexed by the reasons behind a particular stock surge. Without hesitation, she seized the phone and dialed the numbers of various industry colleagues, seeking insights regarding the sudden rise of Fuji Battery S stock. However, the responses she received were uniformly baffled. Everyone seemed equally mystified by this unexpected upturn. Could there be some significant positive news that had been concealed? Hu Qian pondered, her brow furrowing deeply in contemplation. Suddenly, the office's stillness was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Assistant Xiao Lu burst in like a whirlwind, her face alight with excitement and urgency, completely disregarding the formality of knocking. Manager Hu, Wei uncovered the reason behind Fuji Battery S surge. Hu Qian's heart skipped a beat as she raised her gaze, fixated intently on Xiao Lu. What is it? She inquired eagerly. The reason for Fuji Battery's rise is their recent announcement. They have successfully developed solid-state batteries and are about to commence mass production, Xiao Lu exclaimed in one breath, her face radiating with joy, as if she were sharing momentous news. Her eyes sparkled with fervor, her body trembling slightly, barely able to contain her elation. Hu Qian inhaled sharply, the gravity of the revelation striking her. As an experienced stock advisor, she understood the immense implications of this announcement. Previously, Fuji Battery had been merely a struggling small-scale manufacturer on the periphery of the market. However, the news of their success in solid-state battery development, poised for mass production, was akin to a powerful explosion, propelling them into the limelight. She recognized that the successful development of solid-state batteries would irrevocably alter the landscape of the battery industry and might even impact the global energy market. Fuji Battery, as the pioneer of this technology, would undoubtedly emerge as the principal beneficiary of this transformation. Furthermore, Lin Yang, a significant shareholder in the company, would see his fortunes soar in tandem. Suppressing her astonishment, Hu Qian endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, though the excitement and anticipation in her eyes were impossible to conceal. She swiftly turned to Xiao Lu, inquiring, "Xiao Lu, how many shares of Fuji Battery have we purchased in total?" Xiao Lu quickly opened her folder, her eyes scanning the figures with the precision of a scanner, before reporting, "Manager Hu, we have facilitated Lin Yang's acquisition of Fuji Battery shares worth 90 million, totaling 25 million shares. The cost per share was 3.6 yuan, and the current stock price is 5.04 yuan, yielding a profit of 1.44 yuan per share. These stocks are now valued at 126 million, resulting in a daily profit of 36 million. Upon hearing this figure, Hu Qian's heart was stirred by tumultuous waves, a myriad of complex emotions intertwining within her. She was acutely aware of what these numbers signified. As long as Lin Yang held onto these stocks, it was all but certain that he would become a billionaire in the near future. Suddenly, it seemed Hu Qian recalled something of utmost importance. She swiftly picked up her phone, her fingers gliding rapidly across the screen, and dialed Lin Yang's number. Once the call connected, her voice brimmed with uncontainable joy and excitement. "Lin Yang, congratulations on acquiring such a promising stock. I genuinely admire your insight. Who would have predicted that Fuji Battery would achieve such astounding performance today?" On the other end of the line, Lin Yang's lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled softly. "Just fortunate, really. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." Hu Qian was not convinced that it was mere luck. She pressed him further. "Oh, come now, Lin Yang, don't be so modest. I am truly curious. What initially drew you to this stock?" At that time, Fuji Battery was merely an obscure little battery factory, with hardly anyone believing in its potential. Lin Yang chuckled again. "Of course, I received some insider information. Such a statement could not be shared openly." So he added in jest, "I just found it pleasing to the eye. Something about its name resonated with me, giving me an inexplicable feeling that it would achieve great success." Hu Qian was momentarily speechless, never expecting Lin Yang to provide such a casual response. Nevertheless, she recognized that in the financial market, intuition and luck often play a crucial role. After sharing a laugh, Hu Qian's tone became grave and earnest. "To be frank, Lin Yang, the news about Fuji Battery's successful development of solid-state batteries and their impending mass production has spread. Its market value is destined to soar like a rocket, and it may not take long for it to become the world's leading power battery company. The stocks you hold will also appreciate significantly, and your account balance will grow at an unimaginable pace, reaching an exceedingly formidable level. At that point, the sheer magnitude of funds may overwhelm my ability to provide comprehensive and efficient asset management services. I might find myself at a loss. In my view, the best course of action would be for you to establish a company dedicated to managing these assets." Listening to Hu Qian's analysis, Lin Yang couldn't help but nod inwardly. He realized that when wealth accumulates to a certain extent, it becomes increasingly difficult to utilize it fully and unlock its maximum value, relying solely on individual efforts. Establishing a company to manage assets was undoubtedly a wise and necessary choice. However, founding a company was no trivial matter. It involved numerous considerations, particularly regarding management talent. An exceptional manager plays a decisive role in a company's development, possessing not only outstanding professional capabilities, but also being reliable and trustworthy. In Lin Yang's mind, the image of Hu Qian suddenly emerged. She had navigated the financial sector for many years, boasting a wealth of experience and exceptional capabilities. Throughout their collaboration, she exhibited remarkable professionalism and a strong sense of responsibility, making her a rare talent. Lin Yang, half jokingly and half seriously, remarked, "Manager Hu, why not consider joining my company? Once it's established, the position of president will be yours. Do you think so highly of me?" Hu Qian responded, slightly taken aback. She neither immediately accepted nor outright declined. instead replying in a similarly playful tone. Deep down, she understood that her role as a manager at the largest securities firm in Star City was a coveted position, one she had reached through countless efforts. The prospect of abandoning such a high-paying and stable job to work for a nascent company was not a decision to be taken lightly. Lin Yang was well aware of Hu Qian's reservations. Smiling, he assured her, "Your abilities are widely recognized, and I have complete confidence in you. Don't be too hasty in your rejection. Take your time to consider it. After all, establishing a company is not an instantaneous endeavor, and there are numerous preliminary preparations to undertake, so there is no rush in making a decision. I will give it careful thought, regardless of the outcome." "I appreciate your trust," she replied. Chapter 53. Saving Lives. Lin Yang. Today, Foodie Battery has once again reached its price ceiling, currently trading at 6.05 yuan per share, with an earnings per share of 2.45 yuan. The 25 million shares you possess now have a market value of 151.2 million, yielding a profit of 61.2 million. Hu Qian's voice resonated through the phone, brimming with uncontainable excitement. In merely a day, Lin Yang's assets had experienced another remarkable surge. A subtle smile crept across Lin Yang's lips. Although he had anticipated this outcome, hearing the figures invoked an indescribable sense of accomplishment within him. "All right, I understand. Keep monitoring it." However, the meteoric rise of wealth was just beginning to unfold. The following day, Hu Qian's call rang out punctually. "Lin Yang, today, Foodie Battery has reached its price ceiling again, now priced at 7.26 yuan per share, with an earnings per share of 3.66 yuan. Your 25 million shares now hold a market value of 181.5 million, bringing a profit of 91.5 million. In just 3 days, the profits had surpassed the initial investment. The pace of this financial ascent resembled a rocket launch, leaving one astounded. Yet, Lin Yang remained emotionally unruffled, for he had anticipated all of this. Despite the astonishing increase in wealth, as long as the stocks remained unsold, these profits existed solely on paper. Given the foreseeable future where Foodie Battery's market value would surpass 1 trillion, even a fool would not consider selling their shares at this juncture. Presently, Foodie Battery's market capitalization stood at merely over 6 billion, with Lin Yang's total stock value falling short of 200 million. Once the market value exceeds 1 trillion, these shares could be worth over 300 billion. The disparity between 300 billion and 200 million is a staggering 1,500 times. Therefore, until Foodie Battery's market value experiences complete growth, Lin Yang would never part with this portion of stocks. Moreover, he was not in a rush. Equipped with a reliable information system, he had ample means to earn more through alternative channels. For now, the funds in the stock market could simply be regarded as savings. After enjoying lunch, Lin Yang took a brief rest. Just as he rose, his phone rang unexpectedly. He casually picked it up, and the screen displayed a call from the Maybach 4S dealership. "Hello." Lin Yang pressed the answer button. A warm and courteous female voice greeted him on the other end. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yang? I am Liu from the Maybach 4S dealership. We have successfully retrieved the vehicle registration certificate for the Maybach S580 you purchased from us. Would it be convenient for us to deliver it to you in the next few days? Additionally, we can bring the car along. Does that work for you?" A few days prior, Lin Yang had deliberately purchased a Maybach from the dealership to pursue a refund and triple compensation due to their unauthorized alteration of the vehicle's wheel size, which constituted consumer fraud. He had gathered ample evidence when purchasing the car and was merely waiting for the vehicle registration certificate to officially claim ownership before taking action. However, he understood that even with sufficient evidence, achieving a refund and triple compensation would be challenging. If it were easy, there would not be instances of female Mercedes-Benz owners protesting on car hoods to fight for their rights. Such matters were not only troublesome, but also time-consuming and frustrating. Yet Lin Yang had already devised a plan in his heart. He would entrust the evidence to a lawyer and allow them to handle the matter. However, he lacked the means to find a capable and reliable attorney. He had never considered those lawyers who sought clients online. Truly exceptional lawyers were those whom clients sought out themselves. With the process of finding a lawyer requiring some time, Lin Yang responded, "I'm a bit busy these days. I will arrange for someone to collect the car from the shop in a few days." Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements for you, came the reply. As Lin Yang hung up the phone, a crucial piece of information flashed through his mind. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, the billionaire Chen Zhenghua would suffer a heart attack while exercising in Binjiang Park. As a billionaire, his wealth was not the only treasure. His connections were invaluable. If Lin Yang could cultivate a favorable relationship with him, he would undoubtedly find his own path to success much smoother. Glancing at the time, he noticed it was already past 2 o'clock, and 3 was rapidly approaching. His heart raced his throat. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed downstairs, jumped into his car, and pressed the accelerator to the floor, speeding toward Binjiang Park. Simultaneously, he swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed 120 for emergency assistance. Lin Yang had previously inquired with a doctor, and the most reliable method for handling a heart attack was to transport the patient to the hospital as quickly as possible. The nearest hospital was 4 to 5 kilometers away, and without a call in advance, there would be no time for rescue. Hence, calling for an ambulance beforehand was the most prudent course of action. However, alerting the ambulance to rush to the aid of a stranger would inevitably expose his ability to foresee events which would be impossible to explain. Thus, Lin Yang devised a ruse, feigning discomfort in his own heart, necessitating assistance. When the ambulance arrived, they could conveniently take the billionaire Chen Zhenghua to the hospital. Fortunately, Binjiang Park was not far from Lin Yang's residence. In a race against time, he finally arrived at the park just before 3 o'clock. As soon as the car came to a halt, he eagerly flung open the door and dashed out. "Sir, would you like to see some properties?" A young man, seemingly of similar age to Lin Yang, suddenly appeared from nowhere, enthusiastically offering a brochure. Initially intending to decline, Lin Yang reconsidered. He indeed had plans to purchase a property, so he accepted the brochure, pocketed it, and hurriedly made his way into the park, his eyes scanning the crowd for Chen Zhenghua's figure. Photos of Chen Zhenghua were available online, and given the park's modest size and open visibility, the search was not particularly arduous. Soon, an elderly man jogging in the park came into view. Lin Yang focused intently. Joy surged within him. It was indeed him. Yet, just as Lin Yang prepared to approach swiftly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Someone has collapsed. A piercing cry instantly captured everyone's attention. The elderly man clutched his chest with both hands. His face contorted in agony, and his body fell straight back, crashing heavily to the ground. The surrounding crowd seemed to have been cast under a spell of paralysis, momentarily frozen in place before scattering in all directions like startled birds. This cannot possibly be a case of deceit. I cannot afford to get entangled in such matters. A middle-aged man muttered softly to himself, hastily retreating with an expression rife with vigilance and trepidation. Indeed, such incidents have become all too common. It is prudent to keep a safe distance. A nearby lady echoed his sentiments, hastily ushering her young grandson away from the scene. "I have pressing matters to attend to. I cannot allow this incident to delay me," thought a young man who glanced at the fallen elder. After a moment's hesitation, he too turned and hurriedly departed. In mere seconds, a vast area around the elderly man had cleared. He lay there, alone, struggling in agony, yet not a single soul dared to extend a helping hand. Chen Zhenghua's eyes brimmed with despair. His lips quivered as he attempted to call for help, but only a feeble sound escaped him. As he helplessly watched those around him recoil in avoidance, his heart heavy with desolation. Just as he teetered on the brink of hopelessness, Lin Yang appeared before him, accompanied by paramedics bearing a stretcher. Chapter 54. Had I known he was the wealthiest, I would have saved him. Lin Yang and the paramedics swiftly lifted Chen Zhenghua onto a stretcher, hurrying towards the ambulance. Upon reaching the vehicle, the medical staff expertly placed Chen Zhenghua inside, and Lin Yang followed suit, intending to accompany the ambulance to the hospital. At that moment, an onlooker, an elderly lady, could not restrain herself and exclaimed, "Young man, what are you doing? You aren't wearing a white coat. You're not a doctor. Don't meddle foolishly." As Lin Yang assisted the medical personnel in attaching various instruments to Chen Zhenghua, he replied, "Annie, I'm not a doctor. I just saw someone collapse and came to help." Upon hearing this, the elderly lady waved her hands in urgency, saying, "Oh dear, how naive you are. In today's society, being a good Samaritan is no easy task. Haven't you heard about the cases where someone was kind enough to help an elderly person, only to be sued for a hefty sum by the family? Beside her, an elderly gentleman chimed in, "Indeed, young man. Just the other day, I heard about a young man who saw an elderly person fall and kindly went to assist, only for that elderly person to claim the young man had knocked him down. No matter how eloquently he spoke, he couldn't clear his name, and in the end, he paid tens of thousands to settle the matter." Lin Yang frowned and replied, "Sir, ma'am, I appreciate your concern, but saving a life is paramount right now." A young woman nearby could not help but advise, "Brother, heed our advice. Haven't you heard the saying? If you didn't cause the accident, why should you call an ambulance?" Nevertheless, Lin Yang chose to disregard the warnings and continue to assist the medical team in saving Chen Zhenghua, doing everything within his capacity. The crowd, witnessing Lin Yang's obstinacy, shook their heads and whispered among themselves, "This young man is truly foolish. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders will only lead to his misfortune. When he finds himself ensnared by the elderly's claims, he will have no place to lament." Lin Yang found the murmurs of the onlookers bothersome and chose to ignore them. He would not allow anything to hinder him from saving the wealthiest man in Star City. He was not aiding just anyone, but the illustrious Chen Zhenghua, chairman of Run Group, the developer of a luxurious Binjiang Bay. Having such a significant figure indebted to him for his life would be invaluable. Before long, Lin Yang, alongside the medical personnel, had Chen Zhenghua safely aboard the ambulance, and they sped towards the hospital. After the ambulance departed, a man in his 30s among the crowd suddenly slapped his forehead, as if struck by a revelation. Hadn't he seen that elderly gentleman somewhere before? Furrowing his brow in confusion, he muttered to himself while instinctively rummaging for his phone in his pocket. He quickly retrieved his device, his fingers gliding rapidly across the screen to access the search engine. Moments later, his eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face as he gasped, "Oh my goodness, he is the wealthiest man in Star City, the chairman of Run Group." His voice involuntarily rose several decibels in shock, the tone akin to that of a discoverer unveiling a new continent. This exclamation instantly drew the attention of those nearby, who cast puzzled glances in his direction. "What did you say?" inquired a bespectacled young man, his face a canvas of astonishment as he hurried to the man's side. Urgently questioning, "The old man who just collapsed is the wealthiest person in Star City?" A middle-aged woman also edged closer, her expression replete with disbelief. The man raised his phone, pointing at the images online, proclaiming loudly, "The photos on their official website cannot be false." Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly gathered around, craning their necks, their eyes fixed intently on the man's phone screen. Indeed, it was him. Good heavens! I have missed the chance to be in close proximity to the tycoon. Had I known he was the richest, I would have rushed to offer assistance. The crowd exchanged lamentations, their faces etched with regret. A fashionably dressed young man, consumed with remorse, repeatedly struck his forehead, exclaiming in frustration, "I truly was blind. I was afraid of being taken advantage of. If I had only intervened, perhaps the tycoon would have taken a liking to me, and I could have soared to great heights." An elderly woman echoed his sentiments, sighing and shaking her head. "I, in my old age, foolishly advised that young man against helping. Now, I have missed such a splendid opportunity. If I could have aided the tycoon, it might have opened doors for my child in job hunting." Others expressed their dismay, stomping their feet, lamenting, "If I had been a bit bolder and offered my help, the tycoon would have remembered me, and thereafter I could have walked through Star City with my head held high. Now, alas, the opportunity has slipped away." As they wallowed in regret, they turned their envy towards Lin Yang. The young man had been extraordinarily fortunate to have saved the tycoon. His future surely held boundless promise. Indeed, just moments ago, we deemed him foolish, but it appears the true folly lies with us. The crowd exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound sense of remorse. Lin Yang, meanwhile, raced alongside the ambulance to the hospital. Upon arrival, he promptly assisted the medical staff in wheeling Chen Zhenghua into the emergency room. Outside the emergency room, Lin Yang paced anxiously, his gaze fixed on a closed door, silently praying for Chen Zhenghua's safety. If anything were to happen to him, All of Lin Yang's efforts would have been in vain. After what felt like an eternity, the doctor finally emerged from the emergency room, removing his mask and exhaling a sigh of relief, stating, "The patient is no longer in critical condition. He will require observation during his hospital stay." At that moment, Lin Yang's anxious heart finally found solace. He wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to assist Chen Zhenghua with the hospitalization procedures. Without hesitation, Lin Yang paid the deposit for Chen Zhenghua's hospital stay, meticulously filling out the forms with accurate information and contact details. He was well aware that only by leaving clear information could he ensure that Chen Zhenghua would find him when the time came. After completing the necessary formalities, Lin Yang reflected on the ambulance he had previously summoned under the pretense of feeling unwell due to heart issues. To avoid any unnecessary complications, he underwent a comprehensive physical examination at the hospital. After the examination, the doctor smiled and remarked, "Young man, your health is excellent, and there are no issues with your heart. The discomfort you experienced may be a psychological effect. Simply relaxing more often will suffice." Lin Yang nodded with a smile, expressed his gratitude to the doctor, and left the hospital. The task of saving a life had been successfully accomplished. Now, he could patiently await contact from the tycoon. Upon leaving the hospital, Lin Yang first returned to Binjiang Park to retrieve his car. While he was at the parking area, he overheard a group of elderly men and women animatedly discussing him. "Did you hear? The tycoon fell ill while jogging here this afternoon. No one dared to approach, fearing they might be blamed," exclaimed an elderly man with graying hair. "Indeed, I was there. A young man saved him," an overweight elderly woman interjected eagerly. "That young man is truly fortunate. Having saved the tycoon, he need not worry in his next life," remarked another tall, slender gentleman with an envious expression. "If only I had had the courage to help at that moment, perhaps I too could have shared in the fortune," lamented an elderly man in a floral shirt, slapping his thigh in regret. "I heard that the luxurious riverside residences in Binjiang Bay were developed by the tycoon. Who knows? He might just gift that young man a lavish apartment if he feels generous. Those are worth tens of millions. I could never afford one in my lifetime." Listening to their lively discussions, Lin Yang couldn't help but smile faintly. Chapter 55. The spirited old Wang. Lin Yang drove into the community and parked his car downstairs. As soon as he stepped out, he heard someone calling his name at the top of their lungs. He turned around to see old Wang, the very man who had sold his house at a bargain price to fund gifts for a female streamer. Old Wang appeared radiant and full of vigor, suggesting that life had been treating him well, likely due to fulfilling his desires and establishing a deeper connection with the enchanting streamer. "Lin Yang, my brother, I brought back some wild vegetables from the countryside. Would you like to take some home and try them?" Old Wang enthusiastically offered, swiftly retrieving a handful of ferns from his bag and thrusting them into Lin Yang's hands before he could respond. Lin Yang hurriedly declined, saying, "No, thank you. Old Wang, I don't cook, so it would be a waste for me to take them." However, Lin Yang had deeper reasons for rejecting old Wang's generosity. Intelligence indicated that once old Wang learned about the impending demolition of the property, he would go to great lengths to reclaim it, resorting to unscrupulous tactics if necessary. Although he appeared amiable at present, it was merely because his interests had not yet been threatened. With Friday approaching, the announcement of the community's demolition was imminent. Lin Yang understood that old Wang might resort to outrageous actions, compelling him to prepare in advance. With that thought in mind, Lin Yang discreetly took out his phone and activated the recording function, just in case. "Since you don't cook, I want to insist on the wild vegetables. I'll treat you to a meal another day to show my gratitude," old Wang conceded, seeing Lin Yang's firm refusal. Lin Yang smiled politely and casually inquired, "Old Wang, what has brought you such joy? Haha, have you noticed? I owe it all to you. If it weren't for you purchasing my dilapidated house, I would be enjoying such good fortune today. My house was on the market for half a year without a single inquiry. It was your purchase that provided me with the funds I needed. I used the money from the sale to help Yo-Yo win a PK against other streamers that night. She agreed to be my girlfriend, and within half a month, we've met 3 times." As old Wang shared this news, his smile grew ever brighter, his eyes narrowing with delight as he rambled on about his happiness. "Haha, Lin Yang, you have no idea. Yo-Yo, that little girl, speaks so sweetly. Every time I go on a date with her, my heart feels like it's been dipped in honey. Old Wang was lost in his bliss, becoming increasingly animated, entirely oblivious to the flicker of disdain that crossed Lin Yang's eyes. During our last date, she leaned on my shoulder and told me that she likes mature and steady men like me. I nearly fainted from joy. Gesturing excitedly, Old Wang's face radiated happiness, as though he were reliving the moment of his date with Yo-Yo. Lin Yang's lips curled into a polite smile, but inside, he mused, "This Old Wang is truly gullible. He fails to realize that a young girl could hardly be genuinely interested in an old man like him. She is merely enchanted by his wealth." Nevertheless, he verbally acquiesced to Lao Wang's words, praising Lao Wang. "You truly are remarkable. Your girlfriend is an exceptionally young and beautiful internet celebrity. You are indeed a timeless treasure." Lao Wang, upon hearing Lin Yang's compliments, beamed with delight, the wrinkles on his face converging in joyous folds. Well, you are so youthful and handsome. Driving such a fine car, you could certainly find an even better girlfriend." With this, Lao Wang declared his intention to treat Lin Yang to a meal next time, before hurriedly excusing himself, stating, "Yo-Yo is about to go live. I must return to support her." As Lin Yang watched Lao Wang's departing figure, he furrowed his brow slightly, then saved the recording on his phone before turning to ascend stairs. Upon returning home, he settled comfortably on the balcony, where a gentle breeze caressed him, bringing a refreshing chill. He lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip, letting the fragrant tea bloom on his tongue. Yet at that moment, his mind was preoccupied with a pressing matter: to find a reliable lawyer to address the issue of a refund and compensation from the 4S dealership. With this thought in mind, Lin Yang set down his teacup and picked up his phone to message Hu Qian. "Hu Qian, do you happen to know any formidable lawyers?" Before long, Hu Qian replied, "I know quite a few lawyers, but they are all quite ordinary." Lin Yang frowned slightly at her response, realizing that he could not depend on her assistance. Undeterred, he quickly sent the same message to Zhang Jun. "Zhang Jun, do you know any formidable lawyers?" Zhang Jun responded promptly, "I don't know any personally, but it seems that Shirtsong has a relative who is quite an impressive lawyer. I can ask him for you." "Just a moment." Lin Yang nodded at this message and swiftly replied, "Thank you for your help." Meanwhile, Shirtsong was racking his brain on how to establish a connection with Lin Yang, as the previous class reunion had left him feeling unsettled. This matter had occupied his thoughts for several days. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Zhang Jun calling. "Shirtsong, I recall that you have a relative who is quite an accomplished lawyer, right?" Zhang Jun's voice came through the line. "Yes, a distant cousin. She has been in the field for 10 years without a single defeat and is currently the legal supervisor at Run Group. Is there some case you need her assistance with? Given our long-standing friendship, I could inquire on your behalf." Though Shirtsong spoke with such words, he internally mused, "What significant case could you possibly have? My cousin is not someone you can simply engage. Even if they were relatives, that was a matter of familial honor. Not everyone could compel her to lend her name, not even longtime friends. It's not for me, it's for Lin Yang." He asked if I knew any formidable lawyers, and you came to mind, Zhang Jun explained. Upon hearing that Lin Yang was seeking a lawyer, Shirtsong's previously nonchalant demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. A flicker of surprise danced in his eyes, and he straightened in his seat, his voice unconsciously rising a notch. "Ah, so it's Lin Yang. You should have said so earlier. This trivial matter shall rest upon my shoulders. I shall promptly reach out to my cousin, urging her to take on this case without fail." Just moments ago, he was subtly declining, yet now his demeanor has undergone a complete transformation. I was previously pondering how to establish a connection with Lin Yang, and now, as if fate has intervened, the perfect opportunity has presented itself. It is imperative that I do not let this precious chance slip away. As Shirtsong spoke, he began to sift through his phone's contact list in search of his cousin's number, fearing that a mere second's delay might cost him the chance to serve Lin Yang. He did not forget to instruct Zhang Jun. "Please inform Lin Yang promptly, assuring him that with my involvement, this matter will be executed flawlessly. My cousin is renowned in the industry for her prowess. With her on board, any case is bound to be resolved successfully." Chapter 56. A gift of a house. Not long after, Lin Yang received a message from Zhang Jun. informing him that the issue with the lawyer had been resolved, and Shi Tsung had agreed to seek assistance from his relative. Just as he received Zhang Jun's message, a notification popped up on WeChat indicating that Shi Tsung wanted to add him as a friend. Lin Yang promptly accepted the request, and almost immediately, a message from Shi Tsung arrived. Lin Yang, I have already spoken with my cousin. Please let me know when you are available so we can arrange a time to meet and discuss the details. All right, it's already quite late today. Let's schedule it for tomorrow morning. Good, I will notify my cousin right away. By the way, here is her phone number. With the lawyer issue settled, Lin Yang felt a significant weight lift from his chest. He leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. Yet his thoughts swiftly wandered to the impending announcement regarding the demolition of the Jinling community, set to be revealed in 2 days. He was acutely aware that the residence he had occupied for over 2 years would soon be uninhabitable, making the urgency of purchasing a new home undeniable. Lin Yang recalled the flyer he had received that afternoon. He intended to examine it closely, but despite searching his pockets, he could not locate it. In desperation, he turned to his computer and began searching online for quality neighborhoods in Star City. Through multifaceted comparisons, Lin Yang concluded that the finest community in Star City was Binjiang Bay. Not only did it boast exceptional residences, but its amenities, including property management, educational institutions, shopping centers, and hospitals, were also the pinnacle of what Star City had to offer. It was no wonder that it had become the most prestigious luxury estate in the area. Acquiring a property in Binjiang Bay would indeed be a commendable choice. Though the prices were steep, starting at no less than 20 million, he was not financially constrained. In a hospital room at Star City 3rd Hospital, the scent of disinfectant permeated the air. Chun Jinghua slowly opened his eyes, squinting against the blinding light. The rhythmic beeping of medical equipment signaled to him that he was still alive. "Dad, you're finally awake," his daughter, Chun Qingqing, exclaimed, her voice laced with both worry and joy. A circle of relatives surrounded the hospital bed, their faces etched with concern. They exchanged words of comfort, filling the room with warmth. With reddened eyes, Chun Qingqing reproached him gently. "Dad, knowing your health is poor, why did you go out to exercise alone? If it weren't for the kind-hearted person who brought you to the hospital, who knows what might have happened?" A faint smile crossed Chun Jinghua's lips as he weakly replied, "Look, I'm fine now. Don't worry. But truly, I owe a great deal to that young man. Had it not been for him, you might never have seen your old father again." Reflecting on the despair he felt during his medical crisis, Chun Jinghua shuddered at the memory. The indifference of those around him had pierced his heart like daggers. People had distanced themselves out of fear of being implicated, their eyes devoid of concern, only coldness and vigilance. As if he were a terrifying creature, he had believed he was destined to perish alone, and that sense of hopelessness had cast a shadow over his world. Yet, the arrival of that young man had been like a ray of light piercing through the darkness. His courage and decisiveness had illuminated the warmth of humanity for Chun Jinghua. In his heart, Chun Jinghua silently vowed to express his profound gratitude to his life-saving benefactor. At that moment, he noticed a pamphlet on the ground, which was the promotional material for the riverside development he had initiated Binjiang Bay. He vaguely recalled that this item had originally been in the pocket of the young man who had rescued him. Nodding to himself, he mused that it was no wonder the young man had appeared at Binjiang Park. He must have been there to view the properties at Binjiang Bay. "Xiaozhang, please investigate the identity of the young man who saved me. I must express my gratitude properly by gifting him a property at Binjiang Bay." Chun Jinghua's voice, though weakened, resonated with unwavering determination. "Yes, Chairman," Assistant Xiao Zhang promptly replied, his heart racing with astonishment. The properties at Binjiang Bay were the pinnacle of luxury in Xingqing, each valued at no less than 20 million. The notion that merely calling an ambulance to save the chairman had afforded such an extravagant reward left Xiao Zhang both astonished and envious. He chastised himself for not having accompanied the chairman. Otherwise, he might have been the one to save him. "Dad, while it's important to show gratitude for saving your life, gifting a property seems excessive. Don't you know that a small kindness can lead to great resentment?" Chun Qingqing said, furrowing her brow with concern. Chun Jinghua shook his head and replied earnestly, "You do not understand the depths of my despair at that moment." While others merely observed, It was that young man who bravely stepped forward to save me. I trust in his character. Not only should I gift him a property, but I intend to give him the finest one, the very one across from you." In Chunjingwa's heart, the debt of gratitude for saving his life was as weighty as a mountain. A single property could scarcely convey his appreciation. Upon hearing her father's intention to gift the finest unit to his savior, Chun Qingqing was instantly incensed, her expression turning grave. Stepping forward, she clenched her fists and exclaimed passionately, "Dad, that property holds special significance. You cannot just give it away. It is one of the two best units in Binjiang Bay. Not only the largest in size and with the best view, but also carries sentimental value. That was meant to be my dowry. What am I to do if you so easily bestow it upon a stranger?" A flicker of helplessness shone in Chunjingwa's eyes, yet his resolve remained unshaken. He straightened slightly, meeting Chun Qingqing's gaze with sincerity as he said, "Qingqing, do you not comprehend? If it were not for him, I would no longer be here. A single property pales in comparison to my life. We must repay this debt of gratitude. Furthermore, I see promise in that young man, if he is not married. Living across from you may lead to a blossoming relationship between you two." Chun Qingqing frowned at the thought of her father suggesting her involvement with another man. Since discovering her feelings for Lin Yang, she found herself unable to view other men favorably. She shook her head, stating, "Dad, your daughter is still young. Please do not attempt to pair me with just anyone." Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang exited the hospital room and approached the attending nurse, swiftly locating Lin Yang, the young man who had brought Chun Jingwa to the hospital. Upon returning to the room, he found both Chun Jingwa and Chun Qingqing had paused their debate, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Chun Zhenghua, unable to contain his eagerness, inquired, "Xiao Zhang, have you found out? Who is the young man that saved me?" Xiao Zhang promptly nodded and respectfully replied, "Chairman, we have uncovered his identity. The man who saved you is named Lin Yang. He had summoned an ambulance due to discomfort in his heart and fortuitously encountered your medical emergency, which led to both of you being transported to the hospital together." Upon hearing that her father's rescuer was Lin Yang, Chun Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of profound complexity. Her eyes widened, filled with astonishment and confusion, and her mouth slightly agape, as if she wished to articulate something but found herself momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure and urgently asked, "Uncle Zhang, what did you say his name was? Are you certain there is no mistake?" Xiao Zhang, somewhat perplexed by Chun Qingqing's reaction, nonetheless affirmed, "Indeed, it is Lin Yang, a native of Shaanxi. I recall you spent some time there during your childhood. Do you know him?" Chun Qingqing refrained from answering Xiao Zhang's question, her mind awash with tumultuous thoughts. She could scarcely fathom that the individual who had saved her father was Lin Yang, the man who had recently captivated her every thought and dream. Chapter 57. Exemption from property and utilities fees. How about it? Qingqing, do you know this person? Chun Jinghua inquired, curiosity piqued by his daughter's sudden concern for someone. No, I don't know him," Chun Qingqing instinctively denied. Chun Jinghua, having built such a vast conglomerate, could easily discern his daughter's thoughts. Nevertheless, he chose not to confront her directly. If she was reluctant to share, he would refrain from pressing further. "Xiao Zhang, contact the legal supervisor, Xiejia, immediately. Have her draft the gift contract at once. We shall present the best property in Binjiang Bay to Lin Yang. Once the contract is ready, go find Lin Yang for his signature. As for other matters, we shall address them once I am discharged," he commanded. "Yes, Chairman," Assistant Xiao Zhang replied, promptly setting to work. He left the hospital room, first dialing Xiejia to expedite the drafting of the gift contract, then reaching out to Lin Yang. Within the confines of the hospital room, Chun Jingwa's gaze remained fixed on Chun Qingqing. Feeling the weight of her father's stare, Chun Qingqing shifted uncomfortably. "Dad, why are you staring at me? Just a moment ago, you opposed gifting a house to your savior. Why the sudden change of heart? I thought I was respecting your opinion. Since you've made up your mind, my objections would be futile. I would rather not provoke you," she replied. Suddenly, a thought struck Chun Qingqing. "By the way, Dad, our community's property fees are quite steep, aren't they? It's 25 yuan per square meter. The house you're giving Lin Yang is 800 square meters, which means the monthly property fee alone will amount to 20,000 yuan. Isn't gifting that house only adding to his burdens? At her words, Chen Jinghua couldn't help but smile knowingly. His daughter clearly had a connection with Lin Yang, and it must be significant. Otherwise, why would she oppose the gift initially, but now advocate for waiving the property fees? Ching, didn't you say you didn't know him? Why the sudden concern? Not only do you support the gift, but you also wish to exempt him from the property fees. When did you become so considerate? Dad. Realizing her father had seen through her emotions, Chen Qingqing's cheeks flushed crimson. Chen Jinghua chuckled, shaking his head. All right, you're no longer a child. I won't oppose your affections. Our family is already the wealthiest in Xingqing, so there is no need for you to sacrifice your happiness for material gain. However, you must remember one thing. Never reveal your identity until you are certain of his character. I understand, Dad. Well then, since you have feelings for him, pursue them boldly. Also, inform Uncle Zhang to exempt Lin Yang from the property and utility fees. Thank you, Dad. Chen Qingqing was taken aback by her father's acceptance of her affection for a man without influence. Once she regained her composure, she readily agreed. After dinner, Lin Yang took a leisurely stroll before returning home. He settled on the balcony, scrolling through his phone when suddenly, the ringtone pierced the tranquility. It was an unfamiliar number, and he instinctively hung up. In this age of overwhelming information, any call from an unknown number immediately raised his suspicions of a potential scam or nuisance. In the ensuing moment, the phone rang once more, the same number illuminating the screen. He promptly disconnected the call, musing to himself about the persistence of these callers, likely peddlers of products or scammers. Yet, the phone rang again, the same number appearing yet again. This time, he noticed it was a local number, stirring a flicker of curiosity within him. Who could it be? This unfamiliar local caller? After a brief hesitation, he swiped the screen and pressed the answer button. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin Yang? Came a courteous and gentle male voice from the other end. This is he. Who am I speaking to? Lin Yang inquired, perplexed, as his mind raced to identify the voice, but he could not recall knowing anyone with such a tone. Do you remember rescuing an elderly gentleman at Binjiang Park this afternoon? The voice carried a note of gratitude. Ah yes, what about it? Lin Yang chucked, recalling the incident vividly. He had made a special effort to assist the person in need, and he was surprised that the caller reached out sooner than he had anticipated. Thanks to you, our chairman is safe. As a token of gratitude, we are prepared to gift you a spacious apartment at Binjiang Bay. The contract is being prepared, and I would like to know if it is convenient for you to sign it now so that our legal team can meet with you. Furthermore, once our chairman has recovered, he will express his thanks in person. To think he was being offered a property outright, especially in the esteemed Binjiang Bay, where even the smallest units commanded a price of at least 20 million. He could scarcely believe it. The return for merely having called an ambulance and paying a deposit of 20,000 to the hospital was a residence valued at no less than 20 million. Moreover, not only was he receiving this lavish apartment as a gesture of appreciation, but he would also be personally thanked. This implied further advantages awaited him. It was undeniable that his act of kindness had proven worthwhile. Chen Jinghua, the benefactor, clearly understood the value of gratitude, which explained his success and status as the wealthiest individual in Star City. Uncle Zhang, my father mentioned that the apartment gifted to Lin Yang will have the property management and utility fees waived. Suddenly chimed a female voice from the other end of the line. Lin Yang felt a sense of familiarity in that voice, reminiscent of Chen Qingqing. Could she be related to Chen Jinghua, given that they shared the same surname? This fleeting thought ignited a deeper curiosity within him. Emir Lin Yang, are you still on the line? Yes, I am, he replied, snapping back to attention. I am available at any time. Shall we meet at Slow Coffee on the first floor of Garden City? Very well. I will notify our legal team. I'll check the map. She should be able to arrive in about half an hour. All right. Lin Yang was taken aback by the efficiency of the arrangements, as they were hastily organizing a meeting to finalize the contract. Once he signed, the luxurious apartment would be his. After tidying himself up, he stepped out. Garden City was a large shopping mall near his residential area. Crossing the street, he arrived at the first floor of Slow Coffee, casually ordered a cup of coffee, and settled down to await the arrival of the representative. Before long, A woman clad in an elegant black suit gracefully and confidently entered the CAF. In her hand, she carried a minimalist briefcase, crafted from exquisite materials that complemented her overall appearance. She surveyed the room, her gaze swiftly locking onto Lin Yang, and then approached him directly. Each step was light yet steady, as if she were gliding, exuding an undeniable aura of strength that drew the attention of many patrons within the establishment. "Good day, Mr. Lin Yang. I am Xiejia, the legal supervisor of Run Group. Today, I am here on behalf of the chairman to sign the donation contract with you." Xiejia stood before Lin Yang, offering a slight bow, her face adorned with a polite and professional smile. Her voice was clear and melodious, reminiscent of a mountain spring, providing a sense of comfort to those who listened. "Hello, please have a seat. Would you like something to drink? I'll have an iced Americano, please." "Very well," Lin Yang responded promptly, signaling to a server to bring an iced Americano for Xiejia. Once the drink was served, she took a gentle sip before leisurely retrieving a document from her briefcase. She placed the document delicately on the table, then pushed it toward Lin Yang. "This is the donation contract. The chairman intends to gift you a spacious 800 square meter flat on the 36th floor of Building 2 in Binhai Bay, with a market value of 40 million, along with a lifetime waiver of property management fees and utility expenses." As she spoke, she pointed to the key clauses in the contract. "Please review the terms. If everything is satisfactory, kindly sign at the end. I will handle the transfer procedures, and the property certificate will be delivered to you." Chapter 58. House viewing. Lin Yang meticulously perused the terms of the contract, confirming that it was a legitimate gift agreement without any issues. He took up his pen and inscribed his name upon the document. After signing, he reclined in his chair, his thoughts drifting back to the days spent laboring in the factory. On one occasion, the factory manager had summoned him to the villa to repair a faucet, during which Lin Yang inadvertently overheard the manager lamenting that the central air conditioning would incur a cost of 200 yuan for just one night. By the month's end, the electricity bill soared to 6,000 yuan, exceeding the monthly salary of many ordinary workers. Moreover, regarding the property management fees, he had heard that the service at Binjiang Bay was of the highest caliber. In contrast, the staff at Jinling Community often displayed missing teeth or gray hair, whereas the personnel at Binjiang Bay were graduates from prestigious flight attendant programs, possessing impressive physiques and appearances, having undergone rigorous training to qualify for their roles. Consequently, the management fees were exorbitant, at 25 yuan per square meter. For a minimum area of 400 square meters, the monthly fee alone would amount to 10,000 yuan, a sum that would take an ordinary individual 2 months' salary to cover. In the past, acquiring such a property would have left him with no other option but to sell it, as the associated costs for management, utilities, and more rendered it uninhabitable. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically. The profits from the stock market had transformed his life entirely, providing him with daily earnings sufficient to purchase another property of similar stature. To his surprise, the other party had demonstrated considerable thoughtfulness by waiving these fees for life, likely under the assumption that he was merely an ordinary individual incapable of shouldering the expenses of a luxury residence. After finalizing the contract, Xiejia took her leave, prompting Lin Yang to rise and return home. The following day, as agreed, Lin Yang made his way to a coffee shop near Run Group to meet Shi Song's distant cousin, a renowned lawyer. Upon entering the CAF, he ordered a cup of coffee and settled into a quiet corner, awaiting the lawyer's arrival. Before long, a woman dressed in a tailored suit, exuding an air of professionalism, appeared before him. "Hello, are you the guest my cousin introduced?" she inquired politely. Lin Yang looked up, astonished, and exclaimed, "Lawyer Xia, what a coincidence!" It was none other than Xiejia, whom he had encountered the previous evening. Sometimes, fate unfolds in the most unexpected ways. Xiejia smiled in response. Initially, she had assumed that this was merely an ordinary client who had found her through Shi Song's connections, not anticipating any significant case, and had thus given little thought to the meeting. Her reason for meeting Lin Yang was purely to honor Shi Song's request. However, she could not have foreseen that this individual was the benefactor of the chairman, who had gifted him the finest luxury apartment in Binjiang Bay. along with the waiving of management and utility fees. This highlighted the level of esteem in which Lin Yang was held. From that moment forward, Xie began to regard Lin Yang with newfound respect. "May I inquire what legal matters you require assistance with, Mr. Lin?" she asked courteously. "I recently purchased a Maybach S580 from the Maybach 4S dealership with a price tag of $2.84 million, culminating in a total cost of $3.489 million. However, the vehicle's wheels do not match those listed on the configuration sheet, leading me to seek a refund along with triple compensation." Upon hearing this, Xie furrowed her brow slightly, her expression turning grave. Typically, luxury car dealerships have their own legal teams that specialize in such cases, which are notoriously challenging to navigate, particularly when it comes to claims for refunds and triple compensation. Such cases are not uncommon, yet successful outcomes are rare, primarily due to the formidable nature of their legal departments and the often insufficient evidence provided by the clients to form a cohesive chain of proof. I inquired about the evidence he possessed to substantiate his claim that the vehicle was not as advertised. Lin Yang replied methodically, stating he had a customs declaration, shipping records, and an inspection report, and he had yet to retrieve the car from the dealership. Xie was taken aback, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Lin Yang. "Mr. Lin, may I ask if you studied law in university? Even evidence prepared by professionals might not be as comprehensive as what you have assembled. With this documentation, I am confident I can facilitate your claim for refund and triple compensation within a week." Lin Yang chuckled. "I study mechanical engineering. It's entirely unrelated to law. However, I have come across such matters online frequently, so I have a modicum of understanding." "What a pity," Xie remarked. "If you had pursued law, you would surely be a renowned attorney by now." She had never anticipated that someone without a legal background could possess such a keen awareness of legal matters, and her compliments were sincere. Curious about the fees, Lin Yang understood that attorney charges were a significant aspect to clarify beforehand. 10% of the case amount, or rather, 5%, Xie proposed after some consideration, offering a reasonable quote. She recognized the strength of the evidence in this case and the high likelihood of success. Thus, she willingly made certain concessions regarding her fees. Alrig, Lin Yang readily agreed. He had previously learned that the more challenging a case, the higher the fees. And since he had ample evidence prepared, a lower charge was justifiable. After finalizing the details and handing over the evidence to Xie, Lin Yang exited the CAF. His stride was light, and his spirits were notably elevated. With the assistance of the professional attorney, he was optimistic about successfully asserting his rights and holding the dealership accountable for their fraudulent actions. Moreover, with the matter now in the hands of a lawyer, he would no longer need to worry, merely awaiting the resolution. Upon leaving the CAF, Lin Yang drove to the Binjiang Bay community. With the Jinling community set for imminent demolition, he had initially intended to purchase property there, but having recently received a generous gift of a spacious apartment from the wealthiest individual, he decided to first assess the situation at Binjiang Bay. The apartments there were fully renovated and ready for immediate occupancy, thus saving him considerable effort. He decided to visit in advance to assess the situation. If all was well, he would procure some daily necessities and then move in. In the Central South automobile world, at the Maybach 4S store, Li Rue inquired, "Has your client yet to collect the car?" I had already called. He mentioned he would come to pick it up in the next couple of days. Naturally, since the payment has been made, the timing of the collection does not impede your commission. Reflecting on the day the car was sold, Li felt a stroke of luck. When Lin Yang arrived at the dealership, other salespeople were excessively enthusiastic towards him. Yet she, being the cousin of Li Xiaojia, Lin Yang, as former girlfriend, was aware of Lin Yang's true circumstances, knowing he was merely a destitute fellow. Thus, she looked down upon him. To her surprise, he ultimately chose her as his sales consultant, successfully selling a nearly 3 million yuan S580. It was undoubtedly due to his lingering affection for Li Xiaojia that he selected her, perhaps to honor their connection. At that time, she messaged Xiaojia, informing her of Lin Yang's purchase of a luxury vehicle. She wondered how they were faring now. Li took out her phone, preparing to send a message to Li Xiaojia to inquire about her situation. Just then, a woman dressed impeccably in a black suit carrying a briefcase, walked in. Chapter 59. A refund of 3 times hello, madam. How may I assist you? Liu immediately recognized that the woman entering the store was adorned in high-end designer attire, each piece of which was undoubtedly expensive. The entire ensemble likely surpassed her salary for several months. She thought to herself that this could be a significant client, and she must not be remiss. Thus, with a beaming smile, she approached with great enthusiasm, almost as if the word flattery was visibly inscribed upon her face. I am here to collect the car for Lin Yang. Here is the authorization letter, Jia said, handing over the document to Liu. Liu quickly accepted the authorization letter and meticulously examined it. Upon confirming its authenticity, her smile blossomed even wider. Ah, you're a friend of Mr. Lin. Please, this way. The vehicle is already prepared. I shall escort you to collect it. With that, she led Jia to the new car. To underscore the significance of the occasion, every client collecting a vehicle was treated to a grand ceremony. Liu arranged for the staff to adorn the area around the car with an abundance of flowers and prepared exquisite champagne and delicacies. Liu personally opened the car door for Jia, inviting her to experience the interior, while enthusiastically detailing the various features and advantages of the vehicle. Her fervor akin to that of a proud parent introducing a cherished child. During the vehicle collection ceremony, not only did Liu passionately elucidate the car's functionalities, but she also demonstrated several intelligent operations, from a multi-directional adjustments of the seats to the utilization of the intelligent driving assistance system. Each detail was conveyed with meticulous care. Behold, this seat massage function offers 5 distinct modes, which, when activated during long drives, can effectively alleviate fatigue and provide exceptional comfort. Moreover, this intelligent navigation system offers real-time traffic updates and can assist you in planning the most efficient routes, she explained, deftly operating the central control screen, her face consistently radiating warmth and enthusiasm. During the vehicle inspection phase, Liu exhibited extraordinary diligence. Armed with a flashlight, she circled the car, scrutinizing the exterior for any imperfections, leaving no minor scratch unchecked. She even lifted the hood to verify the levels of various fluids were within the appropriate ranges. Rest assured, we have conducted a comprehensive inspection of this vehicle prior to delivery, ensuring every detail is flawless, Liu assured Jia with a confident pat on her chest. Once all procedures and explanations were completed, Liu invited Jia to stand in front of the car for a commemorative photograph. The staff presented a beautifully crafted car key, and Liu had thoughtfully prepared a small token for Jia, a custom-made Maybach emblem keychain. Congratulations on securing Mr. Lin Yang's new vehicle. I hope this car brings him a delightful travel experience, Liu said with a smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement over the successful transaction. However, just as Liu was reveling in the moment, Jia suddenly furrowed her brow. Wait a moment, the wheel size seems incorrect, Jia remarked, pointing at the wheel. According to the certificate, this Maybach S580 should have 20-inch wheels, yet the delivered car has 19-inch wheels. Upon hearing those words, Liu's smile instantly froze on her face. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, and she inwardly lamented the unfortunate turn of events. Their 4S dealership had always engaged in such practices, dismantling certain components from original imported vehicles and replacing them with cheaper aftermarket parts. The removed components were then sold at exorbitant prices to unsuspecting customers. How could the employee responsible for replacing the parts have been so careless as to misjudge the size of the wheels, only for this discrepancy to be discovered by the customer? How could this possibly be? I shall verify this immediately, Liu hurriedly replied, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Just moments ago, she had been reveling in the delight of selling a luxury vehicle, daydreaming of the generous commission, only to be confronted with this unexpected crisis. Without delay, Liu rushed to find the manager of the 4S dealership. When the manager arrived, he examined the car and the certificate, his expression growing increasingly grim. The original wheel size of this vehicle was indeed 19 inches, he attempted to explain. Jia let out a cold laugh, producing the customs declaration and asserting with conviction, as far as I am aware, this vehicle is an original import, and the customs declaration states it is 20 inches. How could it possibly be 19 inches? Faced with the undeniable evidence, the 4S manager had no choice but to alter his stance. I remember now. The wheels were damaged during transport, so we replaced them with 19-inch ones and forgot to switch them back upon delivery. Upon hearing the manager's explanation, Xie became even more convinced that the 4S dealership was engaging in deliberate fraud. As a professional lawyer, she was well versed in the provisions of consumer rights protection laws regarding fraudulent behavior, which dictate a compensation of triple the amount. In her view, the 4S dealership had first concealed the wheel information and subsequently changed their explanation multiple times regarding the inconsistency in wheel size. Such actions severely infringed upon the consumer's right to information and fair trade. Given that the 4S dealership had crossed a legal red line, they must face the corresponding consequences. She stated bluntly, "Your repeated changes in explanation lead one to question the credibility of your words." The 4S manager frowned upon hearing this. How could a young woman be so challenging? Yet, after years of selling cars, he had encountered all types of clients and would not be intimidated. "Madam, the error regarding the wheel size was indeed our mistake, and we are willing to rectify it. How about this? We will immediately replace the wheels. And to compensate for the unpleasant purchasing experience, we will additionally offer a maintenance package valued at $50,000. What do you think?" Xie, however, scoffed at this proposal and replied without hesitation, "In that case, we shall meet in court." She understood that it would be difficult to secure compensation from the 4S dealership at this juncture. Further discussion would be futile. With that, she drove her new car away from the 4S dealership. "Manager, are we really just letting her drive away like that?" Liwa Castunat, perplexed by how easily Xie had taken the car. "Ah." The manager displayed an air of indifference. "Our establishment possesses the most formidable legal department. Throughout these years, we have never encountered issues of this nature. Even if the matter were to escalate to court, we have ample strategies to address it. So there is no need for concern." After departing from the 4S dealership, Xie promptly called Lin Yang, providing him with a detailed account of the situation. "Mr. Lin, the 4S dealership has taken a hard stance and has rejected our demands for compensation. However, rest assured, I have already prepared the lawsuit materials, and we shall now proceed with legal action. I sense that this 4S dealership harbors significant issues. The matter of replacing the wheel hub is certainly not so straightforward. I plan to send someone to investigate their operations and see if we can uncover more evidence." "Very well, Lawyer Xie. I entrust this matter entirely to your capable hands. Please do not hesitate to reach out should you require anything," Lin Yang responded. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Binjiang Bay community, Lin Yang received a call from Xie. Initially, he had wished to avoid any hassle, which is why he delegated the matter to her, naturally allowing her to take charge. The process was of little importance. All that mattered was achieving the desired outcome. As he ended the call, a sharply dressed man hurriedly approached. His hair was meticulously styled, and his shoes gleamed with polish, every detail exuding professionalism and refinement. "Good day, sir. I am Zhang Homin, the steward of Binjiang Bay. How may I assist you?" His voice carried just the right amount of respect, and his face bore a professional smile, imparting a sense of warmth while maintaining an appropriate formality. Chapter 60. The luxurious apartment ready for occupancy. Lin Yang nodded slightly. "I am the owner of apartment 3601 in Building 2. I came to inspect the property." Zhang Homin was taken aback. Apartment 3601 on the 36th floor was one of the finest in the entire community, not only boasting the largest area, but also offering an exquisite view of the river. He was astonished that such a young individual could possess such opulence, and he speculated that perhaps this was yet another discreet scion of wealth. Zhang Homin swiftly retrieved his mobile device, accessed the internal application, and entered the property details. Instantly, the information regarding the owner, Lin Yang, appeared. Upon seeing that name, Zhang's heart skipped a beat. He was all too familiar with it. A neighbor from his village bore the same name, and they had been classmates in the first grade of elementary school. However, due to a slight age difference, he had repeated a grade, placing him 1 year below Lin Yang. In his memories, Lin Yang had excelled academically and gained admission to a prestigious university. But he had later heard that life had not treated him well, as he still resided in his family's old house and had not acquired a vehicle. Zhang Homin looked up at Lin Yang, observing his remarkable demeanor. Every gesture exuded poise and confidence. It was evident he was a person of both wealth and refinement. Such an innate quality was something that ordinary individuals could never hope to feign. He silently dismissed the notion that the person before him could possibly be the same Lin Yang he once knew, reasoning that the individual in the car must merely share the same name. Esteemed owner, I will assist you in entering your license plate information into the system, allowing you access to the underground garage. If you are unfamiliar with the community's roads, I can also guide you, Zhang Homin offered with increasing courtesy. Eager to provide his services, Lin Yang nodded slightly and replied, "Thank you. Please join me in the car and guide me. Drive slowly. I will lead the way." Zhang Homin did not enter the vehicle, but instead quickly entered Lin Yang's license plate information into the internal application. He then jogged ahead to lead the way. Lin Yang drove slowly behind him, ultimately reaching the underground parking garage, where he parked his vehicle in the designated space. After securing his car, Lin Yang surveyed his surroundings, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the garage. It seemed reminiscent of the last time he visited Chun Qingqing's home, where a car had also been parked nearby. Could it be that his new residence was in the same building as hers? At that moment, Zhang Homin hurried to the elevator, promptly pressing the button. He then held the elevator door open with one hand while gesturing for Lin Yang to enter with the other, respectfully saying, "Mr. Lin, please." Once Lin Yang stepped into the elevator, Zhang Homin released the door and quickly followed. Inside, he pressed the floor button and stood quietly, awaiting their ascent. Lin Yang, feeling a sense of familiarity upon seeing Zhang Homin, took the opportunity to scrutinize him more closely in the confined space of the elevator. Zhang Homin wore black-rimmed glasses, and a clever glint in his eyes reminded Lin Yang of his childhood classmate. Tentatively, he whispered, "Zhang Xian?" Upon hearing the name Zhang Xiyuan, Zhang Homin's entire being jolted, nearly causing the intercom in his grasp to slip from his fingers. Slowly, he raised his head, his eyes widening to the size of copper bells, his mouth slightly agape. An expression of disbelief etched across his face. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. How could this be? This distinguished homeowner could not possibly be the neighbor from his village. His gaze, filled with confusion and astonishment, fixed intently on Lin Yang, as if seeking a trace of familiarity on his face. After a few moments, Zhang Homin finally regained his composure and exclaimed with excitement, "No way. You are Lin Yang, the Lin Yang from our village." Lin Yang, witnessing Zhang Homin's exuberance, could not help but laugh, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Huh? It's been so many years since we last met. Why have you become so serious?" Zhang Homin chuckled in response, "Don't tease me. It's all for the sake of survival. As housekeepers, we risk complaints from homeowners. Losing a bit of money is minor, but losing one's job is significant. I never imagined you would be living in such a lavish house. This is one of the finest residences in Binjiang Bay. You truly are full of surprises." Lin Yang humbly waved his hand, replying, "Just fortunate, that's all. By the way, how do you find working as a housekeeper?" Zhang Homin puffed out his chest, a hint of pride illuminating his face. "Being a housekeeper here is splendid. The demands are high, but the compensation is excellent, even surpassing that of an airline steward. Moreover, Binjiang Bay is renowned as a high-end community. To work here is quite an honor." He suddenly recalled something. "Of course, no matter how good it is, it pales in comparison to your fortune. Even if I were to spend my entire life as a housekeeper, I could never afford a grand house like yours." Ding! The elevator reached the 36th floor. At that moment, the elevator doors slowly opened, interrupting their conversation. Zhang Homin quickly remembered his responsibilities, resuming his role as a housekeeper. He promptly escorted Lin Yang out of the elevator, leading him to the entrance of the residence. All the entry doors in the community are equipped with facial recognition. Just position yourself in front of the peephole, and it will scan automatically, Zhang Homin explained, gesturing towards the peephole with an expression of professionalism and patience. Lin Yang nodded slightly, stepping forward and aligning his gaze with the peephole. In an instant, a soft beep echoed, and the entrance door gently opened on its own. Seeing this, Zhang Homin hurried a few steps forward, gently pushing the door open with both hands while stepping aside in a gesture of invitation. his face adorned with a warm smile. "Mr. Lin, please come in." Upon entering the residence, Lin Yang was immediately captivated by the scene before him. The interior decoration exuded a minimalist yet luxurious style, strikingly similar to the layout of Chun Qingqing's home, yet possessing a unique charm of its own. The floor was adorned with glossy, mirror-like marble tiles, each piece meticulously joined together, reflecting a soft sheen under the cascading light. A uniquely designed crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, dazzling and enchanting, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky, adding an air of romance and elegance to the entire space. The living room is spacious and illuminated, with a 270-degree viewing balcony that is particularly striking. Standing on the balcony, one faces the Xiang River, where the breeze brushes against the skin, imparting a refreshing coolness. In the distance, the waters of the Xiang River shimmer like diamonds, flashing golden rays under the sun's embrace. Lin Yang meticulously observes everything within the room and discovers that not only is the decor exquisite, but the furnishings are also complete. The sofa, crafted from soft genuine leather, offers a delicate touch, enveloping one in gentle comfort upon sitting. The coffee table, made from natural solid wood, showcases clear grain patterns that epitomize the beauty of nature. However, the space lacks certain everyday essentials, indicating that with the acquisition of a few necessary items, he could immediately move into this cozy new home. After surveying the residence, Lin Yang expresses his satisfaction with the new abode. Turning to Zhang Homin with a smile, he says, "Thank you for your assistance. I shall head to the supermarket to procure some daily necessities and prepare to move into my new home." Zhang Homin promptly nods and warmly replies, "Mr. Lin, you are too kind. This is merely my duty. Allow me to accompany you to the garage to retrieve your vehicle." Throughout the journey, Zhang Homin trails behind Lin Yang, maintaining an appropriately respectful distance. As they walk, he diligently introduces the locations and features of nearby supermarkets, detailing which store offers a comprehensive selection of household items, which has the freshest produce, and which is currently running promotions. He is well-informed and articulate. Lin Yang listens attentively, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the garage, Lin Yang opens the car door and settles inside. Zhang Homin steps forward briskly, gently closing the door for him, then politely states, "Mr. Lin, take care. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me." Lin Yang lowers the window, smiling in gratitude before starting the engine and slowly driving out of the community. Just as Zhang Homin returns to his office, having barely settled in to sip some water, the phone suddenly rings. He glances at the caller ID and sees it is his mother. He swipes the screen to answer the call. "Son, the Qingming festival is approaching. Will you be returning?" Zhang Homin nods slightly. "Our holidays are adjusted. I will return a day later for Qingming." His mother responds softly, "All right, remember to drive your new car back. Your third aunt son has purchased a BMW. I believe it's an i3 with an elevated rear. Bring back your grand Benz to put him in his place." Chapter 61. The release of the demolition announcement the following day, Lin Yang was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of sounds. Blurrily, he glanced at the clock. It was barely past 8. However, outside his residence, the commotion resembled that of a bustling marketplace. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he donned his slippers and lazily ambled to the balcony to peer down below. A throng had gathered around the community bulletin board, tightly packed in layers, with no room for even a drop of water to seep through. The crowd buzzed with animated conversations, their faces aglow with uncontainable excitement. Curiosity piqued. Lin Yang strained to hear the dialogue unfolding below. "Our community is set for demolition," an elderly woman shouted, her voice brimming with exhilaration. After years of waiting, this day has finally arrived. A middle-aged man, his face alight with surprise, remarked, "Indeed, the freshly posted announcement, in black and white, can't be false." A young man waved his phone, proudly displaying a picture of the demolition notice he had just captured. Hearing this, Lin Yang couldn't help but smile faintly, a hint of joy gracing his lips. After a fortnight of anticipation, the long-awaited demolition was finally on the horizon. Prior to this, he had strategically acquired all 10 residential units available in Jinling community, armed with insider information, based on the current compensation standards for the demolition. He anticipated receiving a sum of 40 to 50 million. After deducting costs, he stood to gain over 90% profit. This was undoubtedly a monumental fortune. The funds he had invested in Foodie battery stocks were appreciating at a staggering rate of 20% daily, serving as a cornerstone of his growing wealth that he could not easily liquidate. However, the demolition compensation was flexible. Once he signed the contract, he could return to his hometown in glorious fashion. Previously, having not achieved any notable success, he had always felt timid, hesitant to return home for fear of the gossip that could pierce him like daggers. Now, however, he had finally made a name for himself, ready to return with confidence. Standing quietly on the balcony, he observed the jubilant crowd below, celebrating the impending demolition, and found himself swept up in their joy. Why has Jinling community suddenly been slated for demolition? A bespectacled young man inquired, his expression one of confusion. I've heard it's due to urban renewal. This compensation will also be executed according to new standards, and the payout will be substantial. A well-informed elder proclaimed proudly, as if he had already secured the generous compensation. Wonderful. Our house is in shambles, leaking during the rain. He finally awaited this demolition, and soon we can move into a new home. An elderly woman exclaimed, her hands clasped in excitement, eyes glistening with dreams of a brighter future. Upon hearing the news of the demolition, the community residents erupted in joy, akin to a festive celebration, their exhilaration palpable as they danced and waved their arms. News spread rapidly, and the atmosphere was suffused with delight. Some beamed broadly, showcasing pearly white smiles. Others grasped their neighbors' hands tightly, sharing in the fervor and elation. Children darted through the crowd, joyfully shouting, their understanding of the situation limited. Yet they too were swept up in the adults' exuberance, reveling in shared happiness. The entire community was immersed in a sea of joy, with each individual dreaming of a promising future. Old Wang hummed a cheerful tune, walking briskly into the neighborhood, his face still radiating the bliss of a delightful date the previous night. He had just spent a wonderful evening with the charming online host, Yu, and his mind was filled with her sweet smile and gentle words, leaving him enchanted by the memories of the previous night. Suddenly, he noticed a crowd gathered around the bulletin board, animatedly discussing something. The lively scene resembled a pot of boiling water. Old Wang's curiosity was piqued, and he hurried over, making considerable effort to squeeze into the throng. What could possibly be causing such exuberance? He called out, his face adorned with a curious smile. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized him. Old Wang, I remember you sold your house a fortnight ago, right? Old Wang proudly puffed out his chest. Indeed, I sold it for several $100,000. You have no idea how difficult it was to sell a house in our community. Nobody wanted it. That young lad, seeing me lower the price, was easily persuaded, and he paid in full right away. The very next day, we promptly handled the transfer. What about you? Are you looking to sell your house too? I could help you get in touch with that young fellow. He is quite easy to convince. Recalling that day, a cunning smile crept across Old Wang's face, as if he had accomplished something remarkably clever. Oh dear, Old Wang, you sold at a loss. Someone remarked with a hint of pity. A notification has just been issued. Our community has been included in the urban renewal project and will soon undergo complete demolition. This revelation struck Old Wang like a thunderbolt, instantly freezing his smile. His once vibrant eyes dulled, his complexion turned ashen, as if all the blood had drained from his face. What did you say? He stammered, his voice trembling with disbelief. Yes, Old Wang. I've heard the compensation standards are quite generous. A single house could yield several million. Another person chimed in, their tone brimming with excitement. Just think, if you had waited a little longer to sell, you could have benefited from the demolition. Surrounding voices echoed in agreement, each word cutting into Old Wang like a sharp knife, piercing his heart. He felt darkness enveloping him, his body swaying as he nearly collapsed. His mind was a blank slate, save for a single thought reverberating. I sold at a loss. I missed out on millions. His hands instinctively clenched, nails digging into his palms, yet he felt no pain. His lips quivered, yearning to voice something, yet silence enveloped him. The laughter and merriment around him now sounded unbearably harsh, as if mocking his folly. Regret flooded through him. He cursed himself for hastily selling his house, for not waiting an additional fortnight. Yet, it was too late for any reclamation. Simultaneously, those who had initially sold their homes to Lin Yang received phone calls and messages from friends and family, eager to share the news. When they learned of the impending demolition of their homes, it felt as though a bolt from the blue had struck them, leaving them utterly stunned. Mr. Zhang was leisurely seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television, when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to find it was an old classmate calling, and casually answered, "Hello, old Chun, what can I do for you?" On the other end, old Chen's voice brimmed with astonishment and regret. "Mr. Zhang, have you heard? The Jinling community is set for demolition, and the compensation is substantial. You've sold your house at a loss." Mr. Zhang's smile abruptly froze on his face, and the remote control he held clattered to the ground. He stammered, "You. What did you say? Demolition? How is that possible? I just sold it half a month ago." Old Chen sighed. "It's absolutely true. The community just posted an announcement, and everyone is discussing it. Just look at your luck. How could it be so unfortunate?" Mr. Zhang sat dumbfounded on the sofa, his mind a blank canvas, with only the words demolition and compensation echoing incessantly. He recalled how he had once felt relieved to have successfully sold his property. But now he realized he had been a complete fool. He struck his thigh with frustration and lamented, "Why am I so foolish? If I had waited another half month, this house could have brought me millions. Now, I've let it go for a pittance." The more he thought about it, the angrier and more regretful he became, wishing desperately for time to reverse. Meanwhile, another seller, Sister Lee, was sighing heavily as she stared at her phone screen. Messages from relatives regarding the demolition flashed incessantly in her WeChat. Her hands trembled slightly as she read the messages, her heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. She murmured to herself, "Had I known there would be a demolition, I would have sold everything to keep my house." Furthermore, Brother Wang, upon hearing the news of the demolition, shut himself away in his room. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he cradled his head in his hands, sighing repeatedly. His wife knocked on the door from outside, anxiously asking, "Darling, what's wrong? Open the door." Brother Wang remained silent, consumed by self-reproach. He regretted not having sought more information earlier. Now he could only watch helplessly as others reaped the generous demolition compensation. Chapter 62. Exploiting the power of online public opinion, old Wang returned home, utterly dispirited, collapsing onto the sofa with a vacant stare. The news of the demolition echoed in his mind, alongside the stark realization of the millions he had let slip through his fingers. A wave of regret washed over him, and he berated himself, cradling his head in his hands, his body trembling slightly. Just then, his phone rang, shattering the oppressive silence of the room. Irritated, old Wang reached for his phone, intending to dismiss the call, only to discover it was from Yu. His eyes brightened momentarily, akin to glimpsing a beam of light in the darkness, igniting a flicker of hope within him. This was the first time Yu had reached out to him directly. He quickly straightened up, tidied his hair, cleared his throat, and answered the call. "Wang Ge, I heard your neighborhood is about to be demolished. You must be in line for a substantial compensation. Congratulations." Yu's sweet voice resonated from the other end. Just the mention of the demolition stirred a painful sensation within old Wang, and his expression darkened once more. With a heavy sigh and a quivering tone, he lamented to Yu, "Indeed, my neighborhood is set for demolition, but it has nothing to do with me. I sold my house a fortnight ago." "What? You sold your house before the demolition?" Yu exclaimed, her voice rising in surprise. "Yes, the transfer has already been completed, and the property deed is in hand." "It's too late for regrets now," old Wang replied despondently, his voice laced with despair and remorse. "That simply won't do, Wang Ge. You must trust me. We will devise a plan together. Even if we cannot reclaim the house, we can at least mitigate the losses." Old Wang had long harbored similar thoughts, but had struggled to formulate a viable strategy. Encouraged by Yu's words, he readily agreed, seizing upon her suggestion as if it were a lifeline, eagerly stating, "All right, come over now, and we shall discuss our options." Before long, Yu arrived at old Wang's residence. She was a woman in her 40s, not young, but still exuding a captivating charm. Fashionably attired, Her cascading waves of hair fell casually over her shoulders, and her meticulously applied makeup accentuated her bright eyes and prominent nose. Clad in a fitted dress that highlighted her graceful figure and adorned with high heels, she moved with an alluring elegance. Old Wang was momentarily taken aback at the sight of her. Wang Ge, time is of the essence. We need to promptly devise a feasible plan. Old Wang, fraught with anxiety, paced the room incessantly, his brow furrowed in distress. I am truly at my wit's end. How could this happen? Millions have just slipped away. Don't fret, Wang Ge. Let's sit down and discuss it, Yu urged. They settled on the sofa, leaning in closely to whisper their ideas, occasionally jotting notes on paper. Suddenly, Yu's eyes lit up. Wang Ge, listen to me. Nowadays, netizens have a profound sympathy for the underdog. If we can portray your plight as tragic, complemented by this disheveled environment, it is sure to resonate with many. You can then claim that you were deceived, that someone swindled your house away. Old Wang listened intently, nodding repeatedly, his face betraying a flicker of anticipation intertwined with trepidation as he inquired, will this truly work? What if someone sees through it? Yu patted Old Wang's shoulder reassuringly, saying, Fear not, Brother Wang. As long as you act convincingly, no one will harbor suspicions. Those netizens are utterly oblivious to the truth. If we guide them well, they will undoubtedly rally to our side. After reaching a consensus, the two began their preparations in earnest. Old Wang rummaged through the cupboard and unearthed a set of clothes from many years past, donning the tattered and worn garments, adorned with several patches, which hung loosely on him. He smeared some glue on his face to mimic snot, deliberately making it appear filthy and revolting. Coupled with days of unwashed hair, which clung in greasy strands to his scalp, he presented an image of utter disarray. Meanwhile, Yu busied herself rearranging the room, scattering items haphazardly to enhance the chaotic ambience. She even sought out some dilapidated furniture and household items, placing them prominently to evoke an atmosphere of destitution. Once everything was in place, Yu advised Old Wang, Brother Wang, cultivate your emotions a bit more. During the live broadcast, you must convey that sense of despair and helplessness. Old Wang inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as he recalled the anguish of missing out on demolition compensation, his expression gradually contorting into one of pain and torment. Brother Wang, are you ready? I'll begin the live stream. Yu called from the doorway, holding her phone aloft. I'm ready. Old Wang lay on the bed, responding weakly, his voice laden with despair and suffering. All right. Upon receiving the signal, Yu swiftly exited the room and initiated the live broadcast. Standing at the threshold, she held her phone, her face a canvas of concern and indignation as she passionately narrated, Dear viewers, today we won't be dancing. We have encountered a particularly infuriating situation. This gentleman has toiled tirelessly for most of his life, finally saving enough to purchase this dilapidated little home. Yet, just half a month ago, he was swindled out of his house. Now, he is homeless, forced to reside in this filthy and chaotic garage. As she spoke, she pushed open the garage door, slowly directing the phone's camera inside. The lens first swept over the disarrayed room, cluttered with various items, old clothes carelessly tossed aside, and a decrepit bed occupying one corner, its wrinkled blanket emitting an unpleasant odor. The camera then settled on Old Wang, whose unkempt appearance, with greasy hair plastered to his scalp and strands falling across his forehead, was accentuated by the glue smeared on his face to simulate snot. He lay pitifully on the bed, enveloped in that tattered, patched clothing, his eyes brimming with despair and helplessness. Alas, I find myself in a most pitiable situation. I have been deceived and am now reduced to residing in a garage adjacent to a public restroom. As Old Wang lamented, tears streamed down his grimy hands, his body trembling slightly. Upon entering the live stream and witnessing this scene, the viewers were instantly filled with indignation, their comments flooding the screen in a torrent. How despicable! How can such a fraudster exist? Justice must be served. That house represents the culmination of a lifetime's effort. Let us unmask the swindler, expose his details, and see if he dares to deceive again. It is utterly outrageous. Such individuals must face the full force of the law and cannot be allowed to roam free. Poor brother, Having lost a home built through years of hard work, may justice be swiftly restored. The streamer must assist him, and we shall all lend our support. Such con artists deserve to be ostracized from the internet, leaving them no place to hide. The barrage of comments scrolled rapidly, vividly displaying the viewer's righteous anger. The entire live stream was enveloped in a cloud of fury, with everyone demanding the identification of the fraudster and the imposition of appropriate punishment. Meanwhile, the demolition notice for the community had been posted. He now possessed a home of his own. Just yesterday, he purchased some daily necessities and placed them inside. This morning, as he gazed out from the balcony for a while, Lin Yang returned indoors to organize his belongings in preparation for the move to his new residence. At that moment, the phone rang. It was the real estate agent, Xiao Li, calling. Xiao Li had been the one to assist him during the purchase of 10 old apartments in the community. Swiping the screen, he answered the call. Hello, Brother Lin. You must tune in to the live stream. That old Wang, who sold you the house, is now accusing you online of defrauding him of his property, and the viewers are demanding accountability. Lin Yang chuckled, reflecting on old Wang's efficiency in executing his schemes. However, he felt no apprehension, for he had received advance notice and had already prepared his countermeasures. The recording of his conversation with old Wang from days prior was now poised to serve its purpose. Chapter 63. Fermentation. The time for retaliation has arrived. Lin Yang sincerely expressed his gratitude to Xiao Li for his timely reminder regarding the live streaming incident involving Lao Wang and Yu. After ending the call, he swiftly opened Douyin, entered Yu's name in the search bar, and clicked to enter her live streaming room. The sight that greeted him caused Lin Yang to furrow his brow. The room was sparsely populated, with only a few dozen viewers. On the screen, Lao Wang lay in bed, lamenting his plight. I am so wretched. I was deceived out of my home and now reside in a garage, homeless. His voice was laden with despair and anguish, capable of stirring pity in even the most indifferent listener. Meanwhile, Yu stood nearby, holding her phone, her face a mixture of concern and indignation as she passionately addressed the camera. Dear family, Brother Wang is truly pitiable. We must seek justice for him. Her words were laced with incitement, each syllable igniting the ire of the online audience. Observing this scene, Lin Yang felt no stirrings within. Internally, he mused on the nature of humanity. Once personal interests were at stake, masks would be discarded, revealing one's true essence. He understood that Lao Wang and Yu aimed to exploit sympathy and incite emotions to coerce him into sharing a portion of the demolition compensation with Lao Wang. However, Lin Yang remained unfazed by their antics. If these two dared to set their sights on him, they would have to face the consequences. At this moment, Lin Yang had no intention of releasing the recording. He recognized that the timing was not yet optimal, although releasing the recording could vindicate him. The incident's limited influence would not suffice to bring about repercussions for Lao Wang and Yu. Thus, he resolved to bide his time, allowing the situation to fester and gain traction before ultimately presenting key evidence that would deliver a decisive blow. Lin Yang's gaze remained fixed on the barrage of comments rolling through the live streaming room. Although the viewers were enraged, the incident was only circulating within a small circle. Despite Yu's prolonged live streaming, the audience had yet to surpass 100. At this rate, it was uncertain when the matter would gain wider attention. A flicker of determination crossed his eyes. If that were the case, he would take the initiative and stoke the flames of this farce. Without hesitation, he contributed 10,000 yuan to Yu's live stream through the official channel. In an instant, the number of viewers surged like a rocket, climbing from the initial few dozen to several hundred, and then rapidly exceeding thousands. The momentum remained unabated until the count stabilized at 15,000, gradually leveling off. Yu, who had been anxiously fretting over the live stream's lack of engagement, suddenly witnessed the influx of viewers, her eyes widening in disbelief. She then erupted in excitement. Dear family, we are gaining viewers. Thank you all for your support. We must help Brother Wang seek justice. Her voice, tinged with exhilaration, became somewhat shrill, and the phone in her hand trembled slightly. In a bid to retain the hard-won audience, she dedicated herself fervently to her performance, every expression and movement brimming with theatricality, as if proclaiming her righteousness to the world. Within the tranquil confines of the live streaming room, Old Wang and Yu engaged in a harmonious exchange, masterfully enacting the drama of victimhood and false accusations. Old Wang's already hoarse voice, now tinged with feigned lamentation, resonated with profound sorrow. Each word seemed to extricate itself from a shattered chest. I saw this outsider struggling in Star City and, trusting him, sold him my house. Yet he deceived me, claiming the property was worthless, leaving me utterly bewildered. I now realize how foolish I was. That was my only home. As his emotions peaked, he abruptly rose, arms flailing in the air, tears and mucus streaming down his face, the grime on his skin washed away in rivulets, rendering him a pitiful sight. Meanwhile, Yu complimented Old Wang's performance, skillfully embellishing the narrative with her sharp, impassioned voice, akin to daggers piercing the hearts of the viewers. Dear audience, listen closely. Is this the act of a decent person? This gentleman, who has lived honestly all his life, has fallen victim to such a scheme. And now he has no place to call home. We must not allow such villains to roam free. Justice must be served for this brother. As she spoke, she vehemently pointed at the camera, as if Lin Yang stood before her, receiving her judgment. With the fervor of Yu's live stream escalating, an increasing number of viewers flocked in, drawing the attention of numerous Douyin streamers. They astutely discerned the secret to the burgeoning traffic and began to share related videos, causing the news of a young man scamming an elderly, solitary individual out of their home to proliferate across the internet. Headlines erupted like fireworks. Shock. Young man employs such means to defraud a lonely elder of their property. Heartbreaking. Elder's lifetime of labor stolen by a young scammer, now left homeless. Revealed. How the young man orchestrated the scheme to rob the elder of their shelter. These headlines acted as detonators, igniting a firestorm of outrage among netizens, with comments flooding in, each infused with fury and condemnation. Such a person deserves to be imprisoned for 10 years or more. It's utterly despicable. Scammers must be severely punished to restore justice for the elderly. Otherwise, what moral order remains in our society? Let us expose this fraudster, forcing him into hiding and deterring him from further misdeeds. The elder is too pitiful. May he swiftly reclaim his home and find solace once more. A strong demand to unveil all information about the scammer, ensuring everyone knows his true face, preventing others from falling prey to his deceit. The netizens, consumed by righteous indignation, wish for nothing less than Lin Yang's utter destruction, vehemently expressing their anger in the comments, oblivious to the web of lies spun by Old Wang and Yu. Meanwhile, Lin Yang observed everything quietly, his gaze calm and resolute, as his plans advanced step by step, awaiting the opportune moment to unfold. As the tempest of public opinion intensified, Lin Yang's phone began to ring incessantly. Lin Yang, what is happening with all those news articles about you online? How could you be labeled a fraud? Chen Qingqing's voice was laced with urgency. The moment she saw the news, her heart sank, and her first instinct was to call Lin Yang for confirmation. A subtle smile of confidence graced Lin Yang's lips as he replied gently, Qingqing, do not worry. This is merely a farce orchestrated by Old Wang and that streamer to extort me. I have long gathered evidence, and when the time is ripe, the truth shall be revealed to the world. After concluding his call with Chen Qingqing, Hu Qian's call came through almost immediately. Lin Yang, are you all right? Those news reports are outrageous. I am nearly beside myself with anger. You must find a way to clear your name. Thank you for your concern. I am fine. I have devised a plan, and soon those who have slandered me will receive their due punishment. Subsequently, calls from Zhang Jun and Shi Song followed, both expressing their worry and support for Lin Yang. He responded to each with a calm demeanor and unwavering confidence, each of his words serving as a soothing balm that gradually eased the anxiety of his friends. Thus, the better part of the day passed. Lin Yang continued to eat and drink as usual, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events. He remained vigilant, closely monitoring the escalation of the situation. It was only when several prominent influencers began to share the incident, amplifying its impact beyond redemption, that he recognized the time for retaliation had arrived. Chapter 64. Brother Tiger. As the online community erupted with indignation, reaching a fever pitch in their condemnation of Lin Yang, he finally emerged from the shadows. Instead of opting for written defenses or convening a press conference, he chose to upload an audio recording directly onto his social media platform. This action was akin to dousing the blazing inferno of public outrage with a bucket of cold water, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The recording commenced with Lin Yang's voice. "Old Wang, what has brought you such joy?" Almost immediately, Old Wang's triumphant laughter filled the air. "Haha, did you catch on? It's all thanks to you. If you hadn't purchased my dilapidated house, I wouldn't be enjoying such good fortune today. My house had languished on the market for 6 months without a single inquiry. It was only because of you that I could exchange it for cash. I used the proceeds from the sale to ensure Yu triumphed in that evening's PK against other streamers, and she kept her promise to become my girlfriend, meeting with me 3 times in just half a month." Old Wang's tone brimmed with arrogance, each word piercing like a sharp dagger into the hearts of the unsuspecting netizens. He then continued to regale listeners with the details of his dates with Yu. "Haha, Lin Yang, you have no idea. That little girl, Yu is so sweet-tongued. Every time I go out with her, my heart feels as if it's been drenched in honey. During our last date, she leaned on my shoulder and expressed her fondness for mature and stable men like me. I nearly swooned with delight." His voice resonated with intoxication, as if he were still lost in those blissful memories. Upon hearing these revelations, the netizens felt as if they had been dealt a resounding slap to the face, the sting igniting a fiery embarrassment. They had initially believed they were voicing justice and aiding a pitiable, lonely elder, only to discover that they had unwittingly participated in a meticulously orchestrated deception. Not only had they been manipulated, but they had also become accomplices in this deceitful scheme. A tempest of anger, shame, and regret swirled within them, rendering their hearts restless. As the truth unraveled, the enraged netizens erupted like a volcano, their fury uncontainable. They felt akin to a troupe of foolish jesters, parading their gullibility in this grand charade. The sensation of being duped was akin to swallowing a fly, repugnant and distressing, leaving them unable to digest their indignation. Their wrath surged forth like a torrent, crashing down upon Yu and Old Wang. What had once been a lively chatroom was now inundated with a deluge of scorn. "How disgusting to deceive us about feelings. This female streamer has such poor taste, associating with this filthy old man. These 2 swindlers deserve nothing but misery. Return my sympathy, refund my money." Each aggressive comment streamed forth like cannon fire, bombarding the screens of Yu and Old Wang. The words that once conveyed sympathy and support had now transformed into sharp rebukes, each syllable saturated with the netizens' fury and humiliation at having been so thoroughly deceived. Yu was still basking in the euphoria of her skyrocketing popularity during the live stream, believing she was on the cusp of a glorious moment in her life, poised to become the champion of justice online. As she gazed at the influx of viewers, a confident smile radiated from her face, and she excitedly addressed the camera. "Dear family, look at how many have come to seek justice for Brother Wang. Our strength is boundless. We must ensure that the fraudster receives the punishment he deserves." Her voice resonated through the live stream. It was swiftly drowned out by a tidal wave of vitriolic comments. Brother Wang, equally bewildered, stared at the screen, his previously triumphant smile frozen in a grimace. He could not fathom how the situation had taken such a dramatic turn. His mind was a blank slate, filled with dread. He opened his mouth to speak, yet found his throat constricted, rendering him voiceless. The online community was not about to let them off easily. Their fury had obliterated any semblance of reason. Some began to report the live stream in a frenzy, citing a myriad of accusations such as false advertising, deceiving viewers, and malicious hype. Each report struck like a sharp dagger, piercing through Yu and Brother Wang. Others spread malicious rumors in the comments, claiming that Yu and Brother Wang had engaged in numerous fraudulent acts before and that this was merely their exposure. Furthermore, some incited conflict, rallying other netizens to join in the onslaught, plunging the entire stream into chaos. Under the relentless barrage of reports, merely minutes later, the live stream was permanently shut down, leaving the screen engulfed in darkness. Yu and Brother Wang stared at the abruptly blackened screen, as if doused with a bucket of icy water, their minds rendered numb. They understood that their meticulously orchestrated dream of wealth had been utterly shattered. Not only had they failed to secure a single penny of relocation compensation, but their reputations were also irrevocably tarnished. Brother Wang collapsed on the ground, cradling his head in his hands, muttering, "It's over, all over." Yuyo fared little better. Not only had she failed to acquire funds, but she had also lost her account. It was only then that she thought to investigate why the netizens had suddenly turned against her. Before long, she discovered an audio recording released by Lin Yang online. "Brother Wang, how could you be so foolish as to speak without realizing you were being recorded?" Yuyo scolded angrily before storming out. Brother Wang hurried after her. "Yuyo, I had no idea he was so cunning. This is my fault. We must think of another way to secure the relocation compensation." Hearing the words relocation compensation softened Yuyo's demeanor. "After a day of streaming, I'm hungry. Let us grab something to eat first and then figure it out." "All right." As soon as Yuyo and Brother Wang stepped outside, they were recognized. An observant elderly woman pointed at them and exclaimed loudly, "Bah, it's these two fraudsters, deceiving everyone online for sympathy, utterly shameless." Her sharp voice instantly drew the attention of those nearby, and hurried passers-by stopped in their tracks, surrounding the pair. A young man, his face contorted with rage, stepped forward and loudly admonished them. "How can you still show your faces? The online community has been horrendously deceived by you. With individuals like you, who will ever dare to trust anything on the internet again?" Beside him, an elderly gentleman shook his head in dismay, his expression rife with disappointment and disdain. "People today will do anything for fame or fortune, forsaking even the most basic moral principles." His words were laced with profound helplessness, as if his faith in society was gradually disintegrating. Yuyu and Old Wang found themselves encircled by the crowd, feeling as if they were being roasted over an open flame. Their faces flushed crimson. They longed to defend themselves, yet their throats felt constricted, rendering them voiceless. The surrounding jeers and taunts pierced their hearts like sharp blades. Bowing their heads, they shielded their faces with their hands, attempting to evade the relentless tide of humiliation. Unable to endure the onslaught any longer, they hurriedly retreated to their home. To avoid recognition, they donned hats and masks, wrapping themselves tightly like two guilty thieves, stealthily venturing out once more. Yet, even this precaution could not spare them from the watchful eyes of the crowd. As they approached the entrance of their community, a group of children pointed at them, shouting, "Look, there are the frauds. Mommy says they are bad people." The children's voices rang out, sharp and jarring against the emptiness of the neighborhood. Almost immediately, a throng gathered, directing their accusatory gestures towards them. Suddenly, someone in the crowd forcefully shoved Old Wang, causing him to stagger precariously. Before they could react, another person delivered a harsh kick to Yuyu's back. She cried out in pain, lurching forward. Amidst the chaos, they were jostled and assaulted, utterly powerless to defend themselves. By the time the crowd dispersed, they bore the marks of their ordeal, bruised and battered, their clothing torn and tattered. Yuyu's hair hung disheveled across her face, her eyes reflecting sheer terror and despair. Old Wang sat slumped on the ground, his face a mosaic of bruises, gasping for breath, resembling two wounded stray dogs in their pitiful state. Supporting each other, Old Wang and Yuyu trudged home, their steps heavy and awkward. With every movement, their bodies echoed the pain they had just endured, each ache a reminder of their harrowing experience. A dried trace of blood lingered at the corner of Old Wang's mouth, glaring against his battered visage. Yuyu was no better off. Her hair was a tangled mess, cascading over her face and obscuring her fearful and desolate gaze. Together, they returned home, their injured bodies subjected to the scornful stares of passers-by. Old Wang stared blankly at the ceiling, his eyes vacant and lost, as vivid images of the recent assault flooded his mind, saturating his heart with dread. Yuyu sat on the sofa, her gaze revealing a hint of ferocity. Gritting her teeth, she articulated each word deliberately. "If this is how it is, making my life miserable, then I shall not spare him. Old Wang, prepare yourself. We're going to seek help from my cousin. He is under the command of Tiger Brother, and we must ensure that Lin Yang faces dire consequences." Old Wang, who had been slumped beside her, suddenly lifted his head upon hearing Yuyu's words, his face displaying a mix of astonishment and dread as he exclaimed, Is he the infamous Tiger Brother, who operates in both the underworld and the legitimate realm? Chapter 65. The fraudster. The fading rays of the setting sun cast a warm glow over the aged community, where Lin Yang busily transported cardboard boxes downstairs. At that moment, Qin Ziyuan returned from work, carrying a freshly purchased meal. Upon noticing Lin Yang's actions, he paused in surprise and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Lin Yang, what are you doing?" As he approached and discerned that Lin Yang was packing up, he continued, "Are you aware that the community is about to be demolished? And have you found a new place to live?" Straightening up, Lin Yang wiped the sweat from his brow with his arm and replied with a smile, "Yes, I'm moving my things over now." A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Qin Ziyuan's face as he hurried to Lin Yang's side. "Where's your new place? Can we still be roommates? You're the best roommate I've ever had." Lin Yang smiled apologetically, his tone tinged with a hint of nostalgia. "That might not be possible. It's not a rented apartment, it's my own." Hearing this, Qin Ziyuan nearly dropped his meal, his eyes widening in disbelief. His mouth agape, as if frozen in place. After a long pause, he stammered, "You graduated just 2 years ago, and you already own a house in Xingcheng?" His expression was filled with shock and envy, and he couldn't help but recall his own struggles with monthly rent. In comparison to Lin Yang, he felt as though he fell woefully short, silently reflecting, "What am I compared to him, just a clown?" Regaining his composure, Qin Ziyuan sighed and, with a hint of resignation, said, "I've always been keeping an eye on properties in Xingcheng, but the prices are exorbitant. Even the most remote areas are out of my reach." As he spoke, his gaze drifted into the distance, filled with longing as he continued, "I truly envy the residents of Binhai Bay across from the company building. Those who live there must have been born with a silver spoon in their mouths. It must be said, being born into the right circumstances is a skill in itself." After a moment, Qin Ziyuan looked at Lin Yang with curiosity, asking, "Where did you buy your house?" "Binhai Bay." Qin Ziyuan could hardly believe his ears. His eyes widened like saucers, his expression froze, and he involuntarily stiffened. After a brief moment, he suddenly reacted, stepping forward and grasping Lin Yang's shoulders with excitement. "Lin Yang, you are incredible. Binhai Bay is the best community in Xingcheng. The properties there start at a minimum of 20 million. You must have won a massive lottery jackpot." Immediately after, he shook his head to dismiss his own speculation. "No. The person who won 600 million in the lottery wasn't he from Xingcheng." Once he regained his composure, curiosity surged within him as he scrutinized Lin Yang. At that moment, he saw Lin Yang walk to the rear of a U8, sweeping his foot on the ground, causing the trunk to pop open. Qin Ziyuan's attention was instantly captivated, his eyes widening further, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, his face a canvas of shock and envy. After a considerable pause, he finally stammered, Is this your car? I have long been curious about how such luxurious vehicles could grace our neighborhood, parked just beneath our building. It turns out it belongs to you." As he spoke, he could not help but step forward, gingerly caressing the car's exterior, his eyes brimming with admiration. "This is absolutely stunning. Lin Yang, you have truly outdone yourself. It feels as though you've transformed into an entirely different person since we last met." He circled the vehicle several times, continually expressing his awe, his gaze filled with longing. Lin Yang chuckled softly, opening the trunk to place his bag inside. He then approached the driver's seat, opening the door and settling in. "Come on, let's head out for a meal," he beckoned to Qin Ziyuan. "All right." Qin Ziyuan remained in a state of shock even as he took his seat in the passenger side. He was still immersed in the astonishment of the moment, fastening his seatbelt while stealing glances at the car's opulent interior, exclaiming, "This is the essence of luxury. I could only witness such grandeur at car exhibitions or on television before, yet here I am, sitting in your vehicle today. Lin Yang, you have truly made it." As Lin Yang started the engine and slowly drove out of the community, he smiled and remarked, "Let's discuss more during dinner." Throughout the journey, Qin Ziyuan's emotions remained tumultuous, his gaze oscillating between Lin Yang and the scenery outside, filled with curiosity and uncertainty about Lin Yang's transformation. Lin Yang brought Qin Ziyuan to the West Lake Pavilion, an ancient yet elegant building that radiated sophistication under the soft glow of lights. The red lanterns at the entrance swayed gently in the breeze, as if welcoming each patron. Upon entering the hall, the melodious strains of classical music enveloped them, and exquisite carved screens and rustic wooden tables and chairs exuded a rich cultural ambience. A cordial waiter approached, guiding them to a tranquil private room. Lin Yang casually perused the menu, while Qin Ziyuan sat nearby, appearing somewhat reserved. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes darting over the prices, furrowing his brow with each dish he examined. When Lin Yang inquired about his preferences, he hesitated momentarily before replying softly, "Anything is fine. You order. I'm not picky." Lin Yang chuckled, pointing out a few dishes to the waiter. "Let's start with the fire tree silver flowers. I had it last time. Though it is pricey, the flavor is unparalleled. One plate of bean sprouts costs $28.88. Having been roommates with Qin Ziyuan for 2 years, he appreciated his character, and their camaraderie had been delightful. With their paths now diverging, he wanted to treat him to a good meal as a farewell gesture. He then turned to Qin Ziyuan, asking, "Is there anything else you would like?" "Don't be shy." Qin Ziyuan smiled awkwardly, waving his hand dismissively. "That's enough, really. These are plenty." In truth, he felt that the dishes were quite expensive, yet he was too embarrassed to voice his thoughts. Throughout the meal, Qin Ziyuan was exceedingly cautious in his movements, delicately picking up each morsel, fearful of making any noise. Occasionally, he glanced around the surroundings, his eyes filled with wonder and discomfort, standing in stark contrast to Lin Yang's relaxed demeanor. Lin Yang gazed at the scene before him, a wave of nostalgia washing over his heart. He seemed to glimpse the reflection of his former self. In times of financial struggle, he too had treaded with such caution. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, the two were preparing to rise and depart when, suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door to the private room was forcefully flung open. A group of individuals, exuding an air of menace, stormed in. At the forefront stood a burly man with a scarred face, his imposing stature accentuated by the harsh light that rendered his scar particularly grotesque. His eyes glinted with ferocity and dominance, reminiscent of a beast poised to pounce upon its prey. Following closely were several individuals with flamboyant hairstyles, their hair dyed in a cacophony of colors, cigarettes dangling from their lips, embodying an arrogant bravado. Their heavy, hurried footsteps, accompanied by boisterous shouts, shattered the tranquility that had enveloped the private room. Among this unruly lot was Old Wang, accompanied by Yu, the co-host of his livestream, both sporting bruised faces, their condition a mystery. Upon entering the room, Old Wang pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Yang, exclaiming loudly, "It's him. He deceived me out of my property, which is on the verge of demolition, and I stand to gain at least several million in compensation." Recognizing Old Wang, Lin Yang quickly grasped the situation. He understood that this group bore ill intentions, and if he did not incapacitate them, trouble would surely follow. During a previous camping trip, he had helped a stranded off-roader, Hugo, extricate his vehicle from the mire. In gratitude, Hugo had added Lin Yang on WeChat, promising assistance whenever needed. Rumor had it that Hugo operated in both the legal and underground realms, wielding considerable influence. Without hesitation, Lin Yang retrieved his phone and sent Hugo a message, providing his precise location. "Moments latte." A reply arrived. "Should they dare to act recklessly, invoke my name. I am nearby Westlake Tower and can arrive within 10 minutes. Upon hearing Old Wang's accusation, a glint of greed flickered in the scarred man's eyes. He shot Lin Yang a fierce glare before gesturing to the group of colorful-haired individuals, who promptly flanked Lin Yang, seating themselves on either side to prevent his escape. The scarred man then leisurely addressed Lin Yang. "You, kid, are accused of being a con artist, having swindled my brother-in-law out of a house. If this matter is not resolved today, you shall not leave unscathed." Chapter 66. On bended knee with a mere glance from the scarred man, the yellow-haired thug lunged at Lin Yang. In the face of this sudden assault, Lin Yang swiftly sidestepped, employing the agility and robust physique honed during his time in the factory. With a forceful shrug of his shoulder, he hurled the yellow-haired thug as if he were a mere sack of potatoes. The thug arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, letting out a pained groan as he struggled to rise. Witnessing this, another yellow-haired thug recoiled in fear, retracting his outstretched hand, unwilling to approach any closer. The Scar Man, witnessing the pitiful state of his subordinate, felt a surge of rage bubble within him, igniting his fury. With a furious exclamation of "useless," he charged into the fray himself. Like a raging bull, he barreled towards Lin Yang, a gust of wind trailing behind him. Lin Yang took a deep breath and met the Scar Man head-on, and in an instant, the two were locked in a fierce struggle. The Scar Man's strikes were rapid and ferocious, each punch infused with tremendous force, slicing through the air with an audible whoosh. Although Lin Yang possessed commendable physical attributes, he lacked any formal training in combat, relying solely on instinct to defend or retaliate. While he could manage against the feeble yellow-haired thug, facing an adversary as experienced and powerful as the Scarred Man proved to be a daunting challenge. A straight punch aimed for Lin Yang's face came hurtling towards him, and he instinctively dodged to the side, feeling the rush of wind as the fist narrowly grazed his cheek, leaving a stinging sensation in its wake. Before Lin Yang could regain his composure, the Scarred Man launched a kick towards his abdomen. Caught off guard, Lin Yang braced himself for the blow, certain he would be sent flying. At that moment, Qin Yuan suddenly appeared, stepping in front of Lin Yang. He took the full force of the kick, stumbling backward several paces before colliding with the table, barely managing to steady himself. Lin Yang gazed at the injured Qin Yuan, his heart swelling with both gratitude and anxiety. He recognized that the Scarred Man was a formidable opponent, and he feared he was no match for him. Old Wang and Yu observed from the sidelines, their faces alight with smug satisfaction as Lin Yang found himself increasingly overwhelmed. Old Wang, bruised and battered, wore a grin that belied his injuries, his squinted eyes gleaming with triumph. "Huh, kid, you're not quite ready to challenge me," he taunted, his voice dripping with condescension. "Now you're scared, huh? You'd better return my house, or perhaps I might convince my cousin to spare you." He stepped forward, deliberately tilting his chin in Lin Yang's direction, exuding an air of arrogance that was thoroughly irksome. Meanwhile, Yu stood with her arms crossed, a mocking smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with malicious delight. She swayed her hips as she approached Lin Yang, her voice sharp and piercing. "Look at you now, utterly powerless against my cousin's might. My cousin runs with Tiger Brother, who in Star City isn't familiar with his reputation. Cross my cousin, and you can forget about living comfortably in the future. Be wise and return my brother Wang's house promptly, or you'll regret it." After speaking, she deliberately tossed her hair, exuding an air of arrogance that seemed to proclaim her triumph to the world. The two engaged in a verbal sparring match, each trying to outdo the other in mocking Lin Yang. Their laughter echoed throughout the private room, grating on the ears of all present. Old Wang occasionally slapped his thighs, as if applauding Scar's boldness, while Yu incessantly pointed at Lin Yang, her face contorted in a grotesque expression, as if declaring her victory to the universe. To them, this farce was nearing its conclusion, with the scales of victory tipping entirely in their favor. Lin Yang was merely a fish on their chopping block, ripe for slaughter. Just as Lin Yang and Scar found themselves locked in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thickening with unease. A resounding crash reverberated through the room as the door was forcefully kicked open. The sound struck like thunder, momentarily silencing everyone present. A tall and imposing figure appeared at the entrance, standing tall with an aura of authority, his gaze emanating a chilling sharpness. Scar instinctively turned his head, and upon recognizing the newcomer's face, his menacing expression transformed into one of sheer terror. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, his previously flushed visage now as pale as a sheet. His legs seemed to lose all strength, crumpling beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. The sound of his knees striking the floor piercing the stillness of the room. His lips trembled as he attempted to utter something, but overwhelming fear rendered his throat constricted, producing only fragmented, indistinct sounds. Scar's subordinates, who had been so brazen just moments before, now stood frozen in shock, their faces etched with horror, eyes wide as if witnessing the most dreadful sight imaginable. Their cigarettes had long since fallen to the floor, unnoticed. They trembled uncontrollably, some even collapsing to the ground, utterly drained of strength. Brother Hu Scarf finally managed to stammer, his voice quaking with trepidation. Didn't I mention that working in my company requires adhering to the rules? Such violent acts are strictly forbidden. Yes, yes, Brother Hu, you are absolutely right. We will never dare to do so again. He continued to bow repeatedly, his forehead striking the ground with a thud, soon becoming red and swollen, even oozing blood. The yellow-haired thugs, jolted from their stupor, followed suit, kneeling and banging their heads on the floor, pleading for mercy. Lin Yang stood astonished at the scene before him. He had only heard tales of Brother Hu's formidable reputation. He had not anticipated that he wielded such influence over this group. A mere glance from him had reduced them to supplicants. As the fearful gazes of the crowd bore down upon him, Brother Hu strode into the room with measured steps, each movement seemingly laden with immense pressure, making it difficult for those present to breathe. His gaze swept coldly over the kneeling crowd, ultimately resting upon Lin Yang. A hint of warmth graced his originally stern countenance as he spoke. Brother, I have arrived late. I trust this rabble has not inflicted any harm upon you? Chapter 67. Are you worth their provocation? Upon hearing Brother Hu refer to Lin Yang as a brother, Scar's face drained of color. He crawled frantically to Lin Yang, prostrating himself and pleading, I was blind to not recognize your greatness. I was in the wrong. Please, show mercy and do not hold my transgressions against me. His forehead repeatedly struck the ground, quickly becoming red and swollen, a few strands of hair sticking to his sweat-drenched brow, rendering him a pitiable sight. Observing their leader's humiliation, Scar's subordinates followed suit, kneeling before Lin Yang with fear and desperation etched upon their faces, continuously imploring, spare us. We promise we shall never dare again. Old Wang and Yu were utterly dumbfounded by the scene before them, their eyes wide, mouths agape, their expressions betraying disbelief, as if witnessing an extraordinary occurrence. They could hardly fathom that the reinforcements they had summoned would be kneeling before Lin Yang in supplication. The stark contrast left them momentarily stunned, their minds blank. Old Wang was the first to regain his composure, anger and resentment surfacing as he confronted Yu. What is happening? Did you not claim your cousin was formidable? Associating with Brother Hu? How is it that he now appears lesser than a mere child, groveling in apology? What age are we in, that one must kneel before another? His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. Yu, too, snapped back to reality, her countenance filled with regret and reproach. She shot a fierce glare at Old Wang and exclaimed, Are you blind? The one who just entered was Brother Hu. Why did you not mention that Lin Yang is his brother? You nearly led me to my demise. In that moment, as if a horrifying realization struck her, she trembled violently and, disregarding everything, pulled Old Wang down to kneel before Lin Yang with a thud, incessantly begging for mercy. We were wrong. Please spare us. We promise we shall never dare again. At that moment, a group of individuals knelt on the ground, appearing woefully pitiable, leading onlookers to mistakenly believe that Lin Yang was the one tormenting them. Faced with this scene, Lin Yang was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated Brother Hu wielding such influence, able to instill such fear in this group without lifting a finger. The very person he had rescued from a predicament was now sending assistance on his behalf. Lin Yang felt a mixture of astonishment and honor. Gazing at the kneeling crowd, Lin Yang understood that unless he imposed a significant consequence, they would inevitably become a nuisance, buzzing around him like flies. Thus, he had no intention of easily letting them off the hook. Brother Hu, I appreciate your concern. Thankfully, I am unharmed. However, this uproar has entirely dampened my appetite, particularly since my friend has been injured by them. Lin Yang turned his gaze towards Qin Ziyuan, flooded with emotions. He had not expected Qin Ziyuan to step in and shield him from harm. Had it not been for him, it would have been Lin Yang who was injured. With that thought in mind, he resolved that these individuals must pay a price for their actions. With a sharp crack, Lin Yang's words had scarcely left his lips when Tiger's hand shot out like a flash of lightning, delivering several resounding slaps to the scar-faced man, the crisp echoes reverberating within the private room. Surprisingly, rather than displaying anger, the scar-faced man appeared almost relieved, his body trembling slightly. Once Tiger concluded his reprimand, the scar-faced man turned, casting a fierce glare at a group of yellow-haired thugs. Understanding the unspoken command, they rushed forward, seizing Old Wang and Yu, and began to rain down slaps upon them. "It is you who deceived Scarface. Otherwise, how could we have been led astray to cause such a ruckus here? Since this chaos arose because of you, you must take responsibility and compensate this brother for his emotional distress and his companion's medical expenses." One of the yellow-haired thugs shouted as he struck. Oh! Old Wang and Yu, their faces flushed and blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, cried out in agony, pleading for mercy. "We will pay. We will pay. Please spare us." Witnessing this, Scarface commanded his subordinates to cease their assault. With a look of contrition, he turned to Lin Yang and said, "Brother, although I was deceived, I too bear some fault. I will personally contribute an additional 50,000 to compensate for your losses. I hope you will not hold this against me." With that, he fumbled a bank card from his pocket, trembling as he extended it toward Lin Yang. Tiger glanced at Lin Yang, his gaze filled with inquiry and concern. "Are you satisfied with this punishment?" Lin Yang understood that the situation had reached a satisfactory conclusion. He had merely assisted Tiger by facilitating this confrontation, and his presence here had already conferred significant respect. Thus, Lin Yang smiled and replied, "They've already been punished. As long as they do not provoke me again, I have no objections." "Thank you, Tiger." "Well, since Brother Lin Yang is lenient, I will let you off the hook today," Tiger said, his demeanor shifting to one of warmth as he addressed Lin Yang. "Brother, you haven't had a chance to eat yet, have you? Cool, mate. Let us move to another room and continue. Nothing is more important than a meal." After Lin Yang and the others departed, Scarface's expression darkened ominously. He glared menacingly at Old Wang and Yu, unable to suppress the fury brewing within him. "You fools," he seethed, his voice laced with rage. "Do you not recognize your own worth? Do you think you can provoke Tiger's brothers? You nearly cost me my life today." With that, he gestured sharply, and the yellow-haired thugs surged forward to restrain Old Wang and Yu once more. He then advanced, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon them. Old Wang and Yu, battered and bruised, begged for mercy. Stop! If you continue, we will die." Their faces were a patchwork of bruises, their bodies marked with footprints, utterly helpless. Yet Scarface showed no sign of relenting. With each blow, he channeled his pent-up frustration and fury. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, Qin Ziyuan, and Tiger moved to another private room. The new space was spacious and bright, adorned with luxurious decor, and a crystal chandelier cast a soft, inviting glow, while the dining table was laid with exquisite tableware. 3 individuals sat closely together, and the waiter promptly presented an array of delectable dishes, their aromas wafting enticingly through the air. In the midst of the gathering, Lin Yang excused himself to the restroom, discreetly settling the bill. It was only natural for Brother Hu to treat him to a meal in return for his assistance. Afterward, upon learning of the arrangement, Brother Hu insisted on reciprocating, to which Lin Yang smiled and acquiesced. After indulging in their feast, they each departed in their vehicles. Qin Ziyuan remained somewhat bewildered, feeling as though the events of the day had transpired in a dream. He sat in Lin Yang's car, lingering on the evening's experiences. "Lin Yang, you are truly remarkable," he exclaimed, admiration sparkling in his eyes. "I never imagined you were acquainted with such influential figures." As he spoke, he shook his head in disbelief, his expression a mixture of astonishment and gratitude. "If it weren't for you, I can't fathom how today would have concluded." Lin Yang, with a smile while driving, replied, "It was merely a stroke of luck to have met Brother Hu." The following day, Lin Yang received the compensation sent by Scar, totaling 100,000, which included his own 50,000 along with the 50,000 from Old Wang and Yu. While the money was of secondary importance, the primary objective was to ensure they face consequences, dissuading them from harassing him in the future. Lin Yang chose not to distribute the money to Qin Ziyuan, aware that a direct offer would likely be declined. Instead, he planned to express his gratitude in a different manner. Recognizing that Qin Ziyuan had shielded him from harm and had sustained minor injuries in the process. Time passed swiftly, and before long a week had slipped by, bringing with it another Sunday. That morning, upon awakening, Lin Yang received a notification from the system, Ding. This week's intelligence has been dispatched. Please check your messages. Chapter 68. The walking 500,000 Lin Yang opened the panel and was surprised to find that he had received only 3 intelligence notifications this week. Fortunately, he refrained from reading them immediately, for once he opened them, the opportunity to reset would be lost. The system had recently introduced a reset feature that allowed for a single reset opportunity, provided the notifications had not been read. After a reset, both the value and the number of the notifications would change randomly, and utilizing the reset function 3 times would certainly yield a high-value piece of intelligence. High-value notifications, such as the demolition of houses in the Jinling community and the soaring stock price of foodie batteries, were beyond estimation in worth. With only 3 notifications this week, a reset would likely increase the number. Lin Yang pressed the reset button on the panel. Ding! This week's intelligence has been successfully reset. Upon completion, the notifications increased from 3 to 6, doubling in number. After the reset, the button became grayed out, indicating that the reset opportunity could only be used once per set of notifications. Lin Yang began to read the intelligence. Weekly Intelligence 1. The walking 500,000. Recently, a group of foreigners entered Star City under the guise of tourism, conducting illegal surveys in the northeast mining area, attempting to steal fundamental geographical information and classified geological data. Reporting to the relevant authorities could yield a reward of 500,000 for capturing one individual. He had often seen reports about the walking 500,000 online before. Those who discovered them included farmers, DD drivers, and delivery workers, but never himself. Back then, while strolling down the street, Lin Yang would observe the people around him, searching for any suspicious individuals. If he were to successfully report one, he would earn a reward of 500,000. Unfortunately, luck had not favored him at that time. Among the most notorious cases of the walking 500,000 was a foreign female host from CAVTV, who was apprehended after inadvertently revealing her identity during a broadcast after 2 decades of concealment. He never anticipated that he might now have a similar opportunity. It was imperative that he locate this group and report them to the relevant authorities without delay. Weekly Intelligence 2. The demolition progress in Jinling community is swift. All signatures will be collected within 48 hours, with demolition commencing on the 3rd day. Under the old camphor tree in the central garden, a jar containing 100 silver dollars was unearthed, including 1 rare Xiansan Longshu coin valued at 8 million, buried at a depth of 20 centimeters, making it easy to excavate. Incredible! Without this intelligence, who would have imagined that a dilapidated community's demolition could yield such treasures? Moreover, with a burial depth of merely 20 centimeters, it was exceedingly easy to retrieve. Regardless of the 8 million valued silver dollar, even the other ordinary silver dollars would be worth several hundred to 1,000 each. Thus, 100 would equate to over 100,000. Lin Yang was eager to rush out immediately and excavate the silver dollars buried beneath the tree. Alas, it was broad daylight, and the central garden was filled with elderly men and women sitting beneath the tree, sipping tea and chatting away. If he were to dig now, he would undoubtedly be discovered. The items unearthed at that time will no longer belong to oneself. It is imperative to wait until nightfall, when no one is around, to clandestinely excavate them. At present, I have merely perused 2 pieces of intelligence, each valued in the millions. It seems that utilizing the system's reset function this time proves advantageous. Weekly Intelligence 3. Speed makes an appearance in domestic live broadcasts, with the final stop in Star City. Following the route from Lushan to Binjiang Park, then to Saimenku, and concluding at the Mango TV studio. Those who stake out in advance can garner substantial traffic. Speed, known as Lin Yang, is an abstract broadcaster from abroad. Initially, I stumbled upon him through a video of the song Sunshine, Rainbow, Little White Horse. Recently, I have also encountered his domestic broadcasts, each live session attracting a multitude of followers seeking to ride the wave of popularity. Such occurrences are undoubtedly beneficial for those online streamers, holding immense value. However, they bear little significance for Lin Yang. He continues to peruse the next piece of intelligence. Weekly Intelligence 4. On Thursday night, Qin Yuan suffers a cerebral hemorrhage, his life hanging by a thread. Preventive treatment could avert danger. Previously, Qin's yuan had shielded me from blow, and I had intended to express my gratitude in some manner. Now, upon receiving news of his ailment, I must certainly alert him. Yet, if I were to speak directly, he would likely be incredulous. Thus, I must devise a clever method to encourage him to seek hospital treatment in advance. As I pondered, an idea suddenly struck me. If he is to experience a cerebral hemorrhage on Thursday, surely his body must already be exhibiting signs. Why not, under the guise of gratitude, arrange for a comprehensive physical examination at a top-tier hospital? This way, any issues could be identified early, allowing for timely treatment and the avoidance of peril. Weekly Intelligence 5. Foodie Battery is developing solid-state batteries, and news of impending mass production continues to gain traction, resulting in a surge in stock prices. Numerous investors are eager to buy in, yet daily trading limits prevent any opportunity. Those already holding shares are witnessing a daily growth rate of 20. Based on prior intelligence, I had already invested all my available funds in Foodie Battery stock following their announcement. After a week of consecutive trading limits, my 90 million has transformed into over 260 million, more than doubling, nearly tripling my investment. Should this pace persist, I could expect returns nearing sixfold in another week's time. The earlier intelligence indicated that Foodie Battery's returns for the upcoming month would be eightfold. However, with 10 trading days remaining this month, if the upward trend continues, the returns will undoubtedly surpass eightfold. In the coming days, something will inevitably occur to halt Foodie Battery's ascent, but the specifics will only reveal themselves in due course. Weekly Intelligence 6. Liu Xiangdong, the second largest shareholder of Foodie Battery, envious of the continuous trading limits, seeks to acquire more shares. He intends to exploit his holdings to incite panic among investors, thereby seizing the opportunity to purchase additional shares with prearranged funds. Upon receiving this intelligence, I found myself quite curious about the character of Liu Xiangdong. What level of folly must one possess to conceive such a strategy to manipulate investors into selling their shares? This tactic proved effective prior to the announcement of successful solid-state battery research by Foodie Battery. However, now that the promising prospects of Foodie Battery are widely recognized, leveraging stocks to instigate panic seems akin to weaving garments for others. It is inconceivable that he would not anticipate the influx of capital to acquire all the stocks being offloaded, particularly when other investors, upon noticing the sell-off, would undoubtedly strive to procure shares at any cost. Yet, if he were truly that foolish, he would not have ascended to the position of the second-largest shareholder. Thus, he must possess alternative strategies. Nevertheless, Lin Yang remains indifferent to such matters. Today marks the day for signing the demolition agreement, which will yield substantial compensation in the tens of millions, coupled with the valuable silver dollars in the community garden. Additionally, the reward of 500,000 for apprehending a fugitive further augments his fortune, amounting to several tens of millions. Such a sum would suffice to acquire all circulating shares. When the time comes, should he choose to sell, he would simply buy them all back. Chapter 69. Striking all at once, the intelligence system has transitioned from daily updates to weekly reports for 3 weeks, during which a total of 16 pieces of information have been received. Lin Yang glanced at the system's experience points. Weekly intelligence, 1,603,000, with an additional 1,400 experience points. The system could be upgraded to a monthly intelligence system. Each weekly report yields 100 experience points, meaning that upon receiving another 16 weekly reports, the system would be eligible for an upgrade. If fortune favors him, the upgrade could be achieved in just 2 weeks. Even in the worst-case scenario, where only 3 reports are received weekly, it would still take merely 6 weeks, just over a month, to successfully upgrade. After perusing the received intelligence, Lin Yang formulated a plan. The paramount objective for the upcoming week is to acquire stocks of Foodie Battery. It is widely acknowledged that Foodie Battery is poised to evolve into a trillion-dollar company in the near future. As long as he secures the stocks firmly, his assets will experience rapid and continuous growth. It is utterly perplexing that some individuals are selling off Foodie Battery stocks at this moment. Regardless of the reasons behind it, Lin Yang understands that if he misses this opportunity, acquiring a substantial quantity of Foodie Battery stocks in the future will become exceedingly difficult. Therefore, he must seize this moment. Acquiring stocks requires capital, yet the majority of his funds have already been invested in foodie battery stocks. To purchase more shares, he needs additional resources. Thus, his primary focus for the coming week is to generate as much money as possible. According to the intelligence, the means to procure funds include reporting the walking 500,000 foot and another option being the silver dollars beneath the large tree in the community garden. As for the compensation from the demolition, it will only be accessible after signing the documents on the upcoming workday. Today is Sunday, so he can only attend to other matters in the meantime. In addition to raising funds, the second most crucial task is to ensure that his roommate, Yuan, undergoes a medical checkup. With this in mind, Lin Yang promptly purchased the VIP full-body checkup package at the best local tertiary hospital online, then approached Yuan, informing him that it was a prize from a lottery and urging him not to waste it, as it is only valid for 2 days. Yuan had been feeling unwell lately, but had postponed a hospital visit due to the associated costs. Now that Lin Yang offered him the checkup package, he gratefully accepted it, repeatedly thanking Lin Yang. After attending to Yuan's affairs, Lin Yang hastily drove towards the northeastern mines of Xinjiang. According to the system's intelligence, the walking 500,000 are foreigners operating in the northeastern direction of Xinjiang, specifically near Haimi Peak. This area was once a hub of mining activity, leaving behind numerous abandoned factories, remnants of which stand as crumbling walls under the ravages of time. The mining pits, some filled with water, shimmer mysteriously under the sunlight, attracting outdoor enthusiasts who have turned the region into a haven for adventure. Lin Yang is no stranger to this place, often encountering news of unfortunate accidents befalling adventurers in the vicinity. With a 2-hour drive ahead, his anticipation and anxiety heightened with each passing mile, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. As he entered the mining area, he instinctively reduced his speed, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a precise radar, missing not a single shadow by the roadside. Suddenly, a group of fair-haired, blue-eyed foreigners came into view. Several of them were gathered around a person lying on the ground, their expressions anxious, gesturing animatedly. In this inland city, while foreigners were not entirely uncommon, the specialized exploration equipment they carried immediately heightened Lin Yang's alertness. His heart raced as he focused intently on the group, his gaze sweeping over each individual. The foreigners, with their striking features, stood out vividly against the backdrop of the mine. The exploration gear they bore, of various shapes and crafted from gleaming metal, sparkled coldly in the sunlight, indicating both considerable value and specialized use. Although Lin Yang was not trained in exploration, he understood that such equipment was far from ordinary tourist gear. He quickly compared every detail of the intelligence in his mind. The time, location, and ethnicity all aligned perfectly. The mining area was not a typical gathering place for foreigners, and their appearance coincided with the time frame indicated by the system alerts. All signs pointed to the possibility that they were indeed the notorious group associated with the $500,000 reward. His fingers trembled slightly as he discreetly took out his phone, preparing to make a report. Just then, one of the foreigners abruptly charged forward, stopping in front of his vehicle and shouting, "Help, help, help me!" Following this, he stumbled through broken Mandarin, "Help, help. Our friend fell from the mountain while hiking and hit his head. It's very dangerous. We can't find a vehicle to take him to the hospital. Can you help us?" Lin Yang was about to refuse when the words caught in his throat. Instantly, the contents of his earlier research regarding the reward for reporting the group flashed through his mind. Simply reporting an individual could yield a reward of 500,000, and should the report prove significant, the total could reach up to 5 million. He quickly weighed the pros and cons. If he called to report now, it would take time for the authorities to arrive, and the foreigners might escape during that window. If they got away, not only would his report likely go unanswered, but he would also forfeit the substantial reward, rendering his efforts futile. However, if he feigned agreement to take them to the hospital, delivering this group of foreigners directly to the authorities would yield a vastly different outcome. This would be a case of catching both the criminals and the evidence. Ensuring his contribution would be considerable, and thus the reward even greater. With this thought, Lin Yang formulated a plan, his expression softening as he feigned concern. "All right, you can help him into the car. I will take him to the hospital." He endeavored to keep his tone casual, revealing not a hint of his true intentions. Upon hearing his response, the foreigner's face instantly radiated surprise, and he expressed his gratitude profusely, swiftly assisting in lifting his injured companion into the vehicle. Two others promptly followed suit, taking their seats beside the injured individual to offer care. Lin Yang observed that 3 foreigners remained outside the vehicle, a sense of urgency gripping his heart. He could not allow these walking treasures of 500,000 to escape. Although the vehicle was somewhat overloaded, he reasoned that, when explaining to the police, it would be understood as a necessary measure to apprehend individuals threatening national security, thus avoiding any repercussions. Consequently, Lin Yang gestured for the 3 foreigners outside and called out, "You should join us as well. An extra person can provide additional support." After a moment's hesitation, the trio boarded the vehicle. Once everyone was settled, Lin Yang discreetly adjusted the rearview mirror to ensure he could observe all movements within the car. Taking a deep breath, he maintained an outward composure while feeling an inner tension akin to a tightly strung violin string. He entered the nearest police station's address into the navigation system and gradually pressed the accelerator, steering the vehicle toward the destination. Throughout the journey, the foreigners, albeit with their somewhat halting Mandarin, incessantly praised Lin Yang. "Brother, you are the kindest person I have ever encountered. We thank you on behalf of Peter. As the saying goes, good deeds will be rewarded. You surely will be." Aslik smiled gradually in Yang's lips, barely perceptible. He wondered how these foreigners would feel upon realizing that he was delivering them for a bounty. Chapter 70. All arrested inside the Black Mi Peak police station. Director Xiao Jiangang sat at his somewhat worn desk, his brow furrowed into a deep frown, his fingers rhythmically tapping the surface, producing a monotonous and dull sound. He had just hung up a call from a former classmate from the police academy, who suggested organizing a gathering. What should have been a simple reunion turned into a piercing reminder of the successes his peers were enjoying, like sharp thorns digging deep into his heart. Once, they all shared youthful ambitions, but now, one by one, his classmates were ascending the ranks, either transferring to prestigious positions in bustling urban centers or making their mark on significant cases, garnering accolades. In stark contrast, he found himself ensnared in the confines of this modest police station, dealing day after day with trivial matters that could hardly be more mundane. Reflecting on his graduation from the police academy, Xiao Jiangang brimmed with aspirations, fueled by dreams of making a substantial impact in law enforcement, solving major cases, and becoming a revered hero. Yet, reality doused his fervor like a relentless torrent of cold water. The days at Black Mi Peak police station unfolded with a disquieting calmness akin to a stagnant pond, devoid of ripples. Daily, he faced petty disputes among neighbors or the occasional minor theft, which offered him no opportunity for commendable achievements. Initially, he remained hopeful, believing that diligence would eventually lead to a chance to showcase his capabilities. Thus, he meticulously attended to every trivial incident, striving to resolve even the most insignificant police matters. However, time acted as a merciless file, gradually eroding his youthful enthusiasm and anticipation until little remained. Now, he resignedly accepted his reality, adopting a mindset of merely getting by, quietly persisting in this seemingly unremarkable position that stretched into the foreseeable future. Suddenly, the sharp screech of a car's abrupt halt shattered the tranquility of the police station, interrupting Xiao Jiangang's thoughts. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze, confusion written across his face. In this usually quiet precinct, where even a mouse's passing would draw attention. Who could it be? With curiosity piqued, he rose and approached the window, peering through the slightly foggy glass to see outside. A large SUV had come to a steady stop in the courtyard of the police station, its presence strikingly conspicuous in the otherwise humble setting. Moments later, the door swung open, and a handsome young man emerged from the vehicle. A fleeting thought crossed Xiao Jiangang's mind. Could he be a new colleague? Yet, before he could ponder further, the young man strode purposefully towards the service hall. Lin Yang drove the car into the police station's yard and came to a sudden stop. At that moment, the foreign passengers in the vehicle sensed something amiss and questioned, "Are we not being taken to the hospital? Why have we arrived at the police station?" One of them remarked, "My car has run out of fuel. I came here seeking assistance." Lin Yang's vehicle was a hybrid, rarely requiring fuel, which had led to a perpetually empty tank. The foreigners glanced at the fuel gauge displayed on the screen and accepted his explanation. Lin Yang chucked inwardly, realizing that this group of affluent individuals had unwittingly revealed their true nature. They believed themselves to be ordinary passers-by, thus failing to exercise any particular caution, readily accepting any pretext without suspicion. After exiting the vehicle, Lin Yang discreetly surveyed his surroundings, his gaze swiftly scanning the police station's architecture and the immediate environment. Upon locating the service hall, he strode purposefully towards it. Entering the hall, he immediately spotted the officer stationed behind the counter. Approaching with urgency, he lowered his voice and said, "Officer, I need to report a suspicion. I believe the foreigners in my car are spies." The officer's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing those words. His previously calm gaze sharpened instantly. Sitting up straight, he fixed his attention on Lin Yang and inquired, "Are you certain? What evidence do you have?" Lin Yang promptly recounted his encounter with the foreigners near the mining site, emphasizing the specialized exploration equipment they carried, items that ordinary tourists would not possess. The officer listened intently, diligently recording notes, his expression growing increasingly grave. He understood that if Lin Yang's claims were indeed factual, this could be an exceptionally serious case, necessitating immediate escalation to higher authorities without delay. Before long, the news reached the station chief, Xiao Jiangang. Initially preoccupied with his own professional dilemmas, a spark ignited in his eyes upon receiving this information, invigorating him as if he had been administered a potent stimulant. One thought permeated his mind. This might be the opportunity he had long awaited. Successfully apprehending these spies would undoubtedly be a significant achievement, possibly leading to his promotion and a complete transformation of his mundane work life. Even if it turned out that Lin Yang's report was erroneous, he would suffer no loss, merely a momentary scare. With this realization, Xiao Jiangang could no longer remain seated. He rose swiftly, striking the table with force, and bellowed, "All personnel assemble." His voice echoed throughout the police station. Soon, officers emerged from various corners, rapidly gathering in the courtyard, each exhibiting a serious demeanor, their eyes revealing both vigilance and excitement. Xiao Jiangang stood at the forefront of the formation, his gaze resolutely sweeping over each officer as he swiftly outlined the operational plan. "Listen carefully, everyone. According to reports from the public, the foreigners in that vehicle outside may be worth a staggering 500,000. We must act swiftly to ensure that they are all apprehended. Not a single one must escape." The officers nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination. They quickly positioned themselves as directed by the chief, rushing into the courtyard to encircle Lin Yang's vehicle. Xiao Jiangang approached the car with measured steps. He shouted towards the interior, "Individuals inside the vehicle, please exit immediately for inspection." The foreigners within the car, upon hearing his command, became flustered, exchanging anxious glances that betrayed their alarm. One of them, peering through the window, shouted back in a loud voice, "What is the meaning of this? One of our companions is injured, and we must get him to the hospital immediately. We cannot exit." Unmoved, Xiao Jiangang maintained his focus on the situation inside the vehicle, his gaze penetrating, missing no detail. Through the window, he discerned an array of specialized investigation equipment, their unusual shapes glinting coldly in the sunlight, indicative of significant value and expert design. This equipment further corroborated Lin Yang's report, solidifying Xiao Jiangang's conviction that these foreigners were indeed worth 500,000 without a doubt. "Do not resist futilely. You are surrounded," Xiao Jiangang reiterated, his tone growing more resolute. He subtly gestured for the officers to be prepared for action at any moment. The officers gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes revealing a blend of vigilance and decisiveness. At the chief's command, they would charge forward without hesitation. Realizing their ruse had been uncovered, the foreigners' faces turned ashen, their expressions filled with despair and rage, casting resentful glances at Lin Yang. One of them cursed in broken Mandarin, This cunning fox has deceived us. Standing nearby, Lin Yang observed the unfolding scene with a faint smile, aware that his plan had succeeded. Soon, the officers acted decisively, swiftly opening the car doors and escorting the foreigners out one by one. The injured individual was also carried out, despite his continuous groans. The officers offered him no chance to resist, quickly subduing him. Under the watchful eyes of those present, the foreigners were escorted by the officers, one after another, into the interrogation room of the police station. At that moment, Xiao Jiangang let out a long sigh of relief, his taut nerves finally easing. He turned to Lin Yang with a smile, sincerely expressing, "Young man, we owe you a great deal. You have made a significant contribution to national security, and on behalf of the police station, I thank you." His eyes brimmed with gratitude and appreciation as he firmly grasped Lin Yang's hand, shaking it vigorously. Lin Yang humbly smiled in return, saying, "Chief, it is merely my duty. Maintaining national security is the responsibility of each and every citizen." Xiao Jingang nodded thoughtfully and continued. "Subsequently, we will transfer these individuals to the relevant authorities for interrogation. Should it be confirmed that they are among the wanted, the appropriate departments will certainly reward you. Rest assured." He patted Lin Yang on the shoulder, offering him both affirmation and encouragement. Lin Yang accepted the receipt Xiao Jiangang handed him, scrutinizing it carefully before stowing it away with great caution. A total of 6 wanted individuals had been apprehended, and even at the minimum reward standard, that amounted to 3 million. If the severity of the situation proved to be greater, the rewards would increase correspondingly. Lin Yang glanced at the time. It was getting late. The journey home would take 2 to 3 hours, and by the time he arrived, darkness would have fallen. Additionally, he had another task at hand, to excavate the silver dollars buried beneath the large tree in the community garden, which were valued at no less than 8 to 9 million. He swiftly expressed his gratitude to Xiao Jiangang before departing in his vehicle. Meanwhile, deep within Jaime Peak, dozens of well-equipped individuals were scouring the mountains. The leader proclaimed, "We must not allow that group to escape. If they manage to leak the sensitive geographic data they have uncovered, the repercussions for us would be incalculable." At that moment, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he found a message indicating, "All individuals have been apprehended and are currently detained in the interrogation room of the Jaime Peak police station." Upon reading the message, he exhaled deeply, astonished that such a small police station had managed to capture the entire group before they could elude them. Chapter 71. The midnight treasure hunt. Lin Yang's new residence at Binjiang Bay had been meticulously arranged, ready for immediate occupancy. However, the most recent intelligence indicated that beneath the grand tree in the central garden of Jinling community lay a canister filled with silver dollars. Thus, he resolved to extend his stay in Jinling community for another day, intent on retrieving the valuable silver dollars. After successfully escorting the suspicious foreigners to the police station, Lin Yang drove back to Jinling community. As he slowly brought the vehicle to a halt and stepped out, his phone rang urgently. The caller ID displayed Qin Ziyuan's name. Lin Yang pressed the answer button, and on the other end, Qin Ziyuan's voice was laden with excitement and gratitude, nearly choking with emotion. "Lin Yang, I truly do not know how to express my thanks. Thanks to the health checkup package you provided, I was unaware of the severe issues plaguing my health. My hypertension has escalated beyond 200, and the doctor warned me of imminent life-threatening risks, promptly admitting me to the hospital. I shudder to think what might have happened if it weren't for you. I could have lost my life at any moment." Qin Ziyuan's words overflowed with gratitude, his voice trembling with emotion. Listening to him, Lin Yang felt a wave of comfort wash over him. The last time they faced danger, Qin Ziyuan had unhesitatingly shielded him from harm, a kindness Lin Yang had always cherished. It seemed, in a way, that he had now repaid that debt of gratitude. Lin Yang offered gentle words of reassurance to Qin Ziyuan, advising him to focus on recuperating before ending the call. With the sun still shining, it was ill-advised to commence his treasure hunt in the central garden. Feeling a pang of hunger, he opted to dine at a restaurant outside the community first. After casually ordering a few dishes to satisfy his appetite, he leisurely made his way home to rest, stopping by a general store to acquire a small shovel along the way. Upon returning home, he settled in, eagerly anticipating the night as treasure-seeking adventure. Based on his previous experiences, the area of the Central Garden typically emptied of leisurely strollers only after 10 o'clock in the evening. Thus, that would be the prime moment to embark on his treasure hunt. After a considerable wait, Lin Yang glanced at the clock. It was now 10 o'clock. Yet, he refrained from immediate action. To be prudent, he decided to delay his departure to the Central Garden until later in the night. Finally, at midnight, feeling it was the right time, he grasped the newly acquired shovel and stealthily stepped outside. The moonlight cascaded like water over the pathways of the community, casting an almost oppressive stillness in the air. As he tiptoed into the Central Garden, the scene unfolded exactly as he had anticipated, devoid of any presence, save for the gentle caress of the breeze rustling the leaves. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang cautiously leaped into the flower bed beneath the grand tree and began to dig fervently. With each thrust of the shovel, the soil was gradually overturned, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Pit after pit, time ticked away, yet the silver dollars remained elusive. Nevertheless, Lin Yang held steadfast in his belief that the intelligence could not be erroneous. Gritting his teeth, he persevered. Clang! A crisp metallic clang abruptly shattered the tranquility of the night. Lin Yang felt a sudden tightening in his chest, and his hands moved with increased urgency. He hurriedly cleared the surrounding soil, revealing a ceramic jar, reminiscent of those commonly used in the 80s and 90s for storing eggs. His previous shovel strike had fortuitously dislodged the lid of the jar. Leaning in for a closer look, he was astonished to see the jar crammed with an array of silver coins. The coins were tarnished, significantly larger than a 1 yuan coin, and the jar was filled to the brim. "Young man, what are you doing?" Just as Lin Yang was reveling in his discovery, an abrupt voice pierced the air. Startled, he turned to see a gaunt old man who had appeared at the edge of the flower bed, craning his neck to peer into the garden. Lin Yang's brow furrowed in distress. It was late, and he pondered why the old man was wandering about, especially in this Central Garden. If the old man were to discover that he had unearthed a fortune in silver coins, the news would surely spread, and these treasures would no longer belong to him. At best, he would receive a mere banner of commendation and a 500 yuan reward. The disparity between 8 million and 500,000 was beyond comparison. Lin Yang's mind raced as he casually remarked, "Just digging a bit of soil to take home for planting flowers." The darkness of the night led him to believe the old man could not discern his actions. However, the next moment, when Lin Yang glanced back toward the garden's edge, the old man had vanished without trace. A chill crept down Lin Yang's spine as a cold breeze swept by. He dared not linger any longer and swiftly excavated the jar filled with silver coins, placing it into a pre-prepared bag. He deftly filled the hole back in and hurried home with his newfound wealth. Upon returning home, Lin Yang securely locked the door and exhaled a sigh of relief. He entered his room, retrieved the jar, and poured the silver coins onto his bed, beginning to meticulously count them. After a thorough tally, he discovered there were a total of 100 coins. 99 were Yuan Shirkai's Daotu coins, and astonishingly, one was the rare Xian Sanlongshu. Unable to contain his excitement, he quickly took out his phone to check the prices. Currently, the market value of the Daotu coins was approximately 1,100 yuan each, totaling around 100,000 yuan for the 99 coins. The Xian Sanlongshu, on the other hand, was valued at about 8 million yuan. This meant that in less than half an hour, Lin Yang had amassed over 8 million yuan, a feat he had never even dared to dream of before. With the silver coins securely in his possession, his next consideration was how to sell them discreetly. Fortunately, silver coins were not particularly rare in the market, so he need not worry excessively about attracting unwanted attention during the sale. Chapter 72. The compensation of 48 million at the break of dawn the following day. Lin Yang rose early and made his way to the relocation command center at the entrance of the community. It was the first day of the contract signing for the demolition of Jinlin community. The specific compensation amounts had been publicly displayed on the community bulletin board the previous day. However, Lin Yang had refrained from viewing it, knowing that the list was merely for outsiders. The precise compensation would only be revealed upon signing the contract. If one was satisfied, they would sign. If not, they could delay until the compensation met their expectations. Nonetheless, intelligence received yesterday indicated that all residents of the community would likely sign within 2 days, suggesting a general satisfaction with the compensation offered. Rumor had it that the demolition of Jinling community was a model project for urban renewal. Thus, everything was conducted to the highest standards. Perhaps that was why the compensation amounts were agreeable to the residents. When Lin Yang arrived at the command center, a considerable crowd had already gathered before it. Groups of people were animatedly discussing the compensation matters for the demolition. As soon as Lin Yang appeared, all eyes turned towards him, filled with envy. Look at him. Before the demolition, he bought all 10 units for sale in our community in one go. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. 10 units. Each unit's compensation would amount to several million. In total, he had amassed tens of millions. He had truly struck it rich. Indeed, those who sold him their properties must be regretting their decision, another added. Wasn't old Wang trying to live stream to recover some losses? In the end, he was outdone by Lin Yang. Everyone knows those houses were sold voluntarily. Speaking of old Wang, it had been days since anyone had seen him. Where could he have gone? I heard he was hospitalized due to serious injuries. Lin Yang, overhearing these discussions, could only shake his head in resignation. The current situation made it impossible for him to remain inconspicuous. The sensational nature of old Wang's live stream had made him well known among the community, and everyone was aware that he had purchased all the available properties before the demolition. Ignoring the chatter around him, Lin Yang proceeded directly into the command center. Upon finding the person in charge, he politely stated, "Hello, I am here to sign the contract. However, before that, I would like to gain a thorough understanding of the demolition compensation policy." Once he had articulated his intent, a staff member promptly welcomed him with enthusiasm. The staff member presented a folder containing the demolition policy documents and began to meticulously explain them to Lin Yang. In this demolition, regardless of the age of the property or the luxury of its furnishings, it will not affect the compensation amount. The only factor influencing the compensation is the area of the property. The larger the area, the greater the compensation. The staff member patiently elucidated. Lin Yang listened intently, his heart brimming with joy. He knew that more than half of the properties he had purchased were among the oldest and most dilapidated in the community. This demolition compensation policy seemed tailored for him, greatly favoring his interests. Upon the conclusion of the explanation, the staff turned to Lin Yang and inquired, "Do you comprehend?" Lin Yang nodded, signaling for the demolition contract to be brought forth. "Very well. Please present your identification," the staff requested. Lin Yang promptly handed over his identification card. The staff took the card and swiftly checked the relevant data on the computer. In a short while, the printer whirred to life, producing a contract, which the staff handed to Lin Yang, saying, "Mr. Lin Yang, please examine the contract carefully. If there are no issues, kindly sign. Should you have any questions or concerns, do not hesitate to raise them." Lin Yang received the contract and began to read it attentively. It clearly stated, Mr. Lin Yang owns 10 properties within the Jinling community, specifically units 402 in Building 3 and 601 in Building 17, with areas of 80 square meters and 92 square meters respectively. The total area of the 10 properties amounts to 1,034 square meters, and in accordance with the compensation standards outlined in Demolition Order Number 3. The compensation sum is 48,321,429, 24 yuan. Lin Yang meticulously scrutinized the contract, leaving no detail overlooked. Once he confirmed its accuracy, he calculated in his mind that this compensation amount was nearly identical to his prior estimations. He had previously conducted a thorough comparison of the compensation standards from neighboring demolition projects and understood that this compensation was indeed quite generous. It was no wonder that within a mere 2 days, the residents of the community had eagerly signed an agreement to the demolition. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang picked up the pen and gracefully inscribed his signature on the contract. The staff was momentarily taken aback. While many had come to the demolition command center that day, most harbored doubts and refrained from signing, remaining in a state of indecision. Yet here stood this young man, signing with such decisiveness, which was truly unexpected. It is noteworthy that the Jinling community is a key project in the urban renovation initiative with significant challenges and tight deadlines. Thus, the compensation standards were set at the maximum allowable amount, leaving virtually no room for negotiation. Even if the residents delayed their decisions, the amount they would ultimately receive would remain as stated in the contract. However, to encourage active cooperation in the demolition efforts, the first 10 households to sign would receive an additional reward of 100,000 yuan. Yet, the residents had been hesitant, and until this moment, only Lin Yang had bravely taken that step. Regaining his composure, the staff hastily congratulated, "Congratulations, Mr. Lin Yang, for being the first resident of this community to sign the contract and for receiving the 100,000 yuan incentive." No sooner had he finished speaking than another staff member approached, bearing a substantial stack of cash for Lin Yang to sign for receipt. Lin Yang gladly signed and successfully obtained the 100,000 yuan reward. The surrounding residents, witnessing this scene, could no longer contain their curiosity. His ability to acquire 10 properties prior to the demolition surely indicated he had connections and confidence in the process. He has already signed, so the contract must be flawless. "Let's hasten to sign it as well," exclaimed a resident. "Quickly, bring me the contract. I must affix my signature." The crowd echoed in agreement, and the atmosphere became exuberant. Everyone jostled, eager to secure the contract for signing, while those who were a tad slower wore expressions of dismay. "Alas, what misfortune! A mere moment's delay has cost me a bonus of 100,000, lamented one individual, striking his thigh in regret. Having completed his signature, Lin Yang, with his prize in hand, departed from the demolition command center with an air of composure, amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers. Now, his sole task was to await the arrival of the demolition funds. Yet, his mind lingered on another matter, the jar of silver dollars. Through his online research, he discovered that the Xingqing antique trading market was located in Qingshui Pond. Thus, he briskly returned to his community, located his vehicle, started the engine, and set off towards Qingshui Pond. Chapter 73. A case of misunderstanding as Lin Yang stepped into the bustling antique market at Qingshui Pond. He was immediately enveloped by a vibrant atmosphere. The entire market spanned a whole street, flanked on both sides by rows of shops, with stalls brimming with goods in front. The wares on display were a feast for the eyes. Porcelain gleamed with a gentle luster. Jade exuded an enchanting aura. Scrolls of calligraphy unfurled tales from history, and bronze artifacts bore the weight of time. Even vintage cameras from the 1980s and 1990s could be found among the treasures. The market was teeming with people, both buyers and sellers, creating a scene so crowded that it felt impossible to navigate. Vendors shouted their wares, their voices intertwining into a unique symphony of the marketplace. "Come take a look. Authentic Tang Sankai, going for a bargain." A middle-aged man with a thick accent bellowed, raising a vividly colored Tang Sankai ornament high above his head, swaying it in the sunlight to catch the attention of passers-by. Not far away, an elderly gentleman, donning reading glasses, sat leisurely on a small stool, fanning himself with a folding fan, and murmured, "This is ancestral blue and white porcelain. Come if you know your stuff. The price is negotiable." His tone was relaxed, yet brimming with confidence. Some vendors, eager to attract customers, employed every trick in the book. A young man wielding a megaphone blared a pre-recorded advertisement. "Don't miss out on this opportunity. Ming and Qing dynasty coins on a massive clearance, limited supply, first come, first served." His sharp and loud voice stood out amidst the din of the market. Lin Yang, clutching a black garbage bag filled with silver dollars, maneuvered through the crowd with difficulty. The bag contained 99 pieces of the common yuan shirkai silver dollar, with a transparent market price of approximately 100 yuan each. He felt assured that he wouldn't be taken advantage of when selling them. As for the most precious of his collection, the Xian San Longshu dragon silver dollar, he had already set it aside and kept it close, for it was a true treasure that he could not afford to lose. Rather than rushing to make a sale, Lin Yang decided to wander through the market. Just as one compares goods before purchasing, the same principle applied to selling. He needed to find a trustworthy vendor to sell the Xian San Longshu dragon silver dollar, valued at 8 million yuan. Thus, he planned to first test the waters with the yuan shirkai dollars before selecting a shop with a reputable owner for his most valuable piece. Upon entering the market, a vendor eagerly called out to him, "Young man, This bronze ding is from the Zhou dynasty. Would you like to take it home? Lin Yang looked up to see the vendor holding a quaintly designed bronze ding, his face alight with enthusiasm. Lin Yang chuckled to himself, thinking that a significant national artifact like bronze where it could hardly be so casually found at a stall. Upon closer inspection, the so-called Zhou dynasty bronze ding was clearly the four-sheep Fongzun depicted in history books. Claiming it was from the Zhou dynasty was evidently a stretch. Before coming here, he had already researched online and knew that most of the items sold by vendors were merely crafts and that genuine antiques were rare. Even if there were any, they would likely be low-value trinkets, such as common copper coins. The vendors actively solicit customers, enticing them to purchase handicrafts at exorbitant prices, adhering to the principle of not opening for 3 years, yet reaping rewards for 3 years once opened. The value of the rare Longshan dragon silver dollar is immense, yet these vendors lack the means to acquire it. Consequently, they are not Lin Yang's targets. He directs his attention to the shops flanking the market. Lin Yang randomly selected a shop and stepped inside. Upon entering, the antique shop owner greeted him with warmth. "Young man, feel free to browse and let me know if you wish to purchase anything." As he spoke, he enthusiastically offered Lin Yang tea and water. Lin Yang politely declined the tea presented by the owner, inquiring, "Do you accept yuan datu?" "Indeed, we do, but the quantity of yuan datu is vast, and its value is quite low," the owner replied, taking the few coins Lin Yang had casually extracted from a jar and examining them closely. His brow furrowed slightly as he gently shook his head, stating, "These silver dollars bear too many scratches and are not in pristine condition, which significantly affects the acquisition price. Even if I were to accept them, selling would be quite challenging. If you truly wish to part with them, I can offer a maximum of 100 yuan each." Lin Yang secretly scoffed, dismissing this shop in his mind. The owner was clearly attempting to exploit him. The value of yuan datu was well known, and he dared to slash the price to a mere tenth of its worth. Such a person was not worthy of a transaction. Lin Yang retrieved his coins and turned to leave. "Hey, young man, if you're sincere, I could raise the offer a bit. How about 110? The owner called after him. But Lin Yang did not look back and exited the shop. He entered several more antique shops, finding the situation largely unchanged. The yuan data valued at 1,100 yuan was only offered up to 500 best. Although Lin Yang had no prior experience with antiques, he was now acutely aware of the depths of this trade. He had been testing the waters with the silver dollars, hoping to find a reputable shop. Yet after half a day of effort, he remained empty-handed. Just as Lin Yang was about to give up, he noticed a commotion ahead, with a crowd gathered tightly, murmuring curiously. Driven by his inquisitiveness, he stood on tiptoe to peer inside. There, he saw an elderly man collapsed on the ground, his face as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, eyes tightly shut, and his brow contorted in pain, softly murmuring, "Medicine, the medicine in my pocket." His voice was faint, seemingly on the verge of being drowned out by the surrounding noise. People around him exchanged glances, their expressions rife with hesitation and concern. A trendy young man, hands shoved into his pockets, leaned forward slightly, hesitating to approach before suddenly recoiling, murmuring, "What if I get blamed? I could lose a month's salary. Perhaps it's best to steer clear." A middle-aged woman, clutching a basket of groceries, looked anxious, muttering, "This old man seems quite pitiful. But I have a whole family waiting for me to cook. If I get implicated, I won't be able to explain myself." As she spoke, she shook her head helplessly and left, glancing back reluctantly. Some bystanders stood at a distance, whispering and pointing at the elderly man. In today's society, one must be cautious when assisting the elderly. Haven't we heard enough stories of deceit in the news? One mustn't let good intentions lead to misfortune. The old man lay on the ground, appearing utterly helpless, his frail hands hanging limply by his sides, occasionally twitching as if sending out a final plea for help. His eyes were filled with despair and anguish, gazing at the indifferent crowd that surrounded him, seemingly narrating his grievances and confusion. His chapped lips moved incessantly, yet his voice grew fainter, as if life itself was gradually ebbing away. At that moment of collective hesitation, a young woman in her 20s emerged from the crowd, striding forward with purpose. Without a moment's hesitation, she knelt beside the elderly man, gently patting his shoulder and softly said, "Grandfather, please don't worry. I will fetch your medication right away." The onlookers, witnessing her actions, began to caution her. "Young lady, mind your own business. Be careful not to get taken advantage of. It's hard to prove your innocence later." Indeed, such incidents are all too common. Don't let your kindness lead to trouble. The crowd chimed in, attempting to dissuade her. Yet the girl appeared undeterred, meticulously searching through the old man's pockets until she finally uncovered a small vial. Labeled Instant Heart Relief. "Is this the medication, grandfather?" she inquired, to which he nodded faintly. Swiftly, she twisted off the cap, poured out a few pills, gently lifted his head, and placed the tablets into his mouth. Then, borrowing a cup of water from a nearby stall, she carefully helped him drink. After consuming the medication, the old man's complexion gradually regained some color, and his breathing began to stabilize. The young woman supported him, guiding him to sit on the steps of a nearby shop to rest. After a short while, the old man's spirits visibly improved. Seeing that he was no longer in distress, the young woman turned to leave. Just as she did, Lin Yang recognized her and exclaimed in surprise, "Chen Qingqing?" Hearing her name, Chen Qingqing looked over, her eyes lighting up with recognition. "Lin Yang, what brings you here?" After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Qingqing explained that she had come to the antique market to buy a gift for her grandfather and to explore for intriguing trinkets. Curiously, she inquired about Lin Yang's purpose for being there, to which he replied with a smile, "I have some modest trinkets I intend to sell." At that moment, the now recovered elderly man suddenly stood up and briskly approached Chen Qingqing, grasping her arm firmly. This unexpected action ignited a stir among the onlookers, who began to murmur in hushed tones, casting peculiar glances. "See, I told you that girl should have heeded the warnings. Now she's being taken advantage of by that old man." Chapter 74. The True Treasure of the Jar. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yang was about to step forward to pull the old man away when the elderly gentleman hastily released Chen Qingqing, exclaiming, "You misunderstand me. I am not a fraudster. How could I repay kindness with malice? That young lady saved my life just now, and I wish to retain her contact information to personally express my gratitude." Chen Qingqing shook her head, replying, "There is no need for that. I did nothing significant." "How can you say that? Had it not been for you, I would not be standing here," he insisted. Reluctantly, Chen Qingqing provided her contact details, and only then did the old man depart with satisfaction. The onlookers, having lost interest, gradually dispersed. Lin Yang chuckled. "Weren't you afraid of being scammed by that old man when you rushed to save him?" Chen Qingqing smiled in response. "Not at all. I know him. He is the proprietor of Xiangchuan Building, the largest antique shop in Star City, filled with countless treasures. He would not resort to extortion over a trivial amount." Lin Yang nodded, realizing the significance of her words. Suddenly, it struck him that he intended to sell the silver dollars, but had yet to find a suitable establishment. Perhaps Xiangchuan Building would be the answer. "Is Xiangchuan Building reputable in business?" he inquired. Chen Qingqing affirmed. "Although their prices are slightly higher than other shops, they are honest and do not sell fakes. While their purchasing prices for antiques may not be the highest, they do not engage in deceitful tactics, which is why many are willing to do business with them." Nodding in agreement, Lin Yang decided to take his silver dollars to Xiangchuan Building. Noticing the implication in his words, Chen Qingqing remarked, "You intend to sell your items at Xiangchuan Building, don't you?" "Indeed," he replied. "Let us go. I will guide you there." Navigating through the crowd, Chen Qingqing led Lin Yang to a grand, antiquated structure adorned with a plaque reading Xiangchuan Building. Upon entering, they were promptly greeted by a staff member. "Welcome. What might you be interested in? Please feel free to browse." "I have some silver dollars I wish to sell," Lin Yang stated. The staff member nodded. "Please follow me." He escorted them to the second floor, where he invited them to sit and serve tea before inquiring about Lin Yang's items. Placing a black garbage bag on the tea table, Lin Yang extracted the jar and opened its lid, revealing the silver dollars within. "These are the silver dollars," he said. The staff member examined one of the coins, noting, "Indeed, while yuan daitu coins are plentiful, it is rare to find such well-preserved specimens. We can offer a maximum of 1,000 yuan per coin." Lin Yang was quite satisfied with this price. He had perused the antique market for quite some time, consulting 7 or 8 shops, all of which claimed the coins were in poor condition and offered prices ranging from 100 to 500 yuan. Therefore, Xianchuan Building S offer of 1,000 yuan demonstrated genuine intent. Given that the market value of yuan Daitu silver dollars is around 100 yuan, their offer was indeed reasonable. Very well, let us proceed with this transaction. There are a total of 99 yuan Daitu coins. Please count them. Certainly, the staff member replied. A staff member meticulously retrieved each yuan dynasty silver dollar from the ceramic jar, inspecting and counting them. After half an hour, he spoke. There are a total of 99 yuan silver dollars in remarkable condition. At a purchase price of 1,000 yuan each, the total amounts to 99,000 yuan. Do you find any issues with this? No problem, came the response. Once the transaction was confirmed, the staff member promptly transferred the funds to Lin Yang. Suddenly, a startled exclamation pierced the air. Lin Yang turned to see the elderly man whom Chen Qingqing had previously saved. What are you doing? This is a waste of a precious item. How can you use such a fine object to hold yuan silver dollars? And you've even placed it in a garbage bag. The old man gazed intently at the ceramic jar that Lin Yang had brought, clearly enamored. This is a yuan blue and white jar. I've never seen one this size before. His eyes widened like brass bells, fixated on the jar. With trembling hands, he gently caressed its surface as if it were the most exquisite treasure in existence. His lips quivered as he repeatedly lamented, "Such a waste, such a waste." The anguish in his voice suggested that someone had plunged a knife into his heart. Cradling the jar, the old man excitedly began to educate Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing. Do you realize that yuan blue and white is among the finest treasures of porcelain? Though Lin Yang was not well versed in antiques, he had certainly heard of the illustrious yuan blue and white. Not for any trivial reason, but because each piece commanded astronomical prices, often in the tens of millions. Those that were slightly more complete and in better condition could reach over 100 million. Given the old man's reverence for the jar, it seemed that this seemingly ordinary ceramic vessel was indeed a rare gem, likely of considerable value. Chapter 75. 400 million. The elderly man cradled the ceramic jar in both hands, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Do you realize this is yuan blue and white porcelain? The vast expanse of a yuan dynasty, coupled with the unimpeded Silk Road and flourishing maritime trade, allowed artisans of the era to access high-quality cobalt materials from West Asia, sumo leaching. This cobalt, when fired, exhibits a profound and vibrant hue, with rich layers and distinct rust spots, laying the foundation for the unique artistic style of yuan blue and white porcelain. As the old man gently caressed the jar, he continued, moreover, the underglaze painting technique during the Yuan dynasty was remarkably advanced, enabling artists to paint on porcelain and achieve successful firing, significantly increasing the yield of colorful ceramics. Furthermore, the Mongolian affinity for the blue and white color scheme made the alternating blue and white patterns of blue and white porcelain particularly appealing. Driven by these factors, yuan blue and white porcelain rapidly rose to prominence, becoming the mainstream of the pottery industry at that time. Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing listened intently, completely unaware that this jar, originally intended for silver coins, bore such profound historical significance. The old man was elaborating on the illustrious history of yuan blue and white porcelain when his voice suddenly faltered. His eyes fixated on the patterns upon the jar, filled with confusion. Wait, why does this yuan blue and white jar depict Giguzi descending the mountain? I recall that a jar featuring Giguzi descending the mountain fetched an astonishing 231 million yuan at a Christie's auction in London in 2005, acquired by a renowned collector. How could another Giguzi descending the mountain jar appear? Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's heart sank, as if gripped by an invisible hand, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Could it be that this ceramic jar was a counterfeit? After all, how could such a rare gem be casually used to hold silver coins buried deep in the earth? Something was amiss. Something was indeed wrong. The old man, as if under a spell, muttered incessantly while examining the jar from every angle. He alternated between scrutinizing the intricate patterns on the jar's surface and employing a magnifying glass, inspecting every minute detail with painstaking care. Lost in his study, his gaze was focused and fervent. He gently turned the jar over, revealing the bottom, and closely observed the body with a magnifying glass. The clay was coarse, revealing noticeable air pockets and small black particles, distributed naturally and irregularly. He nodded slightly, contemplating. The clay of the Yuan era was not meticulously washed, and these air pockets and particles are indeed marks of the time. The old man tenderly stroked the glaze, savoring its delicate and smooth texture, murmuring to himself, "This glaze is as warm as jade, with just the right degree of luster. Fakes could never achieve such an effect." Subsequently, he shifted his attention to the coloration of the blue and white. In the denser areas of the blue, distinct rust spots could still be observed, irregularly shaped with a pronounced concavity, characteristics unique to sumo leaching material. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the old man's eyes. He was certain that this natural diffusion and the rust spots were features that modern imitations could hardly replicate. Upon closer inspection of the intricate designs, the Yuan blue and white vase depicting the scene of Giguzi descending the mountain showcases a masterful arrangement of patterns, with a harmonious balance of density and spacing. The lines flow naturally, and the figures are rendered with such vividness that one can almost perceive Giguzi's composure and wisdom as he embarks on his descent. The elderly gentleman, while admiring the piece, began to elucidate to Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing. Observe the expressions of the characters and the fluidity of their garments. Every detail reflects the exceptional craftsmanship of artisans from the Yuan dynasty. Moreover, the layers of decoration in Yuan blue and white are remarkably rich. This particular vase boasts as many as 7 or 8 distinct layers, yet remains elegantly organized, with a clear distinction between the primary and secondary elements. After a thorough examination of the craftsmanship, the old man let out a deep sigh of relief, his countenance radiating certainty as he emphatically declared, "Indeed, this is an authentic Yuan blue and white vase of Giguzi descending the mountain. From the quality of the clay, the glaze, the hue of the blue and white, the decorative motifs, to the techniques employed in its creation, every aspect aligns perfectly with the characteristics of Yuan blue and white, and its preservation is truly remarkable, an extraordinary treasure to behold." The elderly gentleman's face was awash with excitement and fervor, his eyes sparkling with an uncontainable gleam as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yang. Speaking earnestly yet eagerly, "Young man, this Yuan blue and white vase is worth a fortune. It could have fetched 231 million at auction a decade ago, and its value has only escalated since. I have an old friend who is deeply enamored with Yuan blue and white. Might you consider selling this piece to him first?" Lin Yang felt a jolt of surprise. What he had initially thought to be an ordinary ceramic jar had transformed into a rare and invaluable gem. His mind raced with a pressing need for funds to acquire more shares in Foodie Batteries, and this Yuan blue and white vase arrived at the most opportune moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively nodded and replied, "As long as the price is right, I would be willing to sell." Upon hearing Lin Yang's agreement, the old man's face lit up with a gratifying smile as he promptly exclaimed, "Please wait here. I will make a call right away." With that, he hurried to the side and dialed a number. Though Lin Yang could not hear the conversation, the old man's respectful tone and earnest demeanor indicated that he was speaking with someone of great significance. Occasionally, the old man would furrow his brow or nod slightly, as if engaged in a vigorous negotiation over the price. Before long, he hung up the phone and returned briskly, his face beaming with joy. "My friend is willing to offer 400 million for the Giguzi descending the mountain vase. What do you think?" Lin Yang gasped in astonishment at the figure, filled with both shock and delight. This price exceeded the auction result from 10 years ago by a staggering 150 million. Indeed, it was exceedingly generous. He suppressed his excitement, striving to maintain composure, and nodded emphatically, stating, "It's a deal." The old man, smiling, handed Lin Yang a check for 400 million, explaining, "You must be this young lady's boyfriend. I owe her my gratitude for saving me. Had it been anyone else, I would have surely negotiated down the price, although the Giguzi vase is indeed worth 400 million. Lin Yang silently acknowledged the implication, realizing that he had benefited from Chun Qingqing's kindness. The elderly gentleman handed Lin Yang a business card, which bore only a name and a phone number. As Lin Yang accepted the card and focused his gaze upon it, he noticed the name Lin Bian, which intriguingly shared his surname. With a warm smile, Lin Bian remarked, "This is my private number. Young man, should you ever have something valuable to sell in the future, do not hesitate to contact me." Lin Yang nodded earnestly, contemplating that with an intelligence network at his disposal, he might acquire even more antiques in the future, making Lin Bian a commendable option for any transactions. After concluding their business, Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing walked side by side out of Shangchuan Tower. The sunlight enveloped them, filling Lin Yang's heart with gratitude and joy. Turning to Chen Qingqing, he sincerely expressed, "Qingqing, I am immensely grateful to you. Had you not rescued Mr. Lin, I would never have encountered such a fortunate circumstance. Allow me to treat you to lunch as a token of my thanks." Chen Qingqing's lips curled into a radiant smile as she playfully responded, "All right then. I shall not hold back. I happen to know a marvelous restaurant that is sure to please you." They arrived at a restaurant imbued with an artistic ambience, featuring wooden tables and chairs, soft lighting, and walls adorned with artistic paintings, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. Lin Yang, ever the gentleman, pulled out a chair for Chen Qingqing, waiting for her to take her seat before he slowly sat down himself. When the waiter presented the menu, Lin Yang smiled and slid it towards Chen Qingqing, saying, "Please, choose whatever you desire." Without hesitation, Chen Qingqing expertly ordered several signature dishes. Throughout their meal, laughter and light-hearted banter filled the air as they shared amusing anecdotes from their lives and the delightful surprises stemming from their recent fortune. Lin Yang's gaze was filled with gratitude and admiration for Chen Qingqing. He raised his glass and earnestly declared, "Qingqing, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, I would have no idea how long it would take to sell these silver dollars. Nor could I have imagined that this ceramic jar would turn out to be invaluable yuan qingwa." Chen Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she sipped her juice and replied, "Do not say such things. It is merely your good fortune. I'm truly happy to have been able to assist you." After their meal, the two strolled to the parking lot. Lin Yang looked at Chen Qingqing and said earnestly, "I had a wonderful time today. If you ever need assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out." Chen Qingqing nodded and smiled in response. "Absolutely. You two, feel free to contact me anytime." Subsequently, they each entered their vehicles, waved goodbye, and drove off in opposite directions. As Lin Yang sat in the driver's seat, he reflected on the day's events, feeling as though he were in a dream. He instinctively reached into his pocket to touch the business card Lin Bian had given him, pondering that with this card in hand, future dealings involving antiques will be far more convenient. On his drive home, Lin Yang suddenly recalled that he possessed a silver dollar worth 8 million. This coin had been stored separately, and in the excitement of discovering the ceramic jar's true value, he had momentarily forgotten about it. Shaking his head, he decided that he would keep it with him for a few more days before finding time to exchange it for money at the shop. The demolition contract has now been signed, the antiques have been sold, and unexpectedly, a profit of 400 million has been garnered. The affairs have been largely settled. It is time to return to my hometown. Driving back to Binjiang Bay, I parked the car and took out my phone to call my mother. Chapter 76, The 5 Major Advantages Phoenix County, Phoenix Village. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lin Weigua and his wife Yang Tsaixia stood at the village entrance, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the bus to the county town. Today marks the celebration of their uncle's 80th birthday, where a lively banquet awaits them in the county. Filled with joy, they prepared to attend the festivities. Yang Tsaixia occasionally glanced into the distance, a hint of anxiety in her eyes, murmuring softly, "Why hasn't the bus arrived yet? We mustn't delay in wishing Uncle a happy birthday." Lin Weigua gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. "Do not fret. Let us wait a little longer. The bus will surely come." Despite his reassuring words, his toes tapped lightly on the ground, revealing his own impatience. As they anxiously awaited, Zhang Daqiang from the same village sped towards them in a brand-new car, kicking up a cloud of dust. Spotting Lin Weigua and his wife, he abruptly slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the ground as the vehicle came to a steady halt before them. He quickly rolled down the window, a radiant smile lighting up his face as he cheerfully called out, "Lin Ge, where are you heading?" Upon hearing his voice, Lin Weigua turned to see Zhang Daqiang and returned the smile warmly, replying, "It's my uncle's birthday. We're going to the county for the celebration." Zhang Daqiang immediately exclaimed, I happen to be heading to the county as well. Let me give you a ride, it's on my way. He waved enthusiastically, urging them to get in the car. Lin Weigua hastily waved his hand in refusal, politely saying, No need to trouble you. The bus will be here shortly. We can wait a bit longer. His tone conveyed gratitude, along with a desire not to impose on others. Nonsense. It's no trouble at all. It's just a matter of convenience. Hop in. Zhang Daqiang insisted with unwavering enthusiasm, his smile as bright as ever, sincerity evident in his eyes. As if he would not relent until Lin Weigua and his wife accepted the offer. He even unbuckled his seatbelt, preparing to exit the vehicle to assist them. Unable to resist any longer, and feeling that declining his offer would be somewhat impolite, Lin Weigua and Yang Saixia reluctantly climbed into the car. Once inside, Yang Saixia smiled and said, Daqiang, you're truly too kind. We would have been waiting here for quite some time without you. Zhang Daqiang chuckled, responding, Sister-in-law, it's no trouble at all. We are all from the same village, and sharing a ride is nothing. The car began to move slowly. Zhang Daqiang confidently grasping the steering wheel, his smile growing ever brighter, his eyes gleaming with pride as he animatedly said, Lingu, take a look at my car. It's the latest model of the Asia Dragon, boasting 5 major advantages: a genuine leather steering wheel, genuine leather seats, a genuine leather gear shift, electric front seats. And the rear seats can fold into 6, for split. The moment you stepped in, didn't you feel incredibly comfortable? While speaking, he affectionately patted the steering wheel, as if caressing a precious treasure, his gaze filled with pride and self-satisfaction. Lin Weigua responded with a smile. So this chair is made of genuine leather. No wonder it feels so different to the touch. Sitting here is simply delightful. Daqiang, you truly made a worthwhile purchase. Yang Saixia echoed from the side, indeed. This is far more comfortable than taking the bus. Daqiang, your discerning eye is commendable. Upon hearing their praises, Zhang Daqiang beamed with pride, his expression radiating satisfaction. And he straightened his back as if enveloped in the joy of their compliments. With great enthusiasm, he continued to showcase his vehicle. Just take a look at this screen, an 8-inch color display, and this intelligent navigation system. Simply speak your destination, and it will chart the route for you. So convenient. Moreover, it features a radio with exceptional sound quality, capable of tuning into numerous stations. As he spoke, he eagerly turned on the radio, swiftly searching for a station playing music. Soon, melodious tunes filled the car, and he swayed gently to the rhythm, his face aglow with bliss, occasionally humming along, as if he were the happiest person in the world. I must tell you, Lingu, I did not hesitate at all when I chose this car. It caught my eye immediately. Although it was a bit pricey, I believe it was worth every penny. After all, it's a foreign brand. Nothing can compare to domestic vehicles. Lin Weigua and his wife, Yang Saixia, sat in the back seat, fully engaged with Zhang Daqiang's exuberance. Lin Weigua wore a smile, nodding at the appropriate moments, and said, This brand is indeed impressive. No wonder so many people admire it. The features are truly top-notch. You made an excellent choice. Yang Saixia added with a smile, Yes, Daqiang, your life is becoming increasingly enjoyable. Their responses filled Zhang Daqiang with even more excitement. Of course, this is a 60th birthday gift from my son, Xiaojun. If I recall correctly, your birthday is approaching as well. What does Lin Yang plan to gift you? I cherish whatever my son gives me. The most important thing is that our family is safe and sound. Exactly. That is what I say too. But Xiaojun insisted on gifting me a car. When I declined, he became upset. Your Xiaojun is indeed filial. It's no surprise considering how much you have cared for him since childhood. Just as Zhang Daqiang was animatedly recounting his son's thoughtfulness, filled with a sense of pride, Yang Saixiao's phone suddenly rang. Instinctively, she took out her phone and, upon seeing that the caller was her son Lin Yang, her eyes sparkled with joy. She swiftly answered the call, her tone brimming with eagerness and delight. Xiaoyang. On the other end, Lin Yang's voice came through, Mom. I've wrapped up my tasks here and plan to return home in a couple of days. Hearing her son's words made Yang Saixiao's voice tremble with excitement, and she quickly responded, Really? That's wonderful. Let me know what you'd like to eat, and I'll prepare it for you. The free-range chickens are well fed. I'll make a pot for you, and I've saved your favorite cured meat. No need to go out of your way for any special dishes. I enjoy all the home-cooked meals. Lin Yang responded with a smile. Upon hearing that her son, who had not returned home for over 2 years, was finally coming back, Yang Taixia's joy was palpable. Her face radiated with happiness, and her eyes sparkled with tears of excitement. She turned to glance at Lin Weiguo, her gaze filled with delight. Then spoke in the phone. Xiaoyang, take that train back. Your father and I can pick you up? No need. I'll drive back myself. You both just stay at home, he replied. Oh, all right. Drive slowly and be cautious on the road. If you get tired, make sure to stop at a service area to rest, Yang Tsaixia urged, her tone filled with concern as if she were right beside him. After hanging up, Yang Tsaixia excitedly took Lin Weiguo's hand, her face beaming with joy as she exclaimed, Old man, Xiaoyang will be back in a few days. Good, that's wonderful, Lin Weiguo replied, his smile wide and his eyes brimming with anticipation. In the front seat, Zhang Daqiang, having overheard their conversation, wore a smile and remarked, I just heard that your son Lin Yang has bought a car. I wonder what kind it is. My son purchased a BZ3, a hybrid with many high-tech features. He was going to buy me one too, but at my age, I find it hard to embrace new things. I still prefer traditional gasoline vehicles. Lin Weiguo chuckled softly. I have no idea what kind of car he bought. The boy never mentioned it to us. However, as long as he likes it, that's all that matters. Zhang Daqiang replied with a grin. Your Lin Yang is quite impressive. He has managed to buy a car for himself just 2 or 3 years after graduating. Even if it's a domestic vehicle, it's still a means of transport. As he spoke, he slightly shook his head, wearing a hint of skepticism, as if in his mind, domestic cars could never compare to the foreign ones he favored. In the midst of their conversation, Zhang Daqiang had already driven into the town. The vehicle came to a steady halt in front of the restaurant, and after Lin Weiguo and Yang Taixiao expressed their gratitude to Zhang Daqiang, they exited the car and entered the establishment. Chapter 77. To our surprise, we have become neighbors. Lin Weiguo and Yang Taixia enter the restaurant, weaving through the crowd until they spotted their second uncle. With beaming smiles, they approached him and presented a red envelope, respectfully proclaiming, Second uncle, may you enjoy blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity akin to the South Mountain. Happy birthday. The second uncle accepted the envelope, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons as he nodded repeatedly, urging them to take a seat and announcing that they would commence the meal once everyone had arrived. Soon enough, relatives trickled in one by one, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. At this juncture, the eldest aunt, brimming with pride, was the first to break the silence. With animated gestures, she exclaimed, My son has truly made a name for himself. Recently, he purchased a spacious house in the heart of the county. From now on, your uncle and I can relish a comfortable life in the county. As soon as she finished, the second aunt, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in. My daughter is no less impressive. Not long ago, she acquired a car, an imported sedan, no less. Its performance and appearance are simply unparalleled. Before long, the third uncle joined the conversation, lifting his teacup for a sip before leisurely stating, My son recently secured a position as a civil servant in a government agency. It's a stable and respectable job, a solid foundation for a promising future. Just then, the fourth aunt, who had been quietly listening, could no longer contain her excitement. She clapped her thigh and declared, What you all have said pales in comparison. My son has opened a small shop. Initially, I worried about its success. But to my surprise, business has flourished over the past 2 years, yielding profits far exceeding his previous employment. The relatives engaged in a spirited exchange, each boasting about their children's accomplishments, their faces radiating pride. The restaurant was enveloped in an atmosphere of competition and display as everyone endeavored to showcase their offspring's achievements, seemingly vying for superiority in this unspoken contest. Amidst this fervor, someone unexpectedly shifted the focus to Lin Weiguo and Yang Taixia. Lin Yang graduated from a prestigious university. His career must be thriving, considering how busy he has been. It's been 2 years since he last returned home, a curious relative inquired. Upon hearing the question, Lin Weiguo and Yang Taixia maintained their warm smiles. Lin Weiguo replied in a calm manner, Things are going well. I've been busy with work these past 2 years. But now that I have some free time, I'll be driving back in a couple of days. His tone was imbued with pride for his son. The relatives perked up at the mention of Lin Yang returning by car. The eldest aunt's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Ah, he even has a car now. That surely indicates he is doing well. When he returns, let us make sure to gather as a family. It's been years since we last saw him." Yang Caixia nodded in agreement with a smile, assuring everyone, "Rest assured, once Xiao Yang is back, we will host a gathering in a few days for everyone to enjoy a feast together." Lin Weiwa echoed her sentiments, and the atmosphere grew even more jubilant. Xingqing, Binjiang Bay Community. Lin Yang hung up the phone and took the elevator upstairs. Upon the automatic unlocking through facial recognition, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. This 800 square meter riverside flat, located in Star City's Binjiang Bay, marks the inaugural day of his residency in this new abode. Valued at over 40 million in the market, this opulent residence is a reward obtained following the rescue of the chairman of Runt Group, based on intelligence he garnered. To acquire such a lavish estate for merely the cost of a 120 yuan ambulance ride is beyond anyone's imagination. As he crossed the threshold, the expansive and luminous space unfolded before him without reservation. The minimalist decor subtly exuded luxury. Approaching the window, the grand floor-to-ceiling panes revealed the outside world with unimpeded clarity. A panoramic 270-degree view presented the river scenery like a breathtaking masterpiece, gradually unfurling. In the distance, the shimmering waters of the Xiang River sparkled. On the opposite bank, the city skyline rose in a harmonious array, modern skyscrapers reaching skyward, showcasing the vibrancy and prosperity of this metropolis. Lin Yang's gaze lingered on every corner of the room, a wave of poignant reflection washing over him. Once he resided in a cramped and dilapidated rental, with the paint on the walls flaked away in large patches, exposing a mottled surface beneath. The windows hung precariously, their glass marred with cracks, barely held together by strips of tape. The door lock had rusted long ago, requiring considerable effort to open each time. The furnishings were equally worn. The bed creaked ominously with every movement, as if it might collapse at any moment. The floor was uneven, each step taken with utmost caution to avoid tripping. Yet now, merely half a month later, his fate had undergone an astonishing transformation, rendering the scene before him akin to an exquisite dream that once seemed unattainable. Lin Yang inhaled deeply, striving to quell the excitement bubbling within. He settled onto the sofa in the living room and retrieved the 400 million check earned from selling antiques from his pocket. In that moment, the most pressing concern was to cash the check and deposit it into his account, subsequently enabling Hu Qian to acquire all shares of Foodie Battery available in the market. Intelligence indicated that Lu Xiangdong, the second-largest shareholder of Foodie Battery, intended to incite panic by selling off his shares, thus creating an opportunity to purchase them back with the funds from his sales. In the near future, the investment made would multiply exponentially. In addition to these matters, before returning home, he intended to visit the mall to procure some health supplements for his parents. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gentle gaps in the curtains, illuminating Lin Yang's face and rousing him from a sweet slumber. As he slowly awakened, he felt refreshed, marking the beginning of a new day. He sprang up swiftly and entered the spacious, bright bathroom to begin his morning routine. Inside, the exquisite fixtures shimmered with a silver glow under the lights, and the thermostatic showerhead released fine droplets, resembling a gentle spring rain that swept away his fatigue. After completing his ablutions, Lin Yang carefully selected a comfortable, casual outfit and stepped out with a buoyant stride. His destination was the bank to cash the 400 million check, followed by a visit to the mall to purchase health supplements for his parents. As he stepped out of his home, preparing to press the elevator button, the door across the hall unexpectedly swung open, revealing a familiar figure. Lin Yang focused his gaze and was astonished to see Chen Qingqing. Suddenly, everything fell into place. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity upon first visiting this new residence. Chen Qingqing lived right opposite him. He had visited her home over half a month ago, envious of her youthful ownership of a luxurious apartment in Star City. Little did he anticipate that he would also reside here now, and they had become neighbors. Lin Yang greeted Chen Qingqing warmly, what a coincidence. I had no idea you live across the hall. It's quite remarkable that we are now neighbors. A gentle smile graced Chun Qingqing's lips, her eyes sparkling with delight as she thought to herself, I knew all along. It was because of you. How could I have allowed my father to gift this apartment otherwise? She responded enthusiastically, indeed, what a coincidence. The world is so small. From now on, we can look out for each other. Chun Qingqing's gaze lingered on Lin Yang for a moment before she curiously inquired, You're out quite early. Where are you headed? Lin Yang replied candidly, I plan to visit the bank first, then head to the mall to pick up some things to bring back home. So you're returning home? Chun Qingqing raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of longing in her eyes. I would love to revisit the places where I once lived. I wonder if I could catch a ride with you? Without a second thought, Lin Yang nodded in agreement, of course. Having your company will surely make the journey more enjoyable. Once inside the elevator, Chun Qingqing suddenly seemed to recall something and exclaimed with enthusiasm. How about I accompany you to shop? This time back, I would like to visit Teacher Wang. Lin Yang paused for a brief moment, a warm smile spreading across his face. Teacher Wang, their middle school homeroom teacher, was an incredibly kind and wise individual. In Lin Yang's memory, Teacher Wang was always patient, listening to everyone's troubles and offering encouragement and support. When Lin Yang struggled with feelings of inferiority due to his family's financial challenges, it was Teacher Wang's comforting words that helped him regain his confidence and face life as challenges bravely. Reflecting on this, Lin Yang's heart swelled with gratitude for Teacher Wang. He smiled and said, Great. In that case, I'll buy an extra gift so we can visit Teacher Wang together. We must not forget the guidance and support he provided us. Chapter 78. Embracing assistance. Lin Yang arrived at the Bingjiang branch of Xingqing Bank. As soon as the wheels of his car came to a halt, before he could even reach for the door handle, Zhang Jun rushed out with an eager expression, moving with such urgency as if he feared missing out on something of utmost importance. Closely following him were several middle-aged gentlemen clad in impeccably tailored suits, each wearing a solemn expression and marching in unison. Zhang Jun swiftly opened the car door for Lin Yang, bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle, adopting an exaggeratedly courteous stance, and beaming with a smile that radiated flattery. Mr. Lin, you have finally arrived. We've been awaiting your presence. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback by the formality with which Zhang Jun addressed him. After he and Chun Qingqing exited the vehicle, before they could find their footing, the group behind Zhang Jun closed in around them. The leading figure, his face alight with a warm smile, took a few brisk steps forward, extending his hand enthusiastically to grasp Lin Yang's firmly. Mr. Lin, welcome. I am Wang Bin, the branch manager of the Bingjiang office. Please, just call me Xiao Wang. I assure you, I will ensure everything is handled impeccably today. Despite appearing nearly twice Lin Yang's age, Wang Bin adopted a notably humble demeanor in his presence, as if Lin Yang were the most esteemed guest in his life. Lin Yang reciprocated the courtesy, exchanging pleasantries with Wang Bin. Subsequently, Wang Bin gestured for them to enter the bank. Throughout the journey, Wang Bin continuously expressed his warm welcome, his tone imbued with sincerity and respect, escorting Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing into the VIP room. Upon entering, Wang Bin cheerfully stated, Mr. Lin, please take a seat with this young lady. Do not hesitate to let me know if you require anything. There is no need for formality. As Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing settled into the plush sofas, Zhang Jun hurriedly entered with a platter of fruits and pastries, gently placing them on the coffee table. Lin Yang cast a casual glance and was momentarily taken aback. The assortment of fruits and pastries differed significantly from his previous visit. Last time, the offerings were merely common apples and bananas. This time, however, the platter boasted exquisite delicacies. There were luscious cherries, their golden hue and plumpness remarkable, along with ruby-red Roman grapes, exuding a rich fragrance. Such fruits were seldom found in ordinary fruit shops, typically reserved for upscale supermarkets. Lin Yang recognized them from videos he had seen, knowing their price per pound could reach into the thousands. With the branch manager personally attending to him and the lobby manager bustling about in service, the lavish selection of fruits and pastries indicated the high regard in which Lin Yang was held, undoubtedly due to the significant 400 million yuan check. After all, such an amount was a substantial sum for any branch, warranting significant attention from a bank. Having completed the check transaction, Lin Yang had other matters to attend to and was soon to return to his hometown, where he needed to purchase health supplements for his parents. Thus, he straightforwardly addressed Wang Bin. "I would like to cash this check. Manager Wang, what do you think?" Wang Bin yore a roundian simile, promptly nodding as he said, "Mr. Lin, I am aware. Zhang Jun provided me with a detailed report yesterday. Under normal circumstances, cashing such a substantial check necessitates a week's advance appointment. However, your matters, Mr. Lin, are of utmost priority to our bank, and we shall certainly accommodate you with special arrangements." As he spoke, he carefully accepted the 400 million check from Lin Yang's hands. Wang Bin first placed the check on the table, leaning slightly forward, his eyes fixed intently on the check as he meticulously examined every detail, including the issuance date, the amount in both numerical and written form, the payee's name, and the issuer's signature. As he scrutinized, he nodded gently, occasionally murmuring, "Yes, the issuance date is correct. The amount is consistent in both forms, and the signature is clear." Once he confirmed the authenticity and integrity of the check, he raised his head and, with a smile, addressed Lin Yang. "Mr. Lin, all the fundamental information on the check appears to be in order. Next, I kindly ask you to provide a valid form of identification for our identity verification process." Understanding the necessity of the procedure, Lin Yang complied without further comment. He retrieved his identification card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Bin, who received it with both hands in a gesture of utmost respect. He then placed the ID on a nearby card reader to extract and verify the information. His gaze shifted between the computer screen and the ID, meticulously comparing each piece of information while reassuring Lin Yang. "Rest assured, Mr. Lin, this identity verification is a requisite process for the bank and will be completed shortly." Upon successful verification, Wang Bin produced a transfer document, placing it before Lin Yang and indicating the blank fields. "Mr. Lin, I would appreciate it if you could fill out this transfer form, providing the recipient's account details, the designated account to which this sum will be transferred." Lin Yang accepted the document and diligently filled it out with a pen, while Wang Bin observed closely, his eyes fixed on the information being penned, anxious to avoid any errors. Once Lin Yang completed the form, Wang Bin took it back, scrutinizing it thoroughly once more. After confirming its accuracy, he exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked, "Mr. Lin, you have filled this out with remarkable precision. I will now proceed with the transfer process. Please bear with me for a moment." With that, he stood and swiftly moved to the computer, operating it with practiced agility. His fingers danced across the keyboard as his eyes remained glued to the screen, displaying a focused demeanor. After a brief interval, he turned around, his face alight with joy, and declared, "Mr. Lin, the transfer process has been successfully completed. You may rest assured. The sum of 400 million has been transferred to your designated account, and you can verify the transaction details at your convenience via mobile banking or other means." Lin Yang nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his satisfaction. Wang Bin then hastily added, "Should you have any further requirements, whether related to banking or any other matters, please feel free to contact me at any time. Be sure to keep my number saved. From now on, you shall be one of our bank's most esteemed clients, and we are committed to providing you with the highest quality of service." As he spoke, he retrieved a business card from his pocket and extended it to Lin Yang with both hands. The words on the card shimmered under the light, seemingly reflecting Wang Bin's regard for Lin Yang. After concluding their business, Lin Yang did not linger. He rose and departed promptly. Wang Bin, along with Zhang Jun and the others, personally escorted Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing to the car. Wang Bin opened the car door, his face beaming with a smile as he said, "Mr. Lin, please take care. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call me. I am at your service 24/7. His tone suggested that Lin Yang was akin to his benefactor, and he would not hesitate to go to great lengths to fulfill Lin Yang's needs. After Lin Yang settled into the car and Chen Qingqing fastened her seatbelt, he started the engine. Wang Bin and Zhang Jun stood by the vehicle, waving farewell incessantly, their gestures reminiscent of bidding farewell to an important leader about to embark on a long journey. Even as the car drove far off, Lin Yang could still see them waving in the rearview mirror, their figures particularly conspicuous in the sunlight. Once Lin Yang's vehicle vanished from sight, Wang Bin withdrew his gaze, still wearing a flattering smile, as if Lin Yang were still before him. He turned to Zhang Jun, his expression softening into one of warmth as he declared, "Zhang Jun, effective immediately, you are promoted to private client manager, specifically responsible for liaising with Mr. Lin. Any request from Mr. Lin must be met with utmost urgency. There can be no slackness, understood?" Zhang Jun was momentarily taken aback by this announcement, only for a look of unrestrained joy to spread across his face. He had never anticipated that merely facilitating Lin Yang's check exchange would lead to such an opportunity for promotion. He nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Thank you, manager. Thank you, manager. I will work diligently and not betray your trust." Wang Bin nodded in satisfaction, patting Zhang Jun on the shoulder, saying, "You, my friend, are quite fortunate. Had you mentioned that you had such a wealthy classmate earlier, would you have had to wait until today for a promotion? I would never have limited you to merely being a lobby manager. Make sure to seize this opportunity. If you serve Mr. Lin well, the rewards will be plentiful." Zhang Jun nodded vigorously, silently resolving to firmly attach himself to Lin Yang's fortunes. He mused that Lin Yang had only exchanged a check and not made a deposit. Yet he had been promoted to client manager. If one day Lin Yang casually deposited several hundred million, would he not then be in line for the position of vice president? The thought quickened Zhang Jun's heartbeat, his eyes brimming with anticipation, as if the title of vice president were beckoning him. Meanwhile, in the office of Star City Securities, manager Hu Qian was intently focused on her computer screen, which flickered with various stock data and charts. Her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, her gaze sharp and concentrated. Suddenly, a prominent notification appeared on the screen. Lin Yang's account has successfully received a fund transfer of 400 million. Hu Qian's hands abruptly halted, her eyes widening in astonishment. Her mouth slightly agape, her face a canvas of shock. She could hardly believe her eyes. Instinctively, she rubbed them and gazed back at the screen. The figure of 400 million remained vividly displayed, as if proclaiming the authenticity of it all. "How could this be possible?" she muttered, her voice laced with astonishment and confusion. Before she could fully recover from her shock, her phone chimed, revealing a message from Lin Yang. "Keep a close watch on the stock of Foodie Battery. If anyone sells, acquire all shares regardless of the price." Hu Qian took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. She understood that Lin Yang was far more complex than he appeared. Her previous involvement in assisting him with the acquisition of Foodie Battery shares had instilled in her profound trust in him. She believed he must possess some undisclosed information. Given that he had issued such a directive, it was undoubtedly based on credible intelligence. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned her assistant and urgently instructed, "Gather everyone in the conference room immediately. We have an urgent task." She then rose and briskly made her way to the meeting room. Before long, team members began to arrive, and as they observed Hu Qian's serious demeanor, they grasped the gravity of the situation, the atmosphere in the conference room turning palpably tense. Standing before the conference table, Hu Qian scanned each individual with her gaze and spoke rapidly. "Listen carefully, everyone. From this moment on, we must monitor every move of Foodie Battery 24/7. If anyone sells their shares, regardless of the price, acquire them all without delay. This is a critical directive from Mr. Lin, pivotal to our forthcoming strategy. So let us all be fully alert." The team members nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting focus and determination. They swiftly returned to their posts, engaging in a flurry of activity. In no time, the office was filled with the rhythmic sound of keyboards clacking and phones ringing, each person wholly immersed in the task of monitoring and preparing for the acquisition of Foodie Battery shares. Chapter 79. Be observant. Lin Yang drove Chen Qingqing to the IFS International Financial Square. After parking in the underground garage, they ascended in the elevator together. The first floor was lined with luxury brand boutiques, showcasing the latest seasonal apparel and accessories in their windows. Attentive staff, clad in uniforms, greeted each customer with warm smiles. Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing did not linger, proceeding directly to the elevator, intent on reaching the second floor. Their purpose was clear. Lin Yang sought supplements for his parents, while Chen Qingqing aimed to select a gift for for her middle school homeroom teacher. Upon reaching the second floor, they paused in front of a pharmacy named Jiuzhitang. Sharing a glance, Chun Qingqing remarked, "It seems we are of the same mind. Ginseng truly is an excellent supplement, invigorating energy, enhancing immunity, and alleviating fatigue." Lin Yang nodded in agreement and stepped into the pharmacy, where a rich aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped them. The interior boasted an elegant, rustic decor, with wooden shelves and counters exuding a subtle fragrance, blending harmoniously with the medicinal scents in the air. Various scrolls depicting knowledge about herbs and traditional Chinese medicine adorned the walls, adding a touch of culture to the establishment. A female pharmacist approached with a professional smile, greeting them warmly. "Good day, sir and madam. We are the finest pharmacy in Star City, offering a variety of rare medicinal herbs. May I inquire what you are seeking? Could you show us your ginseng, please?" "Certainly." The pharmacist led Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing to the ginseng display and began to introduce the various types. She first pointed to a row of fresh ginseng, stating, "Sir, this fresh ginseng is newly arrived and extremely fresh. Observe its smooth skin and vibrant color. It is perfect for medicinal cuisine, retaining the essence of ginseng while enhancing the flavor and nourishment of dishes. Moreover, it is reasonably priced at just 99 each." Lin Yang followed her gesture, noting that the fresh ginseng appeared diminutive, resembling undernourished radishes, and seemed of inferior quality. Noticing their lack of interest, the pharmacist directed her attention to another variety. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she said, "This 5-year-old ginseng is meticulously cultivated. Look at its intact roots and clear striations. It possesses high medicinal value. Although it is somewhat pricier at 999 each, it is undoubtedly worth the investment, as many customers specifically seek this ginseng for its health benefits." Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing leaned closer to the counter, scrutinizing the ginseng. Indeed, it appeared more authentic than the fresh variety, yet still seemed rather small, barely exceeding half the size of a little finger. Lin Yang slightly furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of disappointment. This ginseng did not meet his expectations for high quality. Chun Qingqing, too, shook her head, her expression revealing dissatisfaction. "These ginsengs are far too ordinary. They are hardly presentable as gifts. Perhaps we should explore other options." Lin Yang nodded subtly, his gaze reflecting a hint of resignation. The female pharmacist seemed oblivious to the disappointment of the two individuals, continuing to eloquently extol the virtues of her offerings. "Sir, madam, this 10-year-old ginseng, graded at $99.99, is one of our signature products. With its extensive growth period and rich nutritional content, it provides remarkable health benefits whether used in soups or infusions. It is perfect for revitalizing your parents' health." However, Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing had already lost interest in such commonplace ginseng, simultaneously exclaiming, "These are far too ordinary." Their tone bore a hint of impatience, and they disregarded the pharmacist's recommendations altogether, preparing to depart. At that moment, a middle-aged man strode in with purpose, dressed in a neat dark suit. His hair was impeccably styled, and a confident smile adorned his face, exuding an air of competence. Upon entering, he quickly surveyed the store, his gaze landing on Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing. At first glance, he recognized them as the individuals he had seen earlier in the parking lot disembarking from a Wuling U8. Although the Wuling U8 paled in comparison to top-tier luxury vehicles, priced at just over $1 million, those who drove such cars were undoubtedly affluent, likely possessing higher-end vehicles as well, using this one merely as a toy to explore various new features. "Good morning, store manager," a pharmacist greeted the man with immediate respect. "Good morning," he replied with a slight nod, and then briskly approached Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing. Upon reaching them, his smile grew warmer, and he courteously said, "Sir, madam, greetings." Store manager. The pharmacist who had previously recommended ginseng to Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing opened her mouth to offer an explanation, but was interrupted by a raised hand from the store manager. A flicker of sternness crossed his eyes as he regarded the pharmacist, his tone serious. "Hurry, prepare a cup of health tea for these two. What have I taught you? You must be observant." The man frowned, perplexed by the pharmacist's lack of insight. It was evident that these guests were not interested in the ordinary ginseng and were seeking something superior. Clearly, They were individuals of means. Yet, rather than presenting them with finer options, she persisted in promoting some cost-effective, commonly cultivated ginseng. After reprimanding her, he swiftly donned a smile once more, turning to Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing. Sir, madam, please do not be upset with my staff's lack of discernment. We do have superior ginseng available in our store. Please take a seat and relax for a moment. I will bring it to you shortly, allowing you to browse at your leisure. Chapter 80. A shopping spree. The shopkeeper approached the counter, crouched down, and carefully unlocked the safe, emerging with 4 or 5 exquisite red boxes. He hastily made his way to Lin Yang, gently placing the boxes on the counter and slowly lifting the lids. In an instant, the boxes revealed their treasures, immense ginseng roots, each as thick as a finger, radiating a distinctive luster. Lin Yang's gaze was instantly captivated. These ginseng roots were clearly of a far superior caliber than those he had previously examined. With utmost care, the shopkeeper lifted one of the boxes and presented it to Lin Yang for inspection, elaborating. This is a cultivated ginseng, aged 50 years. Observe the intricate network of iron wire patterns upon its surface, deep, dense, and dark. The roots are entirely intact, not a single strand broken, ensuring that none of its medicinal potency has been diminished. Lin Yang leaned in for a closer look, confirming the shopkeeper's assertions. Indeed, the roots were flawless, with not even the slightest hint of damage to the fine, hair-like tendrils. Sir, wild ginseng is exceedingly rare nowadays. Should one happen to surface, it would never circulate in the market. This cultivated 50-year ginseng is the finest available for purchase, the shopkeeper stated earnestly. Lin Yang nodded, appreciating the shopkeeper's sincerity. Regardless of whether this ginseng was truly the best on the market, at least he was not attempting to pass off a cultivated specimen as wild. How much is this? Lin Yang inquired. 280,000. Does that seem reasonable to you? The shopkeeper replied. And the others? Lin Yang preset pour terre. Identical. Each is a 50-year cultivated ginseng. Priced at 280,000 apiece, the shopkeeper patiently explained. Very well, I will take them all. Please wrap them up, Lin Yang decisively stated. Certainly, the shopkeeper beamed, and the staff in the shop suddenly became exuberantly attentive, offering wellness tea and thoughtfully presenting gelatin desserts for Lin Yang and Qin Qingqing to savor. 5 roots of cultivated 50-year ginseng, each costing 280,000, totaled 1,400,000. After settling the bill, Lin Yang unhesitatingly handed one root to Chun Qingqing, saying, "This one is for you to give to Teacher Wang." Previously, when he sold antiques, the buyer had refrained from negotiating the price out of gratitude for Chun Qingqing's life-saving assistance, allowing him to earn an additional 100 million. He had treated her to a meal then, and since she expressed a desire for ginseng, this gift was a gesture of appreciation for that past kindness. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it without payment. I will transfer the money to you. Chun Qingqing insisted before Lin Yang could respond, swiftly transferring the funds to his bank account. Having previously sold her a beautiful pearl, she already possessed his banking details. Lin Yang understood that her choice to transfer funds rather than use WeChat was to ensure he would accept the payment. With that in mind, he refrained from further protest, silently noting this kindness, planning to return the favor when the opportunity arose. As Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing departed, the shopkeeper and the apothecaries accompanied them to the entrance, bidding them farewell in unison. Take care. We eagerly await your next visit. Their actions drew the attention of passers-by, who curiously wondered how much Lin Yang and his companions had purchased to elicit such enthusiasm from the store staff. After acquiring the supplements, the two ascended to the basement-level boutique supermarket via the elevator. At the entrance of the supermarket, the liquor and tobacco counter stood out prominently, showcasing an array of fine wines and cigarettes neatly arranged. Lin Yang mused that although his parents rarely indulged in alcohol, it was essential to have wine and cigarettes on hand for entertaining guests. Thus, his gaze traversed the tobacco and liquor display, ultimately settling on the He Tian Xia cigarettes priced at 2,000 yuan per pack and a bottle of Maotai at 280 yuan. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to purchase 10 packs of He Tian Xia cigarettes and 5 cases of Maotai. Although these items bore a hefty price tag, they paled in comparison to the ginseng he had previously acquired. If not for the limited space in the trunk of his car, he would have procured even more. Once his purchases were complete, Lin Yang instructed the proprietor to deliver the liquor and tobacco to the parking lot for placement in the trunk. Noticing that noon was approaching, Lin Yang proposed taking Chun Qingqing out for a meal, to which she readily agreed. They again took the elevator to the 5th floor of the mall. The entire 5th floor was suffused with the enticing aroma of food, with various restaurants and snack shops bustling in close proximity to one another. As mealtime approached, long lines formed outside each establishment, with some numbering over 50 tables. Yet, despite the crowds, eager patrons continued to queue for their turn. "How about this one?" Lin Yang suggested, pausing in front of a Western restaurant named Secret Realm. Gazing up, he admired the restaurant's uniquely charming decor, characterized by an abundance of glass elements that sparkled under the sunlight, resembling a dreamlike crystal palace. The entrance was adorned with intricate wrought iron designs surrounding the wooden door, exuding a rich European ambience. Remarkably, this restaurant was the only one on the 5th floor that did not require a wait, and Lin Yang, who disliked queues, was immediately drawn to it. Chun Qingqing's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of approval in her eyes, as she nodded and remarked, "Indeed, you have a discerning eye. This restaurant is among the finest in Star City." With that, they walked side by side into the restaurant. Upon entering, a warm and welcoming server promptly approached them, beaming with genuine smiles as they courteously guided them to an empty table. The server then presented the menu with both hands. Lin Yang accepted the menu and cast a casual glance over it, only to be taken aback by the prices listed. No wonder the other restaurants on the 5th floor were teeming with patrons, while this one remained free of lines. A simple cream mushroom soup was priced at 700 to 800 yuan, a cost that could easily afford a lavish meal in a typical restaurant. Moreover, the main courses, such as steak, were priced by weight, with a 5 wagyu beef costing 19 yuan per gram. While this might seem reasonable at first glance, the reality was otherwise. A typical steak weighed around 250 grams, resulting in a staggering price nearing 5,000 yuan per serving. This price was indeed astonishing, likely beyond the means of an average person. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, quietly lamenting that such prices were certainly not within the reach of ordinary consumers. In the past, he would undoubtedly have deemed it excessively expensive, dismissing even the mere thought of attempting it. However, his financial circumstances have since transformed, and the accumulation of wealth has altered his perspective on consumption. In this journey of life, one ought to embrace the courage to explore diverse experiences and to savor various facets of existence. Given his newfound capacity to afford it, why not indulge in the experience? Without attempting, how could one discern its true essence and determine whether it is worth the price? Chapter 81. Two rustic individuals dining on Western cuisine. Lin Yang perused the menu, embarking on the culinary selection process. He first ordered a bowl of creamy mushroom soup, priced at 780 yuan, pondering what unique qualities could justify such a steep price tag. Next, he chose an A5 wagyu steak, freshly cut and weighed by the waiter. This 238-gram cut would amount to nearly 4,736 yuan at a rate of 19 yuan per gram. He also opted for a 480 yuan pasta dish, eager to discern how the fare at this restaurant differed from the pasta he was accustomed to. Lastly, he selected a salad priced at 850 yuan. Chun Qingqing, on the other hand, ordered a flank steak, which, while less expensive than the A5 wagyu, still cost around 4,000 yuan. Additionally, she requested several appetizers. Shortly after placing their orders, the dishes began to arrive at their table. The first to be served was the creamy mushroom soup, its milky white liquid elegantly contained within a delicate ceramic bowl, adorned with a sprinkling of fine herbs, accompanied by a small, perfectly toasted slice of bread, golden and inviting. Next came the pasta, its slender strands enveloped in a rich meat sauce, wherein tender morsels of meat and finely chopped vegetables were clearly discernible. A vibrant basil leaf was artfully placed at the edge of the plate, enhancing its exquisite presentation. Following this was the salad, a delightful arrangement of fresh vegetables meticulously crafted into a visually stunning composition, vibrant with hues of red tomatoes, orange carrots, purple cabbage, and green lettuce. all topped with a scattering of nuts and crumbled cheese, accompanied by a small dish of specially crafted dressing. Observing these dishes, Lin Yang couldn't help but recall the just circulating online regarding Western cuisine. Large plates, small portions, and an abundance of greens or sauces. Indeed, it seemed to hold true, for each dish, though modest in size, was presented with an artistry that made them appear less like food and more like carefully curated works of art. A faint smile, tinged with amusement, crept across Lin Yang's lips as he turned to glance at Chun Qingqing, who was equally captivated by the visual allure of the dishes before them. Just as Lin Yang was lost in admiration of the meticulous plating, the highly anticipated steak made its entrance. The waiter approached with steady hands, presenting an exquisite platter, atop which lay the celebrated A5 Wagyu steak. The plate was a custom creation, its edges adorned with intricate carvings, and the steak rested in the center, surrounded by an array of vibrantly colored accompaniments, alongside a small dish of specialty sauce. With a smile, the waiter leaned slightly forward, commencing a detailed introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our restaurant's finest A5 Wagyu steak. This A5 Wagyu hails from the esteemed Kobe region of Japan, known for its purebred black-haired cattle. During the final phase of their rearing, these cattle are fed a unique diet consisting of rice, malt, and beer mash to ensure their meat is exceptionally tender and juicy. Furthermore, Japan imposes strict grading standards for Wagyu, with A5 representing the highest tier, indicative of rich fat marbling and top-tier meat quality. The waiter introduced the menu for quite some time, before politely bowing slightly and turning to leave. One eye-opener. Lin Yang gazed at the expensive steak before him, his heart brimming with anticipation. He picked up his knife and fork, slicing off a piece of steak to savor. However, in that very instant, his brows furrowed immediately. Chun Qingqing had been attentively observing Lin Yang's reaction, and upon noticing his expression, she swiftly inquired, "What is the matter?" Lin Yang sleekly frowned, a hint of distaste crossing his face as he remarked, "It's too greasy. The texture resembles that of a large chunk of roasted beef fat." Chun Qingqing chuckled softly, patiently elucidating, "You see, the highest grade of Wagyu beef is A5, which is classified based on the fat content enveloping the meat. The fat content in A5 Wagyu is exceedingly high, thus it indeed bears a striking resemblance to beef fat. You might find it more palatable if you try some side dishes, like the salad beside you. The fresh vegetables can help cut through the richness, balancing the flavors when paired with the steak." "Really?" Lin Yang regarded Chun Qingqing with a hint of skepticism, casting a glance at the salad. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to heed her advice. He speared some salad with his fork and brought it to his mouth, where the crisp vegetables mingled with the tangy dressing, instantly refreshing his palate. Indeed, this invigorating taste significantly alleviated the greasiness of the steak. Lin Yang nodded slightly, realizing that Chun Qingqing was right. With the salad accompanying him, he was finally able to continue savoring the steak. He alternated between bites of steak and salad, slowly relishing each mouthful. Although the greasiness of the steak remained quite pronounced, it was tolerable under the salad's moderation. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Is this the unique flavor of top-tier A5 Wagyu? It truly is not something that everyone can easily enjoy. This modest 238-gram steak, priced at nearly 5,000 yuan, equates to almost half a year's rent for his previous apartment. Noticing Lin Yang's reluctant demeanor, Chun Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle, asking, "Don't you like Western cuisine? Then why come here?" Lin Yang shrugged, responding with nonchalance, "Isn't it because this place doesn't require a queue?" In truth, Lin Yang preferred Chinese cuisine. In his heart, he believed that the methods and flavors of Chinese cooking possessed an unparalleled diversity that Western cuisine could not match. In comparison, Western cooking seemed relatively simplistic. Lin Yang mused that trying Western food was sufficient. His palate favored Chinese fare more. "Haha, you're quite amusing. Aren't you afraid that the reason there's no queue is that the food is unpalatable?" Chun Qingqing's words, neither too loud nor too soft, fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring ripples. The waiter, who had been gracefully gliding through the restaurant with a tray, abruptly halted at the sound of her remark, the tray in his hands trembling slightly. He slowly turned his head, and the exuberant smile that once adorned his face vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of profound indignation, as if he had been grievously offended. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly wishing to carve Chun Ching into 1,000 pieces, as if to convey, "Our restaurant is the finest in Star City, boasting the most exceptional chefs and the finest ingredients. How could it possibly be unpalatable? How dare you utter such words?" Not only the waiter, but patrons at other tables were also drawn to the sudden outburst. The previously hushed conversation ceased, and all eyes turned towards the source of the commotion. In a corner of the restaurant, a well-dressed couple was savoring their romantic lunch. Upon hearing Chun Ching's remarks, the young man furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of disdain crossing his face. He leaned closer to the young woman, whispering, "These two country bumpkins clearly have never experienced the finer things in life. The secret realm is the pinnacle of fine dining in Star City, where every dish is meticulously crafted. How could it possibly be unappetizing? They simply lack the palate to appreciate such culinary artistry." The young woman nodded in agreement, her eyes betraying a sense of superiority. At another table, a group of middle-aged men in tailored suits were engaged in business discussions. One of them set down his wine glass, curling his lip in disdain as he remarked to his companions, "Today's youth truly lack decorum. To speak so boldly in such an upscale establishment is beyond comprehension. The dishes here celebrate the essence of the ingredients and the finesse of the cooking, something they're clearly incapable of grasping." The others nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a self-assured superiority. A group of young women, who had been joyfully sharing their meal, cast curious glances at the unfolding scene. One girl with a ponytail whispered to her friend, "How can they say such things? I've always wanted to dine at this restaurant. I've heard the steaks and desserts are exceptional. They must simply be incapable of enjoying good food and are speaking out of turn." Her companions joined in the hushed discussion, expressing skepticism towards Lin Yang and Chun Ching's comments. After their meal concluded, Lin Yang raised his hand to summon the waiter for the bill. The waiter approached promptly, a professional smile on his face as he politely stated, "Sir, madam, your total comes to 15,629 yuan. Without hesitation, Lin Yang retrieved his phone, prepared to make the payment. However, the waiter did not extend his hand for the scan as customary. Instead, he slightly inclined his body, a mysterious smile gracing his features as he said, "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize, but our owner has instructed that all your meals today are complimentary." Lin Yang was taken aback, confusion etched across his face. He pondered, "I do not know the owner of the secret realm. How could such a fortunate circumstance arise? Moreover, how could this waiter possibly recognize me?" The diners present turned their attention, intrigued by the identity of Lin Yang, who seemed to enjoy complimentary meals. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed through Lin Yang's mind, the mysterious smile that had graced Chun Ching's face when they first entered the restaurant. Previously, an upscale seafood buffet, they had also dined for free due to Chun Ching's status as the owner. Was it possible that this fine dining establishment was also under her ownership? Lin Yang slowly turned his head, fixating his gaze on Chun Ching, and cautiously inquired, "Is this restaurant also yours?" At that moment, the waiter promptly interjected, "Indeed, Mr. Lin. This young lady is the owner of our establishment." The instant the waiter spoke, the restaurant fell into a hushed silence, all eyes magnetically drawn to Lin Yang and Chun Ching. Those who had previously whispered and mocked them as country bumpkins now found their expressions frozen in disbelief. The well-dressed young man, who had been wearing a disdainful expression and prepared to continue his banter with his girlfriend, suddenly found his smile faltering, his lips twitching as his complexion turned a shade reminiscent of liver. Avoiding eye contact, he instinctively lowered his head, tugging at his collar as if it had suddenly tightened, leaving him breathless. His girlfriend, once in agreement with his sentiments, now appeared equally embarrassed, her cheeks flushed, biting her lip in regret as she silently lamented, "Had I known she was the owner, I would have refrained from speaking so carelessly." Meanwhile, the middle-aged businessmen, who had been engaged in conversation, exchanged glances of astonishment and discomfort. One man, who had been vociferously expressing his opinions moments ago, found his wine glass suspended in mid-air as if time itself had halted. His complexion fluctuated between pale and red, tiny beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He awkwardly coughed a couple of times in an attempt to alleviate the tension, only to discover his throat was parched, rendering his voice stiff and unnatural. The group of young women also widened their eyes in disbelief. The girl with the ponytail, who had been discussing Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing with her friends, now stood with her mouth agape in astonishment, unable to close it for what felt like eternity. Covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes brimmed with surprise and regret, she murmured to her companions, "Oh my, she is the owner. We just said she wouldn't know how to dine, and now we've truly embarrassed ourselves." Her friends nodded in agreement, their faces displaying awkward smiles as they recognized the recklessness of their prior actions. Simultaneously, other patrons in the restaurant began to murmur amongst themselves, realizing that the woman in question was indeed the proprietor of the establishment. A fashionably attired lady exclaimed in astonishment, "So, that woman is the owner of this restaurant. Is it not obvious? Those who can afford such an expensive restaurant cannot possibly be unsophisticated," one companion concurred. To establish a high-end dining establishment in the prime location of the Guijin Center surely requires a person of exceptional stature, another remarked, unable to suppress their admiration. In comparison to them, we are indeed the unsophisticated ones, someone murmured quietly, their tone tinged with envy and self-deprecation. Indeed, the flavor is akin to roasted beef fat. It is merely our pride that prevents us from acknowledging it. Only individuals of significant standing can afford to speak candidly without concern for the opinions of others. A bespectacled gentleman adjusted his glasses and thoughtfully observed. Chapter 82. It is my duty to serve you after finishing lunch. Lin Yang drove Chun Qingqing home. Along the way, the two engaged in cheerful conversation, with Lin Yang playfully remarking, "Once again, I find myself benefiting from your generosity." Chun Qingqing, with a mischievous wink, replied, "There is no need for such formality between us. Speaking of which, I am quite looking forward to our return to Phoenix County tomorrow. I have often thought of Teacher Wang over the years, but have never had the opportunity to visit. By the way, what time are we departing tomorrow? Let us aim for 8 o'clock. Leaving early will allow us to arrive in time for dinner." The journey from Phoenix County to Star City takes approximately 8 to 9 hours, so an early departure ensures they reach home before nightfall. "All right, just let me know when you're ready tomorrow." "Sure." As they conversed, the car had already entered the community garage. Both resided in the same neighborhood, in the same building, and on the same floor, making their outings remarkably convenient, and they couldn't help but chuckle. Once back in the community, Lin Yang first escorted Chun Qingqing to her home before promptly beginning to transfer items from his house to the car. He made several trips back and forth, beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead, which he paid no mind to. He carefully placed the previously purchased leather belts, clothing, and various snacks into the vehicle, all the while contemplating the significance of these gifts for his parents, ensuring nothing was overlooked. While he was organizing the items, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Xie Jia calling. She provided a detailed update on the progress regarding the refund and compensation for the Maybach S580, explaining how the 4S dealership was evading responsibility with various excuses. However, in the face of a complete and valid chain of evidence, the dealership could not deny their obligations. Just as Xie Jia was about to initiate legal proceedings, the dealership finally relented, though they were only willing to offer a refund and compensation of 1-to-1. With a resolute tone, Xie Jia stated, "Mr. Lin, I am absolutely confident in securing a refund and triple compensation from the 4S dealership. Their fraudulent actions must be penalized, and I wish to proceed with the lawsuit, seeking your opinion." As the legal supervisor at Run Group and a highly esteemed lawyer, Xie Jia had Lin Yang's full trust to handle the case without interference. As long as the desired outcome was achieved, he had no qualms. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang replied, "Lawyer Xie, I support your decision. Proceed as you see fit. There is no need to update me on the progress. Just inform me of the results when the time comes." Understood. Xie Jia felt that Lin Yang was the best client she had ever encountered. Unlike some clients who meddled despite lacking knowledge, Lin Yang's trust in her expertise made her work much more efficient and enjoyable. If only every client were like him, she mused, she would feel rejuvenated. After hanging up, Lin Yang continued preparing for his trip back home, filled with anticipation for the journey that awaited them the following day. The next morning, as the first light of dawn began to break on the horizon, Lin Yang was already awake. He opened his cabinet and carefully retrieved the gold bracelet, the sheep-fat jade, the jadeite bangle, and a few gold rings he had purchased later. Lin Yang meticulously placed the items into the prepared bags, his heart brimming with nostalgia for his parents and the joy of their imminent reunion. Before the clock struck 8, Lin Yang, burdened with an assortment of gifts, arrived at Chen Qingqing's doorstep and gently pressed the doorbell. In a short while, the door swung open, revealing Chen Qingqing, her face aglow with a radiant smile, dressed in casual attire that accentuated her vivacious spirit. "Good morning, Lin Yang. Are you all set?" Chen Qingqing's voice was crisp and melodious. "Good morning. I'm all set. Just waiting for you," Lin Yang replied with a smile. The two ascended in the elevator together, and as they exited, they encountered Zhang Homin. The moment Zhang Homin spotted Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing laden with bags, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and a warm, enthusiastic smile blossomed on his face. He practically rushed over to them, as if fearing someone might beat him to it. With alacrity, he reached out to take the heavy bags from Lin Yang's hands, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, with so many items, allow me to assist you. Please don't hesitate." His tone was filled with such fervor that it was impossible to decline. As they made their way to the parking area, Zhang Homin walked ahead, frequently glancing back to ensure Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing were keeping pace, while simultaneously advising, "Mr. Lin, this way, please be cautious of your step. The ground has just been cleaned and is not entirely dry." His gaze conveyed a genuine concern, as if he were tending to an exceptionally esteemed guest. Noticing Chen Qingqing accompanying Lin Yang, a flicker of curiosity crossed Zhang Homin's eyes, prompting him to inquire, "Mr. Lin, are you bringing so many gifts to visit your father-in-law?" Upon hearing this, Chen Qingqing's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She lowered her head, gently biting her lip, appearing somewhat bashful. Observing her reaction, Lin Yang quickly waved his hand in dismissal, clarifying, "No, I am returning to my hometown. I haven't visited in 2 years, and these are gifts for my parents." Upon realizing his misunderstanding, Zhang Homin promptly apologized. "I beg your pardon. I misjudged the situation. Uncle Lin, Aunt Yang is truly fortunate to have such an impressive son." His words were heartfelt, and as he noticed the bag in his hands labeled Daxia Gold, he understood it contained substantial wealth. With gold prices soaring at 800 or 900 per gram, the bag likely held several pounds, worth at least several $100,000. Although he earned a commendable salary as a steward at Binjiang Bay, it paled in comparison to Lin Yang's generosity. The gifts he was bringing home surpassed Zhang Homin's cumulative earnings from years of frugal living. Zhang Homin enthusiastically led the way, well acquainted with the layout of the community, and soon guided Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing to his parking spot. Upon reaching Lin Yang's vehicle, he opened the trunk, and Zhang Homin promptly placed the items inside with care, even adjusting their position to ensure an orderly arrangement, thus maximizing the space for any additional belongings. After placing down the items he held, he proactively took the package from Chen Qingqing, arranging it meticulously while murmuring, "Everything must be stored properly. We cannot afford any damage." Once he had finished, he inspected the arrangement once more, ensuring that all items were securely in place, before nodding in satisfaction. Lin Yang retrieved a cigarette from the car, unwrapped it, and handed a pack to Zhang Homin, saying, "I appreciate your hard work." Zhang Homin, taken aback, quickly accepted it with both hands, bowing slightly as he replied, "It is no trouble at all. Serving Mr. Lin is my duty." His face radiated joy, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. "Mr. Lin, I wish you a safe journey," he said sincerely, looking at Lin Yang. "Thank you. Take care," Lin Yang responded, before getting into the car with Chen Qingqing. He started the engine and slowly drove out of the community, embarking on the journey back to his hometown. Chapter 83. The second uncle. The journey from Xingqing to Phoenix County was not short. Early in the morning, Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing set off, speeding along the highway. In order to arrive home before dinner, they hastily resolved their lunch at a service area. By 3 in the afternoon, they finally exited the highway and entered the county town of Phoenix. As they passed a small shop, Chen Qingqing expressed her thirst, prompting Lin Yang to brake sharply and bring the car to a steady stop at the entrance, saying, "You wait in the car, I will go buy some water." At the entrance of the shop, several elderly men were seated around a table, engrossed in a game of chess, surrounded by a cluster of enthusiastic onlookers. Suddenly, a sharp screech of brakes shattered the tranquility, causing everyone to turn their heads. A large off-road vehicle had come to a halt at the side of the street, instantly capturing the attention of all present. "Wow, what kind of car is that? It's so imposing. I wonder what brand it is," one elderly man remarked, his eyes filled with curiosity. "The emblem resembles a lightning bolt. I've never seen it before." Another elder moved closer, scrutinizing the vehicle in an attempt to decipher the emblem's meaning. "Does anyone recognize it?" They exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. At that moment, a young passerby, brimming with a sense of pride, interjected, "That's the Yangwang U8, a genuine luxury vehicle. Its power is remarkable, with horsepower comparable to that of a tank, far superior to ordinary cars. Moreover, its features are astonishing. It can turn on the spot, which is incredibly convenient for navigating narrow spaces. It even has an emergency amphibious function, akin to a small tank that can easily traverse flooded areas without hesitation." As the young man spoke, he gestured animatedly, his face radiating familiarity and pride for the vehicle. The elderly onlookers listened with wide eyes, their expressions filled with awe and curiosity. "Goodness, that's impressive. To be able to turn in place, it must be incredibly agile. Even the narrow roads in our small county would pose no challenge for such a car. And that water-crossing capability is truly unprecedented," one elder exclaimed. "Indeed, if one were to drive this car to the riverbank, it could simply glide across the water's surface, more convenient than taking a boat." Another elder joked, eliciting laughter from the crowd. "Such an extraordinary vehicle must come with a hefty price tag," inquired an elder, adjusting his reading glasses, curiosity evident in his tone. The young man smiled slightly, a hint of pride in his voice as he responded, "Naturally, this car costs over 1,000,000 yuan." The elders gasped collectively, their expressions freezing in disbelief, followed by a flurry of whispered conversations. "Over 1,000,000? What a staggering sum. The average person could never earn that much in a lifetime. Yet someone spends it all on a single car. This is true luxury. Not only does it look imposing, but its price is also beyond our reach. Whoever drives such a car must surely be exceptionally wealthy. Look at that license plate. It's from the provincial capital. I wonder which family is doing so well outside, driving a 1,000,000 yuan luxury vehicle back to their hometown." An elderly man craned his neck, scrutinizing the license plate with eyes brimming with envy. "Ah, old Zhang, how did you know the driver hails from Phoenix County?" someone inquired, puzzled. With the Qingming festival approaching, many are returning home to pay their respects to their ancestors. Who else would venture to our remote and impoverished village for leisure? Old Zhang analyzed astutely. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his words. Phoenix County lacked any noteworthy tourist attractions, and throughout the year, few visitors graced the area. If they were not tourists, it was highly probable they were locals thriving elsewhere, returning in splendid fashion. As the crowd engaged in lively discussion about the luxurious vehicle and its owner, Li Laotu, seated before a chessboard, was drawn by the commotion, instinctively turning his gaze. Upon doing so, his eyes instantly fixated on the young man disembarking from the car, as if he had been struck by a spell of immobilization. Rendered speechless, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he rubbed them vigorously, as though to confirm that what he beheld was not an illusion. This is Xiaoyang. Isn't it?" he murmured, his voice quivering. In that moment, the chess piece he held slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground, yet he remained oblivious. Noticing Li Laotu's unusual behavior, those nearby cast inquisitive glances. "Li Laotu, do you know this person?" an elder asked, puzzled. Snapping back to reality, Li Laotu eagerly nodded, his voice rising with excitement. "Of course I know him. He is my grandnephew." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged skeptical looks. "Li Laotu, we know your relatives well, yet we have never heard of anyone particularly wealthy in your family." "Surely, you jest," one elder remarked, frowning in doubt. At that moment, Lin Yang spotted his great-uncle from a distance and called out, "Great uncle." His voice resonated like a reassuring stone dropped into the hearts of the onlookers. And Li Laotu's face instantly blossomed with joy. "Xiaoyang, you've returned," he exclaimed, hastening towards Lin Yang. "Yes, it's been a while since I last came back. I thought I'd take the opportunity to visit. Are you playing chess, great uncle? Lin Yang replied, his face aglow with warmth. Indeed, they say you're driving a car worth over $1 million. It seems you've struck it rich out there. Li Laotu regarded Lin Yang with pride and admiration. Lin Yang chuckled modestly. Oh, it's just a small fortune I've made. Wait a moment, great uncle. Lin Yang suddenly recalled something and dashed back to the car, rummaging through the trunk. He retrieved a cigarette and a pack of loose tobacco. He first handed the cigarette to his great uncle with a smile, saying, Great uncle, I couldn't make it back for your 80th birthday, so please accept this cigarette as a token of my apologies. He then opened the other pack, enthusiastically sharing it with the surrounding elders. Oh, my dear, this is truly a treasure, a mere 200 for a pack. An elderly man received the cigarettes, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed. He gently brought the pack to his nose, inhaling cautiously, as if he were holding not a mere pack of cigarettes, but a rare and precious artifact. Old Li, your grandson has indeed struck it rich, remarked another elder, taking the pack with an envious expression, his gaze filled with jealousy. Ha! Old Li chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits, his face adorned with pride. He straightened his back, his chest puffing out involuntarily, as if declaring that this was the most commendable achievement of his life. As he examined the cigarettes handed to him by Lin Yang, a smile lingered on his lips, impossible to conceal. I always knew that young Yang would make something of himself, he said, gently patting Lin Yang's shoulder, his eyes brimming with contentment. The other elders gathered around, eagerly accepting the cigarettes and showering Lin Yang with praises. This lad is truly filial and capable. Indeed, driving luxury cars and smoking fine cigarettes. He must be thriving out there. Their voices intertwined, filled with admiration and envy for Lin Yang. He responded with a humble smile, his demeanor radiating modesty despite the accolades. You flatter me. It's merely luck, he said softly, unperturbed by the praise. At that moment, a young man leaned toward old Li, half-jokingly stating, Grandpa Li, from now on, you shall bask in the fortune of your grandson. Old Li beamed with delight, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, indeed. His expression suggested he could already envision a future filled with happiness. After purchasing water and bidding farewell to his second uncle, Lin Yang drove away. Yet, the elders remained entranced by the recent revelation, their gazes lingering on the departing luxury car, engaging in fervent discussions. Old Li, you are truly fortunate to have such a successful grandson. Driving $1 million car and being so generous, a single pack of cigarettes equals several days of our living expenses. One elder remarked, his face alight with envy, grasping old Li's hand and shaking it as if to share in his good fortune. Indeed, this child has always been sharp. I knew he would achieve great things, another elder added, astonished at how, in merely a few years, he had flourished so remarkably. Old Li's smile widened, his wrinkles unfurling, each line reflecting pride and joy. He stood tall, as if to proclaim his happiness to the world. Old Li, you shall be enjoying a life of comfort from now on. Perhaps you might even visit the provincial capital and broaden your horizons, another elder jested, his eyes sparkling with longing. Indeed, indeed, if I ever venture to the provincial capital, with this child's disposition, he would surely host me splendidly. Old Li unabashedly displayed his pride, his tone imbued with aspirations for a brighter future. He envisioned himself seated in the luxurious car of his nephew, navigating the bustling streets of the provincial capital, surrounded by envious glances from passers-by. A truly magnificent scenario. Alas, as he observed the youth around him, particularly Lin Yang, and compared them to his own lackluster offspring, he couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Indeed, the disparity between individuals could be infuriating. An elderly man sighed in resignation, his countenance etched with disillusionment. The thought of his own children, who toiled daily for meager wages, filled him with sorrow. Indeed, in our small county, how many possess such opportunities and talents? Lin Yang, undoubtedly, must have endured considerable hardships to attain his current success. An elder reflected, his eyes brimming with admiration. He understood that behind every achievement lies an abundance of sweat and effort. Lin Yang's accomplishments were no mere coincidence. Regardless, the emergence of such a remarkable figure from old Li's family would certainly elevate their status in the village. An elder remarked with a smile, his gaze a mix of envy and a hint of flattery. He contemplated that perhaps in the future, he could seek old Li's assistance should the need arise. The elders engaged in lively discussion, their envious remarks lingering in the air, refusing to dissipate. Meanwhile, old Li stood amidst the crowd, his face consistently radiant with a smile, relishing the admiration and praise bestowed upon him by others. Chapter 84. A Visit from Relatives. Old Li, clutching a box of the exquisite He Tianxia worth 2,000 yuan, was no longer preoccupied with the chess game. His thoughts were solely on the precious gift he hurriedly brought home. As he stepped through the door, his son, Xiao Li, immediately noticed the coveted box in his father's grasp and inquired with a puzzled expression, "Dad, is that He Tianxia you have? Where did it come from?" Xiao Li knew well that his father was typically frugal, often refraining from purchasing even a pack of cigarettes priced at 10 yuan, let alone splurging on an entire box of such a costly brand. It was given by Xiao Yang. He wasn't here for my birthday, so this is his belated gift. You mustn't think of selling it or giving it away, Old Li replied, a proud smile gracing his lips as he delicately placed the box on the shelf, treating it as if it were a rare treasure. Xiao Yang? Is he Kai Xia's son? Xiao Li found it hard to believe. Indeed, it's that child from Kai Xia's family. He returned to his hometown today, driving a luxury car worth $1 million. Old Li's voice unconsciously rose, his face radiating pride. Xiao Li frowned, skepticism evident on his face. I'm well aware of the circumstances in Kai Xia's household. Xiao Yang has only graduated for a little over 2 years. It's plausible he could afford a modest car on loan, but a luxury vehicle? How could he possibly manage that? In his understanding, the Lin family's financial situation had always been modest, making it difficult to accept that they had suddenly acquired such wealth. It's not just me who has seen it. The old friends who play chess with me all witnessed it. Old Li, slightly anxious and sensing his son's disbelief, emphasized his words with a stomp of his foot. Observing the seriousness in his father's demeanor, Xiao Li began to reconsider. It seemed unlikely that Old Li would fabricate such an outrageous story. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to trust his father. It appears that Xiao Yang must have encountered some opportunity and prospered. Finally, Kai Xia and her husband can enjoy a better life. He nodded slightly, a hint of a smile of reassurance appearing on his face. After speaking, Xiao Li took out his phone, opened the family group chat titled Loving and Affectionate Family, and swiftly typed a message. Kai Xia's son, Lin Yang, has returned and is driving a luxury car worth $1 million. He even gifted my father a box of He Tianxia, so it seems he has struck it rich. As soon as the message